The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 687 to Chapter 747. After a while, Shuren left Shaffin's room and came down from the top floor of the succubus castle. Once he came down, Shuren's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked to the side. There, a pair of eyes were staring at him, as if wanting to stare him to death. "Do you want to fight again, Matriarch Leal?" Shuren's tone was filled with helplessness. "Humph," Leal snorted coldly. After waiting for who knew how long, she said, "Forget it for today, I'll look for you tomorrow." This made Shuren seriously consider whether he should run away at night or not. This succubus castle was not a place for humans. It was better if he didn't stay in this damned place. But on second thought, where could he go after leaving the succubus castle? Didn't he have to go to Central City to see Aie and Lilith in 3 days? If he ran away in the middle of the night, even if Xianxia didn't come looking for him, he would still be tortured badly by her when he returned 3 days later. Shuren sighed, feeling that it was too difficult for him. With that thought in mind, Shuren ignored Leal and walked out. But he didn't expect Leal to follow him. "Why are you following me?" Shuren said in annoyance. "Do you think I want to?" Leal's face was full of displeasure. "If Madame Xianxia didn't ask me to do this, I wouldn't even bother to follow you." "She asked you to follow me?" Sean was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, "Why?" "Because there might be some blind people," Leal said with a cold expression. "Didn't you just meet 2 of them?" Naturally, Leal was referring to Gray and Hart. "The news of you being here has already spread. There will be more people coming after you like the other 2, right?" Leal said expressionlessly. "Not everyone is as smart as the other 2. Although Gray and Hart came for Shuren, their attitude wasn't that bad. Rather than saying that they were looking for Sean to pick a quarrel, it would be better to say that they were here to test him. Regardless of whether it was being a hero or being treated well by Xianxia, these were both things that the 2 of them cared about. So, they came to test Shuren and see what Shuren was capable of. If Shuren's performance just now wasn't up to standard, they wouldn't mind using some tricks to chase Shuren away. However, Sean had shown enough power to make the 2 of them fearful, so the 2 of them acknowledged Sean's qualifications to stay here, and for the time being, they did not make things difficult for him. But the others might not necessarily be like Gray and Hart, who knew when to advance and when to retreat. On the whole, the Devil race was still relatively arrogant and conceited. They respected the strong and looked down on humans and Protoss. Even if they guessed that Shuren was a hero, before they personally experienced Shuren's strength, most demons wouldn't be easily scared away by the name of a hero. Even if there were such people, after knowing that Xianxia treated Shuren well, they would more or less become impulsive. They wouldn't be able to sit still, would they? Femme fatale, these words were not said lightly. When it came to the demon highness succubus in everyone's heart, there were many demons who would do anything for it. It wasn't hard to imagine that Shuren would meet more people like Gray and Hart in the future. Among them, there would be many strong people from different races and groups, famous legendary figures. Women are really a source of trouble, especially beautiful women. Shuren was even more helpless. "Are you afraid?" Leal said proudly, "This is the price of being too close to Madame Xianxia. Since you have the treatment that countless people envy, it is only right that you bear the price." Hee. Shuren threw 2 words at her. "You don't really think I'm afraid, do you?" Again, Shuren was only afraid of trouble, not of trouble. If he really couldn't avoid trouble, he would just act forcefully and intimidate those who didn't know what he was talking about. Shuren had already done the same thing in the royal capital. This time, if he really angered him, he wouldn't mind showing the demons that he was still his father. No matter how special he was still a hero. Leal was also aware of this fact. Over the past 2 days, she had fought with Shuren over 100 times, and she lost every time. How could she not know how strong this hero was? Although she didn't use the power of the eye because it was too dangerous, Shuren didn't use the holy sword either. He only used a buff skill that seemed to be unique to him. This situation had already told Leal that if she were to go all out, there was a 99% chance that she wouldn't be a match for this hero. And if she, who was known as the strongest person in the succubus territory, wasn't a match for this hero, then the others wouldn't be a match for him. It was better to be safe than sorry. No one said that one could only fight this hero alone, right? What if he was surrounded? What if he had used some underhanded means? If something really happened to Shuren, Leal wouldn't care, but it would be hard to explain to her master. No matter what, this hero was the fiancé of the Dragon Demon Highness and the future brother-in-law of the Succubus Highness. If something happened to him, there would be no peace between the demons. Not to mention, this hero was now involved in the peace between the three races. Because of this, there had been some movements in the Succubus city recently. No matter what, this hero couldn't be in trouble. Therefore, when Chaff left just now, she told Leal to look after Shuren and not let anything happen to him. If not for this, why would Leal want to follow Shuren? Of course, Leal didn't bother to explain anything. Anyway, I'll be watching you while you stay in the Succubus city. Leal turned her head and said, unless you go back to your room obediently, I'll follow you wherever you go. Leal's declaration didn't cause much reaction from Shuren. If you want to follow me, then follow me. Shuren said, but he looked at Leal suspiciously and said, but you don't have any admirers. Seeing that you're by my side all day, they suddenly ran over and shouted to kill me, right? Shuren was really a little afraid. Leal sneered coldly at her reaction. Don't worry, in the Succubus city, be it men or women, they will only be Lady Chaff's admirers. Not only did Leal say this as a matter of course, but she also felt proud. This made Shuren's mouth open, but he didn't know what to say. On one hand, he really wanted to remind Leal that this shouldn't be something to be happy about. On the other hand, he was very suspicious of this Succubus city. Everyone in the city, be it men or women, would only be Chaff's admirers. Was there really no need to worry about the continuation and reproduction of the race? Shuren walked out of the Succubus castle with such deep doubts. Where do you want to go? Seeing this, Leal immediately asked. Shuren didn't hide it and replied directly. I'm going to meet an acquaintance who came with me to Succubus city. As he spoke, Shuren remembered the question he asked Chaff before but didn't get an answer. Do you know what the unique skill of your highness is? Shuren turned to Leal. Unique skill? Leal frowned and asked doubtfully, you don't know? Do I need to ask if I know? Shuren rolled his eyes. That succubus seems to like to keep people in suspense. I asked her, but she wouldn't tell me. Even if Lady Chaff doesn't tell you, it shouldn't be hard for you to find out, right? Leal said, the Protoss and humans have already analyzed the unique skills of the 6 demons for a long time. It's no longer a secret. That's true. Sean scratched his head, and said, but in the various legends and anecdotes of the 6 great demons, the description of the unique skills of the succubus seems to be the least, and it is very obscure. Not to mention me, many humans are not very clear about it. Existences such as the moon demon, the beast demon, the poison demon, the devil demon, and the dragon demon were all mentioned in many books. From those descriptions, one could more or less find descriptions of the unique skills of these demons and deduce the specific effects of their unique skills. On the other hand, the succubus Chaff was always mentioned about how beautiful she was and how crazy others would be for her. They rarely mentioned her battle scenes. Including this time in the realm of devils, Shuren only heard about these things from others and not Chaff herself. Under such circumstances, Shuren was naturally confused. Don't tell me her unique skill is the ability to charm others? Shuren seriously doubted this. To be honest, Chaff's charm was so high that he couldn't help but wonder if it was the effect of some unique skill. Otherwise, why would she be called a succubus? The titles of the other demons were closely related to their abilities. In that case, Chaff might be called a succubus because her unique skill was charm. However, Chaff herself denied this. No, it wasn't just Chaff. What do you know? Leal was very disdainful of Shuren's words. Lady Chaff's charm is innate. She doesn't need any unique skill to charm others. Unlike the other demons who became famous through their abilities, Chaff was called a succubus because her natural beauty and charm were so astonishing that they left a deeper impression than her strength. Because of this, Chaff's unique skill had little to do with her title. Or rather, Lady Chaff's charm is the root of her unique skill, Leal said. You'll understand in the future. Hearing this, Shuren nodded indifferently. As for what he was thinking, only he himself would know. Soon, Shuren left the Charm Demon Castle and came outside. This was the first time Shuren went out after coming to the Charm Demon City. For 2 days, Shuren stayed in the Charm Demon Castle, waiting for Aie to come. It was only today that he learned from Chaffney that the girl had already been perfunctory and would not come. Since that was the case, there was no need for Shuren to continue staying in the Charm Demon Castle. There were still 3 days, he could at least come out for a walk, right? Of course, the appearance of Shuren would definitely make the entire Charm Demon City very restless. At least, Shuren, who was walking on the street, noticed that many pairs of eyes were staring at him. Those were not only eyes on the surface, but also eyes that existed in the dark. As if they had been staring at him for a long time, many pairs of eyes with ulterior motives noticed Shuren, and some became sharp, while others disappeared. Sean knew that they were going to report to someone with ulterior motives. So many pairs of eyes, certainly not all of them came from his actions. Many of the spies were placed here by the famous and powerful races of the Charm Demon City. Now that Shuren had appeared, they naturally had to go back and report immediately. Thus, on this day, in the various races of the Charm Demon City, a series of conversations appeared one after another. That human finally appeared? Should we go and meet him? No, I heard that the one from the Stone Lady clan is with him. Could it be that Her Highness Succubus arranged to guard that human? It seems that Her Highness Succubus really values this human. To actually let that accompanying guard, this treatment is comparable to that of the other Her Highness coming to the Charm Demon City in person. Then we can't touch him this time, right? We can't touch him, at least not openly. Continue to watch, there will always be a chance. I want to see, what ability does a mere human have to make Her Highness pay so much attention to him? Such dialogues appeared one after another, causing all kinds of turbulence in the Charm Demon City. Of course, there was no lack of simple-minded fools in this world who would not think so much. Thanks to this, after coming to the street, Shuren encountered many obstacles. Just like now, bang, amidst a dull thud, a tall and sturdy upper-class devil was kicked away. As he screamed miserably, he crashed into a pile of junk on the side of the road, and was buried under the debris. Bastard! The rest of the demons rushed towards Sean furiously. Mana swirled around their bodies, and their momentum was majestic. Looking at their momentum, they were all superior demons above level 70. Unfortunately, bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, these high-grade demons with extraordinary auras were all sent flying with a single kick. Like rubber balls, they were smashed in all directions and fell to the ground. Wails and wails kept coming out of their mouths. How many waves has it been? Shuren stood in the middle of the fallen demons. In front of all the surrounding demons, he asked Leal in annoyance. It's the 4th wave. Leal did not make a move. She stood at the side and watched the show. The 4th wave, Shuren was speechless. He looked up at the sky and sighed, doubting his life. When other protagonists came to the otherworld, they would either rise to the top and be admired by thousands of people, or shake their bodies and dominate the world, enjoying the cheers and applause of the people. It was a proper transmigrator's light. Only he seemed to be suffering. Walking on the road, he attracted countless hatred. There were no beauties throwing themselves at him, no bragging and slapping him in the face. There were only burly men pouncing on him. Isn't this treatment a bit too much? Shuren once again began to doubt whether he was the protagonist. On the contrary, the lines of the minions did not seem to have changed. You're finished, a superior demon who was closest to Shuren pointed at Shuren and spoke with a trembling voice. Offending our Snake Eye clan, your fate will be very miserable. My elder brother or my father will take revenge for me. Look at this speech. It's standard. You deal with it. Shuren did not want to speak anymore. He waved his hand tiredly and continued walking forward. Only then did Leal walk up to Kieran. Snake Eye's tribe? Leal looked coldly at the demons on the ground. Did that idiot Rick ask you to come out and embarrass yourselves? You are. The superior demons widened their eyes as if they had just seen Leal. Leal's expression was extremely cold. Private fighting is prohibited in Succubus City. You Snake Eye's tribe knowingly violated it. Go back and tell Rick to come to Succubus Castle to receive punishment. Leo's words made the expressions of all the demons on the ground change drastically. They still wanted to say something, but Leo did not give them the chance. Scram! Leo's eyes flashed dangerously. At that moment, the group of good-for-nothings scurried away in a hurry. Even the surrounding demons scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay. Only then did Leo catch up to Sharon, as if nothing had happened, or as if she had dealt with a trivial matter. Her expression did not change at all. Sean was the only one who was still sighing. I say, is there really no way to avoid this? Sharon was getting impatient. No. Leo was even more straightforward. I've already said that in Succubus City, both men and women are admirers of Lady Chaffney. Since you are favored by Lady Chaffney, you have to bear the price. Then you guys are really something. Sharon smiled insincerely. To be honest, this is the first time I've wanted to destroy a city so much. If you can do it, you can do it too. Leo was not frightened. Instead, she glanced at Sharon. But don't say I didn't warn you. Succubus City is not like your human city. There are no less than 20 legendary figures here. Don't think that this place is the same as the Ragnar Empire's capital in the human world, where anyone can casually come and destroy it. It was obvious that Leo had done some research on Sharon. However, this woman obviously didn't know that the person she was talking about wasn't a nobody. Instead, he was an existence that had once entered the transcendent realm. If she knew about it, she wouldn't have said that. Speaking of which, I don't know how many people know about Imoluo now. Mara's actions in the imperial capital were undoubtedly huge. An existence who had once stepped into the realm of transcendence. If this person were to be exposed, the three great races would be in chaos. However, the commotion caused by Mara didn't seem to be known by many. Firstly, in the eyes of many, it was nothing more than a coup in a human country. In the context of the world as a whole, it was not a big deal at all. Secondly, the news of the hero's birth had undoubtedly overshadowed the impact of Mara's incident to a certain extent, causing many people to turn their attention to Sharon, the hero, and the attitude of the three races. For those who stood at the top of the world, the matter of the hero must be more important than the coup caused by a mere concubine, right? Moreover, not many people knew about the lustrous branch and the grand undead sacrifice to activate the magic circle. In order to calm the situation, the Ragnar Empire blamed all the changes on the concubine used evil ritualistic magic for an unspeakable purpose, which was a perfunctory explanation to the public. Not many people clearly knew about Mara's amazing achievements. Now, people only cared about the birth of the hero and the peace of the three races. Who would care about the Ragnar Empire's coup and the actions of a concubine, if it weren't for the fact that the imperial capital was almost destroyed and the commotion caused by Mara's large-scale ritualistic magic circle was too big? This matter might have been ignored by everyone. When the things about me settle down, the things in the imperial capital will definitely come into the eyes of those in power again, right? That was what Sharon thought. He just didn't know how many people would notice the inside story of this matter by then. In fact, Sharon himself was so occupied by all kinds of sudden events that he almost forgot about Mara's incident. Now that he thought about it, Sharon realized that there were still a few unanswered questions in that matter. For example, where did the lustrous branch that Mara awakened after he was killed go? For example, why did the little girl named Lenny suddenly disappear without a trace? Moreover, what was with the symbiosis on Mara? Sharon vaguely felt that there was still a big secret in this. This made Sharon sigh again. Why have you been sighing all day long? Leo was very dissatisfied. You're a hero no matter what. Can't you have some backbone and pull yourself together a little? You think I want to? Sharon complained. A pitiful person like you who only has the unblessed love between the same sex in your eyes will never understand the feeling of trying to solve a riddle. But not only did the riddle not decrease, it actually increased. I don't understand. Leo furrowed her brows. But I can still tell that you're mocking me, right? Sharon didn't answer. He only gave Leo a pure smile. Leo went silent. In the next second, she raised her fist and smashed it mercilessly. Whoosh, Sharon teleported away, causing Leo's punch to miss. Come back. Leo shouted angrily at her surroundings, scaring all the demons that passed by. You should go back, violent woman. Shuren's voice reached Leal's ears. It's more convenient for me to move alone. With that, Shuren disappeared without a trace. Damn bastard. Leal clenched her teeth in anger, but she didn't dare to be slow. She quickly contacted her people and began searching for Shuren. Little did she know, some malicious intent was stirring in the darkness. On the other hand, after shaking off Leal, Shuren used inner perception of destiny to hide himself and walked onto the streets. Under such circumstances, the demons around him finally stopped paying attention to Shuren, allowing Shuren to enjoy the attention of tens of thousands of people. At the same time, Shuren saw an interesting scene. Demons that seemed to be spies appeared one after another, running around the streets in panic. Where did that human go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Hurry up and find him. If the people above know that we lost our target, we'll be in deep trouble. As they spoke, the demons kept appearing and disappearing, running around and looking very interesting. Shuren calmly brushed past these people, watching them desperately search for him but to no avail. He was quite amused. Let's see how you're going to play this time. Sean, who finally had some peace and quiet, whistled as he swaggered along the street towards the residence of the Sand Scale tribe. After asking Leal, Shuren had learned about the Sand Scale tribe's current situation. After entering Succubus City, they first rented a small inn at the edge of the city. Then, they had been running around for the past few days, contacting the various tribes that had come to Succubus City before and selling the monsters they had brought. If everything went well, the Sand Scale tribe should be able to sell out the monsters they were rearing after 4 or 5 days. Although the Sand Scale tribe was only a small tribe in the periphery of the Succubus territory, they were still good at raising magical beasts. Whether it was in terms of breed, bloodline, potential, or domestication, the magical beasts they raised were all very high. Even some of the more famous tribes were very interested in the magical beasts they raised. Therefore, every time the Sand Scale tribe came to Succubus City to sell their magical beasts, they would basically sell out. Then, the Sand Scale tribe would go to the Succubus City's monster market to select a batch of monster cubs and even eggs. They would bring a batch of superior monster cubs or eggs back to the realm of Chaotic Demon for a new round of breeding and breeding. When they had some success, they would bring them back to Succubus City to sell. Just like that, the Sand Scale tribe worked hard to survive and develop in the Succubus territory. If they could continue to develop like this, then perhaps this race might one day become a top-notch race in the demon realm in the future. That was for sure. After learning about the situation of the Sand Scale tribe from Leal, Shuren had always wanted to meet them. After all, he received a lot of hospitality from them in the realm of Chaotic Demon. After leaving Succubus City and heading to the central city, he didn't know if he would have the chance to return. Shuren wanted to say goodbye to Xianxia before he left so that he could finish what he started. However, Sean didn't expect that the aura of the Sand Scale tribe wasn't the only thing present when he arrived at the inn that the Sand Scale tribe was staying in. The reaction of the magic power is. Standing in front of the inn, Shuren raised his brows as he sensed the reaction of the magic power in the inn. In the next second, Shuren teleported into the inn and came to a room. In the room, including Xianxia, several high-ranking members of the Sand Scale tribe were actually there. However, there were actually a few powerful demons in front of Xianxia and the rest. How is it? Have you thought it through? This was what a black-robed demon said. The black-robed demon stood in front of Xianxia and the rest, emitting a powerful and ominous aura. With Xianxia in the lead, the Sand Scale tribe members turned pale. Obviously, they knew very well that the mysterious people in front of them were not people they could deal with. Xianxia even had to bite her lips, and her face was full of uncertainty. The black-robed demons in the lead spoke in a hoarse voice. There's a limit to my patience, so I'll say it again. The black-robed demons said, cooperate with us and kill Shuren Boztut. This is the only way for you to survive. Do you understand? As soon as these words were spoken, the Sand Scale tribe fell into a dead silence. Shuren, on the other hand, was stunned. After a while, Shuren finally understood. These guys, Shuren looked at the black-robed demons. Xianxia did the same. However, her pretty face was full of bitterness. Please don't make things difficult for us, sir. Xianxia said with a pale face, that's a true hero and a legendary level expert. He's the fiancé of Her Highness Dragon Demons, and Her Highness Succubus favors him. We're just a weak tribe in the succubus territory. How can we kill such a big shot? It seemed like Xianxia already knew Shuren's true identity. The black-robed demons in the lead sneered. Of course I know it's impossible for you to kill him. That's why I asked you to cooperate with us. The black-robed demons took out a bottle of medicine and threw it at Xianxia. Their intentions were clear. You only have one task, and that is to find a way to make Shuren Boztut drink what's inside. The black-robed demons said in an unquestionable tone, it doesn't matter what method you use. You can lie, trick, or even climb into that guy's bed and force him to drink it while he's exhausted. In short, you must make him drink what's inside. The rest is up to us. Understand? The words of the black-robed demons made Xianxia clench the bottle in her hand tightly. It was obvious that she was struggling internally. Miss, the rest of the Sand Scale tribe could not help but call out to Xianxia. This undoubtedly made Xianxia struggle even more. Why us? Xianxia was very unwilling. Because you have some connections with that guy. The black-robed demons said coldly, everyone in Succubus City knows that the Sand Scale tribe came with that hero. Many demons have come to you because of this, hoping to investigate that guy through you. Don't you have any idea? Of course not. Xianxia had long seen through the demons who had come to ask about Shuren. She knew what they were after. It could only be said that many people had seen Shuren and the Sand Scale tribe coming to Succubus City together. It was also true that the Sand Scale tribe had become the focus of all the major tribes in Succubus City. In the past few days, the Sand Scale tribe had been visited by various tribes. Some were polite, some were threatening, some were aggressive, and some had hidden intentions. However, without exception, they were all targeting Shuren. This gave the Sand Scale tribe a lot of benefits, but also a lot of disadvantages. It was obvious that the situation this time was the worst. I think you also know that you don't have the right to resist. The black-robed demons said disdainfully, a weak tribe with only one superior demon, the leader. The others are all weak beings who haven't even reached level 70. Let alone the few of you, even if your entire tribe came, you would only be ants in front of us. As they spoke, the black-robed demons released their auras. Their companions also released their auras. There were 7 of them in total, and all of them were superior demons above level 70. Especially the black-robed demons who led the group, they had reached level 80. In a city like Succubus City, this might not be considered very strong, but for a weak tribe like the Sand Scale tribe, they were unimaginably strong enemies. Xianxia bit her lip so hard that it broke. The black-robed demons were also very impatient. This is the last time I ask, the black-robed demons said coldly. Do it? Or not? The auras of the black-robed demons surged and became even more terrifying. The rest of the Sand Scale tribe could no longer bear the burden and cried out in grief. Xianxia also panted heavily, and her face became paler and paler. She was already at her wit's end. But, I refuse, Xianxia's voice trembled as she refused. Say that again? The black-robed demons were silent for a while, and then they spoke in a voice full of murderous intent. I said, I refuse. Xianxia could only say with a pale face, if we agree, whether we succeed or fail, the Sand Scale tribe will not be able to bear the consequences. There was no need to say much about failure. The Sand Scale tribe would definitely not be able to bear the wrath of the hero. Even if they succeeded, they would not be able to escape death. If the fiancé of the dragon demon was killed by the Sand Scale tribe, would the Sand Scale tribe be spared? The succubus valued this future brother-in-law so much. As a tribe living in the succubus territory, if they did something they shouldn't do, the Sand Scale tribe could easily imagine what would happen. If that was the case, if we're going to die either way, we'd rather die with dignity than be treated as traitors of the succubus territory. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Not to mention, without the help of that lord, the Sand Scale tribe would have been long gone. Thus, Xianxia chose to refuse. The Sand Scale tribe members behind her were also sorrowful, but none of them objected. Good. The black-robed demons were furious. Since you're courting death, I'll let you die with no dignity at all. As they spoke, the black-robed demons ordered the people around them. Kill all the men and feed them to the demons after chopping them up. As for the women, you can enjoy them however you want. Kill them when you're tired of them and send them to the succubus castle. Let Shur and Porstut see what happens to them. The extremely vicious words caused the expressions of the Sand Scale tribe members to change drastically. Seeing all the black-robed demons walking over with ferocious expressions, Shajina's eyes were filled with despair. She looked at the medicine bottle in her hand with tears in her eyes. In the end, she pulled out the cork, raised her head, and poured the contents of the medicine bottle into her mouth. Bam! Suddenly, a small muffled sound came from the room. It was the sound of the potion bottle in Shajina's hand being knocked away and falling to the ground. Hiss! On the floor, the liquid flowing out of the potion bottle corroded the floor like sulfuric acid, causing a wisp of green smoke to rise. One could imagine how lethal the thing in the potion bottle was. This sudden change caused everyone in the room to be slightly startled. Shajina was also stunned, as if she couldn't react in time. On the contrary, the leading black-robed demons instantly became vigilant. Who? The magic power on. The black-robed demons suddenly rolled up. But in the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. Your grandpa. Along with such a declaration, a foot fiercely stamped on the face of the black-robed demons. Bam! With a muffled sound, the black-robed demons were kicked away like cannonballs, smashing through the wall of the room and flying out of the hotel. What? The black-robed demons' expressions changed drastically. With murderous glints in their eyes, they pounced on the sudden figure one by one. Get lost. However, with such a cold shout, a violent wave of magic power surged. The storm-like magic power blew away the attacking black-robed demons one by one. Moreover, it shattered the ceiling. Boom dash! In a small hotel on the edge of the succubus city, a roar suddenly sounded. As if an invisible explosion had suddenly appeared, a corner of the hotel suddenly exploded into pieces, causing a violent wave of magic power to roll up from within. One by one, the black-robed demons fell out of the magic power wave. Like kites with broken strings, they fell on the street one by one, wailing in pain. This movement instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What's wrong? Is it a fight? How dare they fight in the succubus city? Who are they? The demons on the street were shocked by this sudden situation. Then, they retreated one by one, looking at the black-robed demons on the ground and making a ruckus. Ugh, the black-robed devils were rolling on the ground, as if they had suffered serious injuries. Damn it, the leader of the black-robed devilish beings seemed to have been kicked into another building, and they stumbled out of a broken wall with a disheveled expression. However, his voice was filled with anger, and a fierce face covered in scars was revealed from the loosened hood. Who the hell is it? Who dares to attack us? The black-robed demons questioned angrily. Opha's sarcastic voice responded. Weren't you talking about dealing with me just now? You? Sean's figure suddenly appeared on the street and caught everyone's attention. The black-robed elder's pupils constricted upon hearing this. It? He of the demon. I've said it's me, your grandfather. Sean replied with a friendly smile, and said leisurely, so, who are you? Of demons didn't. Run. The black-robed devilish lord issued this instruction in a very decisive manner before fleeing in different directions along with the other devilish beings who were scrambling to their feet. Do you think you can escape? Seeing this, Shuren was about to chase after them and use teleportation to catch them one by one, but he was interrupted by an unexpected scene. At this moment, the spectating demon actually stood in front of the black-robed demons who were preparing to escape. Want to run? Where can you run? Fighting in the succubus city, and you dare to escape? Do you really think our rules are just for show? All of the spectating devilish beings chose to step forward to block the black-robed devilish beings just like that. Even the level 80 black-robed demon's leader was blocked by an extraordinary-looking demon. Fighting is not allowed in the succubus city. This is a ban issued by Her Highness Succubus. The demons looked at the black-robed demon's leader and sneered. You have broken the ban, so there will be no place for you in the entire succubus city. Stay here obediently and wait for the officers to come and punish you. As he spoke, the demon exuded an aura that was enough to crush everyone. Legendary, the black-robed demon's leader's face turned ashen. Shuren looked at this scene with great surprise, but he also felt that it was novel. In the past, when Shuren encountered fights in other cities, the onlookers would stay far away, as if they didn't want to get involved in trouble. Unexpectedly, here, even the onlookers would step forward to maintain the order of the succubus city. It was a rather strange development. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem strange. The succubus city was different from other cities. Almost all the powerful races were stationed here. In addition, the succubus Chaff ruled this place. Those powerful demons naturally wanted to be at her beck and call, and they couldn't sit back and watch the rules set by the succubus be broken. Xianxia even said that in order to please the succubus, the powerful races in the succubus city would hold regular meetings to communicate with each other, set some rules, and abide by them together, so as not to ruin the succubus highness mood. It could be seen that if someone broke the ban of the succubus city, the demons living here would not sit back and watch. Thus, a miraculous scene occurred on the street. After a fierce fight, all the black-robed demons were defeated by the demons in the succubus city one by one. They were thrown in front of Shuren, and they lay there wailing. Then, some of the demons began to inform the people of the succubus castle to come over, while others surrounded the scene. In particular, the legendary demons even came in front of Shuren. Okay, it's your turn now. The demons actually had their eyes on Shuren. You can't be thinking of taking me down too, right? Shuren looked at the other party with a strange expression. Of course. The demons sneered. You also participated in the private fight. Stay here obediently and wait for the succubus castle to punish you. Hearing this, Shuren found it particularly interesting. What's your name? Shuren sized up the other party. Me? The demons immediately puffed out their chest and said. I am Xian of the otherworldly demon tribe. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding demons immediately came to a realization. Even the leader of the black-robed demons, who had been beaten up, looked at the other party with an ugly expression. You are actually an otherworldly demon who is ranked 4th in the succubus territory and has 2 legendary experts? The leader of the black-robed demons revealed the other party's identity. That's right. The other party smiled gleefully. I am the 2nd legendary expert of the otherworldly demon tribe. The current chief of the otherworldly demon tribe is my elder brother, and he is a subordinate of Her Highness Succubus. Even though I will take over that position sooner or later, even now, I will not allow anyone to break the rules set by Her Highness Succubus. In other words, not only was the other party the 2nd legendary expert of the otherworldly demon tribe, he was also eyeing his elder brother's position. But strangely, the other party wasn't eyeing the position of the chief but the position of a subordinate. What was the reason behind this? It could be said that everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. This legendary expert of the otherworldly demon tribe was clearly a subordinate of Succubus Chaffney. Just that. What did you say your name was? This was the only thing that Shuren was concerned about. Didn't you hear me clearly? The other party shouted in dissatisfaction. I am Xian. Xian of the otherworldly demon tribe. All right then. Fate was truly a wondrous thing. I have long heard of your name. Shuren clasped his fist toward the other party with a serious expression. It seems like you know me? Seeing this, Xian became even more gleeful. Of course I know you. Your name resounds like thunder in my ears. Shuren replied with a serious expression. There was no helping it. After all, they were both called Xian. Even though he had never met the other party before, he still had to compliment his name. However, it seemed like the other party had no discernment ability. Since you know who I am, there's no need to put up any meaningless resistance. Stay here obediently, don't force me to make a move. Xian warned Shuren. Don't worry, I won't leave. You don't have to make a move either. Shuren shrugged as he walked up to the black-robed demons. What are you up to? Xian thought that Shuren was up to something, so he immediately released the aura of a legendary expert to suppress Shuren. To Xian's surprise, Shuren's expression remained the same. Don't worry, I just want to ask them a few questions. Shuren waved his hand at Xian before turning to the black-robed demons with a friendly smile. Can you tell me now? Shuren stared at the black-robed demons and asked, "Who are you?" The black-robed demons did not speak. Shuren did not mind either. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Shuren stretched out his hand, gathering some mana on his fingertips. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for using some extreme methods." Before the black-robed demons could respond to Shuren's words, Xian spoke. "I say, you better not go too far." Xian snorted coldly. "I don't care what personal grudges you have. In short, you better behave. Otherwise, when the people from the succubus castle arrive, you will know what will happen to you if you don't behave." Xian's warning did not make Shuren stop. On the contrary, Shuren directly activated a bit of mana on his fingertips. Pain. Shuren's fingertips touched the black-robed demon's body. The mana on his fingertips exploded, making the black-robed demon's entire body feel like it was being cut by 1,000 knives. It let out a painful howl. "You." Xian's expression changed, and then he became angry. He took a step forward as if he was ready to attack. Not to mention Xian, even the surrounding demons could not help but be angry. How dare he be so arrogant after being restrained in a private fight in the succubus city? This could not be tolerated. Just when all the demons were ready to attack and teach Shuren a lesson and let him know the rules of the succubus city, Shuren's faint voice echoed. Bind. A huge amount of mana instantly enveloped the entire area, causing everyone to freeze in place. What is this? Magic? What a powerful binding magic. At this moment, the demons exclaimed one after another. Feeling the demonic energy pressing down on them, rendering them completely immobile, the way they looked at Shuren had already changed. Even the legend-rank otherworldly demon named Xian's face warped. He looked at Shuren with astonishment in his eyes. However, Shuren ignored everyone in the surroundings and stared at the black-robed demons in front of him. "Ah!" The black-robed demons was being tortured by indescribable pain, and he screamed in agony. Upon seeing this sight, the other black-robed demons revealed horrified expressions one after another. Shuren looked on coldly from the sidelines. Shuren wouldn't hold back against those who wanted to deal with him and even wanted his life. "This is just a small test. I still have more painful magic that I haven't used yet." Shuren smiled at the black-robed demons, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. "If you don't want to speak, I can make this mouth of yours scream endlessly. So, you can choose for yourself whether you want to use your mouth to scream or to tell the truth. Come, make your choice." Shuren tapped his fingertip on the black-robed demon's body once more and infused more demonic energy into it. In an instant, endless pain was inflicted on the black-robed demons, causing the black-robed demons to scream even more miserably. This scene caused the surrounding demons to be alarmed. Several minutes later, the black-robed demons finally reacted. **CK, the black-robed demon spat out a single word. Shuren's eyebrows shot up. "Poochie." In the next second, with the sound of flesh being torn apart, the black-robed demon's head was chopped off. Fresh blood splattered all over the place. Murder! Seeing Shuren chopping off the black-robed demon's head with his sword, the surrounding demons narrowed their eyes. Private fights were not allowed in Succubus City. This was a clear prohibition. Now that a life had been lost, this matter would probably be difficult to resolve. Even the otherworldly demon named Xian's expression changed slightly, and he fell silent. Under such circumstances, Shuren flung the blood off his sword and muttered to himself. "I was clearly giving you a chance, yet you scolded me. You are courting death." As he spoke, Shuren turned to look at the remaining black-robed demons. The black-robed demons shuddered in their hearts. Not long after, they also lay in a pool of blood, losing their precious lives one by one. And there was only one reason that they lost their lives. That was, just like the black-robed demon leader, they cursed at Xian without hesitation. **CK all of you. You bunch of dogs. Do you really think that you are some kind of martyr? What a bunch of dogs. Do they really think they're some kind of loyal martyr? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. It's not like I won't give you a quick death. Why are you scolding us?" Just as Shuren finished off all the black-robed demons, someone finally arrived at the scene. After Sean took care of all the black-robed demons, someone finally arrived at the scene. Just as Sharon finished off all the black-robed demons, someone finally arrived at the scene. "What are you doing here?" Leo led a group of cold and seductive female demons into the scene. Looking at the bloody scene and Sharon standing in the middle of the pool of blood, her eyes narrowed. "Matriarch Leo." As if he had seen his savior, Sean hurriedly called out. "It's you?" Leo frowned and said coldly, "Why are you here?" Clearly, Leo knew Sean. No matter what, Sean was a legendary tier powerhouse. Although there were quite a number of legendary tier powerhouses among the demons, there were only about 20 legendary tier powerhouses in Succubus City. It was not difficult for Leo to remember every single legendary tier powerhouse. However, Sean obviously did not have a good impression of Leo. Sean acted as if he hadn't noticed this as he hurriedly spoke. "Something big has happened, Matriarch Leo. Someone is challenging the ban of Succubus City." Sean resisted the binding magic with great difficulty and pointed at Sharon, shouting, "Hurry up and take him down." Hearing that, the female demons that Leo brought moved, as if they were already on guard, ready to take Sharon down. However, Leo's next words were thrown out. "All of you, stand down." Leo ignored Sean's request and stopped the female demons from moving forward while she went to Sharon's side. "What's going on?" Leo asked. "They want to touch me." Sharon did not explain too much and only threw that sentence at Leo. Leo's furrowed brows tightened as she looked at the black demons lying in a pool of blood. After a moment of silence, she extended her leg and kicked the leader of the demons in front of her, revealing his face. Then, Leo saw the ruthless face of the demons that was covered in scars. Leo's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "What is it?" Sharon sharply noticed it and asked, "Do you know him?" Leo's answer to this question was as follows. "I don't know him," Leo said coldly, "but I can roughly guess where he came from." "Is that so?" Sharon looked at Leo and asked, "Then where did he come from?" Leo didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned around and looked at everyone present. "There's nothing else for you to do here. Disperse." Leo waved her hand, and a wave of magic swept across the area, dispersing the magic that was binding everyone. The demons felt their bodies lightened as they regained their freedom. They looked at each other and quickly scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to disobey Leo. Even Sean smiled awkwardly after regaining his freedom. "I've helped to stop this today. Chief Leo, please don't forget to put in a good word for me in front of Her Highness Succubus." After saying that, Sean hurriedly retreated. He acted as if he was afraid that Leo would reject him, so he acted first and reported later. In an instant, the whole place was cleared, leaving only Sharon, Leo, a group of female demons, and the black demons' bodies on the ground. Sharon was ready to ask again. However, before Sharon could, Leo spoke first. Moreover, from the very beginning, Sean's expression was one of shock. "They're from the old demons faction." Leo's cold words caused the surrounding demonesses to suck in a breath of cold air. "Old demons faction?" Sharon's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No wonder they used such a method to deal with me. If it were the demons of Succubus City, even if they did not like Sharon, they would not have forced the Sand Scale tribe to poison him. Instead, they would have used underhanded methods. It was not because the demons were superior, but because the races in Succubus City were the strongest in the Succubus region. As a race that respected strength, they would not resort to such underhanded methods before they had a taste of Kieran's strength. Only the old demon sect, knowing that he was a brave, would plot against him behind his back. It was not strange at all. That was what Leo said. Ever since the news of the hero's birth spread throughout the demon realm, the old demons faction has been fanning the flames behind the scenes, wishing that the demons could go to war with the celestials and humans. Leo looked at the black-robed demons on the ground with eyes full of disgust. After all, they can't stand the peace negotiations between the demons and the celestials. They think that the current demons are wagging their tails to the celestials and humans, and they see the current demons as a disgrace. That's why the old demons faction became independent. For these people, the existence of heroes was extremely irritating, an eyesore, and also very hateful. It was impossible for them not to take the opportunity to fan the flames and mess up the situation. The demon lords have been keeping an eye on these guys who are fanning the flames. I have also tightened the supervision of Succubus City under Lady Chaffney's instructions, so I noticed these guys. Leo said hatefully, ever since these guys entered Succubus City, they have been trying all kinds of ways to get in touch with the powerful races, and after you appeared, they have been very active in the dark. I have long suspected them. Now that they directly attacked Shuren, it proved that they were either people who had been incited by the Old Demons faction, or they were the Old Demons faction themselves. Otherwise, now that the demons were about to marry the hero, ordinary demons would not deliberately disobey the demon lord's instructions and kill the hero. Whether they were incited or they were the Old Demons faction, it did not matter. Anyway, they were all people who had dealings with the Old Demons faction, so Leo naturally regarded them as the Old Demons faction. Then I'll kill them all. You don't mind, do you? Shuren was even more straightforward. Even if you don't kill them, I will kill them all later. Leo said without hesitation, the so-called Old Demons faction is just a bunch of scum who obstruct the rule and management of the demon lords. Anyone who dares to disobey Lady Chaffney, Leo. No, the entire Stone Lady tribe will crush them into mincemeat. As soon as she said that, the female demons around her immediately responded loudly. It seemed that they were the elites of the Stone Lady tribe. Only then did Shuren notice that these female demons were all superior demons above level 70. As expected of the number 1 race in the Succubus territory, as expected of the strongest demons in the Omnipotensen. Just the high-end combat power of the Stone Lady tribe alone was probably no less than a regiment of royal knights. No, perhaps the Stone Lady tribe could even contend against the entire Mitra kingdom. After all, the Stone Lady tribe had a total of 3 legendary powerhouses, and Lil herself was a super powerhouse at level 99. Perhaps even Alidia might not be her match. Leave this to us. If you want to meet someone you know, go ahead. Lil began to chase people away. Shuren had no intention of staying, but his heart moved and he asked a question. That Shuren did not finish his sentence and stopped. Forget it. Under Leal's puzzled gaze, Shuren shrugged, turned around, and left the scene. Ridiculous. Leal could only snort twice, then ordered her people to clean up the aftermath. After that, she still needed to clean up a wave of suspicious characters in Succubus City. At the same time, on a street a distance away from the inn, the otherworldly demon Shan was wiping non-existent sweat off his forehead. That was really scary. I nearly died from fright. Shan patted his chest with lingering fear as he recalled the scene where he was subdued by the binding magic just now. As expected of a hero. No wonder that person kept reminding us to be careful of him. As he spoke, Shan leaped into the air. With an astonishing speed, he dashed through the streets and alleys, heading in a certain direction. There was a territory there. That was the territory of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As the 4th most powerful tribe in the Succubus territory, inferior only to the Stone Lady tribe, Tawu tribe, and Ashen Grey tribe, the territory of the otherworldly demonic tribe in Succubus City wasn't small, but it wasn't shabby either. Not only was it located close to the heart of the city, it occupied a large area as well. From time to time, powerful auras would appear in the territory, telling others that the otherworldly demonic tribe had quite a few experts. When Shan flew into the territory of the otherworldly demonic tribe, several powerful auras instantly locked onto him. Only after realizing Shan's identity did they retract their auras. Just like that, Shan entered the territory of the otherworldly demonic tribe and headed straight to where the chief was. There, a demon who seemed to be slightly older than Shan was standing with his back facing him. Big brother. Shan landed on his back and called out to him. The other party was the chief of the otherworldly demonic tribe, one of the subordinates of the succubus demons, Sisei. Are you back? Shisai didn't turn around. Instead, she spoke in a flat tone. Yes, I'm back. Shan still had a fearful look on his face. You might not know, but I thought that I wouldn't be able to make it back. Shan's words were extremely exaggerated. What's wrong? Sisei asked doubtfully. Did you meet with danger? I guess so. Shan sighed deeply. Even though it wasn't direct, if the other party wanted to make a move on me in that situation, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it back. Sisay understood the hidden meaning behind those words. It seems like that hero isn't someone to be trifled with, Sisay said thoughtfully. What happened to those fellows? Xian could also tell who Sisay was referring to. Thus, he replied straightforwardly. They're all dead, Xian said straightforwardly. Xian said straightforwardly, it's just like you said, big brother. Those petty tricks can't do anything to that hero. They can't even force the Sand Scale tribe to submit. What a bunch of useless fellows. They're just pawns to be discarded. Sisay, on the other hand, was very calm. They're just a bunch of pawns to be discarded. At most, they're just there to test the hero's abilities. What else can you expect from them? That's true. Xian nodded in agreement and said regretfully, it's a pity that the people of the succubus castle didn't have a conflict with that hero in the name of prohibiting private fights. Rules are made by people. Her Highness Succubus made the rule that forbids fighting in Succubus City. Since Her Highness Succubus favors that hero, even if he breaks the rule, Her Highness Succubus won't punish him. Sisay said disapprovingly, rules are made by people. Her Highness Succubus made the rule that forbids duels in Succubus City. Since Her Highness Succubus favors that hero, then even if he breaks the rule, Her Highness Succubus can't punish that hero. You're thinking too much. Sisay said disapprovingly. Rules are made by people, and Her Highness Succubus forbids fighting in Succubus City. Since Her Highness Succubus favors that hero, even if he breaks the rule, Her Highness Succubus won't punish him. That's true. Xian scratched his head. But I thought that the people in Succubus Castle would also be unhappy with Her Highness Succubus befriending that hero. You're thinking too much. Sisay saw through the situation and remained calm. Those fellows are undoubtedly loyal to Her Highness Succubus. No matter how unhappy they are with others, as long as it's something that Her Highness Succubus doesn't want to see, they won't let it happen. As an officer under the command of the succubus, Sisay understood this point well enough. However, is it the same for you? My cute Sisay? When such a voice suddenly sounded, both Sisay and Xian shuddered. In the next second, both of them knelt down on one knee in the direction of the voice. Who? Suddenly, a gust of wind started to blow. It was a gust of fishy wind. There seemed to be a strong smell of fresh blood, as well as the stench of rotting corpses. It was faintly nauseating. An old man appeared from the fishy wind. He had no hair, but his eyebrows and beard were long. He held a walking stick in his hand and wore a linen robe. He gave off the vibe of an old fisherman from the countryside. Both Sisay and Xian spoke respectfully when they saw the old man. Greetings, Lord Parayan. Greetings, Lord Parayan. Just like that, the two Legend Realm experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe expressed their subservience to the mysterious old man like subordinates. Good. The old man named Parayan looked at Sisay and Xian with benevolent eyes, as though he was looking at his own grandchildren. His tone was extremely amiable. However, Sisay and Xian didn't even dare to raise their heads. In fact, there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. Taking a closer look, there were two demons behind Parayan. The two demons were a man and a woman. However, they weren't young. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Their auras weren't any weaker than Sisay and Xian's, but they followed behind Parayan expressionlessly, as if they were bodyguards. Parayan brought the two of them and walked up to Sisay and Xian. You seem to have met Shuren Boztut. Parayan was still amiable. How is it? That brave warrior? Xian didn't speak, or rather, he didn't dare to speak. He looked at his elder brother. Sisay pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Just like what that person said, this brave warrior isn't easy to deal with. The people that Lord Parayan entrusted to us were discovered and eliminated as soon as they took action. Sisay spoke the truth. Is that so? Parayan didn't seem to care about those who died. He just smiled and muttered to himself, indeed, just like what Star said, he's an incredible variable. Upon hearing Parayan's words, the two demons on both sides of Parayan couldn't help but speak up. As long as Lord Parayan gives the order, we'll go and get the head of the brave warrior right now. The middle-aged demon spoke with a deep voice. Even if he's a brave warrior, with the four of us attacking him together, I don't believe we can't take him down. The middle-aged woman's demon also said in a crisp voice. Sai and Shan looked at each other, but neither of them said a word. They were different from the two foolish followers. They knew very well how dangerous it would be if they were to do so. They also believed that Parian would understand this and wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have migrated to the succubus city with their entire race under Parian's instructions and developed here. They had been hiding under the succubus command and doing something similar to undercover work. As expected, don't underestimate the brave warriors. Parian said unhurriedly, they're the most incredible miracles in this world. They're so incredible that they can even affect the demon king and the supreme god. Back then, the cold and heartless heart of the supreme god was almost pried open by the first brave warrior. It wasn't until the first brave warrior was tortured and killed by the demon king that the supreme god completely sealed himself. The demon king was also defeated by the brave warrior, Mitra. This proves that the brave warrior's holy sword is indeed the natural enemy of us demons. Parian tapped the walking stick in his hand. Even if that brave warrior hasn't transcended, with the holy sword in hand, a few legendary powerhouses can't deal with him easily. Not to mention you guys, even I don't have absolute confidence in taking down Sharon Boztut. Don't forget, the cautious star reminded us that we can only overestimate him and not underestimate him. As he spoke, Parian actually laughed to himself. On the other hand, the two accompanying demons were somewhat doubtful. Can we really believe that person's words? I always feel that he seems to be doing something secretly. Even Lord Yu is on guard against him. I don't think his words are trustworthy. The two accompanying demons said so. Don't say that. Parian didn't seem to mind and said, no matter what, he won't be able to escape from the leader's control. We have to be merciful to a little guy without any talent who can only play with puppets. After saying that, Parian muttered to himself for a while and looked at Sisay and Shan. For the time being, don't touch that brave warrior. Let's observe the situation first. We have another mission this time. As for the matter regarding that brave warrior, just as the leader said, let Moon handle it. Our target is the Devilman, or rather, the succubus. At this point, Parian spoke to Sisay and Shan in a meaningful tone. You two should be able to do it, right? Hearing Parian's words, Sisay and Shan felt their hearts tremble slightly. Of course, we wouldn't dare to disobey. Sisay replied. Why yes. Shan hurriedly replied. That's good. Parian smiled and said, I thought that after seeing the succubus for too long, your hearts would be captured by that devilman like everyone else. Sisay and Shan both fell silent, and their gazes were somewhat complicated. Obviously, Parian had spoken out the thoughts in their minds. In this world, there was no one who wouldn't be captured after seeing that person for too long. Of course, Sisay and Shan were no exception. However, they also knew that Parian's orders couldn't be disobeyed. After all, they were, my beloved apostle. Parian laughed merrily, and the more he laughed, the weirder it became. Sisay and Shan could only lower their heads and declare in unison. Everything we have belongs to you. We are the disciple of the great ambassador of the sun, Lord Parian. How are you? Are you all right? Shan asked the people of the Sand Scale tribe in the small hotel that had been damaged. With Xianxia as the leader, the group of Sand Scale people still looked a little pale, but they had already recovered a lot. Xianxia represented everyone. And bowed to Sharon gratefully. Thank you, sir. You've saved us once again. Xianxia said. Sharon shook his head. This time, you guys encountered this because of me, so I should be the one who implicated you. Sharon's attitude towards the Sand Scale tribe was much better than before. Although they were implicated by him, Sharon was still very satisfied with the way Xianxia and the others behaved. After all, the Sand Scale tribe did not cooperate with them when someone threatened them with their lives, and instead refused. This undoubtedly made Sharon have a good impression of him. Of course, Sharon knew that Xianxia and the others chose not to cooperate not entirely because of him, but more because of the objective situation. If they cooperated with the old demons to deal with him, the Sand Scale tribe would no longer have a place in the succubus territory or even the entire demon realm. That was the real reason why Xianxia refused to cooperate. Even so, Sharon was satisfied. At least, it was a fact that they would rather lose their lives than deal with him. In that case, Shuren naturally would not consider himself as their savior. However, Xianxia obviously did not think so. It doesn't matter if we're implicated or not. It's also a fact that Sir saved our lives. Xianxia smiled bitterly. At the end of the day, it's because we're too weak. Otherwise, the same thing might happen again in the future. Xianxia's words made all the Sandscale clansmen fall silent, and a trace of sorrow appeared in their eyes. Shan looked at this scene and did not know what to say. From a certain point of view, what Xianxia said was not false. The demon realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and being weak was a sin. If one did not have enough power to protect himself, even if he survived today's calamity, another calamity might come tomorrow. The invasion of the hoofed monsters proved this point. If Shuren did not suddenly appear and happen to help the Sandscale tribe, the Sandscale tribe might have perished. In the Devil realm, there were many similar things like this. Therefore, Xianxia could see through it very clearly. She was not implicated. In the final analysis, it was because she was too weak to resist all the malice that came to her, which led to all of this. Clearly understanding this point, Xianxia naturally would not blame Shuren. However, although Shuren could understand her point, he would not accept it. How about this? Shan pondered for a while, and then said to Xianxia, I'll help you later to see if you can live in the succubus city. Live in the succubus scale Jew, live in the scale tribe, live in the succubus? Xianxia couldn't help but cover her mouth. There was no other way. Living in the succubus scale Jew was what all the tribes in the succubus territory hoped for. The succubus scale Jew forbids fighting and is the only safe place in the succubus territory. You told me this before, right? Shuren smiled and said to Xianxia, if you can live in the succubus scale Jew, then your sand scale tribe should not have to live in fear. This was the only thing Shuren could do to help them. But, live in the succubus scale Jew, Xianxia wanted to say something, but because she was too excited, she was a little incoherent. Shuren also knew what Xianxia wanted to say. I know that one of the 3 conditions you mentioned must be met to live in the succubus scale Jew, right? Xianxia said that there were 3 conditions to live in the succubus scale Jew. 1. Get the permission of Her Highness Succubus, the Overlord. 2. Get the recommendation of more than 3 large tribes in the succubus scale Jew. 3. Have 100 superior demons in the tribe and can live in the succubus scale Jew. If any of these 3 conditions were met, no matter which tribe, they could live in the succubus scale Jew. Shuren could not help the sand scale Jew fulfill the last 2 conditions. But if it was the first condition, Shuren could still think of a way. I will help you ask Chafner for permission. That was Shuren's plan. Xianxia opened her mouth as if she wanted to refuse, but this was simply too attractive to the sand scale tribe. Xianxia wanted to refuse several times, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. In the end, Xianxia could only speak with a worried expression. Can a marginal, weak tribe like us really get the permission of Her Highness Succubus Scale Jew and live in the Succubus Scale Jew? Xianxia did not dare to have too much hope. So far, it was very rare for a tribe to get permission to live in the Succubus Scale Jew from the Succubus Scale Jew. As far as Xianxia knew, since the establishment of the Succubus Scale Jew, Chafner had personally allowed less than 3 tribes to live in the Succubus Scale Jew. Furthermore, these less than 3 tribes had all obtained her admiration and recognition, which was why they had obtained the spots. The Stone Lady tribe was one of the tribes that had obtained this quota. At that time, the demon world had just been formed, and Chafner had obtained her own territory and established the Succubus Scale Jew. She then recruited the entire Stone Lady tribe into the Succubus Scale Jew, making them the first tribe to live in the Succubus Scale Jew. After that, about a few hundred years ago, Chafner recruited another tribe to live in the Succubus Scale Jew. That tribe was the 5th-ranked Rock Giant tribe in the Succubus Scale Jew. The leader of the Rock Giant tribe was one of Chafner's subordinates. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, he led the entire tribe to fight at the front lines. Unfortunately, all of them died in battle, and only a group of descendants survived. Hundreds of years ago, Chafner found this group of descendants and brought them into the Succubus Scale Jew. After hundreds of years of recuperation, they were able to develop rapidly. Now, they also had 2 legendary powerhouses and became the 5th-ranked tribe in the Succubus Scale Jew. The two rock giants guarding the gate of the succubus scale Jew were the two legendary powerhouses of the rock giant tribe. They were grateful to Chaffner for giving them a chance to return to the past. Thus, they were willing to become the guards of the gate, boasting that the succubus scale Jew had the strongest defense. Apart from the Stone Lady tribe and the rock giant tribe, Chaffner did not allow any other tribe to live in the succubus scale Jew. It was only natural that Xianxia would feel uneasy about this. Shuren did not say it too confidently, lest things go wrong in the future. He just said it. I will do my best to help you get it. I believe that she will still be willing to give me, her future brother-in-law, some face, right? Shuren comforted Xianxia, but he felt uneasy. This was something that could not be helped. I just don't know how that witch will torture me when I beg her. The corners of Shuren's mouth twitched. Xianxia looked at Shuren and sighed inwardly. She really did not expect that this mysterious human powerhouse who had suddenly descended from the sky and saved the Sand Scale tribe from the hoofed monsters would actually be the legendary hero. The news of the hero's reincarnation had spread like wildfire in the demon realm recently, and Xianxia would never have thought that she would meet him in the end. Moreover, he was clearly the natural enemy of demons, but he was about to sign a marriage contract with one of the top demons, the dragon demon. He would become the fiancé of a demon and the brother-in-law of another demon. When Xianxia first learned about this, she was in a daze more than once, not daring to confirm whether she was dreaming or not. For a weak tribe like the Sand Scale tribe, the identity of a legendary powerhouse was already shocking enough. Now that he was even more legendary than a legendary powerhouse, it was no wonder that Xianxia felt that it was unreal. It could be said that whether it was the hero or the fiancé of a demon, these two identities were more terrifying than a mere legendary powerhouse. The encounters in the past few days also made Xianxia realize that getting to know such an existence was both a blessing and a curse for her tribe. But now, the curse seemed to have passed. If he was really favored by Her Highness Succubus, and was even her brother-in-law, he might be able to get a place to live in Succubus City. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not refuse even if she wanted to. If you can really get us a permit to live in Succubus City, then from now on, the Sand Scale tribe will definitely follow your lead. Xianxia could only make such a promise with a serious expression. She knew that he would not give such a permit to a weak tribe. But apart from this, Xianxia could not think of anything else to repay him. If she could offer herself, Xianxia would definitely use all her abilities to serve Shuren without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was a hero and the fiancé of Her Highness Dragon Demon. He probably would not be interested in a commoner like her, right? While thinking about this, Xianxia didn't know that at this moment, Shan suddenly felt that he had lost something very good. What's with this feeling of missing out on 100 million? Shuren blinked in confusion. But soon, he didn't care about it anymore. I will ask the Stone Ladies to take care of you, and from now on, you should not encounter the same thing again, Shuren instructed. You can move to another place to stay and leave the rest to me. Yes. Xianxia naturally obeyed his orders. Thus, with Shuren's help, the Sand Scale tribe moved out of this small hotel and moved to another place to stay. Shuren indeed asked Leal to send someone to take care of them. Leal did not refuse, probably because of Chaffney's order to take care of Shuren and satisfy Shuren's request. This matter came to an end for the time being. However, the undercurrent in Succubus City did not stop there. The malice was still approaching. The sky gradually darkened. By the time Shuren finished dealing with all matters related to the Sand Scale tribe, the streets were already shrouded in darkness. To Shuren's surprise, there was not a single house in the Succubus City that had any lights. This was what Leal said at the side. The night is the domain of the Supreme of Demons, Her Highness Selah, so we demons don't choose to use lights to dispel the darkness at night. Moonlight is enough. If this had happened in any other city in the human world, it would probably have caused a certain degree of inconvenience. However, there was no such inconvenience in the demon realm. Firstly, the moonlight in the demon realm was indeed very bright. Even with the help of moonlight, it was not a problem to live normally at night. Secondly, the night vision of the demon race was much stronger than that of the human race. Furthermore, both of them were quite powerful, so the mere darkness wouldn't affect them too much. Therefore, in the demon realm, no matter which city it was, there were no lights. Moreover, the moon in the demon realm would not be obscured. It would rise no matter which night it was, just that it was waxing and waning. This could be considered a unique culture of the demons, right? Alright. After understanding this, Shuren did not mind anymore. With external destiny in hand, he would not be troubled by the darkness. Rather, with external destiny's enhanced senses, not only did it give Shuren very good night vision, but even if he lost his sight, he could still perceive the situation around him through other senses. The lack of lights at night did not hinder Shuren at all. Therefore, Shuren did not mind too much and headed towards the succubus castle with Leal. Along the way, Shuren was still thinking about how he should ask Chafni to give the Sand Scale tribe residency in the succubus city. However, when Shuren returned to the succubus castle, he saw an unexpected person before he could enter. Greekville? Leal also called out the person's name in surprise. The person who came was Gray, whom she had met once before. Gray was standing in front of the succubus castle's main entrance. He did not go near the castle, instead standing there as straight as a pen. It looked as if it was waiting for someone. That was the truth. You're back? Gray turned to Shuren, his gaze stopping on Shuren. You're looking for me? Shuren raised a brow. That's right. Gray nodded and said straightforwardly, do you have time to talk? Gray had a kind smile on his face as he said that. Obviously, this time, the other party wasn't here to cause trouble. Greekville? Leal asked with a frown. Gray glanced at Leal and said, I just have some things I want to ask my kin who has come to the realm of demons and the succubus city. I don't want to do anything to him. Gray's words rendered Leal speechless. The main thing was that Roland's explanation was impeccable, and Leal couldn't find any flaws in it. She knew Gray had been in the demon realm for about 20 years, he must have a lot of things to know. Leal more or less remembered something about Gray. In the end, she left without a word, leaving the stage to Sean and Gray. Shuren looked at the mysterious human powerhouse, his thoughts. Unknown. Gray, on the other hand, suddenly said. How's Xianxia? When the words came out of Gray's mouth, Shuren was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. Xianxia? Shuren frowned, a little surprised and a little hesitant. Are you talking about the king of Mitra Kingdom? Should be. Gray smiled and said indifferently, when I left, logically speaking, the throne could only have fallen into his hands. I also heard from Hart that he became the king of the Mitra Kingdom and had 2 beautiful daughters, but I haven't seen him for more than 20 years. I don't even know how he is doing. Upon hearing this, Sean understood. You're old friends with the king? This was the only possibility that Shuren could think of. However, it turned out that his thoughts were still too gentle. How should I put it? Gray felt a little nostalgic and said something shocking. Strictly speaking, he and I are half-brothers. What? Shuren's eyes widened. Brothers, half-brothers, Gray and Xianxia, doesn't that mean, you? You are. Shuren looked at Gray in astonishment. Gray pursed his lips and sighed. My old surname is Mitra, Greekville Mitra, a former member of the Mitra royal family who abandoned the identity of a prince and the surname left by my ancestors more than 20 years ago and came to the demon realm. Shuren was silent. He was completely speechless. This mysterious human powerhouse who was recruited by the Taowu clan and reached level 99 was actually a member of the Mitra Kingdom's royal family, or a former prince. A true descendant of the hero, F***CK. Don't be nervous, and don't look at me like that. I'm not here to claim kinship with you. Gray seemed to be amused by Shuren's reaction. He laughed and said, like I said, I have abandoned my past identity. I'm just a former prince. Moreover, Xianxia and I are half-brothers, but Xianxia is the direct descendant of the royal family. I'm just a collateral descendant, the child of the former king's concubine. If I didn't have some talent, it would be impossible for me to get the identity of a prince. Gray's words were spoken in an extremely calm and nonchalant manner. It could be imagined that this identity had really become a thing of the past for him, right? Of course, although Gray said these words in a very indifferent tone, Shuren could still hear a lot of things from it. For example, you can't be considered a little talent at all, right? Shuren said sincerely. I thought Alidia was already the strongest human. Now it seems that you may be stronger than Alidia. In terms of level, Gray was even higher than Aridia. In terms of strength, Shuren felt that Gray would not be weaker than Alidia. No matter what, he was a true descendant of the hero Mitra. Since this person was able to obtain the title of prince by relying on his status as a collateral relative, it was easy to imagine that his talent and unique skills were definitely not inferior to Alidia's. And Alidia was already regarded as a rare super genius. The deeds of this Grakeville were probably even more amazing than Alidia's. Such a person actually abandoned his identity and status, and because of the succubus, he lived in Succubus City for more than 20 years. It was simply shocking. I didn't know that there was someone like you in the Mitra royal family. Shuren expressed his most direct surprise. Gray, however, was indifferent. This is normal. Gray said very calmly, for the Mitra royal family, I am already a disgrace. I have betrayed the expectations of the country, betrayed the expectations of the royal family, and even betrayed my race. I am a sad, hateful, and pitiful person who shamelessly ran to become the succubus pawn. Why would they take the initiative to mention me? Not to mention the people of the royal family, even the civilians did not mention such a prince anymore. One could imagine how many people had been disappointed by him and how many people felt betrayed. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the kingdom forbade the people from mentioning the existence of such a prince. Now, he was probably completely forgotten by many people, and they were not willing to mention him again. I heard that you are the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure, right? Gray looked at Shuren as if he was looking at a junior, and his eyes became a little kinder. Shuren could not stand this look and shrugged helplessly. Have you never seen Rosie? Shuren took the initiative to bring up this topic. Of course not. When I came to the demon realm, Anchi had just gotten married. I did not have the chance to see his daughter. Gray said regretfully, but I have heard a lot of rumors about that child. Hart also told me that her beauty is second only to Her Highness Succubus, and she is also an incredible genius. She has even been recognized by the holy sword left behind by the ancestors. She is much stronger than me. If possible, I really want to see her. Then why don't you go back and see? Shuren said without hesitation, with your strength, it should not be difficult for you to return to the human world and return to the Mitra kingdom, right? Indeed. Gray was silent for a moment, and then immediately said, but what qualifications do I have? When Gray said those words, his eyes were filled with utter desolation. However, although he was desolate, Gray did not feel regretful. Perhaps, from the moment I saw Her Highness Succubus, I was already a useless person? Gray said self-deprecatingly, in history, how many heroes have not been able to pass this hurdle? Even a few of the brave have become Her Highness Succubus captives. I used to be very disdainful of this, until I met Her Highness Succubus, only then did I know that everything was not exaggerated. It is precisely because of this that I was so crazy at that time. Gray's voice seemed to be very far away, and he said sadly, at that time, I thought that with my talent, my strength, I would be able to make Her Highness Succubus take a second look at me and get a chance to pursue her. As the saying goes, youth is frivolous. At that time, Gray was indeed very high-spirited. To be able to become a real prince with the identity of a collateral relative and be valued by the royal family, Gray at that time must have been first class in appearance, talent, and ability, even the #1 hero of the human race. It was understandable that such a person would think that he could pursue Succubus, and even disregard everything for it. Who would have thought? For more than 20 years, I did not even have the chance to speak more than a few words with Her Highness Succubus. Gray's voice was full of vicissitudes. She didn't even want to look at me. Can you imagine how much of a blow that was to me? Hearing this, Shuren looked at Gray with eyes full of sympathy. It had to be said that Gray's situation was indeed worthy of sympathy. He should have been a genius, a legend who could turn the impossible into the possible. He should have been even more talented than Alidia. He should have been so outstanding that he could have become a legitimate prince even though he was from a branch family. At that time, he should have been at the height of his success, the proudest and the most high-spirited. If he had continued like that, he might have even been able to defeat Anchi in the competition for the throne as a branch family member and replace Anchi as the king of the Mitra kingdom. At that time, his future and status would definitely be something that most people in the world would be envious of. It would also be something that many people could only dream of. Unfortunately, he had met Chafine, and his mind had been captured by that succubus. From then on, he had completely fallen for her, willingly giving up everything for her and settling down in the demon realm. That would have been fine. If all of this had turned out well, then it naturally wouldn't have been a tragedy. At that time, Gray must have been full of confidence in himself. He believed that as the #1 genius of the human race, a true genius of the heavens, he would be able to successfully pursue the #1 beauty of the 3 realms. Moreover, Gray's appearance had always been beautiful, and he looked even more like a prince on a white horse than a prince on a white horse. To women, he was definitely the perfect representation of a dream lover. It was precisely because of this that Gray, who had been too successful in the first half of his life, thought that he could surpass his predecessors and achieve success. He thought that he would be chosen by the indifferent succubus. However, reality was cruel. The succubus didn't even look at this genius of the heavens more than a few times. That high-spirited prince ended up staying in Succubus City for more than 20 years, but he couldn't even get the person he liked to look at him. That was a nightmare that could make Gray's entire world collapse. All these years, I've often wondered if that decision back then was the right one. Gray muttered to himself. But I discovered that I will cherish, I will reminisce, I will hesitate, I will sigh, but I will never feel regret. This told Gray that even if he had to do it again, he would still make the same choice. The only people I've let down are those who had high hopes for me, who hoped that I could make the Mitra kingdom stronger and more outstanding. Gray was just like that. Shuren didn't know what to say. Comfort, that wasn't something he should do. Since the other party said that he didn't regret it, then all the consequences had to be admitted by the other party. How could it be anyone else's turn to worry? Moreover, sympathy was one thing, but Shuren didn't feel like he should do anything for the former prince. At the end of the day, he had abandoned his country, his bloodline, his family, and even his race for the sake of a woman. Even if he were to be punished, it was a matter of course. He only had himself to blame. In any case, if it were him, Sean would definitely not want others to come to him and talk about principles and tell him whether this choice was right or wrong. It could only be said that this was life. The only emotion that Sean had was probably rejoicing. The only emotion that Shuren felt was probably to feel. That to be rejoicing. Shuren to be said that. To that said. He to be. If he wasn't careful and couldn't control himself, and really fell under the infinite charm of the succubus, his ending might not be much better than Gray's. A goddess wouldn't like bootlickers. She'd only like men who can conquer her. A goddess wouldn't like bootlickers. She'd only like men who could conquer her. And a man who could conquer her had yet to be born. That was why that woman was so disdainful of everyone. If Sean had been subdued by her extraordinary charm like the others, then, regardless of whether he was a brave or not, the succubus would not have taken a second look at him. She might even have obstructed his engagement with AIE. Fortunately, Sean was able to resist it, which made that woman interested in him. At least he wouldn't end up like Gray, a loser with nothing in the end. Of course, Gray didn't think so. Really? Gray narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuren, as if he wanted to see through him. You really don't think you've fallen? Evidently, Gray did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could resist Chaff's charms. But how would he know? Trust me. The daughter of your half-brother is more beautiful and outstanding than you can imagine. She's definitely not much worse than that succubus. Shuren said firmly, also, although I'm very impulsive, I'm very realistic. I won't have extravagant hopes for things I don't have. In the end, I'll pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. As an ambitious youth living in the 21st century, Shuren knew that goddesses were to be looked at, not licked. One had to know one's limits. One shouldn't chase after things that were too far away from oneself. Otherwise, failure would be the only outcome. Perhaps some people would have great dreams, and perhaps some people would have lofty ideals. Even if they were grassroots, they would still want to fight for it, to work hard, and to fight for it. But you weren't the only one walking this path. In the end, how many people would fall on this path and become someone else's stepping stone? In the end, how many people would be defeated by reality and become a sacrifice? Shuren's ability to accept things was very abnormal. He understood this from the beginning and never had extravagant hopes. Some people would say that he didn't want to make progress and was willing to be mediocre. Some people would say that he lost his ambition and had no vision. But what Sharon wanted to say was, what you guys like might not be what I like. Don't use your thinking to decide what I should do and what I will do. So what if he was willing to be mediocre, to be able to live a carefree life? Would he lose to dedicating his life to struggle and struggle? Therefore, after Sharon reincarnated into this world, he immediately accepted his current situation. He never thought of himself as a savior, nor did he want to achieve anything in this world. Even though he had basically become one of the top experts in the omnipotence and possessed power that everyone envied, he had never been complacent, nor did he feel that he was special. For Sharon, being able to obtain Rosie, Tare, Marika, and those beauties that he didn't even dare to dream of in his previous life was already a pleasant surprise. Because of this, I'm very satisfied with my current situation and have never asked for more. Sharon's calm words were met with silence from Gray. Looking at Sharon's eyes, which were not very clear, but were clearer than anyone else's, Gray felt all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. After a long time, "You're right," Gray murmured. "If I could have been as rational as you back then," Gray shook his head and didn't say the rest of his words. Still, he didn't feel any regret, just pity. "I didn't come here in vain," Gray said from the bottom of his heart. "Being able to chat with you was indeed the right choice." "Likewise." Sharon spread his hands and said, "Knowing that the kingdom still has such an outstanding person alive and well, I can probably feel happy?" "Don't say things that you don't mean." Gray couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, Anchi and the kingdom should be doing well, and there's even a new hero joining. In the future, you'll obtain a new hero's bloodline. If that's the case, I can rest assured. With that, Gray turned around. "Do you need me to help you keep it a secret?" Sharon suddenly asked as he looked at Gray's back. Gray's figure froze. He knew that by keeping it a secret, Sharon was referring to keeping it a secret from the people of Mitra. In other words, he wouldn't tell the people of Mitra about Gray. That included the people of the royal family. Gray thought for a moment, and finally sighed faintly. "Sorry to trouble you." Gray said in a low voice, "It's better not to let more people know about a shameful existence like me, and don't let them remember me." Leaving such words behind, Gray slowly left. Sean was the only one left. Watching Gray's receding figure, he sighed with emotion after a long time. Being a bootlicker really doesn't have a future. With that, Sharon also left. Not long after, two silhouettes quietly appeared here. They were two figures that Sharon and Gray were very familiar with. One of them was Leal. Leal looked at the direction where Sharon left with a complicated gaze. As for the other figure, she was much more enchanting and fiery than Leal. Even under the moonlight, she was exceptionally charming and beautiful. Who else could it be other than Chafine? I didn't think I would overhear such an interesting conversation when I came here for a look. Chafine also looked at Sharon's back and curled up the corner of her lips. It was obvious that Chafine was in a good mood. "What you guys like might not be what I like," satisfied with the status quo and never asking for more. "This is the first time I've heard someone look at me like that." Chafine seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at Chafine's reaction, Leal felt a little regretful. She was the one who told Chafine about it, which piqued Chafine's interest, hence she came here to eavesdrop. She was only following Chafine's instructions and paying special attention to Sean's situation. That was why she had reported everything that had happened today to Chafine when she returned. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? This hero is really special. Chafine praised Leal endlessly. Don't you think so? Leal? He's just making a fuss, Leal replied, but it was obvious that she did not mean it. Chafine did not mind. Her mind was filled with everything Sharon had said just now. I want to see if he can really be indifferent to me. Chafine's eyes gradually shone with an indescribable light. If Ai was here and saw this scene, she would definitely feel anxious, right? Whenever Chafine showed such a gaze, it meant that she had her eyes on someone. She had her eyes on a prey that she found fun. As the night gradually deepened, the human aura in the succubus city began to disappear. Although they were demons, like humans, they also needed to sleep and rest. Except for some races that were more nocturnal, demons would still fall asleep at night. It was not that there were no nocturnal demons in the succubus city. However, the number of these demons was definitely relatively small. Therefore, except for some special areas, the succubus city was relatively quiet at night. Even the two legendary rock giants guarding the gate of the succubus castle were like real stone statues. They closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Unless someone approached them, they would not wake up. In this way, Shuren naturally got ready to sleep. Originally, he wanted to use the magic tool that Rosie gave him to communicate with Her Royal Highness to ease his longing. Who knew that the tool could not connect across worlds, so Shuren had no choice but to give up. I don't know how that girl will react if she knows that I'm going to marry AIE. Shuren really felt a little guilty. After all, it was such a big matter. It was really inappropriate to confirm it without discussing it with Rosie, who was theoretically the wife. It was conceivable that Rosie must be furious, and she might even have the mood to stab Shuren to death. What can I do? Shuren smiled bitterly. This matter was extremely sudden for him. How could he have the spare energy to discuss it with Rosie? Moreover, Rosie, as his fiancée, would definitely not be completely unaffected when his identity was exposed. She might be dealing with her own matters at this time, and would not have the spare energy to care about Shuren at all, right? It could only be said that all of this came too suddenly. Whether it was for Shuren or Rosie, they were both caught off guard. I can only take it one step at a time. Shuren thought so. Anyway, the target was AIE, so Rosie would not have too much of a reaction, right? From the beginning, Rosie had always been on guard against AIE. Now that her guard was not in vain, Her Royal Highness should not be unable to accept it. Probably. I just don't know what those people in the Mitra Kingdom will think. With this thought in mind, Shuren rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Let's sleep. After suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, Shuren lay down and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Tomorrow, he was going to meet Chaffney and tell her about the sand scales to see if she could make things easier for him. I just hope that Her Royal Highness Succubus can be a little more reserved and let me go, so, Shuren murmured and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because he was indeed a little tired, but Sean soon fell into a deep sleep. For these 2 days, Shuren quickly fell asleep just like that. Who asked Leal to arrange at least dozens of fights with her every day, in order to deal with the chieftain of the Stone Girl tribe, who was only one step away from the ultimate level. Sean would sometimes use the Samsara Destiny. Sometimes, Shuren would even activate Samsara Destiny to deal with the Stone Chief, who was only one step away from the limit. Even if it was just a one-fold increase, it would still consume a lot of mana. Of course, no matter how tired he was, with the effect of External Destiny, as long as someone deliberately approached Sean, other than the maid who was very unscientific in all aspects, Sean would wake up very quickly. Unfortunately, today, Sean's External Destiny was destined to meet an opponent. Unfortunately, today, Shuren's External Destiny was destined to meet an opponent. With a slight gust of wind, a figure floated in silently from outside the window of Sean's room. With the sound of the wind, a figure silently floated in from outside Shuren's window. It was Chaffney. Hee. Looking at Shuren, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Chaffney laughed mischievously. It's been a long time since I entered the dream. I wonder if I've gotten rusty. Chaffney muttered to herself as she chuckled. Let me see, in the dream, are you really as reserved as you say, Lord Hero? With that, Chaffney seemed to be dancing. She turned around on the spot and turned into a streak of light, flying towards Shuren. In the next second, Chaffney entered Shuren's body and disappeared. That night, Shuren had a dream. It was a beautiful, yet illusory dream. In the dream, he appeared in the divine realm for some reason. He strolled in a sea of flowers, feeling lost. Shuren wanted to express his thoughts, but he found that he was in a trance. His thinking was slow, and his brain worked very slowly. He subconsciously let go of his rationality. Therefore, Sean lifted his pace and continued to walk forward. He strolled in the endless sea of flowers, as if he was looking for something. If they were in the real sanctuary, perhaps Sean would have seen the figure of the goddess lying in the sea of flowers, as if in eternal sleep. However, this was not the real sacred region. It was just an illusory dreamland. Fortunately, although there was no omnipotent goddess in this dream, there was the embodiment of beauty. At some point, Sharon stopped, and the surroundings became silent. He stared blankly in front of him, captivated by the beautiful scene before him. Hee, a heart-stirring laughter reverberated in the sea of flowers. Upon closer inspection, there was an incomparably beautiful figure dancing in front of the sea of flowers. She was as beautiful as a fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. She had a fiery figure, which was extremely alluring. She was like a goddess that would only appear in countless people's dreams. Her smile and frown could make one's heart tremble. Such a beautiful woman was dancing in the sea of flowers, laughing cheerfully from time to time. That scene could be said to be the only one in the world. Sharon was drunk. He was intoxicated by the heart-stirring laughter. He was intoxicated by the soul-stirring beauty. In the hazy dream, even Sharon's thinking was slow. How could he be like in reality, constantly persevering in his swaying, using reason to wake up his heart, and not let himself fall? Because of this, in this dream, Sharon almost fell instantly, without the slightest struggle. The beautiful dancing woman seemed to have noticed Sharon. With a heart-stirring smile, she waved at Sharon. Seeing this, Sharon staggered closer. In a daze, Sharon seemed to hear the other party muttering. Sure enough, in the dream, even he can't resist me. The other party's voice was both proud and a trace of disappointment. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have played like this. If even he fell, what's the point in the future? The other party sighed. This time, I'm going to be scolded to death by little AIE. The other party said in a soft voice. Sharon didn't hear those words clearly, or rather, his brain couldn't understand those words. He just came in front of the other party and stretched out his hand to her in a trance. This situation made the other party say helplessly. Okay, let's stop here. I'm sorry, Sir Hero, you can have a good dream here. After saying that, the beautiful woman floated up like a real fairy, ready to swagger away. Up until here, everything was still normal. However, in the next instant, the biggest surprise happened. In the sky above this sea of flowers, something that seemed to have gathered all the light in this world suddenly appeared here. It was a jade. A red jade that was about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, and could be held in one's arms. The precious jade seemed to have been stimulated by an abnormal magic power, or perhaps it was stimulated by a familiar aura. It suddenly appeared and also suddenly blossomed with boundless red light, completely confining this part of the sea of flowers. The beautiful figure that was floating in the air suddenly paused and fell to the ground again. What? The other party looked at the jade in the air in astonishment, and her eyes were full of doubt. That's my mother's, how can it be? The beautiful woman fell into the most intense shock she had ever experienced in her life. However, Sharon was still in a daze and didn't feel anything. Seeing the beautiful woman who was about to leave return to him, he pushed her to the ground without any hesitation. The woman panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Don't. Sharon turned a deaf ear to the woman's scream and pounced on her. In the sky, the red jade was still spinning as if it came out for a breath of fresh air. It looked so leisurely and joyful. That night, Sharon had the most beautiful dream he had ever had. The next morning, when the sunlight shone into the room again, Sharon woke up. When he woke up, Sharon found that he was inexplicably happy, and he even had a pleasant feeling of body and mind. What's going on? This inexplicable feeling of pleasure. Sharon was a little puzzled. In the past few days in the demon realm, without Xia's service, Sharon didn't feel as comfortable when he woke up in the morning. But today was different. He felt that everything in this world had become more pleasing to the eye, and he felt refreshed from head to toe. It seems that I had a good dream last night. Sharon said half-heartedly, but he couldn't remember what kind of dream he had last night. Forget it. I won't think about it. Soon, Sharon gave up thinking. He got up from the bed and stretched. After stretching, Sharon finally found an uncomfortable spot. Why do I feel a little sore in my back as if my body is overdrawn? Sean could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This morning was so strange that Sharon suspected that Xia had secretly returned to the demon realm and did something to him. Strange things happen every year, but there are many today. Sharon shook his waist and got up, preparing to wash up. About 10 minutes later, Sharon finished washing up and came out of his room. As soon as he came out, Sharon was blocked by someone at the door. Leal looked as if she had been waiting for Sharon for a long time. She glared at him with an extremely unfriendly gaze and seemed to be in a bad mood, her aura reverberating around her. This was not the first time Sharon saw this scene. "You want to fight again?" Sharon's expression fell as he understood Leal's intention. The same thing had been happening for the past few days. The chief of the Stone Ladies seemed to have nothing better to do, blocking Sharon's door every day, looking for a fight. However, today, this guy's mood seemed to be worse than a few days ago. "Let's go." Leal didn't even want to waste her breath. But Sharon wouldn't listen to her. "Let's call it a day." Sharon was a little annoyed and his back was aching. He rubbed his waist and said with a bitter face, "I'm not in my best condition today. I won't fight you." Leal thought Sharon was looking for an excuse to postpone the fight. But when she saw Sharon's bitter face, it didn't seem like he was being perfunctory, so Leal hesitated. "What's wrong?" Leal asked. "I don't know." Sharon said with a blank face, "I just feel tired, as if I've been working hard all night, and my body is a little exhausted." "Really?" Leal frowned and stared straight at Sharon. "Are you sure you're not looking for an excuse to refuse the fight? Is it necessary?" Sharon rolled his eyes. "If I really don't want to fight you, I can just teleport away. Why would I pretend to be sick?" That seemed to convince Leal. Seeing that Sharon didn't seem to be pretending, Leal wasn't willing to accept it, but she wasn't interested in fighting Sharon who wasn't in his best condition. The bodies of you humans are so fragile. You can easily fall sick. Leal said with dissatisfaction, "There's no one in the realm of devils who knows how to recover, and there are very few potions to treat illnesses. Your condition is quite troublesome." Recovery and holy magic were magic systems developed by the Protoss, and only Protoss and clergies in the temple had the chance to learn them. None of the demons could learn this type of magic. It was the same for the magic medicine used to treat diseases. Because most of the demons were strong and had a special physique, there were very few who would fall sick. On the other hand, there were a lot of magic potions for healing wounds, and there were also a lot of magic potions for dispelling curses and negative statuses. These magic potions were the best sellers among the best sellers for the demons who were constantly fighting. Naturally, there was no shortage of them. But healing illnesses was difficult. Fortunately, Sharon shook his head. "I don't look like I'm sick. I'm just overworked." Sharon glanced at Leal and said casually, "After all, I've been challenged over 100 times in the past few days. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be surprising, right?" Not only was Leal not ashamed of Sharon's words, she even criticized him. "Who told you to be so stubborn? Why didn't you just get beaten up?" Leal retorted at Sharon. Sharon really wanted to spit on her face. "It's my fault that I'm not beaten up? Why don't you say it's a mistake that I'm alive?" As Sharon retorted, Leal paused for a moment and thought about it seriously. "Hey!" Sharon's temper flared up. "Humph," Leal snorted. "Anyway, it's fine as long as there's nothing wrong with your body." Hee hee. Sean rolled his eyes again, then knocked his old waist, and suddenly said, "Why don't you find something for me to nourish my body?" "Nourish your body?" Leal paused for a moment but did not reject. "What do you want?" "Anything." Sharon was not picky and said, "Like goji berries and oysters, I can accept anything." As soon as he said that, 3 question marks popped up on Leal's head. Goji berries? Oysters? What was that? A rare treasure, Leal was at a loss. Obviously, goji berries and oysters didn't exist in this world. At this time, Sean also came to his senses. "Why do I want goji berries and oysters?" Sharon had a strange expression. Did he subconsciously think of something to make such a request? Did he know what he should nourish himself with, but recently, he had been alone in an empty room every night. How could he be so extravagant that he needed to nourish his body? Moreover, he was in the prime of his life and there was nothing wrong with his body. Even when he fooled around with Rosie, Tare, Marika, and the others, he had never felt so weak. Why would he need to nourish his body? Could it be that, There's something wrong with my body, Sharon began to worry. It couldn't be helped. This concerned his sexual happiness for the rest of his life. If something really happened to him, what would happen to his family? Not to mention, he still had a legal loli with whom he was about to marry. A legal loli with great dreams was about to marry into his family. How could he let something happen to his body? Looks like I have to pay attention to this area of tonics, and properly weld this waist. Sharon silently made up his mind. Goji berries. Oysters. At that moment, Leal was still struggling to figure out what these two unfamiliar treasures were. Seeing this, Sharon quickly pulled her back. Forget it, I'll look for it myself. Sharon changed the topic. I'm going to look for Chafine now. Do you want to come? Look for Madame Chafine? Leal immediately stopped struggling. She glared at Sharon as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Why are you looking for Madame Chafine? What can I do? Sharon snapped. I just have something to ask of her. Something? Leal wanted to get to the bottom of it. What is it? No, why do you care so much? Sharon was speechless. He directly said, anyway, just tell me if you're coming or not. I'll do it, Leal answered without hesitation. What a joke. After the accident last night, Her Highness Succubus was unprecedentedly interested in this hero. How could she just watch them be alone? Who knew what would happen? She had to keep an eye on them. Then let's go. Sean didn't care about Leal, who had a heavy heart, and continued on his way. Leal immediately followed. No matter what, she would not allow her master to be taken advantage of by a stinky man. No matter what, Shafine's room on the top floor of the succubus castle. Before Sean had the chance to knock on the door, Leal had already stepped forward. I'll do it. Leal did not even give Sharon the chance to knock. She had an expression that said, everything of Her Highness Succubus should belong to me. This made Sharon roll his eyes. Leal ignored Sharon's eye roll. She walked to the door and knocked lightly. Madame Chafine, are you awake? At this moment, Leal's tone was softer than ever, causing the corner of Sean's mouth to twitch. In the room, Chafine's voice quickly rang out. What's the matter? Her voice was still as pleasant as ever, moving the heartstrings. However, for some reason, there was a faint sense of exhaustion in that touching voice. Madame Chafine? Leal noticed it and felt a little strange. However, Shafine's voice sounded again. Don't disturb me today. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. For some reason, Shafine's feeble voice had a seductive quality to it that would make anyone's heart itch. That feeling was as if the beauty inside the door had suddenly become mature and alluring, like a ripe honey peach that had been plucked by someone. It had a different kind of charm. Sharon's heart softened, cursing the vixen in his heart. Even Leal's face was a little flushed. Her eyes were moist, and her voice became even softer. Since Madame Chafine has said so, I won't disturb you anymore, but, before he could finish his sentence, Shafine's voice was heard. All right, Leal. I'm not in the mood to deal with anything today, and I'm a little tired. No matter who it is, don't disturb me today. This time, Shafine's voice was filled with impatience. It was a rare sight. Basically, this succubus was either completely ignoring others or always smiling at them. When would she ever show such blatant impatience like this? Leal felt a little strange, but she didn't dare to say anything. However, Sharon wasn't so obedient. Seeing that Leal was about to give up, he decided to speak up. I'm the one looking for you. Chafine. When Sharon's voice sounded and entered the room, Shafine's voice stopped abruptly. An indescribable silence filled the room, causing Sharon and Leal to look at each other. Sean only felt that it was strange, and he spoke again. Can I come in? As soon as he said this, Chafine's voice sounded out from within the room. Don't come in. Her voice was anxious and panicky, as if she had lost her sense of propriety and suffered an unexpected attack. It made Sharon feel like she was fighting for her life. Then, a series of cracking sounds came from inside the room, as if Chafine had accidentally knocked into something when she got off the bed. She sounded panicky. This, Sharon and Leal looked at each other again and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. After a while, Shafine's voice sounded from inside the room while pretending to be calm. All right, come in. Hearing this, Shuren and Leal went silent for a while. Shortly after, Shuren signaled with his eyes. Leal mustered her courage and pushed the door open, allowing them to see what was inside. At this moment, Chafine had already woken up. She was sitting in front of a mirror, looking at Shuren and Leal as they walked in. "Is there something you need from me?" Shafine's tone was very calm, a world of difference from before. "Lady Chafine." Leal immediately bowed to Chafine. Shuren first looked around and saw the situation in the room. The situation was the same as when Shuren had been forcefully brought in by Chafine. There was no mess, as if the crackling sounds were just an illusion and did not exist. But Shuren still noticed Shafine's abnormality. Or rather, the succubus's calmness was abnormal in itself. One had to know that a few days ago, this succubus couldn't wait to stick to his body, always teasing him, taking pleasure in it. But today, Shafine's expression was calm. She did not even turn her head and only looked at him through the mirror. This was really strange. Moreover, Shafine's condition was also very strange. First of all, her breathing and heartbeat were very fast, so fast that Sean's destiny of external perception could easily see through it. Secondly, her cheeks were pink, and her eyebrows were seductive. Her beautiful eyes were big and watery, as if she was in love. Anyone who looked at her would feel their mouth go dry. Finally, compared to the day before, she seemed to have become a completely different person. Although there was some fatigue in her eyes, her complexion was extremely bright. It was as if she had become sexier and prettier overnight. She actually looked even more beautiful than before. Leal noticed Shafine's change. She had begun to pant as if something was wrong, causing Shuren to want to stay away from her. However, what made Shuren feel the most strange was that for some reason, he could actually resist this succubus's charm. He had been seduced to the point that he almost lost his mind a few times. This time, she was even more beautiful than before, but not only did he not feel moved, he even felt an inexplicable sense of pride. It was as if he had done something that he would remember for the rest of his life, or carved the most exquisite work of art with his own hands. This feeling was really strange to Shuren. Could it be that I've really developed a resistance to this woman? Thinking this, Shuren began to stare at Chafine to confirm his thoughts. Soon after, Shuren confirmed it. I really seem to be able to resist her charm. Shuren was surprised. On the other hand, Chafine noticed that Sean was glaring at her, and her beautiful face turned redder and redder. After a while, she could not help but speak. What? You've never seen me before? That extremely unfriendly tone made Sean quickly restrain himself, and he felt even more puzzled. Did this woman eat gunpowder today? Was once again, Shuren. It could only be said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A man who didn't dive into the sea couldn't find her. He could only say that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A man who did not dive into the sea would not be able to find her. Thinking back to what had happened last night, Chafine was embarrassed and angry, but more than that, she was bewildered. Thinking back to what had happened last night, Chafine was embarrassed and angry, but more than that, she was bewildered. There was no doubt that he had suffered a great loss this time. He had suffered a great loss. However, what she had seen last night in her dream had also been deeply engraved in her heart. She could not forget it. Chafine really wanted to ask about it, but after thinking it over again, she closed her mouth. This was because this matter was too important. It was so important that even the reincarnation of the hero had caused the relationship between the three races to become unstable. Chafine felt that she had to find a way to verify it. Before completely confirming it, it was better not to make this matter known. As for the matter between her and this man, why did you come to find me? Chafine said faintly. Do you feel that you have something to say to me? Chafine's words were baffling and somewhat resentful. Perhaps, even she herself didn't realize that her tone was filled with hidden bitterness? Lady Chafine? Leal blinked, her face full of confusion. Shuren did not understand what was going on either, but hearing the resentment in Shafine's tone, he also felt guilty for no reason. What's going on? Sean hurriedly shook his head to get rid of this inexplicable feeling. The situation today had been a bit strange and inexplicable, making Shuren feel very conflicted. He could only temporarily suppress it and talk about business first. Of course, before talking about business, Shuren still had a few questions. What's wrong with you? Shuren asked curiously. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with you today? Only Shuren would dare to say something like this. If it were anyone else, facing this incredibly beautiful succubus, they would definitely not dare to speak so directly, right? If it were any other time, Chafine would find this very interesting. But today, there was only resentment in her tone and expression. Do you feel that there's something wrong with you today? Chafine was already starting to sound a bit strange. I do feel that there's something wrong. The corner of Shuren's eye twitched. Looking at Chafine, he asked tentatively, do you know the reason? Hee hee. Chafine laughed out loud. It was not the sweet and heart-stirring chuckle as in the past. Instead, it was the usual Shan who threw out the word with a hint of sarcasm. This abnormal behavior made Shuren a bit bewildered. Could it be that something really happened? Shuren began to doubt it. But at this moment, Chafine sighed. Forget it. At the end of the day, I only have myself to blame. What's the point of blaming you? Chafine seemed to have adjusted her emotions. She finally turned around and looked at Shuren and Leal. This time, this succubus's beauty was even more obvious than yesterday, causing Leal's breathing to become more intense. Strange, Shuren felt that although Chafine was beautiful, she was no longer able to make him lose control like before. It was as if he had already obtained this beauty. Speak. Shafine's words interrupted Shuren's thoughts. What do you want from me? Hearing Shafine's words, Shuren could only tell her why he was here. Knowing that Shuren was here to ask for the Sand Scale tribe's permission to settle in Succubus City, Chafine waved her slender hand without thinking. Let Leal give the order in my name. Chafine did not take this seriously at all. She was even dumbfounded as if to say, you came here for this? Shan laughed dryly and hastily said, the Sand Scale tribe is just a weak fringe tribe after all. I'm worried that they won't be convinced and will bring you unnecessary trouble if we let such a weak tribe settle in. Others desperately expanded their connections and paid a huge price to get the powerful tribes in Succubus City to recommend them or develop themselves to become stronger. Only then did they meet the requirements to settle in Succubus City. However, the Sand Scale tribe was allowed to settle in because of Shuren's words. It was inevitable that he would be worried about the repercussions. However, Shuren's worries were completely unnecessary. Not just Succubus City, but the entire Succubus territory is Lady Shafine's territory. Leal said coldly to Shuren. If Lady Chafine wants someone to stay here, then that person can stay. If she wants someone to leave, then that person can leave. Who dares to object? It was just like that. Therefore, this was just a small matter to Chafine. The reason why I've only allowed 2 tribes to settle in over the past 1,000 years is because I'm not interested in most of them. Chafine said as if she was bored. I allowed the Stone Lady tribe to settle in Succubus City because Leal has always served me. She's one of my closest subordinates. I allowed the Rock Giants to settle in Charm Demon City because the reason why the Rock Giants declined was because they fought for our demon race and sacrificed a lot. I can't be bothered with the other tribes. I'm not interested in them either. Chafine said emotionlessly. If you want the Sand Scale tribe to settle in, then let them settle in. Chafine made this decision rather casually. It seemed like she really did not care. All right. Shan nodded and said, I owe you a favor this time. I'll return it to you when I have the chance in the future. Shan's words were met with a light snort from Chafine. You won't be able to pay me back in this lifetime. Don't even think about it. Chafine threw out such a sentence. His tone was once again filled with hidden bitterness. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. He did not know what to say. Logically speaking, he should be retorting. As far as he could remember, he did not owe Chafine anything. How did it become a debt that could not be paid back in a lifetime? Even a badger would not dare to do such a thing. However, Shuren wanted to retort, but he found that he could not. Somehow, he felt that the other party's words did not seem to be too far off from the truth. What the hell, Shuren cursed inwardly. At this time, Chafine began to chase them away. Alright, if you're done talking, you can leave. I want to rest. Chafine waved her jade-like hand lazily. Then we'll take our leave, Lady Chafine. Naturally, Leal did not object. She only looked at Chafine with some reluctance before respectfully leaving the room. Shuren also wanted to leave. Today was not a good day. It was a bit strange. He had to go back and think about it carefully. However, before leaving, Shuren said something for some reason. Have a good rest. Xianxia was taken aback at first, but then her expression softened a little. Only then did Shuren turn around and leave. Chafin stared at Sean's back for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. Although Shuren could sense the abnormality in Chafin's room, he had no idea what was going on. Moreover, all sorts of strange things had happened today, so Shuren did not want to think too much about it. He just wanted to go back and rest. Hence, Sean left the matters regarding the Sand Scale tribe settlement in the succubus city to Leal. He returned to his room, closed the door, and went straight to bed. As for how much attention the news of Chafine allowing the Sand Scale tribe to settle in Succubus City had attracted, that was not something that Shuren needed to care about. That day, Shuren did not leave his room at all. Apart from eating and drinking, he did not see anyone else. It was not that he was so tired that he could not move. The main reason was that he could avoid Leal's challenge, so Shuren was naturally willing to pretend to be sick. Of course, Leal was a little more ruthless, but she had a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Even if she was unhappy about not being able to challenge Shuren and Shuren himself, she still obediently followed Shuren's instructions. Not only did she arrange for the Sand Scale tribe to settle in, she also helped Shuren collect some tonics. Although there were no wolfberries or oysters, it had to be said that the treasures of this world were not to be underestimated. After eating a batch of tonics, Shuren felt like he had come to life. His entire body was hard, and he no longer felt as sore as he had been in the morning. If I could sell this back to my previous life, it would definitely be a blessing for all the pitiful men. Shuren said with emotion. Just like that, a rather peaceful yet somewhat strange day passed. Night fell, and Shuren happily went back to bed and fell asleep again. Until midnight, outside the window of Shuren's room, an enchanting figure appeared once more. Who else could it be other than Chafine? Looking at Shuren who was snoring on the bed, Chafine's gaze was both complicated and resolute. I want to take a good look and see if that is Mother's treasure. After muttering to herself, Chafine turned on the spot and turned into a streak of light, directly entering Shuren's body just like the previous night. Shuren did not notice any of this at all. Dream, sea of flowers. After the previous night, Chafine came here once again. Like a fairy descending from the heavens, she descended gracefully. As soon as she landed, Chafine could not help but look around. Taking a closer look, this sea of flowers doesn't seem ordinary. I wonder if that fellow has really been to such an incredible place before. In all her tens of thousands of years, Chafine had never seen such a beautiful place. If there really was such a place in this world, she would really want it for herself. I wonder how that shameless hero's dream could have such a place for her. Chafing, on the other hand, raised her head and looked at the sky. Her expression gradually turned serious. Above the sea of flowers was a boundless blue sky. Although it was very pleasing to the eye, there was nothing that Chafni wanted to see. Chafine could not help but feel suspicious. Since this was a dream, anything could happen. Perhaps the red treasure from the previous night was just something from a dream and not something that actually existed. Perhaps, the red precious jade that appeared last night was just something from a dream and not something that actually existed. If it was just a dream, how could I have been imprisoned here by its power? If it's just a dream, why would I be imprisoned here by its power? With this power, Chafine could enter a dream. Since that was the case, she could naturally use this power to leave the dream at any time. However, the previous night, Chafine had been imprisoned here, and all of her power had disappeared. This proved that the red treasure's power was real and not just a dream. However, Chafine had been imprisoned there last night, and all of her power had disappeared without a trace. This proved that the power of the red jade was real, and it could not have been a dream. Chafine thought hard and soon obtained an answer. Did it show itself because it sensed my power? Did it appear because it sensed my power? This was most likely the correct answer. If the red treasure was real, then it was undoubtedly on Shuren, or even inside his body. Now that she had entered Shuren's dream and used her power as a demon in his dream, it was not surprising that her mother's treasure had sensed it and appeared. In fact, the red treasure might have been trying to protect Shuren, preventing any external power from harming him. That was why it had suddenly appeared in Shuren's dream and imprisoned it. It had done this to imprison Xiaofin's power and turn her into a harmless woman. Because of this, Xiaofin was suddenly imprisoned by the red jade last night. She couldn't even break free from the dream. She couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Someone could do whatever he wanted to her. Thinking of this, Xiaofin wanted to cry. "Mother, you've really caused your daughter's death." Although she said this, Xiaofin knew very well that she had gone for wool and come home shorn. She had lifted a stone and ended up dropping it on her own feet. She could not blame anyone else. Although the price was quite high, if her mother's treasure really did reappear, it would not only be good news for her but also for all the demons. Thinking of this, Xiaofin muttered to herself for a while and suddenly spread out her hands, releasing demonic power. The astonishing demonic power that belonged to demons swept through the entire sea of flowers. At this moment, the scene that Xiaofin had predicted appeared. Buzz, as the entire sea of flowers trembled, a red light suddenly gathered in the sky above the sea of flowers. Within the light, the red treasure appeared like a red sun, illuminating the entire dream. This scene made Xiaofin unable to control her excitement. "It really is this, it's really this, mother." Xiaofin cried tears of joy. She had finally confirmed that her mother, her most important symbol, had returned. Almost subconsciously, Xiaofin wanted to fly into the air and take the red treasure. Unfortunately, Xiaofin was unable to use any of her power. She had been sealed by the red jade along with this dream. It really is protecting the owner of this dream, not letting any external power harm him. Xiaofin confirmed this as well. This also meant that Xiaofin could not bring the red treasure out of this dream. Immediately, Xiaofin calmed down. However, before she could completely calm down and come up with a plan, an aura appeared behind her. Xiaofin's body stiffened. She had a bad feeling. It can't be. The expression on Xiaofin's face was particularly interesting. In the end, she stiffened her neck and slowly turned behind her. There, Shuren silently appeared. He had a dazed expression, but his eyes were extremely intoxicated as he looked at Xiaofin. The gradually burning passion in his eyes caused Xiaofin's heart to tremble. Slap! In the next second, Shuren's hands pressed down on Xiaofin's slender shoulders. Chafe's body trembled as she cried out. "Wait. Xiaofin's final struggle did not have any effect. Ignoring Xiaofin's cries, Shuren pushed her into the sea of flowers just like last night. The next day quickly arrived. Shuren woke up just like the day before, and once again felt refreshed. However, what came along with the refreshing feeling was another feeling that was exactly the same as yesterday. That was back pain. Ouch! Sean held his waist. There was a slight pain on his face, and he was at a loss. What's going on? Why is it like this again? I didn't do anything and I'm already feeling weak? Is there really something wrong with me? Shuren's expression was one of stupefaction. He only felt that his entire body was not well. However, despite his aching back, there was an indescribable sense of satisfaction lingering in Sean's heart. It was as if he had done that for a whole night, greatly satisfying his bestial desires. There's definitely something wrong with this. Shuren had to admit this. It had been like this for 2 consecutive days. Shuren did not believe that there was no reason behind it. No, I have to do something. Shuren racked his brain and finally thought of Xiaofin. That fellow was also acting weird yesterday. She must know something. With this in mind, Shuren could not sit still anymore. I have to ask her what's going on. Acting on this thought, Shuren immediately got up to wash up. Then, holding his waist, he opened the door to his room. Once he opened it, Leel's figure immediately appeared in Shuren's eyes. Shuren was silent. Leel was silent as well. Looking at Shuren's exhausted face, holding his waist, and trembling, Leel's gaze gradually turned contemptuous. You can't do it again? Leel gave Shuren a king's contempt. Shuren almost went berserk. What did she mean? What did she mean? What did she mean by can't do it again? Just when Shuren was about to curse and argue with Leal suddenly turned around and left. You. Where are you going? Shuren was startled and asked out of reflex. Leal tossed a simple sentence at Kieran. I'm going to get you some tonics. After that, Leal's back view was filled with disdain as she disappeared into the corridor. Shuren fell into a long, long silence. Then, Shuren exploded. Come back here. Shuren chased after Leal like a madman. I can fight for 300 rounds. Aha. That day, Shuren did not go to Chaffner. Instead, in order to regain his dignity as a man, he changed his disdain for Leal and insisted on a duel. Unfortunately, Leal did not challenge Shuren like before. Instead, she looked at him with disdain as if she didn't want to pester a certain someone who couldn't last long enough. She told him to go back and rest. Of course, Shuren couldn't stand it. He grabbed Leal and finally dragged her to the training room. Just like he said, they fought 300 rounds. In the 300 rounds, Shuren didn't lose even once. But in order to achieve a perfect victory, he activated Fate of Rebirth to 3 times the usual buff. After the duel, Shuren got a bunch of tonics from Leal. Looking at the tonics, the exhausted Shuren shed tears of pain. Time flew by. Soon, the night of the second day arrived. However, this night, Shuren did not sleep. Instead, after angrily kowtowing the tonics in his hand, he sat on the bed and hugged the holy sword. He pulled himself together and refused to fall asleep. Obviously, Shuren had thought it through. I only felt weak after sleeping for the past 2 days. Since that's the case, I won't sleep tonight. Shuren wanted to see if the abnormalities in his body had anything to do with him falling asleep. Did something happen during the night? Or was something done to him after he fell asleep? Shuren thought about it for the whole day and finally decided not to sleep tonight. He would stay here and keep watch. I don't believe that I'll still feel weak like this. At this point, Sean was already acting in a fit of pique. However, he really wanted to know if something had happened to his body. It had been like this for 2 days in a row. This feeling, which he had never felt before, made him quite vigilant. Therefore, Shuren sat on the bed with his eyes wide open and stayed like that for half the night. In the latter half of the night, he was a little sleepy, but he still forced himself not to fall asleep. He was very experienced in staying up late. As a night owl in the 21st century, it was impossible not to stay up late. Playing games or watching TV series were the norm. In his previous life, Shuren had even tried to stay up for 3 days and 3 nights to finish a TV series. Therefore, Shuren was quite confident that he could stay up all night. However, just as Shuren was full of confidence, he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. An uncontrollable drowsiness surged into his head, causing him to nod his head continuously. F***ck, Shuren wanted to curse, but he did not have the time. After a few seconds, Shuren finally could not bear it anymore. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. As he slept, a figure floated into Shuren's room through the window. He's actually forcing himself not to sleep in the middle of the night. Looks like he's discovered something. Chafine stood by the bed and looked at the sleeping Shuren. Her tone was filled with anger and anger. I'm the one who suffered losses, and twice at that. It's good enough that I didn't settle the score with you. What else do you want? Chafine looked at Shuren hatefully, wanting to bite him. She was much more tired than Shuren. As a demon, Shafine's physique was extraordinary, but she could only rest in her room for 2 days in a row. One could imagine how crazy Shuren had been in his dreams. This way, no matter how strong Shuren was, it was impossible for him not to have backache. This way, no matter how strong Shuren was, it was impossible. Otherwise, as a hero who had the highest growth potential in all aspects, how could he, who was already at level 95, be so weak just because he wanted to be weak? With a transcendent demon as his opponent, how could he be weak when he was at level 95, with a transcendent level demon dweller as his opponent? It would be strange if he wasn't weak. Unfortunately, you've already become so close to me. With my ability, isn't it easy for me to make you sleep? At this point, Chafine was a little proud. Her unique skill was very special. As long as one was intoxicated by her charm, the closer they were to her, the easier it would be for her to use them. Leal had also said that Xiaofin's peerless charm was not her unique skill. However, her unique skill was powerful because of her peerless charm. This was the reason. Because of this, Shuren, who had unknowingly developed a close relationship with Xiaofan, could not resist her ability. Even with the protection of Li Tua Tianming and the Holy Sword, it was the same. Of course, such a powerful ability that even the Holy Sword could not resist naturally came with a price. This was Xiaofin's unique skill. The closer one was to her, the less they could resist her power. However, the reverse was also true. It could be said that after 2 nights, Shuren could no longer resist Xiaofan, and Xiaofan could no longer resist Shuren. The result of this ability was mutual. Fortunately, Shuren did not know about Xiaofin's ability, nor did he know that he had already developed a close relationship with the person that everyone was crazy about. As long as Shan didn't notice this, Xiaofan would be able to subdue him without him noticing. After being proud for a while, Xiaofan began to get serious. Although she had suffered greatly in the past 2 days, she was now sure that Shuren had her mother's precious jade on him. Chaffney didn't know what was going on. Why did the precious jade, which should not appear again, appear on this hero? Does this hero know about this? Could this have something to do with the fact that this hero was summoned to this world? Xiaofan felt more and more that this hero was hiding a huge secret. She wanted to bring this matter up and discuss it with Sala and the rest of the sisters. This was an extremely important matter to the devil race and the 6 sisters. But before that, I have to think of a way to take the precious jade from him. Xiaofan had been worrying about this for the whole day. In the end, she thought of a method that was not really a solution. First, she could be sure that she would not be able to take the precious jade from Shuren's dream. Last night's encounter had proven this point. It told Xiaofan that if she used the same method again, not only would she not be able to achieve her goal, but she would also continue to be tortured by this detestable hero for the whole night. This way, if I can't take it from his body, I can only take it from outside. That was what Xiaofan planned to do. This hero was protected by the Holy Sword and had astonishing abilities. If she attacked him in the real world, he would definitely be startled awake. However, with the effects of her unique skills and the relationship between them, as long as she did not harm his life, it should not cause too much of a backlash. Moreover, her physical strength was still higher than this hero's. As long as she did it properly, she might be able to connect to his body and take the precious jade out. I hope I can succeed. Xiaofan took a deep breath and spread out her hands. Her entire body emitted a hazy glow like gentle moonlight, slowly enveloping Shuren. Not long after, the hazy glow enveloped Shuren and seeped into his body. Ugh! At this moment, Shuren began to moan. His external destiny of heaven had already reacted. His extraordinary spiritual sense stimulated Shuren, as if telling Shuren that danger was approaching. However, the stimulation was rather weak. Because Xiaofan did not have any ill intentions, and even had complicated feelings for Shuren, the external destiny that targeted hostility, malice, and even killing intent did not display its full effect, giving Shuren a warning. The Li Tua destiny did not display its effects either. After all, Xiaofan was not trying to harm Shuren. She only wanted to take something from Shuren's body. In addition, with Xiaofin's unique skill, all defenses, including Shuren's holy sword, were rendered useless. Perhaps, in this world, only Xiaofan could approach Shuren so silently and do something like this to him without Shuren noticing. Still the same sentence, except for a certain unscientific made. If it was someone else, even a transcendent level, they would not be able to do something like this to Shuren without alerting him. This was the uniqueness of Xiaofin's unique skill. Once one was intoxicated by her or established a certain level of relationship with her, her unique skill would become very powerful, and she could even interfere with the other party. Now, Shuren was being interfered with by Xiaofin's unique skill. After a while, a crimson glow started to shine on Shuren's body. Success! Xiaofan was overjoyed. But then, she panicked. As the crimson glow became denser and denser, the entire world seemed to be affected, as if it had sensed something and started to tremble. Oh no! Xiaofan suddenly came to a realization. At this moment, Xiaofan finally realized how much of a commotion the precious jade would cause if it were to appear. Its appearance would definitely be noticed by everyone in the Omnipotensen. When that happened, things would become troublesome. No, I can't let the Protoss and the humans discover that the precious jade has reappeared. I can't even let the demons know about this. Just as Xianxia came to her senses, before she could do anything, the crimson light suddenly trembled. Bang! The hazy glow that enveloped Shuren was instantly dispersed by the crimson glow. The crimson glow retracted itself back into Shuren's body, as if it was resisting the appearance of the world alone. Xiaofin's face paled as if she had suffered some kind of backlash, and her face turned pale. No, Xiaofin's hadn't suffered any backlash. Instead, she had been affected by the crimson glow just now, and her power had been sealed once again. It actually chose to protect this hero, and it even willingly stayed in this hero's body and didn't want to come out. Xiaofin's was on the verge of collapsing, unable to believe her eyes. Immediately afterward, Xiaofin's lost all her strength, and she fell onto Shuren's body involuntarily. Ugh, as if sensing something, Shuren flipped over and pressed Xiaofin's under his body. Moreover, perhaps because he had been having sweet dreams for the past 2 days, he subconsciously began to move his hands and feet. Xiaofin's was stunned, and then she was filled with grief and indignation. Do I still have to be bullied by this B***start in the real world? That was all Xiaofin's could do before she was drowned out by the torrential rain. Tonight, Shuren had another sweet dream. But this time it was really his own dream. It was just that, he wasn't being honest. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly on the entire succubus city and into Shuren's room, bringing a lot of brightness and warmth to the room. However, as the owner of the room, Shuren was sitting on the bed with a look of doubt. Feeling the soreness and backache that was more serious than the previous 2 days, Shuren only had 3 words in his head. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shuren was really dumbfounded. He had already decided to stay up all night. Why did he still fall asleep? Could it be that he hasn't returned to the fat otaku life for too long, and he's not used to it? Shuren could only look at the sky speechlessly. After a long while, Shuren got up from the bed with difficulty. This time, not only did he have more soreness and backache than the previous 2 days, but he also seemed to have consumed a lot of physical strength, which made him almost unable to recover. If he could, he hoped to lie on the bed and fall asleep directly. But this bed seemed to be poisonous, and Shuren was already a little afraid. What scared him even more was that he didn't know when the bed sheets on this bed were not only changed, but also changed into a new one. The bed frame also looked shaky, as if it could fall apart at any time. Shuren didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time for a long time. Even the clothes on his body seemed to have just been put on by someone. Not only was it changed into a new set, but his body was also wiped clean, as if he was thrown into the water to take a bath when he was unconscious, and he even added 10 kilograms of essence in the water. The fragrance was so fragrant that it was simply heavenly. After thinking about it, Shuren suddenly shouted at the surroundings. It's you, right? Xianxia? I know it's you. Come out quickly. Now come out obediently, and I can still let you go, understand? Come out. The more Shuren shouted, the more excited he became. Apart from Xianxia, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do all kinds of things to him while he was asleep without him knowing. With his current strength, even a transcendent-level existence wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. Only that unscientific maid could achieve such an unbelievable feat. Therefore, Shan now seriously suspected that Xianxia had secretly returned to his side and did all kinds of indescribable things with him when he was not aware of it, just like before. The only doubt was that even in the past, Shuren wouldn't be so weak after waking up. If it wasn't because he was attacked by some unknown juicer, Shuren would never believe it. No. I can't go on like this. It can't go on like this. If this went on, he didn't know if he would die in his dreams one day. We have to find out what happened. Even if I'm going to die, I want to die knowing the reason behind it. Dying without knowing the reason, I won't accept such a shameful way of dying. With that thought in mind, Shuren didn't even bother to wash up. He pushed the door open and rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, Shuren bumped into Leal, who was walking towards him. You. What's wrong with you? Leal was shocked. Just as she was about to question Shuren, she saw Shuren's red eyes and pale face, which made him look like a ghost. She was shocked for the second time. Sharon ignored Leal. I don't have time to explain to you. Go have fun on your own today. Sean just threw down such a sentence without saying anything and immediately ran away. However, before he ran away, Sharon paused for a moment and hesitated for a while. Then, with a red face, he whispered to Leal, help me prepare another batch of tonics. Help me prepare another batch of tonics. The more, the better. I need them when I come back. Sean's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. It was as if he was recounting a humiliation, and he looked embarrassed to say it. After that, Sharon ran away awkwardly, leaving Leal standing there in a mess. Sean, on the other hand, was filled with shame and indignation. He almost burst into tears. My illustrious reputation has been ruined in the past 2 days. Now, in Leal's heart, he must have become a man who can't do it, right? Whenever he thought about that woman's disdainful gaze, Sharon's sorrow rose from the bottom of his heart and he almost shed a tear on the spot. Then, Sharon turned his sorrow and anger into rage. If I find out who did this, I'll make sure you know why flowers are red. In his heart, Sharon crossed out the culprit who did this over and over again. But for some reason, the more he thought about it, the more sore Sharon felt. It was as if his fatigue was accumulating as he circled and crossed again and again. I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. For the sake of his sexual happiness for the rest of his life, Sharon quickly restrained himself and did not dare to stray any further. Only when he arrived at Shafine's room did Sharon let go of all his thoughts and started to knock hard. Shafine. Are you there? It could be said that Sharon was very anxious. At this moment, he did not care whether he was disturbing or rude. He did not even have the thought of keeping a respectful distance from this succubus. All he wanted was to figure out the whole thing. The day before yesterday, Her Highness Succubus had been behaving so strangely. She must know something. Just as Sharon was thinking about this, Shafine's voice sounded from inside the room. What do you want this early in the morning? At this moment, the voice from inside the room was filled with more exhaustion and anger than Sharon's, and even a strong sense of grievance. Sharon sensed this and felt inexplicably guilty. But then, Sharon's concern for the unknown overwhelmed this sense of guilt. I have something very important to ask you. Hurry up and open the door. Sharon's tone was still as anxious as ever. But Shafine's voice was even more aggrieved and resentful. Can I ask tomorrow? I'm too tired today, even more than 2 days ago. Let me rest for a day. Shafine looked like she was begging someone. You're tired too? Sharon was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, I'm the same as you. I don't know why I'm tired. Do you know why? Hearing this, Shafine was silent for a long time. After a long while, Shafine finally spoke. I don't know anything. Shafine said hatefully, don't ask me. If you're tired, go back to your room and rest. Don't disturb me, okay? With that, Shafine seemed to lie down to rest. But Sharon wasn't willing to give up. I don't even dare to go back to my room now. I've encountered too many strange things these days. I'm a little scared. Sharon said with a bitter expression, tell me honestly, Shafine. Is there a problem with your succubus castle? Scram. Shafine said unhappily. You're the one with the problem. You were the one who insisted on it. Who can you blame for tormenting you like this? You made me so tired, and I have to clean up the mess and remove the influence. Wait. Sharon interrupted. What did you just say? What do you mean by, I tormented you so much? And what do you mean by cleaning up the mess and remove the influence? Shafine didn't want to answer this question. Or rather, she couldn't be bothered. Anyway, my succubus castle is doing very well, and so are you. Nothing you need to worry about will happen. Hurry up and go back to rest. Shafine said tiredly. We're leaving for the Moon Fiend Territory's central city tomorrow. You'll only be staying one more night in the succubus castle. Go back and sleep for the night. I promise you, nothing will happen tonight, okay? Hearing this, Sharon didn't feel reassured at all. Just what happened? Can't you just tell me? Sharon was exasperated. Shafine fell silent. After a long while, she said faintly, "If I tell you, will you take responsibility? If I tell you, will you take responsibility?" Chafine asked a strange question. Shuren's mind was filled with question marks. Sean's head was filled with question marks. Take responsibility for what? As these words flashed through Shuren's mind, several scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. When these words flashed through Sean's mind, suddenly, a few images flashed through his mind. It was an extremely joyous scene. It was as if some things that Shuren couldn't remember had finally surfaced and disappeared. It was as if some things that Sean couldn't remember in the past few days had finally surfaced and disappeared after a while. Shuren rubbed his head, trying hard to remember. But no matter how hard he tried, those scenes didn't come back. However, no matter how hard he tried, those scenes did not return. If those things had happened while he was awake, he naturally wouldn't have been able to blur them out. But that wasn't the case. She used her unique ability as a bridge to interfere with Shuren, blurring out those ambiguous memories. If those things had happened in a sober state, the other party would naturally not have been able to blur them out. However, that was not the case. The other party used his unique skill as a bridge to interfere with Sean and blur those ambiguous memories. Because of this, Sean couldn't remember anything, let alone know what had happened. After all, she couldn't quite accept this. After all, he still couldn't quite accept this matter. Xiafine's unhappy voice sounded from the room. Chafin's displeased voice rang out from the room. When you get to the Moon Demon territory, you'll be able to see AIE, who you've been thinking about day and night. At that time, you'll feel that nothing that's happened in the past few days is important. Chafine didn't seem to be in a good mood. She didn't even realize it, but her tone was a bit sour. Shuren wanted to ask more, but Chafine didn't reply. She seemed to have fallen asleep and didn't make any more sounds. Shuren could only give up and leave. Inside the room, Chafine was lying on her bed, exhausted. She listened to the footsteps outside and thought about everything that had happened in the past few days. She sighed faintly. What should I do next? Even I don't know. So annoying, Chafine pulled up the blanket and covered her head. For tens of thousands of years, Chafine had been carefree and did whatever she wanted. But now, she finally felt troubled. What followed was another uneventful day. After returning in defeat from Chaffner's place, Sean had no choice but to return to the room that he was a little afraid of and stay there. During this time, Leal did not challenge Shuren again, just like yesterday. She only came to deliver some tonics. Shuren lowered his head the whole time and did not look at Leal at all, so he did not know what kind of expression she had on her face. There was no other way. Sean did not want to be hurt. However, Leal did tell Shuren one thing. She had already ordered the Sand Scale tribe to move to Succubus City, and it had been properly arranged. Now, the Sand Scale tribe had started to move to Succubus City. Shajina and Toriel expressed their gratitude to Shuren, saying that they would never forget everything Shuren had given them. Shuren naturally did not take this matter to heart. After Toriel took care of the Sand Scale tribe, she locked herself in the room and did not go out. At this point, Shuren had done what he had to do. He did not know if he would have the chance to see the Sand Scale tribe again. Tomorrow, Shuren and Chafine would head to the Moon Demon Territory's central city and leave Succubus City. Perhaps, after today, Shuren would not have the chance to return to Succubus City. Fortunately, Shuren did not know many people in Succubus City. After making arrangements with the Sand Scale tribe, he could leave without any worries. Just like that, his last night in Succubus City arrived. However, this night, Shuren was destined to not be able to rest well. I have to take the initiative. This was Shuren's plan after thinking for a day. Today, after thinking repeatedly, Shuren made a very bold guess. There's a problem with me, and there's a problem with Chafine. Who would believe that this has nothing to do with that succubus? Once could be a coincidence, twice could be a coincidence among coincidences, but 3 times in a row, Shuren no longer believed that it was a coincidence. Coupled with his own condition and the abnormality in Chaffney's body, Sean's bold conjecture was truly earth-shattering. At least, Shuren did not dare to believe his own guess. If he was a virgin, he might completely deny this, but the problem was that he was not. Therefore, no matter how unbelievable it was, Shuren had to make this guess. In view of this, in order to confirm his guess, Sean felt that he had to become a rapist. I have to sneak into Xiaofin's room to find out. I have to sneak into Xiaofin's room and find out. Xiaofin would never have thought that she would sneak into Shiren's room for 3 consecutive nights and be subjected to all sorts of indescribable things. She had finally given up today, but Shiren planned to sneak into her room instead. If others found out about this, then Shiren would probably be hunted down by all the demons and even the admirers of succubi from other races. He would truly be the enemy of the entire world. Of course, if that was all, Shiren would not feel afraid. The key was that the flowers he wanted to pluck were not some roadside wildflowers, but real thorny roses. When a demon dweller got angry, even for the current Sean, he had to be a little afraid. But Shiren was ready to go all out. One Lao Xia is enough to confuse me. If there's another Chaffner, won't I really be fooled by a prostitute? This was absolutely intolerable, so Shiren stuffed all the supplements on the table into his stomach, replenished his body with qi and blood, and pulled out the holy sword. Hirisu. Shiren undid the seals on the holy sword, and he even undid all 3 seals at once. Facing a true demon like Xiaofin, Shiren did not dare to be careless. Although there was no doubt that the inner perception of destiny had a super strong concealment ability, if the opponent was a demon, Shiren felt that he still had to borrow the power of the holy sword. With the effect of the holy sword's all skill levels plus 10, Shiren's inner perception of destiny would definitely be several times stronger. This way, Shiren was confident that he would not be discovered by Xiaofin. The only thing he had to worry about was whether Xiaofin would sense something since the holy wave on the holy sword was so strong. However, Shiren also discovered that after he reached the legendary rank, Shiren was able to control the holy sword's power more and more freely. He could even control the holy sword's power and restrain its holy wave. Perhaps I won't need to add any more seals on the holy sword in the near future. Since his identity was already exposed, and he was getting better at controlling the holy sword's power, there was no need to worry about its holy wave being discovered. What did it matter if he added more seals or not? Back then, the reason why Shiren added seals on the holy sword was to prevent others from noticing it. If he didn't have to worry about this, Shiren naturally wouldn't add any more seals. I reckon that when I reach the limit rank, I'll be able to control the holy sword's power freely. When I break through the limit rank and reach the transcendent rank, the holy sword will completely transform. When that time comes, with my holy sword being even stronger than Mitra's holy sword, I won't have to worry about anyone anymore, right? If Mitra could directly ascend to the same level as the goddess of destiny, Lida's, after reaching the transcendent rank, then he could only be stronger. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to reach the level of the demon king or the supreme god, but he should still be able to become the 3rd strongest in the world. No, now that the demon king had passed away and the supreme god had gone into seclusion, Shiren would be the strongest in the world. Only then would Shiren be considered to have achieved his goal. Why should I be afraid of a succubus when I have such a bright future ahead of me? Shiren comforted himself. Immediately after, Shiren controlled the holy wave on the holy sword and activated the concealment ability of inner perception of destiny. His entire body turned into a ghostly, silent black shadow and flew out of the window. After a while, the black shadow approached Xiaofin's room. As it turned out, Shiren's cautiousness was right. As the overlord of the succubus territory, she was the true master of the succubus city and the pinnacle existence of the succubus castle. At night, Xiaofin's room was surrounded by layers of protection. Although the top floor of the succubus castle normally didn't allow anyone to come up, it was still the residence of the succubus. There were some protective measures in place. For example, many enchantments, traps, and alarms in the form of magic were only activated at night, and the top floor of the succubus castle was impenetrable. Anyone who tried to barge in here without permission could imagine the consequences. Also, although outsiders weren't allowed to come up here, there were many magical creatures such as golems, gargoyles, magic soldiers, and knight armors patrolling in an orderly manner. With these protective measures, even if someone managed to sneak into the succubus castle and enter the top floor, they wouldn't be able to get close to Xiaofin's room. If they tried to force their way in, by the time they found Xiaofin, she would have already woken up. It would be extremely easy to take care of. A thief. Fortunately, Shiren wasn't an ordinary person. With the perception ability of external destiny, he could easily discover any traps and protective measures. Then, he used external destiny's teleportation ability to break through the barriers and patrolling magical creatures, entering Xiaofin's room without anyone noticing. It had to be said that the Holy Sword's buffs were very powerful. Apart from Samsara Destiny, which had no level, Shuren's other destiny skills were strengthened by more than one level. In the end, he really reached Xiaofin's room easily. Whoosh! With a light breeze, Shuren's figure floated into Xiaofin's room from the window like a feather. This scene was surprisingly similar to the situation when Xiaofin entered Shuren's room a few days ago. Then, Shuren smoothly met Xiaofin. Ugh, he saw the succubus highness, known as the #1 beauty of the three realms, lying on her bed, sleeping soundly on her side. Seeing this, Shuren couldn't help but feel his heart speed up. This was because not only was Xiaofin wearing a thin, translucent nightgown, her sleeping posture was also extremely enchanting. She wasn't even covered with a blanket, letting the thin nightgown stick to her body, showing off her perfect curves and sexy figure. Her exposed calves were unconsciously crossed, fair and slender. It was unimaginably seductive. Shuren was sure that if he took a picture of this scene, many people in Succubus City would be willing to sell their entire fortune to buy it. Even Shuren, who felt that he had developed a resistance to Xiaofin these few days, felt his mouth go dry. Then, he came to a sudden realization. So I wasn't immune to it, but because I was in the sage realm, I didn't have the heart to? With his aching back and weak body, he wouldn't be able to warm up no matter how beautiful a beauty was swaying in front of him, right? Now that he had recovered a bit of blood, he was naturally being seduced again. You're really a demon. Even I, old son, want to beat you to death. Shuren shouted fiercely in his heart. Then, Shuren quietly came to the bedside and looked at the beautiful succubus who was sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't planning to do something beastly. In order to find out what was going on, Shuren had already thought about what he should do after sneaking into Xiaofin's room. Fuyu, sleep talk. Shuren used an extremely rare and unorthodox magic. This was a very special characteristic of Fuyu magic. It was only a basic magic characteristic, but it could make people speak in their dreams, or unconsciously answer the questions of the people around them, giving the most direct answer in their hearts. This kind of magic was basically useless under normal circumstances. For Shuren to be able to think of it, it was also the result of a day of hard work. Fortunately, I learned all the characteristics of Fuyu magic, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to do anything now. Shuren was so glad. However, at this moment, Xiaofin began to sleep talk. Don't come, I can't, stop, A burst of suggestive sleep talk entered Shuren's ears. Shuren was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Shuren's first thought was very simple. I didn't expect a succubus to be such a person. The way Shuren looked at Xiaofin had changed. It was as if he was looking at a female driver. He really wanted to know what kind of dream this succubus highness, who everyone drooled over, was having. It was definitely not a serious dream. Shuren's eyes narrowed. Xiaofin, on the other hand, did not know any of this. She was still talking in her sleep. Don't be like this, I'm your future wife's older sister, do you know what will happen to you if you touch me? Sob. I'm a succubus, you bastard, Xiaofin kept muttering like this. Slowly, even her cheeks turned red. Her sexy and enchanting body twisted here and there. Her forehead began to sweat, causing her breathing to quicken. Seeing this scene, Shuren also wiped away the sweat that had appeared at some point. This succubus can seduce people to death in her dreams. She's simply a scourge. Shuren felt that he could not continue listening like this. If he continued to listen, he would definitely be seduced to death. More importantly, the demoness words of "I'm your future wife's elder sister" contained so much information that Shuren felt terrified when he thought about it. In order to avoid hearing too many things that he should not hear and ending up being silenced, Shuren hurriedly got down to business. To be more specific, Shuren began to ask Xiaofin all kinds of questions while the sleep talk ability was still active. However, with Shuren's question, he was in a bad mood. For example, tell me, why have you been acting strangely lately? Xiaofin's answer to this question was this. Who asked that bastard to torture me so much? Yes, Shuren felt more and more that he would be silenced. But the questions continued. Who is that bastard? Who else could it be? Of course it's that detestable hero. What did he do to you? He kept tormenting me. Even though I begged for mercy, he still wouldn't let me go. How did he torment you? He tormented me in my dream. Last night. Why doesn't he remember anything? Of course I can't let him remember. Otherwise, how can I show my face? Just like that, Sean's questions received answers that made him tremble with fear and were even at a loss. Finally, Shuren came to a conclusion. He had a succubus. Under circumstances that even he himself wasn't aware of, he'd completely devoured the succubus that was said to be number one in the 3 dimensions, captured all living beings, and caused countless people to be infatuated and mad with her without leaving a trace behind. And this earth-shattering event just happened to confirm Sean's bold conjecture. There must be a mistake somewhere. Shuren broke out in cold sweat. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit it, but this matter was too illogical. This was a succubus, one of the 6 demons, a transcendent existence. Even the goddess of life and the goddess of nature were no match for her. She was known as the number 1 beauty in the 3 realms with her allure. After coming to the demon realm, Shuren had heard the most about how this beautiful succubus made many heroes bow down to her and how she made all living beings in the world kneel and lick her boots. Yet, she didn't even spare them a glance. She only cared about herself and never looked any man in the eye. Such a person had actually been unknowingly pushed down by him. He wouldn't even dare to do that in his dreams. Moreover, there was no reason for it, right? How could a devil cultivator allow him to do as he pleased? Didn't she resist? Or did she have a crush on him? But he had only met her a few times, and they had only known each other for a few days. How could he trick her into sleeping with him? T. Shuren could only scratch his head desperately. This terrifying amount of information made him feel irritated. In the end, Sean even began to suspect that this was a show that Chaffin had put on to play a prank on him. That was why Shuren felt that there must be a mistake somewhere. No, I have to ask her in detail. Shuren gritted his teeth and prepared to continue questioning Chaffin. However, when Shuren turned to look in Chaffin's direction, what he saw made him break out in a cold sweat. He didn't know when Chaffin had opened her eyes. She remained silent and stared at Shuren with a cold gaze. Shuren's heart skipped a beat. He felt his back go numb as he looked at Chaffin. The two looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Shuren started to back away. I went to the wrong room. Sorry. After Sean said this hesitantly, he immediately planned to slip away. However, Chaffin threw a casual sentence at him. If you dare to leave, I will immediately announce to the entire succubus city that you snuck into my room in the middle of the night. Shuren froze in place. In his heart, however, he screamed, I'm dead meat. Shuren could only slowly turn around and look at Chaffin, who was still lying there and staring at him coldly. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. You. Why are you awake? Your Highness Succubus? Shuren asked cautiously. Chaffin, on the other hand, sneered. You may have hidden yourself so well that even I didn't notice that there was an aura around me. But you've already used magic on me. How could I not notice that I've fallen into a state where someone has cast a spell on me? In fact, Chaffin should have been startled awake when Shuren used the Fuyu spell. The reason why she did not wake up immediately was because Shuren's holy sword had also raised the level of the spell, making the effect of the spell much stronger. Moreover, the spell that Shuren used was not an offensive spell, nor did it have any negative effects. It was just a low-level spell that made people sleep talk. Chaffin, who was not in the right state of mind, had accidentally fallen for it. However, Chaffin was a demon after all, and she had successfully woken up in the end. Moreover, he also realized what he had revealed just now. You know everything? Chaffin sat up and said indifferently. He looked as if he was talking about something so trivial that it couldn't be any more trivial. He was unusually calm and indifferent. Shuren laughed dryly and did not say anything. He knew that at this time, not saying anything was the right choice. As expected, Chafine did not fly into a rage. Instead, she smiled sweetly at Shuren, who seemed to have tacitly agreed. Do you think it's very profitable? Even the most charming demon in the world fell into your hands. Hearing this, Shuren nodded subconsciously at first, but then shook his head frantically. Chafine finally lost her calm appearance. She gritted her teeth and glared at Shuren. I, Chafine, have never been taken advantage of like this before. Since you already know, what do you think I should do? Chafine looked like she wanted to bite a piece of Shuren's flesh off. But Shuren was not to be trifled with. What do you mean, what should I do? Shuren retorted. It's not like I forced myself on you. Although I don't know what exactly happened, according to what you said before, the main responsibility is on you, right? You. Shafine's eyes widened. But Shuren also felt wronged and innocent. If you say that I did it, then I'll admit it. But I was so muddle-headed that I can't even remember what happened. I didn't even get to enjoy the process, and all that's left is a sore back. Who can I blame? The more Shuren spoke, the more confident he became. In fact, that was exactly what he thought. Chafine said that he had profited, and Shuren indeed thought so. But on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. How could he have profited? Muddle-headed, he had done something that should have been the happiest thing in the world, but he didn't feel anything at all. Only a damaged body that desperately needed nourishment was left to him. How could he have profited? Besides, he really didn't know what exactly happened. All he knew was that he seemed to have pushed the succubus down in both his dream and reality. But why was it that when he pushed her in the dream, not only did she feel it, but she also made his back ache every day? Could dreams become reality? Then how did he do it? Also, Sean had no idea how this demoness had entered his dream and how she had fallen to the point of being pushed by him in a muddle-headed manner. To be honest, he was still doubtful and didn't dare to completely believe that all of this was real. It could only be said that Shuren was really too muddle-headed. His memory had been greatly blurred by Chafine, and he didn't understand the cause at all. He didn't understand how the matter had developed to this point, and he still had to give an explanation. It was too difficult for him. Unless. Restore my memory. Shuren made a request. If I'm sure that I did all this, I'll give you an explanation, okay? Hearing this, Chafine was speechless. Restore his memory? It wasn't impossible. With Shafine's current relationship with Shuren, she could connect to Shuren at any time and transmit the things that had been blurred by her interference to him. But, didn't this remind him of how he was tormented by him? This? No. Chafine refused angrily without hesitation. Instantly, Shuren was furious. You want to blame me, but you don't want me to remember all this. Tell me, is this reasonable? Shuren's tone began to become aggressive. Or did you really do something shameful, and you don't dare to let me remember it, so you're accusing me first and planning to suppress me first? Shuren seriously doubted this. This made it difficult for Chafine to back down. Speaking of shameful things, the things she had done were indeed a little shameful. Was she supposed to tell Shuren that she had only wanted to seduce him at the beginning to see if he was really not interested in her, but in the end, she had failed? As for the last 2 times, she had even wanted to take something from him. That was even more shameful. Thinking of this, Chafine suddenly realized. Something. I'm the one who's making the first complaint. In fact, Chafine also knew that although she had suffered a great loss this time, there was no way she could pursue the matter. After all, at the end of the day, everything was her fault. Because of this, although Chafine had suffered the greatest loss in her history, she did not target Shuren. However, Chafine still felt very indignant. There was no other way. Shuren was confused, but did Chafine not want to cry? The storm had come too suddenly and too fast. Even she would be in a daze from time to time these few days. She could not believe that she, who was admired and worshipped by all the men and women in the Omnipotensen, and who even the king of a country and all kinds of heroes did not care about, had been taken advantage of by a little fellow that she had only known for a few days. What was worse was that this person was the fiancé of his most beloved little sister. Chafine really wanted to cry. She wanted to vent her anger, but she could not. She wanted to accept her fate, but she was unwilling. In the end, she could only worry day by day. Even now, she still could not think of a reason. Tonight, when she saw Sharon appear in her room, although Chafine was surprised, it was not that she did not want to vent. Since he already knew about it, as the actual victim, couldn't he even throw a tantrum? In the end, Sharon really did not give her such a chance. You said you suffered a great loss, but did you really gain a great advantage? Then do you dare to let me recover my memory and remember everything in this world? What? No, then tell me. I can't even remember and can only take supplements every day, but you want to throw an established fact at me and ask me to explain. This is not how you trick people. Perhaps if it was someone else, knowing that they had gained such a great advantage, they would definitely be wild with joy. However, Sharon did not intend to have anything with this succubus. He was not someone who could be easily fooled. Sometimes, he was even very straight and would not give face just because the other party was beautiful. Since that was the case, any reasonable person would have nothing to say. Of course, it was normal for women to be unreasonable. In fact, Sharon was also gambling. He was gambling that Chafine did not hate him so much that she had lost her rationality and wanted revenge at all costs. If that was the case, she might still be reasonable. As expected. Alright, I admit that I was unlucky, Chafine sighed and pointed at Sharon. Can you leave now? Evidently, Chafine had chosen not to pursue the matter. Regarding this matter, although Chafine felt very complicated, she did not feel any hatred. The main reason was that Sean was not an ordinary man. She had already given him a score of 95 out of 100, second only to Aie. Furthermore, he was Aie's fiancé, a person she was interested in, and a mysterious hero whose potential far exceeded Mitra's. All of these factors increased her tolerance for him. If it was someone Chafine wasn't interested in at all, she would have long since killed them. Why would she bother trying to reason with them, not to mention that Sean had a big secret that involved his mother? No matter what, this person couldn't be touched. Due to these various reasons, Shafine's emotions were so complicated that she could not feel any hatred. She could only accept it. But at this time, Sean was not going to comply. Sharon looked straight at Chafine and said, "Why did things turn out like this?" Sean looked straight at Chafine and said, "Why exactly did things develop to this state?" Chafine pursed her lips when she heard Sean's words. In the end, she had no choice but to tell her story. Thus, Chafine told Sharon everything that had happened. Thus, Chafine told Sean everything that had happened. It was as if he had accidentally overheard the conversation between Sean and Gray, and then had a playful thought, so he entered Sean's dream. However, because of an accident, his power was imprisoned, which led to all the things that happened later. However, Chafine didn't tell Sean about the red jade. This matter was of great importance. Before discussing it with Sala, Chafine did not dare to leak this information, lest the god race and the human race retaliate. The reappearance of the hero could at most destroy the peace and cause a war between the three races. The reappearance of the hero would at most destroy the peace and lead to a war between the three races. Considering this, Chafine did not dare to mention the existence of the red jade. She only said that it was an accident, but she did not say what the accident was. Later, when Chafine entered the dream again, she said that she wanted to find out the cause of the accident, but she said that it was an accident again. Later, when Chafine entered the dream again, she said that she wanted to find out the cause of the accident, but she said that she had failed again. As for being killed by triple kill in the real world, Chafine still hid the red jade. She only said that she wanted to use her unique skill to connect to Sharon and find out the truth, but she still failed. After hearing this, Sharon felt that it was ridiculous. You actually did so many things to me without me knowing? Sharon was having a mental breakdown. Chafine felt a little awkward. I just wanted to find out what was going on. Who knew that the car would overturn so badly, and over again. Chafine was also having a mental breakdown. Sharon rubbed his forehead. He didn't know how to express his current feelings. If he had to use one word to describe it, it would be scammer. If possible, Sharon even wanted to find someone to redress his grievances. I really don't know anything, but I ended up having sex with the person who is the most unlikely person in the world to have a relationship with. Thus, Sharon still felt that it was very unreal. Seeing this, Chafine also fell silent for a long time. After a long time, Chafine said faintly, as if she had given up. Forget it, there's no point in lying to yourself. As she said this, Chafine stretched out a slender finger and touched Shuren's forehead. In the next moment, as a dot of light shone between her eyebrows, Shuren's blurry memories finally surged into his mind. A series of images appeared in Sean's mind. In the sea of flowers in the dream, he ignored Shafine's cries of surprise and forcibly tore her clothes. No matter how much Chafine begged for mercy, he was unwilling to stop. And last night, when he was half asleep, he had pushed Chafine onto his bed. The scenes returned one after another, making Shuren feel that the memories were becoming clearer and more real. When Shuren opened his eyes again, he was looking at Chafine awkwardly. Chafine did not look at Shuren. She pretended to be calm, but her cheeks were slightly red, proving that she was not as calm as he thought. "Do you believe me now?" Shafine's tone once again became resentful. "I do." Shuren could only rub his nose. In the end, he said resentfully, "But you really can't blame me for this, right?" "I know," Chafine said faintly. "If I really wanted to blame you, do you think you could still have all your limbs?" Shuren immediately shuddered. What she meant was that even if he didn't die, he would have lost a limb or two, right? Damn it, as expected of a demon. How savage. Then tell me, why is it that whenever you enter my dream or want to do something to me, your power is mysteriously sealed? Shuren hurriedly changed the topic. "I don't know." Chafine was silent for a while. Then, with a calm expression, she said, "Do you have any clues?" "Clues?" Shuren frowned. "That's right." Only then did Chafine look at Shuren. With a solemn expression, she said, "For example, do you feel that you encountered some special situation that caused something to appear in your body?" This? Shuren was at a loss. Encountered some special situation that caused something to appear in his body, he could not say for sure that such a thing did not happen. After coming to this world, he had encountered many situations that he could not explain, and many of them were very special. Thus, Shuren was at a loss. Chafine seemed to have noticed this. "Alright, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it." Chafine said nonchalantly, "In any case, a hero like you is mysterious enough. It wouldn't be strange for one or two more mysterious things to happen to you." It was just that he didn't know what would be involved behind all these things. Shuren was also aware of his own situation. "I know that there are many mysteries about me, some of which I am still trying to solve." Shuren sighed and said, "If you don't believe in me, the natural enemy of demons, then you can wait. Sooner or later, I will solve all the mysteries." Shuren made up his mind. Looking at Shuren like this, Shafine's eyes flickered. Then, almost subconsciously, she said this. "I didn't say that I don't believe you. I'm already yours." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place suddenly went silent. Shuren did not expect Chafine to say such a thing. He was stunned. Chafine also came to her senses. She wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The way she lowered her head and blushed with shame and indignation really made Sean's heart thump. Sean couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, for some reason, he blurted out. I wasn't in a conscious state before." It was impossible for Chafine not to know what this sentence meant. "You. What do you want?" Chafine hugged her pillow and subconsciously moved back, saying, "I've already been tortured by you 3 times. This time, I really can't take it anymore." The horrified look on his face not only did not dispel Sean's evil thoughts, but it also encouraged them. "This time, I'm conscious. I will definitely stop before going too far." Shuren went all out and directly approached Chafine. One of them advanced and the other retreated. It was very similar to the scene when Shuren was brought into the room by Chafine earlier. However, the roles of the two of them had completely changed. Previously, it was Chafine who had deliberately teased Shuren. She had seduced Shuren, but he did not dare to touch her. Now that there was an established fact, Shuren naturally could no longer control himself. All the accumulated anger during this period had caused Shuren to lose control tonight. Thus, the wolf pounced on the little sheep, causing the little sheep to cry out in shock again, but it was quickly suppressed. In the end, that night, Shuren and Chafine did not get a good rest. Happy times were always short-lived. Just like the previous 3 days, the night passed by quickly. In these 3 days, Shuren basically woke up after daybreak. But this time, Shuren woke up before daybreak. No, it should be said that this night, Shuren really didn't sleep at all. Then, he was mercilessly beaten by a succubus. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Xiaofin's face was full of exhaustion, but she angrily grabbed a pillow and threw it at Shan as if her life depended on it. You're trying to kill your husband." Shuren was also exhausted. He barely blocked the pillow that kept coming at him, and he almost sprained his waist because of his excessive movements. But seeing Shuren like this, Chafai not only didn't show any mercy, but also became even angrier. What happened to being sober? What happened to stopping before going too far? Feeling her exhausted body again, Chafai really wanted to bite Shuren to death. I couldn't hold it in, could I? Shuren also knew that he was in the wrong, and he looked embarrassed. His back ached again, and he gritted his teeth. That's right, Shuren felt weak again. There was no other reason than that he had gone overboard. "I finally know why I was so overworked in the past few days," Shuren complained. "It's not that I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't. That was what happened. It couldn't be helped." His opponent was none other than the most beautiful succubus in the 3 realms. It wasn't just her looks. This succubus figure, the delicacy of her skin, the softness of her body, and the maturity and sensuality she exuded were all irresistible. She was a true seductress, a beauty that could make men willingly die on her belly. When Shan thought of that kind of extreme enjoyment, he felt like he was about to burst into flames. He just wanted to fight selflessly until he was exhausted, until he died of exhaustion. But Chafai didn't think that was a compliment at all. "You, get out." She could only raise her trembling hand and point at the door, shouting angrily, "From now on, you're not allowed to touch me." Clearly, Chafai was about to explode. "You're really angry?" Shuren blinked and laughed dryly. "Okay, I know I was wrong, okay?" Originally, when he was being teased to the point of no return and only wanted to show off his beastly desires, Chafni did not show much resistance. Shan had thought that this witch did not object to him doing this to her. Who would have thought that Xiaofin's reaction would be so huge? What Shuren didn't know was that Xiaofin's anger was mostly because she was helpless. It was for no other reason than the fact that she was unable to resist Shan's strength. It had to be known that this time was different from before. Chafni's power had not been sealed, so she could stop Shan from messing around. In the end, when Shan pounced on her, Chafni didn't even put up the slightest resistance. That was what really angered her. In other words, she wasn't angry at Shuren, but at herself. She knew that it wasn't that she didn't want to resist, but that she really couldn't. After all, as mentioned before, with this kind of relationship, Shuren couldn't avoid Xiaofin's power, and Chafai couldn't reject Shuren's intimacy. This was the limitation of her unique skill. It was destined that Chafai wouldn't be able to resist Shuren. This was why Chafai couldn't reject Shuren. However, it was precisely because she was well aware of this that she could only sulk and use this as an excuse to vent her anger. Shuren didn't know about this, so he thought that Chafai was angry because he'd caused too much trouble. Chafai wouldn't explain this. She could only grit her teeth. "I'm not joking," Chafai said angrily. Chafin said, "From now on, you're not allowed to use force on me, do you hear me?" Chafai was really afraid of the feeling of being unable to resist and being manipulated by all kinds of shame. "Are you serious?" Shan could see Xiaofin's sincere resistance. As he said this, he was also very reluctant to part with her. Of course. Chafai didn't care about this. She looked at Shuren solemnly and couldn't help but say, "I hope you understand that our relationship was caused by a freak combination of factors. It wasn't consensual." Xiaofin's words made Shuren frown and fall silent. Seeing Shuren like this, Xiaofin's attitude softened. "I know that you just couldn't control yourself last night. It wasn't because you had strong feelings for me that you threw yourself at me, right? You're a man, so I can understand your impulsiveness. But you should think about why you avoided me so much before." Shan came to his senses after hearing Chaffin's words. "I don't want to be like others and completely fall under your charm. I don't want to forget where I stand, what I should do, and even the people around me. I only have eyes for you and become a lowly bootlicker. That's why I avoided you. As Sharon said this, he more or less understood what Chafine was trying to say. Actually, what Chafine wanted to say was very simple. To be honest, I really admire that side of you. For the first time, Chafine told the truth in front of Sharon. I really hate those who fawn over me the moment they see me, even dedicating everything to me and pestering me without a care in the world. People like that are definitely the most boring existence in the world to me. That kind of easy surrender and stubborn dedication, not all women liked it. Chafine was one of them. She felt that those who couldn't move when they saw her had no willpower or persistence at all. They placed all their attention on a woman, completely disregarding themselves and others. They were just obedient puppets and dolls. That was why Chafin had given Sean such a high score, even though he had his own ideas and principles and had actively avoided her. But last night, Sharon had already lost control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown himself at her without saying anything. Although Chafine also felt somewhat responsible for saying those ambiguous words that she shouldn't have said in that situation, causing Sharon to lose his self-control even though he already had her, Sharon's uncontrollable torment afterwards was proof that he was deeply immersed in his impulses. You already have me. You're the first man in my life, and you'll probably be the last. That's why I don't want you to become one of those boring people that I hate the most. Do you understand? Chafine was really starting to worry about this. This time, the matter between her and Sean was really just an accident caused by a freak combination of factors. Fortunately, the other party was Sharon, someone that Chafine already somewhat admired. Coupled with various factors, Chafine finally accepted this reality. If even Sharon became like those boring people, Chafine really wouldn't know what to do. Given this, Shafine's flustered and exasperated feelings might be a warning for this. Sharon could sense Shafine's intentions, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. All right. Sharon sighed. This time, he sincerely said to Chafine, this time, I was indeed too impulsive. It's good that you understand. Shafine's expression softened. However, Sharon's tone changed. That's true, but I beg to differ if you don't allow me to touch you in the future. Sharon's words slightly startled Chafine. Sharon sat up and stared straight at Chafine. Do you want to end this relationship with me? Sharon asked this question word by word. This made Shafine's heart clench. She was speechless. Did she want to end this relationship? She should want it, right? Her relationship with Sharon was ultimately an accident caused by a freak accident. Shouldn't this kind of relationship be terminated? If I say yes, what will you do? Chafine didn't answer. Instead, she pretended to be calm and asked back. To this, Sean's answer was as follows. If it were any other woman, I definitely wouldn't agree. After all, I don't want to be a man who goes back on his word, Sharon said straightforwardly. But if it's you, I will accept. Yes. Sharon would accept. I don't want you to think of me as a man who clings to you after an accidental relationship. Sharon looked at Chafine and smiled faintly. That's what you hate the most, right? Hearing this, Chafine raised her eyes and looked straight at Sharon. Sharon met her gaze and didn't back down at all. The two stared at each other for a long time. Then, Chafine smiled. Yes, that's what I hate the most. Shafine's expression changed back to the happy smile from a few days ago. She could tell that Sharon was serious when he said that. Once she chose to end this relationship, Sharon would definitely accept it without hesitation. But this made Chafine feel at ease. At least this man didn't become the kind of boring person she thought he would be, immersed in the gentleness she brought and unable to get out of it. Sharon also smiled but didn't continue the topic. Instead, he grimaced and got up. He twisted his sore waist and put on his clothes. Seeing this scene, Chafine pulled the blanket over to cover her infinitely beautiful and sexy body, leaving only her bare shoulder exposed. Only then did Sharon speak. I'll go back and lie down, Sharon said helplessly. Call me when it's time to leave. Leaving such words, Sean left with a sore back and a sore back. Chafney also felt that she needed to rest for a while. What a donkey. Chafine complained and then lay down. Closing her eyes, Chafine felt that she should think about how to get along with Sharon in the future. Maybe, I can, with a hazy thought in her mind, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the end, the sky slowly brightened up. Along with the arrival of the day, the charm demon castle also began to gradually become lively. Early in the morning, Leal appeared in the succubus castle and began to instruct the people in the castle as the first officer under Chaff's command. Today, Chaff would depart for the Moon Fiend Territory's central city. Thanks to this, the succubus castle naturally became lively. Shuren was forced to wake up by Leal in his sleepy state. "We're about to depart, and you're still sleeping?" Leal's tone was filled with dissatisfaction towards Shuren. Her dissatisfaction was not only directed at Shuren's performance today, but also at Shuren's performance in the past few days. Leal was infuriated when she saw how tired Xian was as usual. "You've eaten so many tonics, and you still haven't adjusted your condition?" It was obvious that Leal was angered by Shuren's weakness. If it was before, Shuren would definitely be affected by Leal's words. However, today, Shuren's gaze towards Leal was a little strange and even a little sympathetic. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Leal didn't understand. "And nothing." Xian yawned and said casually, "I'm just thinking, if you knew who the person who made me so weak was, would you explode in anger on the spot?" "Huh?" Leal didn't understand Shuren's meaning. Of course, Shuren didn't want to advertise it everywhere. "Don't mind me, I'm just making things up." Shuren forced himself to stay awake. "Are we departing already?" "Of course." Leal was a little concerned about what Shuren said, but she didn't intend to pursue the matter. "I've already ordered people to gather. Only you and Lady Chaffn aren't there yet." "People?" Xian paused his yawning and looked at Leal. "Isn't it just me and Chaffney going?" "How is that possible?" Leal looked at Shuren with disdain and said righteously, "How can Her Highness Succubus not have any subordinates accompanying her when she goes on patrol?" Besides, Leal couldn't possibly let Shuren and Chaffn be alone together. Even if she tried to force her way in, someone else would have to squeeze in. Unfortunately, the poor chief of the Stone Tribe did not know that Xian had spent a long time alone with Chaffine the night before. He had only left Shaffine's room when it was almost dawn. In fact, the past few nights, Shuren and Chaffn had been alone. In fact, Shuren and Chaffn had spent the previous nights alone. This time, there will be a total of 3 subordinates accompanying Lady Chaffine to the central city of the Moon Demon Territory. They are me, Heart of the Taowu tribe, and Sisei of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Leal said something that caught Shuren's attention. "Leal?" Shuren pondered for a moment and said, "You mean the brother that Xian mentioned, the leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe and one of Chaff's subordinates?" "That's right." Leal nodded. This time, Sisei brought his younger brother to the central city of the Moon Demon Territory, saying that he wants to take him there to broaden his horizons. Hart also brought Grekville. "I'm guessing they're here for Lady Chaffine?" In other words, even if Shuren wasn't included, there were a total of 5 legends accompanying Chaffin this time, and many of them were peak legends. Leal was the #1 expert of the Succubus territory and the leader of the Stonus tribe, who was only a step away from the ultimate rank. She was definitely the leader of this group of legends. Hart was the second strongest Succubus territory expert, second only to Leal. His level was 97, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Gray was even stronger than Hart and could even rival Leal. If he hadn't run away from home and joined the embrace of the demons, he might have lost his title as the #1 human in Alidia. On the other hand, Leal and Xian, they're going too? Xian's tone showed that he was concerned. "What's wrong?" Leal noticed it and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No," Shuren said calmly, "I just wanted to ask you about the strength of these 2 brothers." "They're all right." Although the otherworldly demonic tribe is ranked 4th in Succubus City, the main reason why this group is ranked 4th is because they have 2 legendary powerhouses. However, in terms of legendary strength, those 2 brothers can only be considered barely passable. Leal seemed to be somewhat disdainful as she said, "The otherworldly demonic tribe is ranked 4th in Succubus City." "Is that so?" Shuren asked thoughtfully. "What are their levels?" Leal didn't hide this question from Shuren. Leal is level 94 and is ranked 5th among the 8 officers under Lady Chaffner. He's just ahead of the rock giant brothers who guard the gate and a stupid witch who was punished by Lady Chaffner. To the many races in Succubus City, he's a powerhouse that can't be offended, but to officers like us, he's not that active or outstanding. He's just barely average. This was Leal's evaluation of the legendary demons who were level 94. As for that Xian, I heard that he's only level 91. He's always wanted to become an officer under Lady Xiaofin's command, but he couldn't even defeat the rock giant brothers, who were lower level than him. He's far weaker than Sisei, let alone the other officers. I can only say that he's dreaming. I bet he's not here to broaden his horizons. He's here for Lady Xiaofin, just like Grekville, right? Leal seemed to be quite dissatisfied with this. To her, anyone who dared to have improper thoughts about her master was an idiot who overestimated his own capabilities. In her words, that was, Lady Chaffner would never fall for a mere man. When will these idiots understand? Leal's tone was filled with disdain. She even shot a glance at Shuren, hinting at something. Shuren raised an eyebrow. He really wanted to tell this stone maiden who had ulterior motives toward her master that Lady Chaffner had already been rejected by that mere man several times. But when he thought of the consequences of doing so, Xian suppressed the idea of courting death. But, level 91? Shuren muttered. That's interesting. What? Leal asked curiously. Nothing. Shuren replied in the same manner, but this time, he had a ruminating tone. It's better to pay more attention to that Xian. He's not as bad as you think. After that, Shuren walked past Leal, yawning as he headed for the gathering point. Leal furrowed her brows at the scene. What does he mean? Leal felt that Shuren seemed to be implying something deliberately mystifying. Not long after, Leal pursed her lips and ignored this point. She walked towards Chaffney's room. The square in front of the succubus castle. Other than the pair of stone giant brothers who were guarding the entrance like statues, the people that Leal mentioned had also gathered here. Hart and Gray from the otherworldly demon race. Sisei and Xian from the otherworldly demon race. At this moment, the 4 legend rank powerhouses were gathered together, conversing. I didn't expect you to come, Gray. Sisei looked at the handsome man standing beside Hart like a prince on a white horse. Her tone was both surprised and fearful. Even he's here? Xian's expression changed imperceptibly the moment he saw Gray, and he muttered to himself. Gray saw the pair of otherworldly demon brothers, but he only smiled and did not speak. Hart, on the other hand, glanced at Xian, then at Sisei, and with a faint smile, he took over the conversation. I didn't expect it to be you, Sisei, Hart said with a strange tone. Hart said with a strange tone, I thought other than me and Leal, only Wendy would be allowed to come along. The Wendy that Hart mentioned was the third of the 8 officers under the demon race, a demon expert whose strength was second only to Leal and Hart. In the past, whenever Chaffner went out, she would only bring Leal along. The other officers were required to stay in the Succubus City and help her manage the affairs of the city and the Succubus territory. This time, because it was very likely to be related to the meeting of the 3 races, and many things had happened in the demon realm during this period of time, there were faint signs of chaos. After Leal's suggestion, Chaffney decided to increase the number of subordinates from 1 to 3. Upon hearing this news, Hart jumped out without hesitation and expressed his willingness to go along. He did not even hesitate to drag Gray along, saying that he would get a free and powerful fighter. Only then did he manage to get a place from Leal. Of the remaining 2 spots, Leal would definitely take one. Hart thought that Wendy, who was ranked 3rd among the officers, would get the last spot. In the end, it was Sisei who had always been average, so it was no wonder that Hart was surprised. Sisei, however, remained expressionless. In order to get this place, I also paid a huge price, and I even brought my younger brother along. Otherwise, I might not have been able to compete with Wendy. That was what Sisei said. Xian, who was beside her, also laughed mischievously. The 2 of us will go together. 2 legendary powerhouses, there's no way we can't beat one person, right? Even if Wendy was the 3rd officer under Chaffner, with Sisei and Xian working together, 2 legendary powerhouses, it was not impossible for them to get a place. The price you paid is definitely not just this, Hart said to Sisei in an alarmist manner. Wendy didn't get a spot, and he knows you're the one behind it. It's impossible for him not to come after you. Hart looked at Xianxia with an alarmist expression. I know. Sisay's expression did not change. But for this rare opportunity to work for Lady Chaffner, it's worth it no matter how much I pay. Well, that's true. Hart spread his hands and did not say anything else. Until Shuren appeared, yawning. When Shuren walked out of the succubus castle and saw the legend rank experts gathered in the square in front of the castle, he raised his brows slightly. The legend rank experts' gazes also gathered on Shuren. Looking at this human, their eyes flickered. You're here. Gray was the only one who nodded at Shuren in a friendly manner. On the other hand, Sean seemed to be a little surprised to see Shuren. You're the one who violated the ban last time? Sean seemed to not expect Shuren to appear here, and he was very surprised. Shuren looked at Sean with a smile that was not a smile. He ignored this person who seemed to have some fate with him and turned his gaze to Sisay. Sisay sensed Shuren's gaze, because he was also observing Shuren. Shortly after, Sisay walked up to Shuren. You're the human who has been the talk of Succubus City recently, who is favored by Her Highness Succubus, and who is suspected to be the legendary hero, Sisay said with a meaningful tone. I've heard a lot about you, Earl Shuren Porstut. Hearing this, Shuren narrowed his eyes and smiled. You're the otherworldly demon chieftain that Leal mentioned, the one who can only be considered average and barely passable among the officers, Sisay? Shuren's words sounded a little like a provocation. No, it was not like a provocation, but a provocation. At least, everyone present could hear it. Did they have a conflict? Hart looked at Gray in surprise. I'm not sure. Gray shook his head. Hey! Sean shouted at Shuren. Sisay's eyes flickered a few times, and he said calmly, It seems like you're a little hostile toward me, Earl Porstut. Hearing Sisay's words, Shuren waved his hand and shook his head. I'm not hostile at all. Shuren smiled and said, I just find it strange that the people of the succubus territory don't have good eyesight. How can you say that you're average and barely passable? Suddenly, Sisay's pupils shrank, and even Sean's expression changed a little. The two brothers thought of the same thing at the same time. He found out? No, that's impossible. The two brothers had already used the special tools given by the higher-ups, and even the identify skill at the maximum level should not have been able to see through them. Didn't Lord Parion also say that in the demon realm, other than the moon demon Selah, no other demon dwellers could see through the two brothers' disguise? Could it be because he was special? That's right, he's a hero. The holy sword was very powerful, and part of its effect was to increase the hero's skill rank. In that case, it was highly possible that this hero had mastered identify, which was beyond the max level. Thinking of this, the foreheads of the two brothers, Sisay and Sean, broke out in cold sweat. They were on high alert. Sisay even pretended to be calm and looked at Shuren. Thank you for the compliment, but compared to those top-ranked cadres, I do have a lot of shortcomings. Rather than saying that Sisay was being stubborn, it would be more accurate to say that he was testing Sean's strength. Shuren looked at Sisay and lost interest after a while. Whatever you say. I'm just an outsider, what can I prove? Shuren turned his head away and yawned again. His earlier dominance seemed to have turned into laziness. Sisay unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but he also felt an immense pressure. He exchanged glances with Sean beside him, and eventually fell completely silent. Hart and Gray looked at this scene, not knowing what was going on. Their faces were full of doubt. Everyone stopped talking at the same time, and there was an oppressive silence. Fortunately, this oppressive silence did not last for long. Lady Chaffney. At the gate of the succubus castle, the rock giant brothers suddenly moved and knelt on one knee in the direction of the gate. Behind the door, under Leal's escort, Chaffine yawned and walked out just like Sean did earlier. However, unlike Shuren, who was a little sloppy, Chaffney's lazy appearance was like a drunken imperial concubine from ancient times, displaying her astonishing beauty. Lady Chaffney! Lady Chaffney! Hart, Sisay, and even Sean were a little dazed when they saw Chaffney like this. They lost their composure and shouted excitedly. Your Highness! Gray also could not help but look at Chaffney, his eyes full of infatuation. This Highness Succubus suddenly became the most dazzling existence in the world. She was dazzling and beautiful, making people fall in love with her. Even Shuren cursed her for the umpteenth time in his heart. He quickly turned his head away, not looking at her. Chaffney, on the other hand, glanced at Shuren. When she saw Shuren turn his head to the sky, she was both angry and amused. However, Chaffney did not speak to Shuren. She did not even care about how many people were present. She only asked Leal lazily. "Can we go now?" Chaffney did not even have the interest to talk to anyone else. "Anytime, Lady Chaffney." Leal immediately replied. "All right," Chaffney nodded and said, "then let's go." "Yes," Leal answered and took out something from her bosom. It was a pen. It was a pen that looked as if it was made of crystal. After taking out the pen, Leal began to draw on the ground. "What is this?" Shuren naturally noticed this scene and asked with interest. Seeing this, Hart and Gray prepared to explain the situation to Sean, leaving aside Sisay and Sean for the time being. However, before the two could speak, Chaffney, who had ignored everyone's greetings, spoke first. "It's an extremely rare magical metal that can only be found in the demon realm. Only after several highly accomplished magical toolmakers used more than 10 special spells and other precious materials can there be a 1% success rate in creating a high-grade magical tool." Chaffney spoke slowly. Hart and Gray both shut their mouths when Chaffney spoke. They looked at Shuren with complicated gazes. Not to mention Hart and Gray, even Sisay and Sean felt the same. Chaffney, who was indifferent to everyone and had no interest in any of the men present, responded immediately after Shuren's question. From this point alone, everyone could see that Chaffney's attitude towards Shuren was different from that of others. Shuren did not notice this. He looked at the huge pattern that Leal was drawing with the crystal pen and asked curiously. "Such a rare high-grade magical tool? What's its use?" Shuren had already sensed something extraordinary from the huge pattern Leal had drawn. For Sean, who had learned a wide range of magic such as pay to magic and understood a variety of magic characteristics, he could see some mysteries from this pattern. Perhaps the patterns drawn by this crystal pen would be of great use. As expected, its use is very simple. It's teleportation. Chaffney pointed at the pattern under her feet and said, "As long as you stand here and activate it with enough energy, it can instantly construct a teleportation passage to any destination, allowing us to reach our destination as quickly as possible." This? Shuren was stunned. A teleportation tool? There's actually such a tool in this world. While Shuren was surprised, Chaffney denied it. "It's not a teleportation tool. It's just a teleportation tool. The passage it constructs will wrap around us and allow us to travel at an astonishing speed. The principle is similar to the world passage between the realm of devils and the human realm, except that the latter is used to connect the two worlds at a fixed location. This one can be used at any time, anywhere, but it can only be used in the realm of devils. The reason why it could only be used in the realm of devils was because the passage constructed by the crystal pen resonated with some kind of mineral vein. That kind of mineral vein could only be found in the realm of devils, so the crystal pen was only useful there. Using it, we only need about an hour to reach the central city of the Moon Demon territory, Chaffney said. Usually, the 6 of us rely on this method to quickly gather and even hold meetings. That's why each of the 6 territories has a crystal pen like this. Hearing this, Shuren finally understood. Although it wasn't a teleportation tool, being able to travel from the succubus territory to the Moon Demon territory in an hour was still shocking. It had to be known that the realm of devils was larger than the human realm and divine realm combined. Even if he used teleportation constantly, Shuren couldn't reach the Moon Demon territory in an hour. Even if Lesia came and used her teleportation ability to travel, it would still be impossible. If he were to ride on Yulin and travel as fast as he could without eating, drinking, or sleeping, it would probably take him several days and nights to get there. Now, a crystal pen could be completed within an hour, which was naturally very impressive. Of course, this magic tool has a very strict requirement for magic power. The further the distance, the more magic power it needs. Chaffney explained. Generally speaking, the amount of mana required to teleport from Succubus City to the central city is something that even many powerhouses of the demon race can't satisfy. Only legendary great magicians can satisfy. Hence, when using this magic tool, expensive magic crystals are usually used to replace the intense consumption of mana. Even I don't want to bear that kind of mana consumption. Hearing this, Shuren's interest was immediately piqued. Then why don't you let me do it this time? Xianxia wanted to try and see how much mana he had to consume to satisfy the teleportation requirements. You? Chafney stared blankly at Xianxia. The others did the same. Such a huge mana consumption was something that others couldn't even avoid, but this human hero actually managed to do it. He's quite stubborn. When the surging mana was infused into the huge teleportation formation on the square in front of the succubus castle, the air suddenly trembled, and bursts of light rose from the formation. Well, that's it. A certain human hero who was thought to be very stubborn retracted his hand that was madly releasing mana a second ago. He felt that less than 1% of his mana had been lost, and this mana was still recovering at an astonishing rate. He immediately sighed. Gray, Hart, Sisay, Sean, and the others looked at this scene and fell into silence. Tisk, Leal also looked at Xianxia, who had a normal expression, and smacked her lips in displeasure. Your magic power is quite strong. Even Chafine looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. It was a consumption that could make a legendary mage tremble with fear. Yet, after such consumption, Sean still had a relaxed look on his face, which was really shocking. At the very least, the otherworldly demon brothers looked at Xianxia with some fear in their eyes. It was obvious that Xianxia's performance had a certain degree of shock on them. Xianxia, however, acted as if he did not notice this and shrugged. Maybe it's because I'm a hero. Xianxia threw out such an explanation. Don't even think about it, Chafine patted Xianxia and said, the past heroes did not have such extraordinary mana like you. Her slightly annoyed and coquettish appearance caused the expressions of the few succubus vassals present to change slightly. Sean didn't care about their attitudes. He didn't even look at Chafine. Instead, he stood in the teleportation formation and looked at the streams of light flying around him as he spoke to Chafine. Can we set off now? Xianxia seemed to be a little impatient. Chafing against him, Chaff merely snorted. So eager to leave my succubus city? Do you want to see little Ai and those little cuties around you that much? This sentence already had a hint of sarcasm in it. Of course, this behavior fell into the eyes of others, and they felt that something was wrong. Lady Chafine, Leal looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Hart also looked confused. Some indescribable emotions appeared in Gray's eyes, like surprise and bitterness. Even the way he looked at Xianxia became strange. As for Sisay and Sean, the two did not say a word, but it was obvious that they were not calm. It could not be helped, because no one had seen Chafine like this before. In the past, when had Chafine ever been so eccentric, or rather, jealous of a man? It was like jealousy, but how was that possible? Cough cough, Sean finally sensed the strange atmosphere. He coughed a few times, trying to remind Chaffner to be more mindful of her image. What? Did I say something wrong? Not only did Chafine not restrain herself, but she also glared at him. She almost reached out to pull Sean's ear. Sean was instantly speechless. Doesn't this heinous succubus want to avoid arousing suspicion? Sean really didn't know that Chaffney really didn't intend to avoid arousing suspicion. What Xianxia did not know was that Chafine really had no intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Did she do something shameful? Perhaps sleeping with her sister's future husband was to avoid arousing suspicion, but that was in front of her sisters. The people here did not give Chafine any thought of avoiding arousing suspicion. In other words, Chafine was still the same as before. She did not care about these boring people. She would ignore them normally, so she naturally would not avoid arousing suspicion in front of them. This was complete disregard. She was completely uninterested in others. Apart from Leal, who had scored 10 points, Chafine could not be bothered with anyone else. It should be mentioned that Xianxia's score in Chafine's heart had skyrocketed to 98 points. He was only 1 point away from Aie, who was at the top of the list. Apart from Aie, he was on a completely different level. However, if Sean were to find out about this, he would definitely complain about it. You've already done so much, and yet I'm only 98 points. That's not even as high as your sister. You're really something. Sure enough, these so-called demon sisters were actually a family of Siscons. Even Chafine was no exception. Just like that, the group entered the teleportation matrix under Shafine's lead. Let's go. At her command, Leal squeezed past Shuren. Shuren was speechless. She immediately used the crystal pen in her hand to activate the teleportation matrix. In the next second, the matrix turned into a beam of light that enveloped Shuren's group. After that, the ray of light tore through the sky and shot towards the direction of the moon demon territory like a shooting star. At the same time, in the other territories of the demons were also making their moves one after another. It's time. She led a group of her subordinates in the direction of the moon demon territory and stepped into the teleportation matrix that had just been drawn. Ai Ilila Shuren Milu also seemed to know what day it was today. Thinking of the group of acquaintances she would see later, she happily jumped into the teleportation array, making a few sinister-looking and terrifying demon cadres hurriedly follow. In a swamp, a naked girl bathed in the swamp slowly appeared. Her skin was not stained at all. Instead, it looked even fairer. It's time to go, Lady Kamina. A female demon subordinate stood at the edge of the swamp and spoke respectfully to the demons in the swamp. Got it, Kamina replied faintly. Kamina replied faintly. As she walked out of the swamp, she looked at the bubbling swamp water and snorted coldly. As expected of the most powerful evil god. The evil aura that can even corrode souls and existences. Even I had to spend 3 whole days to separate it along with a part of its poisonous body. How troublesome. In the boiling swamp water, there was a thick, smoke-like evil aura that was like miasma rising from the broken bubbles. Who would have thought that this unsightly swamp was, in fact, a clear lake 3 days ago? However, that clear lake welcomed Kamina. Kamina soaked in it for 3 whole days and eventually became like this. Poison demon Kamina had the unique skill, sky-cold poison body. A drop of her blood could turn an ocean into a sea of poison. If such an existence soaked in a lake for 3 days, even the clearest lake would turn into a horrifying poisonous swamp. Not to mention, Kamina used this opportunity to separate the evil aura that invaded her body along with the toxins that were secreted when she soaked in the lake. One could imagine how terrifying the lake would become. On the side, the female demons were already a little dizzy. Because she had inhaled a little of the poisonous and evil aura, she was on the verge of collapsing. Lady Kamina, the female demons looked like she was about to cry. She cast a pleading look at Kamina with an ashen face. It was obvious that she was begging Kamina to take her away from here. If they didn't leave now, even if she was a legendary powerhouse, a subordinate of the demons, and a member of the poison demon territory who had the strongest poison resistance, it wouldn't take long for her to die on the spot. Let's go. Kamina glanced at her, lifted her naked body, and spoke slowly. Let me go meet that evil god and the hero who wants to marry our sister. Hearing this, the female demons hurried forward and helped Kamina put on her clothes. At the same time, in the Dragon King Valley of the Dragon Demon territory, Ai appeared in front of a cave while hugging a pillow. Beside him, there were 2 demons accompanying him. These 2 demons were both female, but one had a dragon horn on her head and was gulping down a wine barrel in her hand. The other had a haughty expression, like a proud dragon lady. Obviously, these 2 demons were 2 of the 4 cadres under Aie. Like Xianxia, they were both dragons that had transformed into humans. They were the best of the dragon race. At first glance, they looked like slender and beautiful women, but in fact, the power contained in their delicate bodies was something that few demons could match. They looked at the cave in front of them with Aie, as if waiting for something. Still not out yet? The haughty dragon lady muttered. It should be soon, right? On the other hand, the horned waitress seemed rather indifferent. Aie ignored the 2 competent cadres behind her. She just looked at the cave and muttered softly. Logically speaking, it should be out by now. Hearing Aie's words, the 2 dragon cadres couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. I really want to see it soon. The arrogant dragon lady said expectantly, I really want to see how strong the limitless dragon species will become after they awaken their unique skills. Yeah. The horned dragon lady who was constantly gulping down wine also grinned and said with a majestic fighting spirit, I still want to have a good fight with her. Ai was not surprised by the words of these two competent cadres. The dragon cave is the holy land of our dragon race. Although it can't compare to the inner palace given to humans by the supreme god, it can also help the dragon race improve their wisdom, increase their spirituality, refine magic, and even refine their physical body. It can increase the probability of dragons transforming into humans, or speed up the process. Ai looked ahead, also somewhat expectant. With that girl's talent, she has been inside for a few days. It should be time for her to come out. As soon as she said that, the cave called the Dragon Cave immediately resounded with a frightening dragon roar. The next moment, an astonishing magic surged out from the Dragon Cave. It's coming! It's coming! The two dragon cadres immediately became spirited. Ai's eyes also lit up, the corner of her mouth raised. Not long after, the astonishing magic converged. Inside the Dragon Cave, a figure was slowly walking out of it without a single thread of clothing on him. Looking at that figure, Ai smiled. The border of the succubus territory. At this moment, a ray of light was streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed, like a meteor that would disappear in the blink of an eye. One moment of carelessness, and it had already darted from one side of the sky to the other, disappearing into the boundless blue sky. Within that ray of light, Xianxia's group seemed to be wrapped up in a tunnel. They could see the rapidly changing scenery outside, but they didn't feel any tremors. It was as if they were standing on flat ground and flying. It was quite a mystical sight. The border between the succubus territory and the moon demon territory is just ahead. Leal had been paying attention to the outside, confirming their position. After about half an hour, Xianxia's group was about to leave the succubus territory and enter the moon demon territory. That's fast. Xianxia sighed. The moon demon territory occupied the center of the realm of demons. Apart from the ghost demon territory, which was at the border, it also bordered the territories of the other 4 demons. Therefore, once the demon dwellers gathered at the center of the moon demon territory, it was equivalent to rushing towards the center of the devil world from all directions. In terms of the distance between territories, it was the same. Only the ghost demon territory was the furthest. They needed to cross a demon dweller's territory first before entering the moon demon territory. However, even if they used the crystal pen to teleport from the ghost demon territory to the moon demon territory, it would only take about 2 or 3 hours. In such a huge demon realm, it was already an astonishing speed to be able to travel from one territory to another within a few hours. We'll reach the moon demon territory in half an hour? Hart laughed, then turned to look at Gray. Kid, you haven't been to the moon demon territory yet, have you? No. Gray was silent for a moment, then said, in the 20 years since I came to the realm of demons, I've always stayed in the succubus territory, and rarely left the succubus city. As he said this, Gray couldn't help but look in Chaffney's direction. His meaning was clear. He wanted to say that he came for the person in his dreams, and he stayed for more than 20 years, always staying at the place closest to her, never willing to leave. This caused Leal to raise an eyebrow, looking at Gray with an unfriendly gaze. Sissay, Sean, and Hart couldn't help but look at Chaffney, as if they wanted to observe her attitude. However, Chaffney seemed to not hear their conversation at all. And was still yawning. Her languid and careless demeanor made Gray feel both disappointed and infatuated. Everyone else also felt their hearts palpitate with eagerness, wishing they could grow their eyes on Chaffeen's body. How could they know that Chaffney was complaining inwardly, so sleepy and tired? I want to lie on the bed and have a good sleep. Chaffine did not seem to have recovered from last night's torment. Chaffney looked in Sean's direction resentfully. At this moment, Sean was still looking outside the light passage with great interest. I wonder if I can keep up with the speed of this teleportation if I use teleportation at full power. Sean wanted to give it a try. If he could release the power of the holy sword and burn mana to increase his strength with samsara, he should be able to do it, right? I just don't know if my mana will be able to take it. Xianxia was idly thinking about this and didn't notice Chaffney's gaze at all. This fellow, seeing Xianxia daydreaming, Chaffney couldn't help but grit her teeth. Why is this fellow so energetic, while I'm so tired? This is unfair. Chaffney didn't know that Xianxia's back was still aching, but he wasn't as exhausted as he was a few days ago. The reason was simple. Last night, when Shuren invaded Chaffney's room, his holy sword was unsealed. In other words, Shuren had actually been buffed by the holy sword last night. Even his level had increased by a full 100, which greatly increased Shuren's abilities in all aspects. Yes, everyone understood. Because of this, although Shuren was tired, he wasn't as weak as he was a few days ago. This made Shuren sigh. It turned out that the holy sword was his greatest support. As expected of the hero's companion artifact. Chaffney, who didn't know this, was grumbling. She didn't know that her frequent glances in Shuren's direction made everyone's hearts sink. It was especially so for Leal, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Sean. It was obvious that she even had the intention to kill. Hart frowned and looked at Gray, who was watching this scene in a daze. He couldn't help but ask. Gray. Hart hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Don't you feel that Lady Chaffney's attitude towards that hero is a little strange?" "A little," Gray said calmly. Gray's expression was calm as he said, "Perhaps it's because that man is a hero and his sister's fiancé, so your highness really wants to take care of him? Is it really just extra care?" Hart's frown deepened, and he said with a serious expression, "Why do I feel that it doesn't seem like it?" Gray fell silent. Seeing this, Hart started to chatter endlessly. Anyone who knows Lady Chaffine would know that she wouldn't treat people differently just because of something as trivial as status, Bariv said with a smile. So what if he's a hero? Didn't any hero fall in love with Lady Chaffney in the past? What's the difference between their treatment and ours? Only this hero seems to have Lady Chaffney paying special attention to him. Back then, she even personally ran out of Charm City to welcome him. More than once, she acted intimately with him without any sense of distance. Could it be that just because he's her highness fiancé and her sister's future husband, Lady Chaffney treats him so specially? I don't think that's Lady Chaffney's style. There was only one meaning behind Hart's words. Gray naturally knew what he wanted to say. But he didn't want to hear it. All right, that's enough. Gray's expression was still calm. Unfortunately, Hart didn't stop. Gray. Hart finally couldn't help but say the words Gray didn't want to hear the most. Say, do you think Lady Chaffney will treat that hero? Before he could finish his sentence, Hart was stopped by someone. I said, stop. Gray interrupted Hart's words with an unquestionable meaning. Hart shut his mouth. He knew that Gray had already received the message he wanted to express. But it was precisely because he had received it that Gray didn't want to continue listening. Because, if it was the truth, then to Gray, it would be no different from being struck by lightning. Gray said expressionlessly. That's a succubus. Her beauty reigns over the entire Omnipertanson. She's the best in the 3 realms, a woman who has never treated any man seriously. What Gray wanted to express was also very obvious. He thought that the guess he had just made was unrealistic. In other words, I don't believe that such a succubus highness would care for a man she has only met for less than a week. This was what Gray used to convince Hart, or rather, to convince himself. However, this was still a convincing explanation. That's true. Hart unconsciously relaxed his furrowed brows and muttered to himself, that's a succubus. How could she be interested in a human that she has only met for less than a week? Hart used this to convince himself. He completely didn't notice that Gray's gaze had unwittingly shifted to Chaffney, and then to Shuren. His eyes were filled with all sorts of fluctuating emotions. On the other hand, Sisay and Sean stayed to the side, not saying a word. But just as they were about to cross the succubus territory and enter the moon fiend territory, the 2 brothers looked at each other and saw the indescribable light in each other's eyes. Big brother. Sean called out to Sisay in a low voice. Sisay nodded subtly without leaving a trace. We're about to enter the prearranged location, Sisay said in a low voice. Prepare to move. Sean immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. Only his eyes couldn't help but drift to Chaffney, faintly feeling a bit reluctant. Sisay naturally knew what her brother was thinking. Don't think about it, Sisay said calmly. We have no other choice. These words dispelled all the worries in Sean's heart. We have no other choice. Sean sighed, causing his heart to turn cold. Soon, magic slowly seeped out of the 2 brothers' bodies. That abnormality immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Sisay, Sean, what are you doing?" Leo's voice sounded in the tunnel of light. "Hmm?" Chaffney no longer cared about glaring hatefully at Shuren and looked over in confusion. "This is..." Only then did Shuren retract his attention from outside. Noticing the abnormality of the two brothers, his gaze narrowed. In that instant, Sisay and Sean detonated their magic at the same time. Boom! At the border between the Moon Demon territory and the Succubus territory, above the border, a streak of light that entered the Moon Demon territory suddenly trembled and exploded on the spot. One figure after another involuntarily fell out of the flower of light and appeared in midair. "Lady Chaffney!" Leo's cry of alarm rang through the sky. "Not good." "What?" Gray and Hart's expressions changed at the same time. Only Shuren and Chaffney reacted immediately, their figures freezing in the air. Shuren looked up and saw Sisay and Sean in the middle of a free fall. "Humph." Chaffney snorted coldly. Looking in the direction of Sisay and Sean, she extended a hand. Clearly, Chaffney was angry. But just as Chaffney was about to take down Sisay and Sean, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. As the air trembled, the entire world was suddenly dyed a dazzling blood red. The earth shook. The sky shook. The space shook. At this moment, all the scenery in all directions began to shake. Then, a laugh rang through the air. "This one has been waiting for you for a long time. Succubus, Lady Chaffney." When the old, hoarse voice reverberated throughout the blood-red world and reached everyone's ears, everyone finally calmed down. Even Shuren raised his brows and entered the mood to watch the show. Chaffine didn't respond to the voice either. Instead, she looked around the blood-red world. Instead, Leo, Hart, and Gray's group darted in front of Chaffine at the same time, as if protecting her with vigilant expressions. "Who?" Leo was the first to question coldly. "Attackers?" Hart murmured. "The old demons, right?" Gray was able to guess the other party's background immediately. It wasn't hard to guess. After all, no one would be stupid enough to attack demons in the realm of devils. Needless to say, the territories managed by the demons were all people who submitted to them. In the face of the terrifying power that demons were born with, they couldn't easily usurp the throne like humans. Even if all the subjects rebelled, the devil dwellers could suppress them all with their own strength. Therefore, there was no such thing as usurpation and betrayal in the realm of devils. Meanwhile, the demon sisters had a very good relationship with each other and didn't have many grudges. Naturally, there wouldn't be any disputes between territories. Under such circumstances, the only ones who dared to attack the demons were the old demons, who had betrayed the demons. That was the truth. At some point, a gust of wind blew and materialized in front of Shuren and the others. 3 figures appeared amidst the stench of blood. The leader was an old man in hemp clothes and holding a walking stick. He didn't keep his hair, but his white beard and eyebrows were very long. He looked very weathered. Behind him were 2 middle-aged demons, a man and a woman. The old man appeared with the demons and smiled at the crowd. "Greetings, Your Highness Succubus." The old man bowed respectfully to Chaffine. However, Chaffine still ignored him. She only glanced at him, her expression emotionless. "Who are you?" Leo, on the other hand, seemed to be standing up for Chaffine. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. That gave her a lot of pressure. No matter what, Leo was at level 99 and was only 1 step away from the limit. If she was serious and released her murderous intent, it would be very terrifying. However, bathed in Leo's murderous intent, the old man still smiled and didn't change his expression. "My name is Parayon." Parayon introduced himself. He's the disciple of the Sun, ambassador of the primordial demon, of the old demon faction, and one of the 3 generals under the leader's command. Leo's, Gray's, and Hart's expressions changed when they heard that. Prime demon, Chaffin finally looked at Parayon, her eyes filled with surprise. Chaffine finally looked at Parayon, her eyes filled with surprise. Sean's eyes flashed, and he could not help but think of Maki, whom he had met in the Tagore forest. That terrible demonic spirit once said that among the primordial demons, there were 3 apostles under the leader, and each apostle had 4 apostles under them, all of whom were at least legendary existences. That terrible demon Soul once said that among the prime demons, there were 3 apostles under the leader, and each apostle had 4 apostles, all of whom were at least legendary. So, is this Parion one of the 3 apostles of the primordial demon? Xian narrowed his eyes and activated the appraisal ability of Destiny of External Perception to check the other party's level and skills. At this time, Leal was already shouting at Parion angrily. Bastards from the old demon clan, the original demon? So it's you. Leal shouted angrily, how dare you attack Lady Chafine? Grey and Heart's eyes also glinted coldly. The old demon clan was an existence that all races loathed and viewed with hostility. They had always opposed the peace between the 3 races, and with the will of the Demon King as the reason, they believed that they should return to the era of 1,000 years ago and follow the policies of the Demon King before he passed away to fight against the Protoss and the humans. Because of this, they viewed the current demons as a disgrace, believing that the demons' surrender to the Protoss and the humans to beg for peace was a shameful act of wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Therefore, they betrayed the demons and called themselves the Old Demons. They were unscrupulous, causing all sorts of trouble and destruction in the past 1,000 years just to reignite the flames of war between the 3 races. They despised the Protoss and the humans from the bottom of their hearts, and even viewed the demons as traitors. They were the true enemies of the entire world and had caused harm to the 3 races. They were disgusting and infuriating existences. And among these old demon sects, the most ancient, the largest, and the most mysterious was the primordial demon. In the past 1,000 years, you've carried out demonic rituals in the demon realm time and time again, slaughtering your own kind, using monsters and even the lives of your own kind as sacrifices. You've even attempted to create a 7th demon. You've done such filthy and hateful things, and now you still dare to appear before us and attack our esteemed master? Leal's emotions were already out of control, and her magic was spewing out, shaking the entire atmosphere. Not to mention Leal, even Heart was a little out of control, his face contorted as his magic swept out. One could imagine that to the demons, the old demons were indeed trash that they couldn't wait to kill. They betrayed the demons and even viewed the demons as a disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of the demons. Who knew how many cruel and inhumane acts they had committed in the past 1,000 years, causing the demons to be condemned by both the gods and humans many times. If it weren't for them, the demons would have been more accepted by the gods and humans, and peace would have come more easily. They destroyed the prayers of the demons for peace, and even acted in the name of the Demon King, committing despicable acts. All the demons had long since hated them to the bone. The evidence was that even Chaffen's gaze toward Parion had turned cold. It was obvious that although this succubus wasn't interested in Parion and the others, if they were from the old demons, and they were the disciple of the first demon's ambassador, even Chaffen would want to kill them. However, facing Leal's condemnation, the smile on Parion's face did not diminish. Those are all necessary sacrifices, Chief of the Stone Ladies. Parion was like a kind old man, but the words he said made people's hearts turn cold. As long as the Demon King can be resurrected, His Majesty the Demon King can reappear in this world, reclaim the glory of the demons, and take revenge on the Protoss and humans. Those sacrifices are just a small matter that can be endured after 1 or 2 seconds of silence. These words caused the aura of Leal and the others to stagnate for a moment, and then it turned into a substantial pressure that poured out in a frenzy. Even Grey's expression turned cold, and an astonishing aura gradually rose from his body. That aura was not inferior to Leal's at all. The aura of the 3 top-notch legendary powerhouses merged together and attacked Parion, as if it could crush that old body of his. In response, before Parion could do anything, the 2 middle-aged demons behind him stepped forward and released their aura. His aura was actually on par with Leal, Heart, Grey and the others. This aura proved that the 2 middle-aged demons were powerful. Both of them are at level 98? Xian could tell the strength of these 2 people at a glance. Impressively, these 2 were only a little lower than Leal and Grey, and they were even higher than Heart. As expected, none of the apostles under the apostles' command are simple. Back then, as an apostle, Maki was also at level 98, and her strength was on par with the elf queen Sophie. If not for Shuren's cheat, it would not have been easy for Shuren to get rid of her under normal circumstances. Now, the strength of these two old demons was not below Maki's, and there was no doubt that they were definitely apostles under the apostles' command. Of course, although these two were strong, it was not impossible for them to fight against them. Be it Leal or Grey, they were not weaker than these two demons, and even Hart was not much inferior. However, even though this was the case, the aura of these two apostles was actually on par with Leal and the others. This space, Shuren realized something and looked around. The superb perception of fate of external perception told Shuren that this blood-colored space was not ordinary. It had actually completely controlled the mana of the entire world, allowing the mana to flow in the direction of Parion and the others like flowing water. Thanks to this, the mana of the two apostles increased greatly, and they were able to withstand the attacks of Leal and the others. You guys. At this moment, Leal and the others also felt that something was wrong. Chaffney had been observing this blood-colored world from the beginning, and after seeing this scene, she murmured. The effect of a unique skill? Upon hearing Chaffney's words, Parion spoke in admiration. You're really perceptive. Parion chuckled and spoke in a friendly manner. This is an exclusive space created by my unique skill. No, rather than calling it an exclusive space, it's more accurate to say that I've separated the two spaces inside and outside, and then turned the space within the area of effect of my unique skill into a hell that belongs to me and is under my control. In this space, I'm almost equivalent to a god. Even the mana that originally existed in this world can be extracted and used to strengthen myself or my subordinates. This is my unique skill, Crimson Hell. Along with this sentence, a blood-colored sun rose and floated in the center of this blood-colored world. Endless mana was evaporated by the heat of the blood sun, turning into pure energy that increased the gravity of this world. Ugh! Leal, Grey, and Hart felt their bodies sink, and they almost fell to the ground. Shuren and Chaffney felt the same, but they were not as flustered as the others, and they quickly stabilized themselves. Parion looked at this scene and couldn't stop letting out a creepy laugh. On his body, an aura that far surpassed that of Leal and the others appeared. Level 100. This person was a super expert at the ultimate level. Feeling the aura of an ultimate powerhouse that was constantly rising from Parion's body and growing stronger by the second, Leal and the others' expressions turned ugly. They knew that in the face of this so-called Sun Ambassador, they were no match for him. Even Shuren, who was in his normal state, felt a slight threat from Parion. He furrowed his brows without a trace, but then relaxed them again. Only Chaffine seemed to not care about Parion's change at all, or rather, she had noticed Parion's strength from the beginning. She suddenly laughed. I remember now. Chaffine suddenly said in a playful tone. You're the one who ran faster than anyone on the battlefield 1,000 years ago. After the demons were defeated, you were the first to jump out, saying that you would follow your mother's will. You were the demons who couldn't accept surrender, and then secretly took away a group of your own supporters to follow that person, right? While Shuren and the others were stunned by Shaffine's words, the smile on Parion's face also froze. Chaffine didn't seem to notice this and looked at Parion with a faint smile. Did you come here to stop me because you're still as arrogant as before, or was it Helemus's instruction? Helemus. When this name came out of Shaffine's mouth, the expressions of several people changed. Leal's expression changed. The two apostles behind Parion were also slightly moved. One could see a lot of fear and respect in their eyes. Meanwhile, the smile on Parion's face had completely vanished. It was that person's instruction. Parion admitted this in a low voice. Chaffine immediately laughed. However, it was a disdainful and contemptuous laugh. I knew it. That guy always has some unrealistic dreams. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this now. Is he really that obsessed with the existence of demons? Chaffine seemed to be really disdainful. You're going a little too far. Parion forced a smile and said earnestly, no matter what, that Lord is an existence that almost became Her Highness' younger brother. If it wasn't for his bad luck that Her Highness Wanyi was born a few hundred years later, he would have been the sixth demon. Yes. Chaffine covered her mouth and chuckled, but there was no smile in her eyes. That's indeed what he's always been thinking. That's why he's so unwilling, isn't it? Her sarcastic words made Parion's expression turn ugly, but he couldn't say anything. Seeing Parion like this, Shafine's gaze became even more contemptuous. And then? So I'm the person that kid is eyeing this time? Chafing, Chafine said, he's not pestering my little Ai like he used to. Instead, he's trying to hit on me. I have to say, he's getting bolder and bolder. In a while, he might even dare to hit on Big Sister. If the aura rising from everyone else was like a wave, then the aura rising from Shafine's body was like a tsunami. If the aura rising from the rest of the people present could be described as waves, then the aura rising from Chafine's body could be described as a tsunami. If the aura rising from everyone else was like a wave, then the aura rising from Shafine's body was like a tsunami. Parion's expression became more and more stiff, and a faint trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Limit level, so what? In front of a transcendent level existence, it was nothing. Shafine's voice slowly rang out. Before Mother passed away, you seemed to be planning to help Helimus become a demon, then become the first cadre under him. Then, you'd slowly let that guy beat us 6 sisters and become Mother's most favored son. That way, you'd be the third person in the demons besides Mother and Helimus, right? Chafine stared at Parion with a cold gaze that made him shudder. Then let me see if you really have that kind of ability. Hearing Shafine's words, Parion finally couldn't stand it anymore. Do it. With a low growl, Parion opened his hand, causing a bloody wind to sweep through the entire crimson space. The bloody wind distorted the space and overturned the heavens and earth. The sky suddenly fell, and the earth suddenly rose. The entire world seemed to have turned upside down, with only the blood sun still hanging high in the sky. Under such circumstances, the distorted space turned into a vortex, swallowing Chafine and the others. Lady Chafine. Damn it. Not good. Leal, Gray, and Hart all cried out in shock. Mana surged from their bodies, and they struggled with all their might. However, they couldn't break free from the distortion of space, and disappeared one after another. Boom. Chafine detonated the mana on her body, easily shattering the space. She used her strongest power to suppress the distortion of space itself, forcefully staying in place and not moving. Apart from Chafn, there was only one other person who had already made preparations to deal with any sudden attacks. That person was Shuren, who had been watching the show from the side. Pay. Fix. Shuren chanted an incantation, and the mana on his body rippled, smoothing out the distortion of space around him. That's right. Shuren had the fix pay magic property, which fixed the distortion of space itself. Huh? Parion, who had turned the entire crimson world upside down, was surprised to see this. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention to Shuren. To him, apart from Chafner, the one he needed to pay the most attention to was Sean, the hero. However, Parion had other plans for Shuren. Compared to Chafine, who was a transcendent demon, Shuren didn't give him much pressure. Thus, he planned to distort space and isolate Chafine. After dealing with Shafine's matter, he would slowly deal with the people who had been transferred to the outside world. Who would have thought that Sean would actually resist the repulsive force of this space and stubbornly stay here? Hee hee. Chafine didn't care about the disappearance of Leal and the others. Instead, she was happy that Shuren was able to stay by her side with his own strength. Sean, on the other hand, glanced at Parion, who was looking at him in surprise, and blinked his eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm just staying to watch the show. Shuren said innocently. Humph. Parion ignored Shuren's pretentious words and snorted coldly. Sissay, Sean, I'll leave that little fellow to you. Under Parion's command, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of and behind Shuren. They carried astonishing mana and blasted towards Shuren. They were Sissay and Sean. Pay. Rupture. Without any hesitation, Shuren cast a spell, causing the air around him to explode. Shockwaves swept out and blasted towards the otherworldly demon brothers in an attempt to force them back. One was level 94, while the other was level 91. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to withstand Shuren's offensive spell. However, at this moment, the aura that emanated from Sissay and Sean easily surpassed level 95. In the end, one was level 97, while the other was level 96. This pair of brothers had concealed their true level and strength. Furthermore, under Parion's control, the mana within the Crimson Sun of Hell continuously flowed into the brothers' bodies, raising their strength. Sisay and Xian's aura surged, and they forcefully withstood the shockwaves and dashed towards Shuren. My apologies, hero. Sisay attacked Shuren from the front. Come with us, brother. Xian stretched out his hand from behind Shuren. The two top legendary powerhouses attacked Xian at the same time. Unfortunately, I've been waiting for you. Not only did Shuren not panic, he even smiled. He had unsheathed the sacred sword in his hand at some point in time. Furthermore, it was imbued with an astonishing amount of mana, and it shone with an intimidating radiance. Sisay and Xian felt a terrifying wave of divine energy assaulting their bodies, and a sense of danger exploded in their hearts. Clang! In the next instant, the dazzling slash transformed into a sword ray that flickered. Poochie! Poochie! Two tearing sounds rang out, one after the other. Ugh! Ah! Sisay and Xian let out agonized cries at the same time. Under the dazzling sword ray, Sisay, who was just about to touch Shuren, couldn't dodge in time. The front of his body was slashed open, and blood spurted out. Xian's hand, which was reaching for Shuren's back, was chopped off and sent flying into the air. In a single exchange, the two otherworldly demon brothers were severely injured by Shuren. How? As if struck by lightning, the two of them retreated furiously, howling in pain as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Shuren's lips curled up. You can't possibly think that you've concealed your strength well, right? It can't be, right? Shuren's sarcastic words made even Chafine burst into laughter. But that was the truth. From the first time he met Xian, Shuren had already noticed that there was something wrong with him. Xian thought that he had hidden it well, but little did he know that when they first met, Xian had already seen through this guy's hidden level through the appraisal ability of External Destiny. Despite being at level 96, he said that he couldn't become an officer, and that he was still working hard to replace his elder brother's position. He was clearly trying to fool others. Later on, when he met Sisay, Shuren had also seen through his true strength, and that was why he had said those words in that situation. Thus, Shuren could tell that the two brothers were pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Just that, Shuren didn't expect the two brothers to be from the old demon's faction, Primordial Demon. They were traitors. Actually, Sisay and Xian couldn't really be considered traitors. That was because they weren't demons loyal to Chafine in the first place. They were apostles that Parion had spent centuries grooming. They were old demons that belonged to the primordial demons. Under Parion's orders, they had brought their tribesmen into the demon realm and even infiltrated Succubus City to serve as spies. Thus, they weren't traitors but spies. Old demons were spies of the primordial demons. Using the special magic tools that Parion had given them, they had managed to hide their identities and levels for centuries. Sisay had even become a cadre of the succubus demons. From this, it could be seen how deeply they had hidden themselves. If not for Parion's order for them to do their best to obtain the slots for the succubus demons expedition and wait for an opportunity to strike, the otherworldly demon brothers might have continued to hide. Thus, the existence of the otherworldly demon brothers proved the saying, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used for a single moment. This was the single moment that Sisay and Xian needed to be used for. After this battle, both Sisay and Xian could no longer remain in Succubus City or even the demon realm. They would have to abandon their tribesmen. For the two of them, this was quite a difficult thing to bear. After all, they had seen Succubus Xiafin's beauty more than once in the several centuries they had been in Succubus City, and they had fallen in love with her. After this, they could only become Xiafin's enemies. But now, they couldn't even care less about this sadness. Cough. Pooh. The two brothers kept coughing up blood under the condition of serious injuries. At this moment, the holy waves of the holy sword had already invaded their bodies, constantly destroying their insides. Is this the fearsome power of the hero's holy sword? Sisay's expression changed drastically. Big brother. Xian also began to feel fear. At this moment, the two brothers finally understood how serious it was to attack the hero and be injured by the hero's holy sword. For example, the poison demon cadre named Arad had been injured by the hero's holy sword 1,000 years ago. The holy power in his body still remained, eroding his body, causing his level to drop a lot and his strength to be greatly affected. The two otherworldly demon brothers tasted the same treatment as Arad. Corroded by the holy energy in Shuren's holy sword, their injuries worsened, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Parian's expression turned even more awful, and at the same time, he was also a little bewildered. This hero is indeed a variable. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Parian finally realized how difficult it was to deal with Shuren. It wasn't that he didn't care about the hero, it was just that compared to Chafner, who had become a demon, the threat of a hero who hadn't transcended was much lower. It was only at this moment that Parian suddenly came to a realization. No matter how immature he is he still an existence that can force Star to retreat? Although the young master who obtained the title of Star had no talent and could only think of ways to create powerful magical life forms to make up for his lack of combat strength, that person still received the recognition of the leader and became an existence on the same level as them. Since he was forced to retreat by this hero, Parian naturally couldn't underestimate him. Understanding this, Parian began to move. Rumble, the entire crimson world began to tremble even more violently. A fishy wind howled like a storm. The upside-down sky suddenly turned into a sea of blood, the waves surging violently. In the sea of blood, roaring and violent figures gradually appeared. They had irregular bodies, irregular limbs, and appearances that were pieced together by demons that didn't belong to the same race. They were crazy and violent, unlike all life in the mortal world. Who else could it be other than the alchemist demon? Wow, he hid an entire army of monsters in this space. Shuren clicked his tongue in wonder. Humph. Chafine furrowed her brows and snorted coldly in displeasure. It was obvious that the most beautiful demon in the entire Omnipotensen was not in a good mood after seeing these monstrous alchemist demons. To humans like Shuren, these were just disgusting monsters, but to demons, these alchemist demons were not that simple. This was because they sacrificed monsters as materials, and even sacrificed their fellow demons as materials to refine monsters. Moreover, these monsters would become sacrifices for the young demons, allowing the young demons to grow and eventually become a part of the so-called seventh demon's body. In the eyes of orthodox demons, or rather in the eyes of demons like Chafine, these monsters were blasphemous demons and demons. They were filthy existences. Shuren could naturally see the displeasure in Shafine's heart and could not help but speak up. Since you're unhappy, then cut it. What are you waiting for? The simple and crude words not only shocked Parian and the others, but also stunned Chafine. You want me to do it? Chafine pointed at herself. What? Shuren asked curiously. Can't you do it? That's not it. Chafine blinked. It's just that this level of opponent is usually dealt with by the people around me. In other words, Chafine herself rarely took action. Who asked her to be a succubus? Even if she wanted to take action, officers like Leal would immediately take on the job and say, enemies of this level don't need Lady Chafine to take action personally. Then, they would take care of the eyesore on their own, right? Moreover, there were many people like Grey who volunteered to be her protector. As a result, Chafine basically had no chance to act when someone else was by her side. Over time, Chafine developed the habit of not getting angry unless she had no other choice. Shuren did not even think about it and directly condemned this habit. Do you know that I almost got myself into trouble in the capital? Shuren said straightforwardly. At that time I had Lilith by my side, so I wasn't in a hurry to deal with the enemy. What he meant was that if he didn't take the current situation seriously, then even a demonic being might fail. Not to mention, this time, the enemy was obviously prepared. I don't think that a group of extreme-level demon race faction would dare to come out without a plan, knowing that there's a huge gap between them and the transcendent-level demon dwellers. Shuren expressed his opinion. Chafine understood. Since that's the case, let's kill them all. As soon as this was said, the heavens and earth shook. Ga! Roar! One after another, the refinement fiends that emerged from the sea of blood rushed towards Chafnia's location, bringing with them a storm of blood. A glint flashed through Shafine's eyes. She slowly raised her slender hand and pressed it down towards the demon refiner army that was charging towards her in succession. Boom! In the next second, a gigantic palm formed by pure mana descended from the sky like an iron handprint, setting off a rumbling sound as it smashed downwards like the falling sky. Wherever the demonic hand passed, the demons were like grains of sand. The moment they came into contact with the huge handprint, they were crushed by the terrifying power. After all of the refinement devils had been destroyed like insignificant ants by the giant hand, the devilish hand descended into the sea of blood, and the entire sea of blood was vaporized amid an even more terrifying boom. Pfft! Parion immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Parion! Lord Parion! The two apostles beside him turned pale with fright. Even the heavily injured Sisay and Sean were shocked by this sudden change. F***CK. Shuren cursed. Could it be that this is the legendary palm technique that descends from the sky? You're so awesome, my succubus highness. However, he didn't seem to be very satisfied with this result. I want to shatter this space as well. Chafine seemed very dissatisfied with this. Proud heaven is still you, proud heaven. Shuren could not help but roll his eyes. Parion looked at this scene, coughing up blood as he growled with a dark expression. Shatter the space as well? It's not that easy. This is a space created by my unique skill. Unless I die. Not even demons can destroy the space. This was probably the truth. In this world, there were not many abilities that could render a transcendent demon helpless, but unique skills were one of them. As abilities that transcended the norm, unique skills all had their own effects. They could be very strong, or very weak. If it was the latter, it was not impossible for it to be defeated by an ordinary level 1 skill. If it was the former, then it was possible that even the devil dwellers would be helpless against it. Because of this, unique skills were the most inconceivable power in this world. Even existences that had transcended were able to get rid of the concept of levels and skills. However, they still couldn't get rid of their unique skills. They still had to use them to fight against their enemies. It was obvious that a powerful unique skill would have a huge effect on a transcendent existence. Only the Demon King and Supreme Gods could surpass the concept of unique skills and obtain unparalleled power by themselves. They were existences beyond the norm, great beings that even truth could not restrict. Without reaching this level, even if one was a transcendent demon dweller, they would still have to abide by the rules and regulations of their unique skills. Naturally, Chafine understood this. Then I'll kill you first. Chafine spoke as if she was announcing something very normal. Then, she lightly snapped her fingers in Parion's direction. Bang! Parion, who was coughing up blood, suddenly exploded into a sky full of flesh and blood. He died on the spot. Lord Parion. Watching Parion explode into a sky full of flesh and blood before their eyes, the four apostles similarly cried out in panic. Shuren was even more confused. That's it, that's it? What did you do to his body? Shuren looked at Chafine in shock. Chafine raised her brows and said innocently, I didn't do anything. He absorbed all the magic power in this space, didn't he? Shuren almost didn't understand what she meant. After a while, Shuren's mouth twitched as he watched Chafine continuously release magic power into the surroundings. You mixed your magic power into the magic power in the atmosphere and allowed the apostle to use his unique skill to absorb the magic power in the atmosphere. Then, you mixed your magic power into the apostle's body and let it go out of control, causing the apostle to explode? Shuren's words didn't get a response from Chafine. She only revealed an incomparably beautiful and touching smile. Good fellow, I'm King Goodfellow. Didn't they say that the most brutal demons were the poison demon and the dragon demon? Why do I feel that the most brutal one should be this harmless-looking succubus? Someone looks like a succubus on the surface, but is actually a wolf killer. It seems like I can't do anything to this devastatingly beautiful woman next time. Shuren silently wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, just as Sean and Chaffin were about to relax, a sudden gust of fishy wind blew past them. It's not over yet. Parion's body, which had exploded into a pile of flesh and blood, reconstructed itself in the fishy wind. He roared as he returned to his original form. I won't die so easily. Succubus Chafine. As he shouted, Parion waved the cane in his hand, causing a violent gust of wind to blow in the direction of Sean and Chaffney. Not dead yet? Chafing furrowed her brows. Without saying a word, she sent out another palm strike. Boom, the surging magic power transformed into a huge palm and smashed the incoming fishy wind, the chaotic atmosphere, and Parian's body, which had just recovered with great difficulty. He exploded again and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. But very quickly, the flesh and blood that filled the sky gathered in the air once again, and Parian was resurrected. The resurrected Parian didn't just set off a violent wind this time, he even caused the world to spin, turning the entire space into an upside-down chaotic world. It made people feel dizzy and unsteady, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiaofin's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Mana surged out of her, and just like how she had stabilized the distorted space at the beginning, she borrowed the immense power to stabilize the surrounding space. Xian also did not hesitate to use the fixed apply and attach magic to the surrounding space, so that they were firmly fixed in place and no longer twisted and turned upside down. Seeing this, Parian continued to roar and create a fishy wind that distorted the world. It was as if he wanted to crush Xian and Xiaofin. Unfortunately, although he was powerful, he was not invincible. Not to mention Xiaofin, even Xian, whose magic power was far superior to his, could use magic to resist the spatial anomaly of Crimson Sun Hell. But his unique skill seems to have other mysteries, making him very hard to kill. Xiaofin released magic power to stabilize herself while looking at Xian in annoyance, as if she had encountered a cockroach that could not be killed. Why don't you make a move and kill him? If she spent some time, Xiaofin would definitely be able to break through Parian's unique skill and completely kill him. But there was no need. Even if Parian was really an unkillable cockroach, he could only blame his bad luck for encountering Xian. After all, holy swords were the true nemesis of demons. If one was hit by a holy sword, no matter how hard it was to kill demons, they would die. Alright, in the end, I still have to do it. Xian understood this point, and while sighing, he did not waste any time and unlocked the seal of the holy sword. Unseal, Hirisu. With a short incantation, the sealed steel blade on the holy sword in Xian's hand broke into pieces, turning into 3 seal rings that appeared on the hilt of the holy sword. Xian had actually undone all 3 seals on the holy sword in one go. Now that his identity had been exposed and there was no need to hide it, Xian did not need to hide anymore. He could use the holy sword normally to fight his enemies. Moreover, the experience in the imperial capital had indeed taught Xian a profound lesson. Now that he knew that even the strongest existence could be defeated, Xian no longer had the thought of hiding his abilities when faced with a high-level battle. Xian did not want to have a 50-50 chance of winning. He clearly had hidden power, but he never used it. It would have been fine if there was something difficult to say, but since there was no more, Xian naturally hoped that he would be in the fishpond game every time. He could just crush them with force. Hence, apart from the side effects of the Samsara mandate, Xian had already decided not to hide his strength anymore. The holy sword was the most powerful artifact born from the concept of heroes. It was the crystallization of power that only true heroes could use. There was no price to pay to use it. Since that was the case, why should Xian be polite? He would just be reckless. Hence, an incomparably resplendent radiance shone from the unsealed holy sword in Xian's hand. It instantly occupied the world, turning the crimson color into gold. An astonishing holy wave swept through the entire space, causing Parian's pupils to shrink. Chafa could not help but look solemn, and her heart thumped. It was a godly weapon that could kill all demons. Even demons and the Demon King could not escape from it. Come, let me slash you. Let's see if you can resurrect again. Xian revealed a frightening smile to Parian. An astonishing aura erupted from his body. At this moment, with the power of the holy sword, Xian had easily surpassed the legendary level and even the ultimate level. His holy sword is actually so powerful. Parian's face was filled with horror. Swoosh, suddenly, Xian disappeared. Oh no. Parian immediately sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, his body shook, and he disappeared into the distorted space. Clang, in the next second, a dazzling sword light slashed where Parian was, cutting open the distorted space. Escape? Xian suddenly appeared. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly turned around and dashed in a direction. In that direction, Parian's figure quietly appeared. Quick! Stop him! Parian's extremely anxious voice sounded. Obviously, Parian was very clear that no matter how difficult it was to kill him, once he encountered the holy sword, he would be completely dead. When the group of apostles heard Parian's extremely anxious order, they groaned inwardly. Even Parian, who was at the ultimate level and had activated such a powerful unique skill, had to flee in front of Shuren. How could the few of them, who were only at the legendary level, stop Shuren? But Parian did not care whether his apostles were willing or not. He directly used spatial distortion. And a few apostles appeared on the path that Shuren had to pass through. At the same time, Parian also wildly exerted negative influence on Shuren by manipulating this space. For example, increasing the gravity around Shuren, limiting his speed and increasing the weight he had to bear. For example, completely distorting the space so that Shuren could no longer use instant movement. For example, reversing the world countless times made Shuren lose his sense of direction, vision, and hearing. Thus, Parian did everything that he could. However, boom, with a wave of incomparably horrifying magic power exploding from Shuren's body, the gravity, the distortion of space, and the reversal of the world were all forcibly fixed in place. How is this possible? Parian could not believe his eyes. Even Xiaofin's breathing stagnated, and she could not help but murmur. Transcendence, that's right. Transcendence. Now that he had reached level 95 and completely unsealed the holy sword, even without using the special skill, Samsara destiny, and burning magic power to strengthen himself, Shuren had the power of transcendence. That power might not be comparable to a demon, but it was not inferior to existences at the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. That was why Shan could now be like Chafner. He could use pure and absolute power to freeze the entire space and even this part of the world just by releasing his mana. Thus, Shuren's figure flickered a few times, and he flashed past the horrified Sisai and Shan, who were blocking his way. Poochie, with a neat slashing sound, the sword light disappeared in a flash. Sisai and Shan, who had already been corroded by the holy energy of the holy sword, were unable to dodge Shuren's ultimate slash that had reached the threshold of transcendence, and blood splattered on the spot. Shan. Big brother. The two legend rank experts of the otherworldly demon tribe howled and called out to each other. Amidst the rain of blood, they were neatly sliced into two halves. Sisai, dead. Shan, dead. These two brothers who had hidden in the succubus city for centuries died in this crimson world just like that. Without even turning his head, Shuren continued dashing in Parian's direction. Stop him. Stop him dash. Parian was already scared out of his wits. He roared furiously and disappeared into the distorted space, escaping without a trace. Ah! The remaining middle-aged demons could only watch as Shuren charged toward them. With a roar, one of them raised a giant sword, while the other raised a giant shield, in an attempt to stop Shuren. However, what greeted them was a dazzling sword light that suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the dazzling sword light, the pair of demons suddenly recalled the words they had said when they first arrived at the succubus city and entered the otherworldly demonic tribe with Parian. When they heard of Shuren's existence. As long as Lord Parian gives the order, we'll go and retrieve the hero's head. Even if he's a hero, with the four of us attacking him together, I don't believe we can't take him down. Thinking back to what they had said at that time, only now did they realize how naive they had been. Endless regret welled up in their hearts. Then, the sword light flashed, the consciousness of the two middle-aged apostles of the old devil sect, a man and a woman, was completely severed. In the Crimson World, the four legendary powerhouses who had been flaunting their prowess were all killed by Shan in less than a few seconds. At this moment, Sisai and Shan's corpses were still falling. The middle-aged apostles from the old demon's faction followed after them. They carried their broken swords and shields, hugged their decapitated heads, and fell down with blood spurting everywhere. Shuren held the shining golden holy sword in his hand. With an obvious transcendent aura, he glanced in Parian's direction. But at this moment, Parian was already like a fugitive. He kept flickering in the distorted space and fled into the distance. There, Chafner was floating in midair. In other words, Parion had sacrificed his top legendary apostle subordinates to buy some time before charging straight at Chaffn. How dare you? Chaffner was so angry that she laughed. Parion's overconfidence made her feel insulted. Immediately, Chaffner raised her palm without hesitation and gathered a shocking amount of magic. If this palm strike was unleashed, its power would definitely be more terrifying than any of Chaffner's previous attacks. At the very least, Parion felt a fatal sense of danger rising in his heart. The terrifying magic that made his scalp tingle didn't make Parion stop. Hurry, hurry! Parion shouted anxiously in his heart. His preparations were already underway. Succubus City. After Chaffine left, there were no disturbances at all. It was just like before, operating normally. However, no one realized that while Chaffner was imprisoned by the Crimson Hell, chilling scenes kept appearing in Succubus City. In the end, this day still came. A demon who had lived in Succubus City for a long time sighed and looked in the direction of the Succubus Castle. His eyes were filled with infatuation and reluctance to leave. In the end, he reached out and pierced his chest without hesitation. He dug out his heart and fell to the ground, completely losing his life. Farewell, Your Highness Succubus. Another clan leader muttered with a face full of reluctance. Then, he took out a knife and pierced his abdomen, dying on the spot. The same scene was happening again and again. One by one, the residents of the Charm Demon City committed suicide. Some even set fire to themselves in front of the Charm Demon Castle. Gradually, the Charm Demon City was in chaos. This was especially so for the otherworldly demonic tribe. Despite being the fourth strongest tribe in Succubus City, they chose to commit suicide at the very first moment. Not a single one of them was spared, and not a single one of them hesitated. This terrifying scene continued to appear, and finally condensed into an undispersible blood aura. Following a mysterious connection, it attached itself to an existence that was already far away from Charm City. In the Crimson World, Chaffn, who was about to gather all the mana in her body to attack the overconfident Parion, suddenly froze in place. Buzz! A wave of blood chi appeared around Chaffine and entered her body, causing her body to tremble violently. A strange flush appeared on her face. It was extremely abnormal. This is... Chaffine's expression finally changed. What's going on? Shuren was also stunned by this sudden change. Only Parion wasn't shocked by this scene. Instead, he was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Success! Success! As expected. That person's method is effective. You've finally fallen for the curse we've set up for centuries. Succubus! Parion's voice echoed throughout the Crimson World, bringing with it a gust of fishy wind. However, Chaffine didn't have the energy to pay attention to him anymore. Feeling the curse continuously entering her body, her expression turned extremely ugly. Logically speaking, as a demon, Chaffine shouldn't have fallen for the curse so easily. No matter how powerful the curse was, once it touched a demon, it would be immediately blocked by the demon's magic power. After reaching the transcendent realm and surpassing the limits of life, beings like demons could no longer be affected by curses that targeted ordinary life forms. It was even difficult for them to be affected by negative forces other than unique skills. Only unique skills that transcended common principles could pose some sort of hindrance to the demon kin. However, even so, it was extremely difficult to find unique skills that were effective against existences at the level of demons. Unique skills were originally awakened by a small number of people. Apart from Protoss who were born with the power equivalent to unique skills, other beings couldn't awaken unique skills just because they wanted to. Only a small number of beings could awaken unique skills. Among the small number of people, there were many whose unique skills weren't very powerful. Some of them even had life skills that were useless in battle. As a result, unique skills that had extraordinary effects on existences at the level of demons were basically existences of the same level as demons. Such an existence, other than those who were born transcendent, could only be possessed by heroes who were summoned from another world and could awaken powerful unique skills. In other words, with Parion's level, it shouldn't be possible for him to have a curse that was effective against demons. Even if he had such a method, it wouldn't be easy to use it on a demon. But now, Parion had done it. Moreover, Chafine also realized the reason. He actually used my unique skill. Yes. Parion used Shafine's unique skill. Succubus Chafine, your unique skill is to use the mind as a medium to establish a connection between two parties and connect the power of different individuals. This connection exists on the essence of an individual. It's something deeper than existence itself, conceptual factors, and even the soul. With this ability, as long as someone has formed a deep impression of you, you will be able to establish a connection with them based on the impression. The deeper the impression I have of you, the deeper the connection will be. Therefore, those who are intoxicated by you, captivated by your beauty, and subservient to you are actually your servants. This was a terrifying ability. With this deep connection, Chafine could even share the five senses, appearance, and even power of others without leaving a trace. If it was someone like Leal, who was absolutely loyal to Chafine and didn't have any disloyalty, Chafine could even control the other party's body and project her will onto it, using it to walk the world. This was a connection that was absolutely irresistible. Even with the protection of unique skills or powers like the Holy Sword, one couldn't escape. This was because this connection was carried out using the mind as a medium. If one's heart had already fallen, how could one resist it? Because of this, the only way to resist this ability was to completely ignore Chafine and not be bewitched by her charm. But in this world, who could resist the charm of the most beautiful succubus in the world? That was why Leal said that the reason why Chafine's unique skill was so powerful was because of Chafine's charm. Shuren couldn't resist Shafine's power, which was why his memories were blurred, forcibly hypnotized, and even entered his dreams. Although Shuren had always been resisting Shafine's charm, no matter how much he resisted, Shuren had to admit that this succubus was too alluring. He had a deep impression of her in his heart, and naturally had a flaw, which led to her entering his dreams. Of course, at that time, Chafine could only interfere to this extent. After all, Shuren hadn't fallen, so there was still a limit to what Chafine could do. Later on, when Shuren and Chafine accidentally had sex, although his memories were blurred, the depths of his body instinctively wouldn't forget this impression. Thus, the connection between Shuren and Chafine became deeper than ever. Under such circumstances, Chafine could do even more things to Shuren. However, this terrifying ability also had an unavoidable side effect. The connection is mutual. You can treat those who have fallen into your hands as your servants, but if you fall into someone else's hands, even if they don't have the same ability to control your power, they can still make your heart yield, and you won't be able to resist. That's why you don't care about anyone. It's not just because you have no interest in them, but because once you have a deep impression of them, you won't be able to resist some of their requests. Lord Helemus had long seen through this, so he made a plan that lasted hundreds of years. He had arranged for people to enter Succubus City, be captured by your beauty, and become servants under your skirt. This way, your unique skill will connect with them, and they will become your servants. However, we will also plant a continuously accumulating curse in them, and through this connection, it will slowly corrode you. In the end, just like how Chafine could rely on her unique skill to ignore other people's defenses and interfere with them, the corrosion of this curse would also affect Chafine through the connection. This effect would be very weak at the beginning, but after hundreds of years, as well as the self-destruction of those who had been cursed, it would explode in one go. This is your unique skill, Rippling Heart Demon. Parion brought along a violent, fishy wind, and swept toward Chafine, wrapping her up. Your demonic body will be taken by us, primordial fiends. Parion laughed loudly, as if he had already won. He didn't notice a figure dashing toward the blood sun in the sky. This is your true body, right? The hero looked up at the red sun, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I found you. With such a declaration, the hero soared into the sky. Straight into the clouds. In his hand, a dazzling golden holy sword slashed across, cutting open the red sky. Poochie! The golden sword energy cleanly cut open the red sun. Aha! Parion, who was about to wrap around Chafine, howled miserably. His entire body seemed to melt, and he disappeared without a trace. Bang! The moment the crimson sun was sliced open by the golden strike, the crimson world exploded like broken glass. Crimson shards flew all over the sky, and Parion's screams could be heard. That scream did not come from anywhere else. It came from the crimson sun. How? How? As the crimson sun twisted, Parian's anguished wails could be heard. Without a doubt, this blood sun was Parian's true body. When Parian used Crimson Sun Hell, his body would transform into this blood sun and become the core of the entire Crimson Sun Hell. This was also why he was able to revive so quickly every time he was killed by Chafner. The Parian in the Crimson Space was only his incarnation, and he could revive no matter how many times he was killed. If he wasn't worried that the holy power of the Holy Sword would spread to his true body through the incarnation, Parian wouldn't have to worry about being hurt by Shuren. He could have leisurely carried out his plan to deal with Chafine. Unfortunately, Parian didn't know that with the blessing of the Holy Sword, Shuren's external destiny had far exceeded its usual state. After some spying, he finally found the location of Parian's true body. If Shuren wasn't here this time, Parian's plan, which he had been working on for centuries, would have succeeded, and Chafine would have to bear the consequences, right? Unfortunately, in the end, he still neglected the influence that Shan could bring. Despicable disciple of the Star Ambassador. Why didn't you tell me that this hero has the power to transcend? Parian's resentful voice sounded from the distorted blood sun. I curse you. With this final shout, under the holy power of the Holy Sword, the blood sun was completely annihilated by the dazzling golden light. The crimson shards disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. Ugh. At the same time, Chafine couldn't withstand the horrifying curse that had lasted for centuries. Her entire body was engulfed by the vicious blood energy, and she fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Swoosh, Shuren immediately disappeared and reappeared beside the falling Chafine, pulling her into his arms. Ugh. Ugh. Chafine seemed to have lost consciousness, and the power of the curse undulated in her body, making her look like she was in great pain. Ugh. Shuren couldn't help but smack his lips. He raised the holy sword in his hand and was about to use its power to remove the curse on Chafine, but he suddenly stopped. He had no choice. Although the holy sword could purify all evil energy and remove all negative effects, it was even more effective against demons. If Shuren slashed down with the sword, the curse might be purified, but Chafine would also suffer unimaginable injuries. After all, Shan's holy sword had been evaluated several times to be able to threaten the demons even if it had not transcended and transformed. Damn it! Shan cursed in his heart, and immediately used the best rescue means he could use now without hesitation. Celestial Breath. Shuren used the Celestial Body spell, which was comparable to the highest recovery spell. Starlight sprinkled on Shafine's body and removed the curse. With the blessing of the Holy Sword, Shan's celestial body magic skill had also been upgraded by 10 levels. In addition, Shan was not stingy and squandering a huge amount of mana. He poured a large amount of mana into the use of the celestial body magic as if it was free of cost, and the celestial body magic displayed an unprecedented extraordinary healing power. Thus, the curse on Shafine's body was finally alleviated and gradually subsided. It's effective. Seeing this, Shuren couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared and locked onto Shuren. WH. Shuren's expression changed, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Boom, accompanied by a loud boom, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. A pillar of mana descended from the sky, evaporating the atmosphere along the way and emitting a shocking heat as it descended in Shuren's direction. It was a power that could destroy an entire continent. It was pure violence that could shatter heaven and earth. With just a glance, Shuren could tell that this attack was definitely from a transcendent existence. This made Shuren's mind go blank. However, the fatal sense of danger stimulated Shuren's nerves, causing Shuren to explode without hesitation. Samsara Mandate. Shuren burned the mana in his body and activated his final trump card. In an instant, dazzling flames burned on Shuren's body. The astonishing flames that caused the turbulence instantly increased Shan's strength tenfold. At this critical moment, Shuren pushed the Samsara Mandate to the limit. Ha 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 dash. Immediately afterwards, Shuren roared and raised the holy sword in his hand, allowing the resplendent golden light and dazzling flames to fuse. He swung his most powerful slash at the terrifying pillar of light that descended from the sky. Clang, a sword cry that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly appeared. The golden slash enveloped in dazzling flames exploded, transforming into a huge sword light that soared into the sky and clashed with the huge light pillar descending from the sky. Dong, the deafening roar was like a clap of thunder, resounding throughout the entire world. The sword light and the light pillar collided fiercely, setting off a powerful shockwave, as well as a storm of mana. It was like a big explosion, blowing in all directions. Splat, 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 the rock plate continued to crack. Pung 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 pung, the ground kept shattering. The terrifying impact plowed through the entire land, destroying mountains, rivers, and forests one after another. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was razed to the ground at this moment. Fortunately, the terrifying and fatal light pillar descending from the sky was blocked. Shuren used all his might to successfully block the transcendent level attack, allowing the huge golden sword light to break the light pillar of mana. Both sides dissipated amidst the terrifying impact. Xian held Chafni in his arms as they continued to fall through the storm. They only managed to stabilize themselves when they were about to hit the collapsing ground. Humph. On the other side, just as Shuren stabilized himself, a cold snort sounded in his ear. Shuren took a deep breath and suppressed the rising and falling turbid air in his chest. His gaze swept across the space like a sharp sword and landed in the sky. It was only at this moment that Shuren saw it. In the distant sky, a figure had unknowingly appeared there. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, not any weaker than a transcendent-level demon. He gathered his terrifying power and raised one of his hands as if he was going to continue attacking. Seeing this scene and sensing the opponent's terrifying aura, Shuren didn't have any spare energy to think. He could only grip the holy sword in his hand and burn his mana with all his might. However, just as Shuren was about to clash head-on with his opponent again, an even more terrifying aura erupted from his chest. Scram! The extremely cold voice turned into a substantial impact that instantly penetrated through space and landed on the figure in midair. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the figure was caught off guard and was hit head-on, causing him to retreat for quite a distance. The other party wasn't injured and remained unscathed. However, for some unknown reason, the other party's aura suddenly plummeted from the transcendent level to the extreme level. Tisk, the figure in the sky flashed and disappeared after the annoyed sound of tongue-tied tongue-tied. The world returned to its usual calm. Cough, cough, cough. Chafine seemed to have relaxed. Her aura also plummeted, and she couldn't help but cough. Phew, Shuren let out a breath and let the dazzling flames on his body dissipate. Only then did the burning mana in his body gradually calm down. Although it consumed a lot of mana, Shuren didn't feel that tired because he hadn't used the Samsara mandate for long. Even if it was boosted to its limit by 10 times, he still didn't feel that tired. Are you alright? Xian looked at Chafine in his arms with a lingering fear in his heart and hurriedly asked. Shafine's curse had already calmed down, but it hadn't been dispelled. She seemed to be in a very bad state. I'm fine. Despite saying that, Shafine's face was as pale as a sheet. Just as Shuren was about to reply, Chafine grabbed his arm and shook her head. Let's leave this place first. Otherwise, when that fellow's power returns to its peak, we'll have to fight him in his demonic state. Hearing this, Shuren's heart tightened. Who is that person? Why did such a transcendent existence suddenly appear? Shuren couldn't help but ask this question. Chafine didn't answer and only shook her head. Don't worry, he's the same as you. There's a limit to how long he can possess transcendent power. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have retreated so obediently. Shafine's face was pale. In any case, listen to me and leave this place first. Don't let him recover and come back. Hearing Shafine's words, even though Shuren had a lot of questions, he couldn't help but nod. Immediately, Shuren teleported and left. About 10 minutes later, a figure once again appeared in the sky. After sensing the surroundings and confirming that there was no one here, he reluctantly retreated. Not long after, another 3 figures flew over and appeared at this place. Lady Chafine. Leo looked at the battlefield that had turned into ruins and screamed in a daze. Damn it. Heart's expression was extremely ugly. In the end, he couldn't help but smash a rock, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Gray didn't say anything, but the haze in his eyes lingered for a long time. The three of them had been expelled from the Crimson Space by Parion when the battle started and were exiled to other places. They had only just returned now. They stood in the ruins and looked at the scene, speechless for a long time. Moon Demon territory, deep within a forest. This place was beside the border of the Moon Demon territory, and was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Succubus territory. Shuren appeared here with Chafine in his arms. Just as he was about to continue on his way, Chafine stopped him. "Let's stop here." Shafine's face was still pale, but her tone was no longer as weak. Shuren stopped and looked at Chafine in his arms. "Are you sure we don't need to go further?" Shuren asked. Although they were already a few hundred kilometers away, this distance wasn't too far for someone who could display transcendent rank strength. If the other party wanted to chase after them and knew where they were, it would only take a few seconds for them to arrive. As such, Shuren wanted to stay further away. However, Chafine didn't think that it was necessary. He wouldn't expect us to stay so close to him. "It'll be harder to find us here," Chafine said calmly. Furthermore, he's not completely unconcerned. "Even if I'm cursed, you've already shown your transcendent rank strength. Unless he's able to make up for his flaws, a half-demon like him would definitely be worried about being killed if he chased after us recklessly." That's right. Shafine's words revealed her understanding of the other party, as well as her confidence in grasping the other party's lifeline. This made Shuren heave a sigh of relief, but he was also suspicious. "Half-demon?" Shuren muttered, then asked doubtfully, "What kind of demon is that? Breed?" Chafine frowned and said to Shan in annoyance, "Don't make it sound like demons are genetically modified pet dogs." "But I've never heard of such a thing." Shuren shrugged and said, "Demigods, half-demons, half-elves, and the like are often seen in novels. They're hybrids between humans and other races. However, I've never heard of a half-demon. Could it be that one of your sisters had a child with a human?" Hearing Shuren's playful words, Chafine squinted her eyes and smiled. "If you make fun of my sisters again, I'll stab you." Shafine's words were spoken in an extremely sweet tone. "Don't. Forget it." Shuren laughed dryly and stopped joking. Chafing lightly snorted, she pursed her lips and slowly said, "That's right. Everyone knows that we demons were born under the influence of Demon King Claudius' magic power. Our nature is similar to the monsters born under the influence of the source of magic power. We are naturally born through the interference of magic power. This was the origin of demons, as well as the reason demons had appeared in this world. If ordinary demons are born under the influence of the Demon King's mana, then we demons are directly born from the Demon King's mana. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Aie had once told Shuren that the first demons were born under the influence of the Demon King's demonic power. Therefore, demons could be regarded as the lower species of the Demon King and the servants of the Demon King. Just like the branches and leaves that grew out of a tree, they were loyal to the Demon King and dependent on the Demon King. Demons were the closest to the Demon King in terms of nature. If the Demon King was compared to a towering tree, the demons were the branches and leaves, and the demons were the saplings. They were existences that could theoretically grow to the level of the Demon King. Of course, it was only in theory. The Demon King was the original concept and individual born from nothingness with the omnipotent goddess. It was an existence above the world. The demons that lived in this world and were born in this world would be at a lower level of life than the Demon King. It was impossible for them to grow into a Demon King in this world. However, they were also direct descendants born from the magic power of the Demon King, and there was a world of difference between them and ordinary demons. Therefore, although all demons could be regarded as the Demon King's children, those children were just raised and only appeared under the influence of the Demon King's demonic power. In simple words, they had no direct blood relationship with the Demon King. Demons were different. They were born directly from the Demon King's demonic power and were similar to the Demon King in nature. They could be regarded as the blood descendants of the Demon King. There are 6 blood-related descendants named Devil Dwellers like this. Chafine looked at Shuren. But this doesn't mean that there wasn't a 7th life nurtured in the Demon King's demonic power. Hearing this, the corner of Shuren's eye twitched. Could it be? Sean recalled Perion's conversation with Chaffner in the Crimson World, which was the brother of the demons that Chaffner mentioned. Did you guess it? Chaffine smiled and said with certainty, back then, Mother's demonic power nurtured a total of 7 lives, but in the end, only 6 were completely nurtured. The last one was born a step too late. When Mother's power was almost completely occupied by us 6 sisters, there was no power left to nurture it completely. Like the other demons, it was successfully born in the outside world due to the influence of Mother's demonic power. The so-called half-devil referred to this incomplete devil cultivator. Because he wasn't completely born from the Demon King's demonic power and was nurtured by the Demon King's power, half of him was the same as normal demons. He belonged to the category of normal demons. If the demon was the existence closest to the Demon King, then this half-demon was half similar to the Demon King and half similar to the demons. Because of this reason, he can't be regarded as Mother's true child, and he can't be regarded as our younger brother. Even his power isn't complete, and he's always between the transcendent level and the extreme level. Chaffine said. What I mean by between the transcendent level and the extreme level isn't that his power exceeds the extreme level, but that he's not as strong as the transcendent level. Instead, his power is constantly fluctuating between these 2 levels. In other words, this half-demon could unleash the power of the transcendent level at times, but would fall to the extreme level at other times. His power wasn't stable at all. You should have seen it just now, right? After receiving my attack, his aura instantly plummeted. This is the manifestation of his incomplete devil cultivator body. Chaffine was referring to something else. He's like this. Sometimes, he's a transcendent level demon, and sometimes he's an extreme level demons. Sometimes, he's able to fight against us, but at other times, he can only look at us from behind, unable to touch us. This happens a few times a day, and he might even be affected by external factors. For example, just now, Shaffine's original intention was to scare that person away. Who knew that a simple attack would immediately cause the other party to fall from the transcendent level? This was a half-demon, an incomplete demon. That guy has been tortured by this physique, so he's always wanted to become a complete demon. Shaffine's tone was extremely calm. As a result, the so-called 7th demon creation plan came into being. Hearing this, Sharon's gaze sharpened. It couldn't be helped. There was too much information in Shaffine's words. Not only did it point out the current identity of this half-demon, but it also pointed out the foundation of the 7th demon creation plan that original demon had spent 1,000 years to come up with. You're saying that the 7th demon man that the old demon sect, primeval fiend, is creating is actually this half-demon man? Sharon asked in a low voice. Chaffine didn't confirm or deny it. She just said it. At the very least, the final beneficiary of the 7th demon creation plan is definitely him. I don't believe that original demon can create a demon so easily. If it was so easy to create demons, there wouldn't be only 6 of them. Sharon also didn't believe that the demon refinement ritual could create a true demon by combining the flesh and blood of a bunch of demons and monsters. The only reason why the creation of the 7th demon man was possible was because of this half-demon man. Perhaps the other party had sacrificed a part of his own body and used it as the core of the 7th demon, which was why he was able to create an incomplete 7th demon. Then, this incomplete 7th demon would split out a young demon and consume the sacrifice to strengthen itself. When the young demon returned to the main body and became a part of the main body, the completion rate of the 7th demon would become higher and higher. However, this method definitely wouldn't be able to complete the 7th demon creation plan. In the end, the old demon's faction could only create a half-demon similar to the source of the core. It was impossible for them to create a complete true demon. However, this didn't matter much. Perhaps this was the true goal of the 7th demon creation plan. Perhaps the half-demon wanted to cultivate a true demon infant with him as the core, and then absorb it through the ritual to make up for his imperfections so that he could become the true 7th demon creation plan. This was probably why Chaffine had said that he would be the ultimate beneficiary of this plan. Of course, if he is able to kill any one of us 6 sisters and then devour our demonic bodies, then he might also become a complete demonic person. Chaffine said sarcastically. Thanks to this guy has been eyeing us covetously since a long, long time ago. He's been thinking about whether or not he can devour us all the time. Especially AIE. As the last demon, she was lucky enough to be born a few hundred years before him, causing him to become incomplete. He has always been thinking of ways to deal with her. This time, I probably become like this because he wants to devour me and become a complete demon. For this, the seventh demon creation plan had been plotting for hundreds of years. This time, he had even sent the most experienced and strongest apostle among his 3 subordinates, using the weakness of Xianxia's unique skills to plot against her. All of this was to become a complete demon. Come to think of it, the so-called seventh demon cultivator's plan to create a seventh demon cultivator, he himself doesn't know whether he can become a complete demon cultivator, right? That's why he activated the plan he laid out hundreds of years ago, intending to fight for a viable opportunity. Unfortunately, he didn't expect you to be a variable. In the end, not only did he lose his most capable subordinate, he even jumped out in anger and attacked us. He's as useless as ever. Xianxia looked down on this existence that almost became her little brother. Her words and actions were filled with disdain. Perhaps Xianxia had forgotten that the reason she had become like this was all thanks to this good-for-nothing half-demon. After listening to Xianxia's description, Sean's heart was filled with a solemn feeling. I didn't expect the leader behind the primordial demon to be a half-demon. Although it was only a demon with limited conditions, it was still a transcendent rank combat power. It couldn't be underestimated. No wonder the primordial demon was able to cause so much trouble for 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the transcendent rank supporting it, it would have been uprooted long ago. Xianxia figured out many things. You can say that. Xianxia replied non-committally, even if it's a fluctuating transcendent rank, it's still a transcendent rank. In addition, that guy's unique skills are just like him, sinister and cunning. Not only can he completely conceal his aura and whereabouts, but he can also conceal others. Even the goddess of nature, Nadura, couldn't find him. It can be said that the primordial demon was created and survived until now because of him. This was the world's greatest evil, an underground mastermind that countless people wanted to deal with. I'm really lucky to have you. Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at Xianxia. Her eyes flickered as she said, if it wasn't for you, I would have really died this time. Perhaps even the half-demon didn't expect that there was someone with transcendent rank combat power by Xianxia's side. Otherwise, this time, the enemy might have really succeeded in killing Xianxia and taking her body. Then, by devouring her, he would become a complete demon. However, Xianxia still had some doubts in his heart. A plan that's been in place for hundreds of years. Since it's about to be activated, why wouldn't the primordial demon take precautions against me? This was something Xianxia couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, it wasn't a secret that he was by Xianxia's side. Parian also acted as if he already knew that he was here, which proved this point. Under such circumstances, the half-demon only showed a plan to deal with Xianxia, but not him, which led to their failure. This didn't make sense. Do they really think that I'm just a legendary hero? Even if I have some influence, it wouldn't be that big? Xianxia couldn't help but think so. That was the only way to explain why the other party did not come up with a countermeasure against him. But why was it like this? I personally killed a transcendent-level existence in the capital city. Did no one find out about such a huge piece of news? Xianxia was confused. The trouble that Xian had caused in the imperial capital could not be considered small. Disregarding everything else, the capital was almost half destroyed, and the palace was completely destroyed. The entire empire's regime underwent a huge change. Not only did the emperor lose his mind, but even the imperial concubine was revealed to be a criminal who attempted to use the empire for evil purposes. Such a huge incident would definitely cause a commotion in the human world. Even the divine world or the demon world would pay attention to it. Not to mention, Xianxia even killed a Mo Luo, who had ascended to the transcendent level with the help of the supreme god's treasure. As a result, his secret of being the brave warrior was exposed. This incident would definitely cause a huge commotion. The brave warrior who had not appeared for 1,000 years appeared in the Omnipotensen for less than half a year. However, he was already able to kill a transcendent-level existence. If this news were to spread, the 3 realms would no longer be peaceful. There were many people who witnessed this scene. It could even be said that everyone who participated in the entire empire's coup had witnessed it. Many people in the capital, whether they were intentionally or not, were observing this incident. It would be strange if Shuren's incident wasn't exposed. Previously, because the brave warrior incident was too popular, Shuren was able to kill Mo Luo. Mo Luo, on the other hand, had ascended to the transcendent level with the help of the supreme god's treasure beneath the empire. This incident was overlooked to a certain extent. However, while the general public might have overlooked this matter, the people from the major forces would definitely not. If they knew that Shuren was the brave warrior, they would definitely try their best to investigate the entire incident and dig out all the information about Shuren after he came to this world. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find out what happened in the capital and know that Shuren had killed a transcendent-level existence. Especially the original devil and old demon faction, it was impossible for them not to have information about this. One should know that Mo Luo and the original demon were originally partners. Even if her plan wasn't known by the original demon's people, the original demon's people would still be paying attention to her. In fact, they might even witness everything that happened that day. In addition, Mo Luo herself was very suspicious. Even if she was killed by Shuren, her lustrous branch was nowhere to be seen. She also possessed the symbiosis skill, which made people pay attention to her abnormality. Shuren had reason to believe that there was a mastermind behind Mo Luo. This mastermind was the existence that had a symbiosis with Mo Luo. As such, it would be strange if Shuren didn't suspect the mastermind. After all, there was a person who was inexplicably being hunted. After being rescued by Xianxia and Lilith, he was inexplicably unconscious for a few days, and then disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, he was inextricably linked to Mo Luo. It would be strange if Shan did not suspect him. If the mastermind behind the disappearance was related to the original demon, then it was impossible for the original demon to not know that Shan had killed Mo Luo and defeated an existence that had stepped into the transcendent level. If the mastermind knew about this, how could he treat Shuren as a legendary hero who wouldn't be able to affect the situation? There must be something going on that I don't know about. Shuren was certain. Just as Shuren was thinking about such things, Chafine, who was in his arms, stared at him and suddenly spoke. Regarding what happened in the capital, under Big Sister's instructions, we've temporarily blocked a portion of the news. Shan was taken aback by these sudden words. You know what I'm thinking? Shuren was a little surprised. A little. Chafine smiled faintly and said, my rippling heart demon is a unique skill that allows me to use the mind as a medium to connect with others. This connection depends on the relationship between the two parties. The deeper the connection, the stronger it is. With our relationship, isn't it normal for me to be able to sense what you're thinking? Oh my God, I've met another woman who can read minds. While Shuren was speechless, Chafine looked at him in amusement. Then, her expression tightened. She's called Mara, right? Chafine said, the moment she entered the transcendent realm, her magic had already penetrated the realm of demons and the realm of gods. She was detected by us, who were on the same level as her. Be it the 3 goddesses or the 6 great demons, from then on, they had been collecting information about the coup in the imperial capital nonstop, and gradually came to understand the truth. I have to say, that so-called Great Spirit of Death really is something. She actually managed to squeeze out a possibility of ascending to the transcendent realm. We were all shocked. Chafine said to Shuren. But you don't have to worry. If she enters the transcendent realm this way, she'll end up the same as you and that guy. It'll only be a transcendent with restrictions and conditions. This unexpected news caught Shuren's attention. Is it really just a transcendent with restrictions and conditions? Shuren couldn't help but ask. Of course. Chafine nodded without hesitation. She curled her lips and said, do you think the reason set by the Supreme God Omnis is fake? That the so-called limit of life can be broken just like that? That was the limit set by the truth of the world itself. Life could only reach level 100 at most. It couldn't be surpassed or surpassed. Back then, the reason why the Overgod Omnis set this limit was so that she could create a structure for life, so that they could appear. In the beginning, there was no life in this world. Only the Supreme God Omnis and the demon King Claudius were born from nothingness. No third life could be born and allowed to appear. For existences like the Demon King and the Supreme God, having two is already the limit. It's impossible for a third one to appear. For this reason, the Supreme God Omnis added a limit to the concept of life. She fixed them in a structure, a framework, and greatly reduced the difficulty of the birth of life. Since it was impossible to give birth to a third existence like them, she lowered the requirements and allowed existences inferior to them to appear. Thus, life had a limit. The concept of levels and skills were also written into the world's truth, with the perfection of the structure and framework, making the creation and birth of life possible. This was also why demons, who could theoretically become the Demon King, were destined to be unable to grow to that level. This was the limit of the world itself. It could only accommodate one Supreme God and one Demon King. If it exceeded this number, the result would probably be the Big Bang. The load would be overloaded and everything would collapse. Because of this, since ancient times, only the three goddesses and the 6 demons could surpass the limit of life and reach transcendent. Even Lilith and Artemis, the goddesses of evil and justice, had some problems when they were born. Lilith was affected by her authority of chaos, causing her rationality to be eliminated. After tens of thousands of years of twists and turns, she successfully returned in this generation. Artemis also had some problems, but it was just that no one knew about it. Even the goddesses who controlled the concept of time were divided into 3. If they did not unite, they would not be able to transcend. As for the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, they were born transcendent. The former was an existence that directly split from the Supreme God, while the latter was directly born from the magic power of the Demon King. With the protection of these 2 extraordinary existences, they entered transcendent and achieved transcendent. In other words, the limit of life is impossible to surpass. Xianxia said solemnly. Since ancient times, those who could surpass the limit of life were only heroes who came from another world and were not bound by the world's truth, to a certain extent. The concept of heroes was on par with the Demon King and the Supreme God. The 3 restrained each other and relied on each other. That was why heroes were so special. Heroes are not bound by the limit of life and can reach transcendent without any side effects. Xianxia's voice was resolute and decisive. Apart from heroes, not only is it wishful thinking for other life forms to want to transcend, but even if they succeed in the end due to various reasons, there will be all sorts of problems, or even incomplete. Lilith, Artemis, and the 3 goddesses of time and space were representative existences of all sorts of problems. The half-demon and the great spiritual body from the dead were the latter. That was why Xianxia could say with certainty. Not only does the so-called great spiritual body possess transcendent power for a limited time, but once it loses the supreme secret treasure called the lustrous branch, it will instantly return to its original form. Not to mention her, even the guy who completed the 7th demon cultivator's creation plan and completed his demon cultivator's body might have some kind of unpredictable side effect. It is precisely because of this that he wants to devour the existing devil dwellers and obtain a complete devil dweller body. If it's us who were also raised as demons like him, once he devours us, it'll be equivalent to replacing our positions, and he'll be able to obtain a perfect demon body without any side effects. Xianxia said all of this in one breath. Shuren understood. Then why did you block the news? Shuren asked this question. What else could it be? Xianxia said in annoyance, of course it's to prevent the situation from becoming more complicated, my hero. The exposure of Shuren's identity had already caused the demons to fall into chaos, to the point of rioting. The Protoss and humans were also affected, causing the situation that had been peaceful for thousands of years to suddenly become unstable. If it was revealed that the hero possessed transcendent power, the demons would definitely react even more violently. Even the Protoss and humans might have unnecessary delusions about this. After all, it was hard to guarantee that no one would think that since a transcendent hero had appeared on their side, they might even try to challenge the demons. Even if they didn't restart the war, wouldn't it be possible to use this as bait and threaten them to obtain more benefits? Moreover, there might be many beings among the human race who wanted to make use of this power. After considering all these effects, Sarah finally decided to work with the 3 goddesses and her younger sisters to block the news for now. For this reason, while you were in the demon realm, the Protoss had already sent people to the mortal realm to negotiate with the new emperor of the empire, asking him to block the news, or to seal, obscure, or even delete the memories and impressions of some related people. Thus, Chaffin told Sean a piece of information that no one knew about. Because of this, you are only a legendary hero in the world. Most people even think that you've only been in the Omnipotence for half a year and haven't reached legendary yet. You only have legendary combat power because of the Holy Sword's buff and unique skills. This greatly obscured Shuren's true strength. Apart from a few people who paid attention, no one else noticed this. Even the fact that Shuren had defeated Ali Dia had been blocked by the kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that Shuren had done too many things in the imperial capital as a mysterious powerhouse and was confirmed to have legendary combat power, perhaps people would think that Shuren didn't even have legendary combat power. Good fellow. Shuren finally couldn't help but say, good fellow. His feelings, was his information being controlled so strictly? Then what about the primal demons? Shuren asked curiously. Did their memories also get affected? This? Chaffin frowned. After a while, she shook her head and said, perhaps it's an internal problem, or perhaps it's the great spiritual body who obtained the lustrous branch. Perhaps they don't get along. This was not impossible. Otherwise, why would Parion be the only one here today? Even if Parion failed, there should be more than that half-demon spying in the dark. If that half-demon and the great spiritual body worked together, even if they didn't transcend completely, they could still directly challenge Chaffin. At that time, if Chaffin was also cursed, the great spiritual body would have a 100% chance of winning. But in the end, the great spiritual body didn't participate in this operation, and only the half-demon, who was the leader, went personally. From this, it could be seen that the primal demon had some internal problems. In this case, it was not surprising that the great spiritual body didn't provide the information that Shuren had the ability to kill Mara. In any case, he was quite lucky to have escaped this disaster this time. Otherwise, even if Shuren was here, the great spiritual body could have set up some traps and come up with some countermeasures. In the end, Shuren would end up like Chaffin, killed by two beings who hadn't transcended completely. Then shouldn't I thank the Overgod for giving me luck? Shuren spread his hands to indicate that he should. Why thank the Supreme God? If you want to thank someone, thank the Demon King. Chaffin strongly objected. Young girl, don't you know that I have the Supreme God's blessing? Even the world is watching over me, helping me, and giving me good luck. Let's think of a way to dispel the curse first. Shuren didn't continue the topic and returned to the main topic. Okay. Chaffin naturally had no objections. Within a cave in the forest bordering the moon demon territory, Shuren was currently standing at the entrance of the cave, looking outside as if he was keeping watch. However, his gaze was constantly directed towards the interior of the cave, his mouth twitching slightly. There, Chaffine was seated on the ground, her eyes closed. The curse on her body was being expelled by a dense holy light. The holy light came from the illusory figures that had appeared around Chaffine. These illusory figures were all dressed in the robes of a clergyman. Some were young, some were old, some were young, some were male, some were female, but all of them were looking at Chaffine with worshipful gazes. They were using all sorts of high-level healing magic to dispel the curse on her body. This scene left Shuren both stunned and in awe. Chaffine's unique ability allowed her to determine the strength of a person's impression and connection with them. The more intoxicated one was with her, the more loyal, loved, and infatuated one was with her, the less they would be able to resist her. In fact, they might even become her possession. This so-called possessions referred to all aspects of the world. For example, if one was purely infatuated with Chaffine, they would only have their vision, hearing, and other senses stolen, allowing Chaffine to see and smell what others saw and heard. The effects wouldn't be too deep. But the more infatuated and intoxicated one was with her, the deeper the connection with the rippling demoness would become, allowing Chaffine to take away other people's possessions even more deeply. In the end, Chaffine could even transform into another person and use their abilities. She could even peer into their hearts and memories. This was the most terrifying aspect of the rippling demoness. The more one was infatuated with Chaffine, the more they fell in love with her, the less secrets they would have, the less resistance they would have. Everything about them would be used by Chaffine, and their value would be completely drained. If this ability was obtained by an ugly person, it would most likely be for naught. Unfortunately, the one who obtained it was not an ugly person, but rather the number one beauty of the three realms, the alluring beauty who had caused countless emperors and heroes to fall in love with a single glance. This was the reason why the rippling demoness was so terrifyingly powerful, as well as why succubi were so terrifying. When Shuren found out about this, he was already secretly shocked. Who would have thought that he had underestimated this ability? She can actually create illusions of others who are connected to her, and the illusions even have the same strength and abilities as the original. Isn't this rippling demoness a bit too terrifying? Shuren didn't even know how to describe his current feelings. He even saw a kind-looking legendary-level pope among the clergymen who were using recovery magic to remove Chaffney's curse. If he wasn't mistaken, that guy was Caldule. This really made Sean feel as if he had been beaten by a dog. You old pervert, you're actually secretly in love with a succubus, and you've even sunk to the point where you can transform into a phantom and be summoned. Are you worthy of the goddess you serve? Sean's complaints had never stopped since the beginning. But then, he started. Don't tell me I'll be recreated by that witch in the form of an illusion and become her fighter? Although he hadn't fallen for her, in terms of relationship, his relationship with Chaffine was definitely better than anyone else's, right? This way, the deeper his relationship with the rippling demoness, the deeper his mental impression was, and the more he could connect with her and use her various abilities. It didn't seem possible that he wouldn't be recreated as an illusion. Shuren was a bit stunned. At this moment, an extremely annoyed voice sounded in Shuren's ears. Don't worry, there's a limit to this. At the very least, it won't be able to recreate a person's unique skills. Even special skills can't be recreated, let alone the hero's holy sword. With this voice, the illusions around Chaffine seemed to reluctantly disappear, causing Chaffine to open her eyes. You're reading my mind again? Shuren looked at Chaffine speechlessly. Who told you to stand there with a face full of doubt? Chaffine squinted her eyes. Anyone would doubt their own life after seeing this ability of yours, okay? Shuren rolled his eyes. What a coincidence, my sisters often say the same thing. Chaffine smiled and said, however, although this ability is powerful, the side effects are also very obvious. Shaffine's words reminded Shuren of something. It seemed that the disciple of the Sun, named Parion, had said that this ability to connect with each other through the mind as a medium was mutual. That was why Chaffine was able to exploit other people's infatuation with her to extract their worth, and he was able to make her submit when she had a deep impression of him, making her unable to resist. That was why Chaffine didn't care about anyone. She didn't want her heart to have a deep impression of others, so that she wouldn't be able to resist their requests. Rippling Heart Devil, this ability to control the power of others through the mind connection was a double-edged sword. I know how terrifying my ability is. It's so terrifying that I'll never be able to recover from it. That's why I've always had a ranking in my heart to rate others. The higher the score, the more important it is to me, but at the same time, the more dangerous it is. Chaffine spoke in a faint voice. This made Shuren curious. Then what's my score in your heart? Shuren looked at Chaffine curiously. Chaffine didn't say anything. She just smiled with a profound meaning. All right, Shuren pursed his lips and said, one day, I'll try to read your mind. That way, he wouldn't be the only one revealing his inner thoughts. Of course, Shaffine's mind-reading ability was probably not complete. She could only occasionally read some of Shuren's one-sided thoughts. Otherwise, Shuren wouldn't be able to keep any secrets from this woman. If one day I completely fall and become her subordinate, then all my thoughts and even the memories in the depths of my mind will probably be read, right? Shuren immediately sighed. Fortunately, he had held on and wasn't tempted by this witch. Otherwise, he would really be doomed. Thinking of this, Shuren hurriedly lowered his head and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Chaffine seemed to have noticed Shuren's actions. What? Are you afraid that I'll find out some little secret? Chaffine said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then remember to stay away from me in the future. Don't ever have improper thoughts about me again. Hearing this, Shuren raised his eyebrows. I have improper thoughts about you. Shuren looked straight at Chaffine and said, it seems that a certain succubus also has improper thoughts about me, right? Me? Towards you? Xiaofin's eyes widened. Isn't that so? Shirin mimicked Xiaofine and said with a smile, if not, then why didn't you resist that night? Xiaofine opened her mouth. Don't tell me that it's because of the side effects of the rippling heart devil that you can't resist me. Shirin blocked Xiaofin's path of retreat and snorted. You said it yourself. The side effects also affect the mind. Since you can't resist, it means that I'm not low in your heart. You have improper thoughts about me, you lusted after my body, you're despicable. Xiaofine was almost angered to death. How could that be the same? It's only 98 points, 1 point lower than my little AIE. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me with that score? That's just my own score, not the rippling heart devil's. On the side of the rippling heart demon, what he saw was the flaw in the soul. The impression of the soul would determine the strength of the connection. As for you, don't you have any idea how powerful you were during those times? He was tormented to the point that he was almost crippled, and he was almost tormented to death by you. In that case, how could he not have the deepest impression in his heart, lusting after your body? You're the one who forced yourself on me every time. Chafing's body trembled. She raised her hand and wanted to punch Shan. But at that moment, a wave of magic swept past, causing Shirin and Xiaofine to pause. This is... Shirin's eyes flashed. He closed his eyes and released his perception. Xiaofine did the same and began to sense. Not long after, the two sensed waves of hidden magic appearing in the surroundings. They even appeared in the forest and wandered around. Moreover, the other party was deliberately hiding their tracks, but the search was not small. It was obvious that they were doing something shady. Is it someone from the original demon? Shirin muttered. Probably? Xiaofine sneered and said, seems like that guy is not willing to give up this opportunity. Evidently, these people were sent by the half-demon to search for traces of Shirin and Xiaofine. There's a legendary level guy leading them. The rest are only high-level demons between level 70 and level 80. Shirin looked at Xiaofine and asked, do you want me to go out and deal with them? Don't. Xiaofine thought for a moment and shook her head. That guy is probably hiding nearby using a unique skill. If you attack, he'll immediately notice. When that happened, Shirin and Xiaofine would definitely be hunted down by him. I don't care. I'll use all my trump cards. I don't believe that I can't do anything to an incomplete transcendent. Shirin frowned and said, if you attack, then he'll be seeking his own death by running out. Me? Xiaofine smiled bitterly and said, unfortunately, the curse on me hasn't been completely dispelled. It's accumulated over hundreds of years, and it can't be easily removed. If I attack, there's a high chance that the curse will erupt. In other words, if they really fought, not only would Shirin have to fight the other party, but he would also have to protect Xiaofine. If that was the case, the situation would become very disadvantageous. In other words, you're not going to fight? Shirin felt a little regretful. No, Xiaofine said with some amusement. Don't worry, I'll settle the score with him sooner or later. Shirin nodded noncommittally. At the same time, on one of the mountains at the border of the moon demon's territory, a male demon with 4 black-robed men was looking down at the scenery below with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. Behind him, a cold voice rang out. What are you doing in a place like this? The one who spoke was a woman who had silently approached him from behind. The woman had a cold and elegant face, but her aura was rather gentle, a little like a fairy that had descended from the moon to the mortal world. Only her eyes were slightly cold and ruthless, giving her an indescribable sense of danger. The gentle and elegant male demon's smile didn't change, but when he turned around, his smile turned into a fake surprise. So you're here too? The man seemed to be very surprised. The woman didn't pay attention to his fake surprise, and her expression remained cold. The leader has ordered us to send out apostles and emissaries to find the hero and the succubus before the reinforcements of the demons arrive. Why are you wasting time here instead of carrying out the mission? The woman's tone was full of doubt and even suspicion towards him. That menacing posture caused the demon clan man to hurriedly raise his hands, as if to surrender. Don't scare me like that, I can't stand the intimidation of ultimate powerhouses like you, the male demon said helplessly. The male demon helplessly said, didn't I already send my apostles and envoys to search for him? What about you? Are you going to stay here and watch the show? The woman didn't give up just because he showed weakness, instead she became even more aggressive. Are you going to obey the leader's order again? I'm innocent, the male demon said in an exaggerated manner. When did I ever obey the leader's order? This sentence caused the woman's breath to start heaving up and down. Do you think you can hide it from me? The woman looked straight at him and said, whether it's creating the old demon's faction, Mirage, releasing the evil god Lilith, or even recommending a royal concubine that we don't know anything about to join, saying that she can become the fourth apostle, these little actions have nothing to do with the leader's ultimate goal, right? The male demon, Donas, smiled faintly, and even openly admitted it. Indeed, these are all decisions I made on my own. It has nothing to do with father. No, it has nothing to do with the leader's policy, Donna said casually, but so what? Did I hinder the organization by doing this? Then what about the son incident? The woman stared at Donna's and said coldly, since you had dealings with that Mara, why didn't you tell us that the hero who killed Mara had transcendent rank combat power? At this point, the woman's aura became dangerous. If you didn't hide it, the leader's plan wouldn't have failed, the succubus wouldn't have run away, and Ree wouldn't have died so unjustly. How are you going to take responsibility for this? After saying that, the woman's magic power seeped out, as if she was ready to attack Donna's at any time. I really didn't know that Sean Potter was actually this strong. Donna said with a bitter face, Mara didn't tell me what she did in the capital. I didn't know that she was killed by a transcendent rank hero. I thought that Mara was an extreme rank hero. It wouldn't be strange if she was killed by a legendary rank hero, right? Although he was only a legend rank combatant, it wasn't impossible for a hero to kill an extreme rank combatant with the support of the sacred sword. Donna said so. I really didn't know that the hero already had transcendent rank power. Donna sighed at the sky. Seeing Donna's like this, the woman's eyes flickered. After a while, the woman finally spoke. You really don't know anything? The woman said coldly, including what Mo Luo did in the imperial capital, what happened in the celestial capital, and the strange phenomenon that darkened the sky and turned the earth red. You don't know any of the reasons for all of these? Yes. Donna's looked at the woman's cold gaze and said sincerely, I only felt that Mara was a powerful ally that could make us, original demons, stronger. That's why I contacted her and invited her to join us. Who knew that she was secretly plotting something that even I didn't know about? Donna's tone sounded heartfelt, indignant, and disappointed. If I knew that she had ulterior motives, I wouldn't have lent her the 12 legend-rank demonic humans. Now, not only is she dead, but I've also lost so many excellent sacrifices. I don't even know how to apologize to the leader. Hearing this, the woman finally fell into complete silence. After a long while, the woman coldly snorted. I'll believe you for now, the woman said coldly, you better not have any ulterior motives, or else. The woman stretched out her slender hand and tapped the rock beside her. In the next second, the rock was immediately enveloped by a soft moonlight-like radiance. It was crushed and turned into sand in the radiance, turning into gravel all over the ground. Or else, this is what will happen to you. Leaving such words behind, the woman's body flickered with moonlight, turned into gravel, and disappeared. Only Donna's was left. Looking at the sand on the ground, the sorrow and disappointment on his face disappeared without a trace. What a terrifying woman. Donna's patted his chest and said with lingering fear, as expected, compared to Parion who only has ambition but no brains, this woman is much more difficult to deal with. In response to Donna's words was a childish voice that only echoed in his ears. She's really quite a powerful woman. Even in the ultimate level, there's almost no one who can stop her, right? The immature voice of a young girl sighed. You can say that. Donna's did not object and said, at least, I personally believe that she's probably the strongest in the ultimate level. I really don't know how you found such a talent. The girl sighed, ultimate level existences are already rare. There are only 3 demons, 3 Protoss, and none of the humans. In terms of numbers, they're even fewer than the transcendent level existences. And yet, there are 2 of them in the old demons faction that has been established for 1,000 years. It seems that your father is quite capable. That's because you don't know how much of a price was paid for the appearance of these 2 ultimate levels. Donna said disdainfully, there's no need to talk about Parayon. He's just a little man who only knows how to dream. He only successfully stepped into the ultimate level because he followed my father for the longest time and received the help of many treasures. If it weren't for his, Red Sun Hell, unique skill, he probably wouldn't have been valued so much. That woman relied on herself to get to where she is today. However, if it weren't for her birth, the extremely precious, pure Demon King body wouldn't have been abandoned. It can be said that these two ultimate levels were built on a huge price, or a huge sacrifice. Donna's words elicited a chuckle from the young girl. That's why you built several demon refinement ritual sites in private and used the primordial demon's resources to cultivate ultimate level demon refinement. Then, you used the ultimate level demon refinement as materials to create demon gladiators that are also ultimate level but obedient to you? The girl revealed such a secret. It can't be helped. I can't reach the ultimate level by myself. I can only use my brain on magical life forms. Donna smiled and said, my father was able to create 2 ultimate level apostles. As his son, how can I not create a few ultimate level demon gladiators? Aren't you afraid that your father will kill you for justice if the matter is exposed? The girl teased, a few ultimate level sacrifices will definitely be of great help in completing the 7th demon. You actually told my maid that it was with your father's approval. Now that I look at it, it's simply a big lie. But who would know? Donna's did not feel ashamed at all. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, where do you think the missing demon younglings that I lent to you are? Hearing Donna's words, the girl immediately understood. So, you've swapped those demon kin larvae into the ritual facility you've set up, using them to make up the numbers and deceive your father's spies? The girl sighed again. After all, no one knows that the demon younglings that I've cultivated have already reached the ultimate level. Donna said meaningfully, as long as they are placed in there, who would know that I didn't use the organization's resources to cultivate those legendary level demon younglings? Clever little fellow. The girl did not know whether to laugh or cry. Unfortunately, the ultimate level created in this way is nothing more than power. It's impossible for them to awaken unique skills. If they encounter a true ultimate level powerhouse, I'm afraid they won't be a match at all. Then we'll stack them with numbers. Donna said indifferently, if 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 4. We'll always be able to fight against a true ultimate level. But don't forget, the girl reminded, your ultimate goal is not just ultimate level. I know. Donna's chuckled. That's why I can't let my father succeed in devouring the succubus. Then have you thought about how to deal with that father of yours? The girl said, he lost a capable ambassador disciple that he had cultivated for a long time, and the plan that he had been working on for hundreds of years fell through. He must be angry out of humiliation. Just like that little girl named Moon, he's starting to suspect you, right? Don't worry. Donna's narrowed his eyes and smiled. I'll tell him the location of Shuren Naztut and the succubus Chaff at the appropriate time. I'll do my best to temporarily dispel his suspicions. Seeing Donna's confident smile, and knowing that everything was already planned, the girl chuckled and did not speak again. Only then did Donna's look forward again. In this world, the chance of transcending is too slim. But I want this chance, so I can only choose to let you down. My poor father. It had to be said that these guys from the old demons faction were very professional. Although they did not dare to show their faces, they still searched all possible places where Shuren and Chaffn could be. Shuren took Chaffn with him and used inner perception of destiny to hide in a cave in the forest, avoiding the detection of those guys. Even so, several groups of people had already searched nearby and even entered the cave. If not for the powerful effect of inner perception of destiny, Shuren and Chaffn would have been discovered long ago. Of course, even if they were discovered, Shuren could teleport away with Chaffn and hide somewhere else. With Shuren's teleportation ability, the barrier set up by the guys from the old demons faction could not stop him at all. He could pass through if he wanted and did not have to worry about being discovered at all. However, the curse on Chaffn's body was a little troublesome. That was, it would erupt from time to time. Although it was not fatal, it was very torturous. Chaffn's face turned pale a few times, and she was on the verge of collapsing. If not for Shuren using Starburst's breath, to stabilize the condition of the curse, she might have already collapsed. In addition, every time the curse erupted, there would be some special negative waves. Although Shuren and Chafn had not been discovered yet, the number of old demons faction members in the forest was unsurprisingly increasing. This only proved one thing. Are we going to be surrounded? Shuren saw this clearly. Looks like they've already confirmed our location based on the waves of the curse on me. Chafn's expression did not look too good either. Sean could not help but feel a trace of heartache when he saw the alluring beauty sitting there with a pale face and a pitiful look on her face that seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This made Chafn raise an eyebrow and laugh. Not bad. You finally know how to care for your big sister. Chafn did not seem to care about the curse on her at all. She laughed happily as usual. You're still teasing me at a time like this? Shuren said helplessly. If I don't think of something, I'll really have to charge out and kill my way out. Otherwise, given the current situation, even if Shuren teleported away with Chafn, the other party would quickly sense the curse on Chafn and immediately chase after them like sharks that had smelled blood. Since that was the case, Shuren would rather leave Chafn here and go out and kill a wave of people himself. He would first weaken the enemy's strength and then find an opportunity to escape. Since he had to fight or run, Shuren would rather go out and kill a wave of people first and then leave happily. Chafn seemed to have seen through Sean's intentions. After a moment of silence, she spoke. After thinking for a while, she said this. Sean's spirit was lifted by Chafn's words. Shuren stood up. Shuren said. The first way is to wait for help. 222. Shuren. Shuren did not want to say anything else. Don't look at me like that, I'm serious. Chafn giggled. My rippling heart demon can connect to others. As long as I ask for help from Leal or my sisters, they will immediately receive the news and rush over as fast as possible. Is that so? Shuren was surprised. Then why don't you do that? You think I don't want to? Chafine rolled her eyes and said, it's just that even that guy has come this time. Even if Leal and the others come, they won't be able to do anything. They'll just be throwing their lives away for nothing. The sisters are a little far from here. By the time they come to help, that guy will have already run away with his people. Sean thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Chafner's words. Since the other party had planned to use the Rippling Heart Demon to curse Chafn, they would definitely know that Chafn's Rippling Heart Demon could connect to others and ask for help. Therefore, their search could only be carried out in secret so that they wouldn't alert the enemy. Moreover, they would retreat decisively before reinforcements arrived. Right now, they were buying time to see if they could find Shuren and Chafn before reinforcements arrived. Once they passed a certain time, they would probably give up. That was what Chafn meant when she said to wait for reinforcements. Even if they did not ask for help, once the other party thought that they had already asked for help and that reinforcements were arriving, they would definitely retreat obediently. At that time, Shuren and Chafn would be out of this predicament. But, since you said this is the first method, does that mean there's a second method? Shuren asked. That's right. Chafn's eyes flickered. The second method is much simpler. You just need to completely remove the curse from my body. Hearing this, Shuren was startled. He immediately understood. You mean to say that you actually have a way to completely dispel the curse on you? Shuren realized the hidden meaning in Chafn's words. As long as the curse on Chafn was dispelled, Shuren and Chafn would naturally not have to worry about anything. They could go on a killing spree. There was no doubt about this. Unfortunately, the curse on Chafn had accumulated for hundreds of years, and it had only been transferred to her through the Rippling Heart Demon. Even the powerful resistance of the demons had become useless. That was why Chafn had fallen to this state. Now, however, Chafn was treating the removal of the curse as the second method. Since that was the case, it proved that there was a way to completely dispel the curse now. Chafn pursed her lips. What? Shuren looked at Chafn's expression and asked, is this method difficult to carry out? It's not difficult. Chafn fell silent for a while, then said softly, it just depends on whether I'm willing or not. What do you mean? Shuren did not understand this time. Seeing this, Chafine blinked her eyes and finally revealed the method. If there's someone who has a very strong connection with me or has an unusual relationship with me, I can use the Rippling Heart Demon's ability to transfer all the curse on my body to that person. Sean's eyes widened as soon as he said that. Your Rippling Heart Demon can do such a thing? Sharon was stunned. Why not? Chafine grinned mischievously. My Rippling Heart Demon uses the mind as a medium. It looks at the memories, trust, weaknesses, and even the degree to which they submit to me to determine how much value they can extract from me. If the connection is strong enough, I can even steal the other party's abilities and strength. Why can't I transfer my own injuries and curses to the other party and have them bear all the damage for me? Hearing this, Sharon shuddered. This Rippling Heart Demon could even do such a thing? Didn't that mean that if necessary, Chaffin could even have someone else die in her place? It's not that simple. Chaffin's smile faded and she glanced at Sharon, as if she could see through his thoughts. If I want to be able to replace even their own death, then deep in their hearts, there must be the thought of dying for me. Without that level of surrender, the Rippling Heart Demon can't do this. This was the limitation of the Rippling Heart Demon. If she wanted to extract more value from the connected target, she needed to have a deeper connection. And if he wanted to have a deeper connection, he would need to have enough memories, trust, flaws, fall, and even surrender in the other party's heart. Otherwise, Milu's Demon Seed wouldn't be the most versatile unique skill. The reason why Chaffner's Rippling Heart Devil was not as versatile as Milu's Ghost Seed was because there were certain conditions to use it, and there were certain limitations. Thinking of this, Sharon expressed his understanding. Then if it's you, there should be many people who can take the curse on your behalf, right? That was what Sharon believed. Disregarding everything else, Chaffin's subordinates would definitely be willing to give up their lives for her. Even Gray would not hesitate to take the curse on Chaffin's behalf. With the charm of a succubus, the number of men willing to give up their lives for her would probably line up from the succubus territory to the moon demon territory. Of course, the problem was that Chaffin had to be willing. Although I'm not interested in those unimportant people, I don't want them to die for me for no reason. Chaffin did not hesitate to express this. I don't need them to give up their lives for me. If she was not interested, then she was not interested. She would not deny her indifference towards those people. But since she was not interested and did not want anything from them, there was no reason for those people who were completely unrelated to her to give up so much for her. Chaffin admitted that she could not accept this kind of favor. You're quite sensible. Sharon understood what Chaffin was thinking. Just like some of the so-called goddesses in his previous world. They clearly had no interest in the bootlickers around them, but when they needed them, they would not hesitate to order them around. When they were useless, they would kick them aside and even use them as a spare tire. That was truly despicable. Chaffin had a terrifying ability like the Rippling Heart Devil. Combined with her boundless charm, there should be many people for her to use, but she was not willing to abuse this ability. If I really use this ability without any limits, then I probably won't even have to fear Big Sister Nightfall. I'll even dare to fight the Goddess of Fortune one-on-one. Chaffin's expression was extremely serious. But if I do that, my own soul will definitely be riddled with holes and full of openings. Again, the Rippling Heart Devil ability was a double-edged sword. If she used it to hurt others' souls, then sooner or later her own soul would be pierced as well. Chaffin firmly believed this, which was why she had her own principles. Because of this, I don't really want to use this method. Chaffin expressed. Sharon did not object. But he did not agree either. Because, how about you transfer the curse to me? Sharon suddenly said. Chaffin was immediately speechless. Actually, Chaffin had already guessed Sean's suggestion. She knew that Sharon would suggest transferring the curse to him. This was one of the reasons why Chaffin didn't want to reveal this method. She believed that Sean would make such a suggestion. In the end, Sharon did not disappoint her. If it's me, even if I'm cursed, I can use the holy sword to dispel it. Sharon said, so, you don't have to worry about the curse causing trouble for me. Chaffin had only just heard Sean's words, and she subconsciously rejected it. But have you thought about it? Before you dispel the curse, you might die from it first. She looked straight at Sharon and said, this is a curse that is connected to the Rippling Heart Devil. Even if you have a skill to resist debuffs, it will be bypassed. In other words, Shuren's life of Rito would not be able to resist the curse. He would have to bear all of the curse's power, and it would not weaken in the slightest. The rippling heart devil will bypass even the protection of the holy sword. If you do this, you will have to bear the curse for hundreds of years with your mortal body. Are you sure you can bear it? She looked at Shuren with a solemn expression. After all, Shuren was still a human with a mortal body. He was not like demons, who were born with strong bodies and special constitutions, let alone demons. Even Xianxia had almost collapsed from the curse. Shan, a human with a mortal body, might have died on the spot the moment he was cursed. I don't want to be hated by little Aie for the rest of my life, and I don't want to owe you for the rest of my life. She stared straight at Shuren and said word by word, I personally don't want to use the second method. That was indeed what Xianxia was thinking. Rather than owe Shuren such a huge favor and let him bear such a huge risk, she would rather hide until reinforcements arrived and scare the enemy. But Shuren would not make such a suggestion casually. Please, I'm not seeking my own death. Since I'm making this suggestion, I'm naturally confident that I can resist the curse. Shuren said calmly. Confident? Xianxia was not convinced. Instead, she immediately asked, what makes you so sure? This time, it was Shan's turn to be speechless in the face of Xiaofin's aggressive questioning. Xianxia did not compromise and continued to stare straight at Shuren. Clearly, Xianxia was trying her best to read Shan's mind, hoping to see through him and not be deceived by his flowery words. Unfortunately, Shuren was serious. Why? Shan closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them abruptly and said. Based on the fact that the blessing I received was bestowed by the Overgod. When these words rang out in the cave, the air suddenly fell silent. The expression on Xianxia's face suddenly changed, and she stood up abruptly. What? What did you say? Xiaofin's face was filled with astonishment, even horror. But this was the truth. The blessing I received was bestowed by the Supreme God, the highest level of blessing from the Protoss. It is above the world and has all the effects of the Protoss's blessings. Even transcendent existences cannot reach this level of power. Shuren revealed the truth in front of Xianxia. With this blessing, it is equivalent to being blessed and protected by the world itself. Under such circumstances, I don't believe that a mere few hundred years of curse can kill me, the blessing of the Supreme God. This was where Shuren's confidence came from. So what if Rito's mandate could not take effect? So what if the Holy Sword's protection could be bypassed? With the blessing of the Supreme God and the protection of the world, Shuren believed that he was at least a very lucky person. So, even if he could not directly dispel the curse, he could still endure the curse for a while and give himself a chance to dispel the curse. The blessing from the Supreme God should still be effective to this extent, right? If you don't believe me, you can read my mind. Shuren spread his arms and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, I can let you see if I'm lying. Xianxia bit her lip, unable to conceal the wavering in her eyes. The blessing of the Supreme God, what's going on? Why would the blessing of the Supreme God appear on this hero? Didn't the Overgod go into seclusion and enter a near-eternal slumber? Why would he still give others a blessing? When did this happen? What's going on? Isn't the only person who can receive the blessing of the Supreme God since ancient times, the legendary first hero that only the Demon King and the Supreme God have seen? Why would it appear on Shuren? Don't tell me that the Supreme God has already woken up. Xianxia could not help but think of this possibility. Alright, don't let your imagination run wild. Shuren interrupted Xianxia's thoughts and said straightforwardly, although the blessing on me is bestowed by the Supreme God, I am not the one who personally bestowed it. This is the result of other reasons. The Supreme God had added a mechanism to the great arcana of the hero summoning so that when the Protoss encountered a disaster, they could sacrifice the arcana of the hero summoning and summon the last hero in the world. Once this mechanism was activated, not only would the hero summoning be completely useless, but the summoned hero would also receive the blessing of the Supreme God and would be able to use the world's blessing to turn the tide. Xianxia knew about this as well. For tens of thousands of years, the demons had been researching the hero summoning. As the second demon to be born and the second most powerful person among the demons, Xianxia naturally understood the hero summoning. Now, hearing Shuren's words, Xianxia could not help but let her imagination run wild. Could it be that this is the reason why he was summoned to this world? But that was not right. When did the Protoss encounter a disaster to the point where they had to sacrifice the hero summoning to summon the last hero? Moreover, since he received the blessing of the Supreme God, did that mean that the appearance of the red jade was also related to this? After all, that jade should have been in the hands of the Supreme God. Xianxia fell into a state of confusion. Still thinking about it? Shuren was speechless for a while before saying, "Don't think about it. Hurry up and start. With the blessing, I can withstand the corrosion of the curse and purify it with the holy sword," Shuren urged. "Even if that's the case, what about the connection?" Xianxia was silent for a while before saying in a low voice, "Don't forget, you haven't fallen for me like the others, to the point where you're willing to die for me. This way, if the connection isn't strong enough, the curse won't be able to be transferred." This? Shuren could not refute this. He really could not refute this. At the end of the day, although he and Xianxia had a few very absurd and wonderful nights, that was all. Excluding this accident, Shuren had only known Xianxia for about a week. Moreover, he had been resisting Xianxia's charm and not letting himself fall for her. In Shuren's heart, Xianxia's position was not very high. At the very least, compared to Rosie, Aie, Ter, Marika, and the others, Xianxia definitely could not compare. Since that was the case, there was no need to mention that she would be willing to die for him. It was an undeniable fact that Shuren did not value Xianxia to this extent. If they were in a real crisis, Shuren believed that he could still stay behind and use his own life as the price to buy a chance for Xianxia to escape. But this was because of a strange combination of circumstances between the two of them, not because of how much Sean loved Chafine. Normally, Shuren would not be infatuated with Xianxia to the point where he would die for her. In summary, even if Shuren was willing to bear the curse, the rippling heart devil might not work. "The connection," Shuren murmured. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked at Xianxia. What are you doing?" Xianxia's expression became somewhat unnatural. Because she saw too many things in Shuren's eyes that she should not see. There was burning. There was evil. There was infatuation. This made Xianxia immediately understand. "You're letting yourself fall in love with me." Xianxia's voice also became timid. Shuren did not say anything and only walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia subconsciously took a step back, and her heart began to tremble. This was because of the rippling heart devil's power. Perhaps sensing Shuren's thoughts, Xianxia's rippling heart devil began to take effect. Through Xianxia's impression of Shuren, it began to affect her heart. 2 nights ago, Xianxia had become unable to resist Shuren because of this. Now that Shuren was obviously planning something, it was understandable that the rippling heart devil would make Xianxia unable to resist. Xianxia began to panic. You're not planning to do something to me in a place like this, are you?" Shavine was as frightened as any other girl. If an outsider were to see this, they would definitely be taken aback. But Shuren ignored her and only forced Xianxia into a corner. When she had nowhere to retreat, he reached out and grabbed her slender shoulder. Xianxia trembled, her heart racing. Under such circumstances, Shuren spoke with a serious expression. "Speak." Shuren spoke. Say what?" Xianxia froze. Shuren spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Say you love me." Shuren's expression was extremely serious. "Huh?" Xianxia's mouth fell open. For a moment, Xianxia even thought that Shuren was joking. But Shuren was clearly not. "Flatter me, seduce me, and make me fall." Shuren looked straight at Shuren, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Even if it's only temporary, let me fall in love with you. Come. Let me see what you're capable of as a succubus." At the entrance of the forest at the border of the moon demon territory, there was a man from the demon race standing there with his back straight. The man was wearing a black robe and had a rough appearance. His somewhat fierce face was engraved with rather ferocious lines. He looked like the leader of a gang and was intimidating at first glance. "Haven't you found him yet?" The rough man seemed to be impatient for some reason, or rather, he was extremely anxious. His hands under the black robe kept clenching and rubbing, causing the sound of bones breaking to be heard from time to time. His name was Gold, and he belonged to the old demon's faction of the original demon. He was also one of the apostles under the Moon Ambassador, and he was a legendary powerhouse with a level of 98. Among the demons, Gold was also a rather famous figure. There was no other reason than that before Gold joined the original demon, he was a genuine cadre of the demons. He was once under the command of the poison demon. He had participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago. He even fought with one of the 13 top legendary powerhouses of the human race, known as the 13 Heroes, and was only defeated by one move. Therefore, Gold was once a very famous cadre among the demons. If he had continued to serve under the Poison Devil, perhaps he would have been the strongest person in the Poison Devil territory today, right? After all, the Poison Demon had a total of 10 cadre under his command, which was the most among the 6 demons. According to the rule that the more cadre they had, the lower their strength would be. The individual strength of the cadre under the Poison Demon was undoubtedly not outstanding. Just like now, the number 1 cadre under the Poison Demon was a legendary powerhouse at level 98, which was on par with Gold in terms of strength. Therefore, if Gold continued to stay by the Poison Demon's side, he would definitely be the number 1 powerhouse of the Poison Demon territory and the number 1 cadre under the Poison Demon's command. Unfortunately, this former cadre of the demons chose to surrender in the war 1,000 years ago because the Demon King was subjugated. After discussing peace with the humans and the Protoss, he resolutely chose to betray the demons and accepted the invitation of the original demon. While joining the original demon, he also became one of the 4 apostles under the Moon Ambassador. There was no doubt that Gold's heart was filled with hatred. He hated the Protoss and the humans for causing the demons to usher in defeat and turning him into a stray dog. He also hated the demons. He hated them for being spineless and cowardly. They actually wagged their tails and begged the enemy just because they longed for peace and didn't want to lose their lives. What he hated even more was the demons. Because of the decision of the demons surrendered, and they had no choice but to betray the demons. Under such circumstances, when the higher-ups passed down an order to gather the apostles and emissaries in the nearby regions and ordered them to search for traces of the cursed succubus at the border of the Moonfiend territory, Gold came without hesitation. At this time, he had ordered the apostles under his command to carefully search the surrounding area. However, after such a long time had passed, the demons were still. This made Gold even more anxious. The fluctuation of the curse has clearly appeared in this area. Why haven't we found it yet? Demon is demon. The higher-ups had already instructed them that this search wouldn't last for too long. With the Demon of Demons ability, she would surely inform the others to come to her rescue. Before that, if Gold and the others couldn't find the target, they would have to retreat with their tails between their legs. The Demon of Demon was entangled by the curse that had lasted for hundreds of years. She was at her weakest and most powerless. It was such a great opportunity. If they couldn't eliminate the demons and could only retreat with their tails between their legs, Gold would never be satisfied. I need to send more people over to search more carefully. With such thoughts in mind, Gold kept contacting the members of the original demons who were active in the area. He even contacted some of the old demons who had dealings with him and asked them to do their best to search. I don't believe that we can't find the demons. Gold clenched his teeth and held back his anxiety, waiting for the good news to arrive. His wait wasn't in vain. Just when the anxiety in his heart was about to reach its peak, an emissary in a black robe appeared behind Gold and knelt down on one knee. The emissary brought good news to Gold. The exact location of the curse has been confirmed, Lord Gold. The emissary's respectful words made Gold overjoyed. Are you sure? Gold couldn't help but ask. I'm sure. The emissary answered without hesitation, we've locked onto the fluctuation of the curse. The emissary told Gold the location. Good. Gold shouted with an excited expression, tell everyone to surround the place in an orderly manner. Try not to alarm the demons. No matter what, he was still a demon. Even if he was in his weakest and most powerless state, he still needed to be extremely vigilant for someone who was still limited by the limits of his life. The scariest time for a beast was when it was injured. Under great stimulation, it would pounce on the enemy and perish together with the enemy. Gold wanted to retaliate against the demons, but he didn't want to become a pitiful creature that was dragged into hell. Not to mention, there was a hero with transcendent level combat power on the other side. Back then, Gorder had personally witnessed how terrifying a hero of this level was. 1,000 years ago, Hero Mitra, who had entered the transcendent realm, slaughtered everyone on the battlefield. Because of this, Gorder was almost implicated and fell into the same fate as Arad. The holy power of the holy sword invaded his body and corroded it like a tarsal bone. Even the demons couldn't stop the hero. They could only watch as the hero rushed into the Demon King's city and fought against the Demon King with the supreme god Omnis. Gold didn't think that he was stronger than the demons and could resist a terrifying hero. Even if the higher-ups had said that the hero only had limited transcendent-level combat power like the leader, it was still the same. Thinking of this, Gold took out a scroll, shook it open, and reported the discovery of the succubus to the Moon Ambassador. Then, he led the team into the forest carefully. Along the way, Gold kept meeting up with the emissaries and finally arrived in front of a cave. "Is this the place?" Gold lowered his voice and confirmed with the emissary. "The reaction of the curse is in this location. The last confirmed time was 10 minutes ago." The emissary also lowered his voice and reported. "What's the reaction of the detection magic?" Gold was still very cautious. Although he looked rough, Gold had always been a very careful person. Even when he became a superior demons, a legendary powerhouse, and a cadre of the poison demon, he never dared to underestimate the enemy. Perhaps it was because of this personality that Gold was able to survive the final battle 1,000 years ago. In short, knowing how difficult the enemy was, Gold didn't mind asking a few more times and confirming a few more times before deciding on what to do. The emissary seemed to be used to this and reported in a low voice. "The detection magic didn't find anything until 10 minutes ago, when the fluctuation of the curse appeared again. Only then did we discover that there were two very powerful magical reactions here." Hearing this, Gold was basically sure that this was where Shuren and Chaffn were hiding. "What should we do, Lord Gold?" the emissary also asked. Gold's eyes flickered and he suddenly raised his hand. His hand turned into a sharp knife, and at the same time a metallic luster appeared on Gold's body. Obviously, this was Gold's unique skill. It could turn his whole body into the hardest metal and turn any part of his body into a lethal weapon, infinite transformation. "Lord Gold?" The emissary seemed to be startled by this scene and cautiously asked again. Gold ignored him and only said one sentence. "Go send a signal and gather everyone here." While saying that, Gold looked around at the emissaries who were on standby and took a deep breath. "Prepare the offensive magic," Gold shouted coldly. Yes. Gold was ready to attack. One by one, the emissaries executed Gold's instructions without hesitation and began to gather magic and chant magic. "Release!" As Gold's cold shout turned into a loud shout, the emissaries instantly released the magic that they had prepared. In an instant, the entire forest was illuminated by the radiance of magic. All kinds of large-scale offensive magic were cast by the emissaries and turned into a storm of magic that blasted toward the cave. It was a genuine magic feast that was cast by a group of high-level demons between level 70 and 80, causing disasters such as flames, blizzards, and lightning storms to appear between heaven and earth and fall into the cave. Bang, 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 bang. In the next second, horrifying explosions sounded one after another. Demons were born with powerful magic that was comparable to elves. The magic that a group of high-level demons used was naturally not ordinary magic, but genuine high-level magic. In this way, the bombardment of countless high-level magic spells was unimaginable panic and horror. The cave collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding ground was burned pitch black. Under the direct attack of the magic spells, the trees were either crushed or burned. It was a miserable scene. This scene was comparable to a cannonball bombardment. "I hope this can solve the problem." Gold stared at the front that was bombarded by countless high-level magic spells with a sullen expression. Until, humph. When such a cold snort sounded and entered everyone's ears, the sky changed. Boom. Air currents rolled up in the sky, stirring the clouds into a vortex. A horrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. At this moment, the natural disaster arrived. Time returned to about 10 minutes ago. In the cave, Chaffn, who was grabbed by the shoulder by Sean, stared blankly at the serious face that was right in front of her. The soul-stirring words that had appeared a second ago reverberated in her ears. Flatter me, seduce me, and make me fall for you. Even if it's only temporary, let me be infatuated with you. Come, let me see what you're capable of as a succubus. The corners of Xiaofin's eyes twitched when she heard this, and she blurted it out without even thinking. You. Are you stupid? Xiaofin was furious. What did he mean by flatter him, seduce him, and make him fall for her? What did he mean by temporary, let him be infatuated with her? What were the abilities of a succubus, seducing men? Xiaofin decided that once Shirin said that, she would immediately slap him to death. Actually, that was what Shirin really meant. After all, she was a succubus. Although the succubus was not really a succubus, the meaning was there. Shirin did not want to say more. Those who understood would understand. Those who didn't, he could not do anything about it. He could only let everyone imagine. Therefore, Shan still had a serious look on his face, and there was even a hint of provocation. What? Could it be that Her Highness Succubus is not confident? Shirin's tone was deliberately strange. His tone was really annoying. Fortunately, Xiaofin was not someone who was easily provoked. Don't think that you can provoke me like this. Xiaofin snorted coldly. She even raised her head and pointed at her delicate cheek in front of Shirin. She said with a smile, even if I don't know how to seduce people, do you dare say that others won't be infatuated with me? Hearing Xiaofin's words and seeing her breathtakingly beautiful angelic face, Shirin's expression began to become unnatural. It couldn't be helped. This woman was a real seductress. Her appearance was too enchanting. Just a glance or a smile could make people fall head over heels for her. Not to mention, when she smiled so close to him, it simply made his heart beat so fast that it was about to explode. Shirin had to admit that even if this woman did not do anything, most people in this world would still be infatuated with her and unable to extricate themselves. Gray was an example. He was the same. He had struggled crazily on the edge of danger several times and almost escaped in fear. But it was precisely because of this that Shirin felt that what he was doing now was meaningful. Previously, Shirin had been resisting Xiaofin's charm, not allowing himself to easily fall for it. But now, since there was a need to fall, Shan didn't mind giving himself a push to fall in love with this woman. In any case, what should be done and what should not be done had been done. Even if Shirin and Xiaofin did not want to use pure responsibility to maintain their relationship, there was no need to be so unreasonable that they would not recognize each other. So, Shirin really wanted to see if this woman could make him fall in love with her, give up his life for her, and bear the terrifying curse that had lasted for hundreds of years. This was also the current way to break out of this situation. Otherwise, Shirin would really rush out and protect Xiaofin while fighting against an opponent of the same level or a group of old demons. Thinking to this point, Shirin narrowed his eyes. Indeed, even if Our Highness Succubus does nothing, she can still make people fall for her. Shirin said casually, but please forgive me for being blunt, but I'm the one who doesn't fall for this. Xiaofin immediately raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Xiaofin seemed to have seen through Shirin's intentions. That was the truth. What I want to say is actually very simple. Shirin showed a rather sunny smile and said, in my opinion, all of this is trash. The corners of Xiaofin's mouth twitched when she heard this. She knew that Shirin was provoking her. However, even though she knew this, Xiaofin still felt very unhappy with Shan's words. You dare to call me trash? Xiaofin raised her eyebrows. Is that not the case? Shan was not afraid at all, and said calmly, even if you don't do anything, you can charm all living beings, but all this is at best the result of God giving you food. If you don't have the ability to make men fall in love with you, doesn't that just prove that you're just a vase with superficial looks? Xiaofin's eyebrows had already begun to twitch. This guy, first he called her trash, and now he's calling her a vase? Do you really think I don't dare to hit you? Xiaofin's voice was filled with a murderous aura that made one shudder. Shirin immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva without leaving a trace. It seemed a bit too provocative. Forget it, I'll just throw caution to the wind. If you have the ability, make me fall in love with you. Shirin said unyieldingly, otherwise, even if you climb into my bed in the future, I will openly express my disdain. Pa. A faint sound seemed to have appeared in the cavern. It was as if something had broken. Chaffin looked at Sharon expressionlessly, causing Sharon's mouth to twitch and his heart to pound. He wouldn't be beaten to death in the next second, would he? Sharon finally began to seriously consider this problem. But at this moment, Chaffin suddenly smiled. It wasn't her usual cheerful smile. Instead, it was like a naturally blooming flower. It was a breathtakingly beautiful smile. At this moment, Sean only felt that the atmosphere in the entire cavern had become brighter, as if there were countless flowers blooming, setting off this place into a paradise. With such a bright and moving smile, Chaffin reached out and wrapped her arms around Sharon's neck. Thus, a hot and alluring body squeezed into Sharon's embrace. Chaffin smiled at Sharon and spoke in a soft voice. Since Lord Sharon likes women with inner qualities, what should I do to make you look at me in a different light? A sweet and charming voice came out of Chaffin's mouth. Coupled with her provocative tone, it instantly made Sharon shiver, and a fire burned in his heart. Ahem, Sharon coughed dryly, as if telling himself to be more serious. Unfortunately, the alluring body fragrance that kept drilling into the tip of his nose, as well as the hot and alluring body that was gently rubbing against him, made his mouth dry up and his imagination run wild. In the end, after trying a few times, Sharon sadly found that he couldn't even say a word. Chaffin was like a concubine who served the emperor in ancient times. Her eyes were like water as she looked at Sharon, and there seemed to be affection in them. Her red lips parted slightly, and she spat out some hot words. Your body seems to be very hot, my hero. Her seductive tone and her soft fragrance almost made Sharon pass out on the spot. This woman actually knew this? Could it be that she really was a succubus? Alright, it seemed that he had gone a little overboard. Who can withstand this? Sharon shouted in his heart. Suddenly, Sharon's body trembled again. There was no other reason than that the peerless beauty in his arms had already begun to act. Her ridiculously beautiful, slender hand touched Sharon's forehead, and then slid down bit by bit. Like a tender little tongue, it slid across Sharon's face, chin, neck, chest, and even abdomen, and stopped there, drawing circles. I wonder if you like this? My hero? Chaffin smiled foolishly, causing Sharon's breathing to quicken. At this point, Sharon could still resist, not because he had good willpower, but because of his insignificant dignity as a man. He had resisted her so much before, and had tried so hard not to fall for her. Now that she was tempting him, if he immediately surrendered, would that be reasonable? That was unreasonable. Come. Lie, come. Sneak attack, little succubus, I advise you to eat rat-tail juice, I'm not such a casual person. Is that it? Sharon finally said something. Of course, if his voice hadn't trembled, it would have been much more domineering. Hee hee. A confident smile appeared on Chaffin's face. At this perfect moment, she used her trump card. Chirp. Chaffin lightly kissed Sharon's lips, then hugged him tightly and whispered something in his ear. Then come and ravage me. Make me admit defeat, master. Don't mind. You can do whatever you want, okay? Her fiery, seductive words were like the straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting the fire in Sharon's heart. After resisting for a whole week, Sharon finally fell. Fell under the heat of this peerless succubus. Rumble. At this moment, the sky above the forest at the border of the moon demon territory was filled with whirlpools of clouds. The wind howled. The trees shook. The atmosphere wailed, making the messengers of the old demon's faction feel as if they were going against the wind. They were obviously uncomfortable, but they froze there, unable to move. Gold was the same. How? How could it be? Gold screamed as if he couldn't control his voice. In front of him, in the cave that had been raised by countless high-level spells, a slender but fiery figure slowly rose into the sky, entering everyone's sight. Terrifying mana rose from the figure's body and soared into the sky. It entered the center of the vortex-like clouds and pierced into the hole. Seeing this, Gold didn't even think before roaring hysterically. Run! After roaring, Gold turned around, turning into a shadow, and dashed into the distance. Run! Run! The primal devil emissaries finally reacted to the situation and started to flee frantically. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to escape now. Boom! The roar suddenly rang out, shaking the entire place. Hum. When the atmosphere trembled, phantoms quietly appeared in the terrifying manna that soared into the sky. Some of them were men, some were women, some were old, and some were young. However, without exception, all of them were wearing robes and holding magic staffs. They were like a well-trained army as they lined up neatly and appeared behind the slender figure that was floating in midair. Gold, who was fleeing, sensed the terrifying might behind him, and he subconsciously turned around to take a look. But it was this one glance that frightened Gold so much that his soul almost left his body. It was because the phantoms all exuded an aura that was comparable to Gold's, and the weakest of them was at the same level as him. What did this mean? It meant that those phantoms were all legendary-level powerhouses. Moreover, they were all legendary-level mages. Prepare the offensive spells. A cold command sounded in midair. Just like Gold not long ago, the phantoms of countless legendary-level mages raised their magic staffs and chanted magic spells. Waves of mana appeared one after another, and their momentum was much stronger than that of the original demon's messengers. Damn it! Gold felt like his hair was about to explode, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. In the face of danger, Gold knew that he had no time to waste. At that moment, Gold turned himself into a piece of metal and drilled into the ground without hesitation. Release! At the same time, the cold command sounded again. Hence, the phantoms of the legendary-level mages in midair released their chanted magic spells one after another. Those magic spells were the same as the magic spells that the original demon's messengers had released previously. They were all high-level magic spells. However, the same high-level magic spells cast by a group of high-level demons and a group of legendary-level powerhouses were worlds apart in terms of power. A series of spells that could burn the earth, freeze the forest, and scorch the world appeared one after another, turning into a meteor shower of spells that bombarded the surroundings. Bang! A corner of the forest was blasted open. Bang! 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 As all kinds of magic spells landed, every corner of the forest was shrouded in magical flames. The sounds of explosions were endless, and they turned into shock waves that ravaged the entire forest. That scene was no different from the end of the world. Ah! No! No! One by one, the original demon's messengers were drowned in the torrent of magic spells. They were either swallowed by the flames, struck by lightning, or turned into ice sculptures. Some were suddenly affected by the cracks in the ground and disappeared. Fear, wailing, begging for mercy, and despair. The scene had turned into a living hell, taking away the lives of the living. If this didn't look like the end of the world, what did look like the end of the world? No one knew how long this scene would last. When the legendary-level magic feast was over, the phantoms in the air disappeared one after another, turning into pure mana and dissipating. In the air, Xianxia looked at all of this with a satisfied expression. Upon closer inspection, Xianxia's face was flushed, and her eyes were brimming with energy. Her aura was also quite astonishing, as if she had made some sort of breakthrough in a short period of time. Not only was she full of vigor, but she also seemed to be in high spirits. The curse that had been tormenting Xianxia disappeared without a trace, leaving not a single trace. Xianxia lowered her head and gazed down. Over there, the entire forest had already disappeared, leaving behind only a scorched earth full of potholes, telling others that this place had once been ravaged inhumanely. As for the primal fiend emissaries, none of them had a complete corpse left. She saw a figure in the swirling clouds. She didn't know when it had appeared. As far as the eye could see, a figure had appeared in the swirling clouds. But when Xianxia focused her gaze, the figure suddenly disappeared. Xianxia pursed her lips in disdain. "You're still the same as before, a coward through and through. Aren't you going to chase after him?" Xianxia slowly flew up from the ruins. He came to Xianxia's side, stuffing his nose with a piece of paper. Xianxia slowly floated up from the ruins below. He came to Xianxia's side and, for some reason, stuffed his nostrils with a piece of paper. "If I can get rid of him, then there won't be any more issues with the primal devil, right? You think I don't want to?" Xianxia sighed. "But that guy's unique skill is known as the strongest concealment skill. If he wants to hide, not even the goddess of nature can find him, let alone me." Chafine sighed and grumpily said, but that guy's unique skill is known as the strongest concealment skill. Once he gets serious and wants to hide, let alone me, even nature goddess Natuna won't be able to find him. In the past, Chafine had suffered quite a bit because of this. Chafine sighed and said, but that guy's unique skill is known as the strongest concealment skill. If he wants to hide, not even the goddess of nature can find him, let alone me. If not for that, the original demon would have been uprooted by the demon race because of the demon refining ritual. How could it have become the most ancient and mysterious old demon sect that has been established for thousands of years? Chafine sneered. So we can only let him go? Shuren sighed. Unless you can find his location. Chafine said without much hope. Alright, I really didn't sense anything. Shuren was helpless. It was because of this that he was almost ambushed by the half-demon previously. If he didn't have enough explosive power, he would have been burned to ashes by that huge magic beam that fell from the sky. Running away after using his ultimate skill. This guy shouldn't be called the leader of the half-demon or the original demons. Just call him Ultimate Escape Body or Tartaros. Shuren's face was full of disdain. Ultimate Escape Body? Tartaros? Chafine asked curiously. What's that? Nothing. Don't mind it. Shuren naturally couldn't say it. You're just bluffing. Chafine rolled her eyes, then looked at Sean's nostrils, which were blocked with a piece of tissue, and laughed. Are you all right? Of course I'm okay. Shuren quickly pulled out the self-made nose plug and took a deep breath. After confirming that there was no smell of blood, he said, I'm just a bit hot-tempered. Are you satisfied, my hero? My hero? Chafin said playfully, my seduction, aren't they quite useful? Shuren's expression became resentful. How was it just useful? It was simply too useful. In any case, Sean immediately knelt down, and he instantly fulfilled the requirement of using the rippling mind demon to transfer the curse. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a bit of intelligence left, which made him urge Chafner to transfer the curse to himself, he would probably have gone on a rampage and put on a splendid palace show right under the eyes of the primordial demon. But even so, Sean was still provoked to the point of being infuriated. Thus, he shamefully had a nosebleed on the spot. Chafine was very satisfied with Shuren's reaction. Do you still dare to call me trash in the future? No. No. Do you still dare to call me a vase? No, then what am I? The great, beautiful, and beautiful Highness Succubus. Beautiful and beautiful are the same. Then beautiful and beautiful. The two of them bickered in the air above the scorched forest, announcing that they had safely passed through the crisis. Even so, Chafine kept observing Shuren. Seeing that Shuren was the same as always, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Firstly, the curse that had been transferred to Shuren seemed to have been completely purified by the power of the Holy Sword. It didn't affect Shuren at all, which made Chafine feel relieved. Secondly, Chafine was worried that Shuren, who had fallen in front of her once and could even bear the curse in her place, would be like those people who were infatuated with her, unable to see anything else other than herself. Fortunately, the power of Shuren's holy sword was much stronger than she had imagined. The curse that had lasted for hundreds of years was quickly purified. Shuren himself didn't change his attitude and still did whatever he wanted in front of Chafine. That was good. This was how a man who was worthy of her attention should be like. What Chafin didn't know was that Sean was actually relieved for himself. He had been worried that if he fell in love with this succubus, he would become a brainless bootlicker. Fortunately, things were different now. This succubus had almost no secrets in front of him. Perhaps Chafine would never know that after Shuren successfully transferred the curse to himself, he took advantage of the time when the holy sword was purifying the curse and eroding his body, causing him intense pain. He kept imagining all kinds of scenes of her in his mind. This woman has already been dealt with by me. This woman has already been dealt with by me. This woman has already been dealt with by me. Shuren hypnotized himself, telling himself that it wasn't that he was infatuated with her, but that he had conquered her. Moreover, Sean was a guy who was very good at brainstorming and imaginative. As such, he actually managed to hypnotize himself and restore his original heart. If others knew that Shuren had used such a method to wake himself up and not let himself fall, they would most likely be speechless, right? In short, Shuren and Chafine successfully passed this obstacle. Of course, the two of them had already secretly noted down this debt. One day, he would settle the score with that half-demon, bit by bit. Unknowingly, the group of unknown demons that had arrived at the border of the moon demon territory had quietly retreated. Everyone had already received the news that the curse on the succubus had been resolved. At this point, it was already impossible to do anything to the demon dweller. That was why, as the leader retreated, the old demons from the original demons also retreated from this area and continued their infiltration in the demon realm. Well, at least it was a close shave. Donis snapped his fingers after receiving the news. His father did not succeed, and that was the result he wanted. Now, his father had retreated. Even the moon apostle, who seemed to be carrying out a mission to search for the succubus, but had actually been paying attention to his movements intentionally or unintentionally, and sometimes even came to his surroundings to monitor him, had retreated unwillingly, proving that the mission this time had indeed failed. Of course, your father and that colleague of yours must still be suspicious of you. The girl's voice rang from behind Donis's back and reached his ears. Donis's expression did not change. I'm definitely being suspected. Donis said calmly, in such an organization, it's wishful thinking to expect anyone to be trustworthy. Donis knew very well how ruthless and indifferent his father was, as well as how cautious and suspicious he was. If it wasn't for him wanting to keep an insurance for himself, he wouldn't have been born in the first place, and he wouldn't have lived until now. As for the moon apostle, that woman already had a grudge against him. That was why Donis was already mentally prepared. Then what do you plan to do next? The girl asked. Your plan to create the seventh demon dweller is about to end, and you don't have much time left, right? I know. Donis replied indifferently, but there's no use in being anxious. For my plan to succeed, I must first wait for my father's side to take action. But what if your father directly devours the true demon dweller that is about to be completed and becomes the seventh demon dweller? The girl asked tentatively, what do you plan to do then? Don't worry. Donis smiled, I naturally have some ideas. That's good. The girl smiled lightly, I'll wait and see what you plan to do. I won't let you down. Donis made such a promise, a fearless smile appearing on his face, causing him to murmur, peace won't last much longer, this world. Yes. The girl seemed to have imagined a scene and happily said, chaos is coming, I'm really looking forward to it. Let's hope that we can reap all the spoils of war in this chaos. Donis smiled hopefully. That way, we won't have come here for nothing. Heh. It was unknown whether the young girl agreed or disdainfully, but she soon stopped moving. Donis dusted off the dust on his robes. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he exclaimed softly and turned his head to look in a certain direction. There, very suddenly, a vortex appeared. It was a very mysterious vortex that emitted an indescribable luster and ripples. Whirlpool. It was a whirlpool. The girl's surprised voice rang in Donna's ears again. The aura of time? Donis raised his eyebrows and said, could it be? Before Donasi could finish his sentence, a figure that seemed to be shrouded in colorful light appeared in the time vortex in front of him. It was a goddess who seemed to have gathered all the years in the world. She did not seem ancient, but had an indescribable liveliness. Which time did I transmigrate to this time? The goddess said blankly. Her voice was very pleasant, but it was like three voices stacked on top of each other. There were accents and echoes. It was very strange. As expected, Donis's eyes flickered. The few black-robed demon gladiators around him reacted. Just as they were about to jump in front of Donis to protect him, Donis stretched out his hand and stopped them. Huh? The goddess noticed Donis's existence and flew over as if she had met a savior. Hello. The goddess asked Donis with overlapping echoes, may I ask what time it is now? Hearing this, Donis was silent for a moment and then smiled. Of course, my beautiful lady. Donis bowed to the goddess in an extremely gentlemanly and elegant manner and said with great respect, it is the millennium of the peace calendar. May I ask if this answer can help you? The so-called peace calendar referred to the calendar after the war between the three races ended and the Demon King was defeated. All races signed a peace treaty and entered the era of peace together. The millennium of the peace calendar, in other words, meant that 1,000 years had passed since the era of peace. Ah! The goddess was immediately pleasantly surprised and said, "Then, is there anything important happening in the demon realm now?" "Yes, my lady." Donna still looked gentle and elegant. He said very politely, "For example, in the past week, not only did the demon realm have a battle between Her Highness the poison demon Kamina and the mysterious evil god, but there was also an incident similar to the disintegration of the passage to the human realm. There was even an incident where a hero came to the demon realm after 1,000 years and was about to marry Her Highness the dragon demon Aie. These are all very popular and hotly discussed big events recently. For example, in the past week, not only did the battle between Her Highness the poison demon Kamina and the mysterious evil god happen in the demon realm, there were also incidents similar to the disintegration of the passageway to the human realm. There were even incidents where a hero came to the demon realm after 1,000 years and was about to marry Her Highness the dragon demon Aie. These are all very popular and hotly debated events recently." Hearing this, the goddess's eyes lit up. Although there was a flash of guilt in the goddess's eyes when she heard about the disintegration of the passage to the human world, she finally became excited when she heard about the arrival of the heroes in the demon world. Although there was a flash of guilt in the goddess's eyes when she heard about the disintegration of the passage to the human realm, she finally became excited when she heard about the hero coming to the demon realm. It's finally back to the original time. The goddess clapped her hands happily and spun around in the air as if she was dancing. That look was indeed naive, romantic, and innocent. It was so cute that it made people's hearts soften. In contrast, although Donna's smile was very gentlemanly, it gave people a feeling of slyness. "Are you here to find the legendary hero?" Donna's asked in a seemingly friendly manner. "That's right." The goddess nodded heavily and said, "I have been looking for him for a long time. Based on my experience, it should be about 10 years, right?" "Is that so?" Donna said in surprise, "Then it must be hard for you." "Really?" The goddess seemed to have found someone to complain to. She said with a sad face, "Because there is no reference, I can't find the original time connection point. As a result, I can only travel back in time. One time, I go back to a few hundred years ago. The next time, I go to a few hundred years later. If it wasn't for the demon realm appearing only 1,000 years ago, we might have been directly transported back to the world 1,000 years ago. At that time, there was a demon king. It was very scary." The goddess patted her bulging chest and said with lingering fear, "And we are not a normal existence in that time. If we interfere with time and space and cause the future to be changed, then the world axiom will force us into the river of time in order to adjust it. It will let us guide history bit by bit and lead it to the original future. If that happens, we don't know how long we will not be able to return. That is indeed hard." Donna's was silent for a while and then said casually, "But, so you have been to the future? I am very curious about what the future world will be like." To Donna's question, the goddess could be said to have answered it without thinking. "You've become completely different from how you are now." The goddess said in a light tone, "At least, the demon realm a few hundred years later will be completely different from the demon realm now." "For example?" Donna's asked curiously. "For example." The goddess thought for a while and then said with uncertainty, "The number of demon dwellers will increase?" Donna's was silent. At this moment, the goddess seemed to have recalled something important and spoke in a flustered manner. "Right, I still have to find the hero. I can't talk to you anymore." Leaving such words, the goddess turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky, flying in a direction. "Wait," Donna's was about to ask her to stay, but the goddess had already disappeared into the horizon. Donna's opened his mouth and then said to himself, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "That hero will go to the moon demon territory." "You are flying in the opposite direction of the moon demon territory, my lady." Just as he said that, the girl's voice finally sounded. "Is that what the goddess of time looks like when she fuses into one?" The girl laughed and said, "What an immature little girl. After all, she has only been born for 2,000 years. From the Protoss perspective of time, she is still a real child. Donna's did not think much of it and said, however, the information she brought is really thought-provoking. The number of demon dwellers has increased. The young girl also pondered over this sentence and said, I wonder what caused this? Is there a need to ask? Donna said without thinking, based on the current situation, there are only two possibilities. Either our plan succeeded, or my father's plan succeeded. There is no third possibility. Donna's words were met with the girls' agreement. Although they did not know whether it was the former or the latter, at least there was hope. As the two thought this, they did not know that at this moment, the goddess of time who was flying at high speed in the sky of the demon realm was still muttering. What is that hero going to do with so many demon dwellers? Really? At the same time, in a corner of the original forest at the border of the Moonfiend territory that had been turned into a piece of scorched land, the soil that was still emitting smoke suddenly moved. From the scorched soil, a piece of metal emerged. Then, it gradually grew arms and legs until it became a complete person. Only then did the metal color fade away. Cough, cough, Golder fell on the scorched soil. As he coughed, he looked around with a face full of lingering fear. Fortunately, I drilled into the ground. If he hadn't decisively turned into metal and drilled into the ground, he would have been like those messengers, burned into ashes by the spells of countless legendary mages, and become a part of this scorched land. That damn succubus, wasn't she cursed? Despite the lingering fear in his heart, Golder couldn't help but curse aloud. Recalling the beautiful figure that he saw at that time, recalling her peerless beauty, Golder couldn't help but feel moved, but a wave of hatred rose in his heart. Sure enough, these demons are all scourges. Golder allowed the hatred in his heart to dominate his heart. At least, Golder, who knew the abilities of that succubus, didn't want to be infatuated with her. It would be best if he could use hatred to erase it. Even if, in the past, he was also a subject under the skirt of that succubus. But no matter what, it is a fact that the succubus has recovered. I believe the leader has also ordered the people in the organization to retreat, right? Golder thought calmly. In that case, I have to leave this place quickly. With such a thought in mind, Golder stood up shakily. He didn't notice that two people had appeared behind him at some point. Bam! In the next second, one of the people who appeared behind Golder stretched out a leg and kicked Golder's back. Grr! Caught off guard, Gold was kicked to the ground on the spot and crashed into the scorched ground. But he quickly reacted. As he fell to the ground, his body suddenly vibrated with amazing magic power. Unfortunately, given confine. With a wave of magic power, the gradually burning magic power on Golder's body suddenly stagnated as if it was locked. It was forcefully imprisoned in his body and couldn't be used anymore. What? Golder was taken aback. Just as he was about to make a move, the foot kicked him again. Bam! With a muffled sound, Golder's abdomen was kicked heavily, and his entire body flipped over. Sharp pain struck Golder's mind, turning his muffled groan into a painful howl. Then, the sinful footprints that led to Golder's downfall entered his eyes and stepped on his face. Such humiliation made Golder, a top legendary master, rage and murderous intent rise in his heart. At this moment, a voice that seemed to be laughing yet not laughing entered Golder's ears. Looks like you've escaped that calamity. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. The mocking words allowed Golder to see the person through the soles of the shoes that were stepping on his face. Golder and Golder of Golder. Of Golder Golder time and Golder, and time and in Golder time. Who else could it be but Sean and Chavigny? You. Golder's expression changed dramatically. On the other hand, Shuren and Golder looked at the burly demons and smiled faintly. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the traitor. Chafine recognized Gold, and her breathtakingly beautiful face began to show a lack of interest. Golder was provoked by that look. I'm not a traitor. Golder shouted angrily, you guys who wag your tails and beg for mercy to the god race and the human race are the traitors. Oh, so you're a nationalist. Shuren raised his eyebrows and said in amazement, speaking of which, all the old demons should be like this. This is the first time I've seen it. It's really strange. There's nothing strange about it. Golder still looked disinterested. Originally, those who really blame the demons for surrendering are the minority. Those so-called old demons are mostly trash who do all kinds of things that are beneficial to themselves under the guise of obeying the demon king's will, including the leader of the original demons. Now, it seemed that his real goal was not to create a second demon king, but to make himself a complete demon. Parion, who followed the demi-demon, was the same. He said that he was obeying the demon king's will and should not surrender, but in fact, he chose to follow the demi-demon so that he could climb higher. Under such circumstances, pure nationalistic youths like Golder were indeed the minority. Who is this guy? Shuren asked Golder with interest. Him? Golder was different. She said casually, he's an officer of the demons who once served Kamina, but he betrayed them 1,000 years ago and disappeared. Now it seems that he joined the original demons. Is that so? Shuren blinked, smiled, and said to Golder. Since you're an officer of the demons, you should have a high position in the original demons, right? Which apostle is it under the command of which apostle? Tell me. Shuren's nonchalant questioning was only met with Golder's murderous glare. Seeing this, Shuren began to exert force on his foot without batting an eyelid. Golder immediately cried out in pain. It couldn't be helped. Shuren exerted so much force that the foot on Golder's face almost sank into his bones. Golder's face made cracking sounds as if his bones were breaking. It was impossible for him not to cry out in pain. But one had to admit that this guy was quite tough. Kill me. Golder roared in pain. Give me a quick death. Hateful hero. While roaring, Golder was still struggling. Unfortunately, with his magic power sealed, he was no match for Shuren in terms of pure physical strength. Although one could tell from Gold's physique that he was a strength-type warrior, Sean's growth rate in all aspects was the highest. At level 95, even in terms of strength, he would not be inferior to a strength-type warrior who was at the ultimate level. Therefore, Golder's struggle was futile, so he decisively activated his unique skill. Puff. Golder's face suddenly turned into steel, and a spike appeared. Clang. The spike pierced the bottom of Shuren's foot, but the friction only produced a burst of sparks. Shuren curled his lips and smirked. This level of attack can't even break the defense of my life of destiny, and you still want to hurt me? As he spoke, Shuren suddenly exerted force, and his foot stepped on Golder's steel-like face as if exerting a tremendous force. Crack! Golder's steel-like face finally shattered. Ah! The wailing became even louder than before, filled with even more pain. Kill me! Kill me! Golder struggled again and kept wailing. However, Shuren was not moved at all. Answer my question, Shuren said calmly, I'm quite interested in you, original demons. There were still many things that Shuren didn't know about the original demons, an old faction of demons. Now that he had finally captured a high-ranking apostle who was directly under the leader's command, Shuren naturally wanted to interrogate him to obtain information. If you tell me where the original demons' base camp is and where the leader is, I can even let you go. Shuren said slowly. Of course, don't give me that a loyal man will never betray you, and don't give me that a loyal man is willing to die for the sake of loyalty either. It's too old. You won't get tired of it, but my book friends will get tired of it. Shuren's words still lacked tension, and it even sounded like he was playing around. However, his foot on Golder's face didn't loosen at all, and his strength was increasing bit by bit. Golder had no doubt that if this continued, his head would be crushed. It was not a big deal to crush Golder's face because he wanted to die anyway. The problem was that Shuren was slowly increasing the pain bit by bit, and it was like torture, which was really hateful. Golder, who already had hatred in his heart, laughed out of extreme anger under the drive of this hatred. You will never get any information about original demons from me. It wasn't because Golder was loyal, but because he was an arrogant person who wouldn't yield to persuasion or force. He didn't want to yield to the enemy, and he didn't want the existence that he hated to achieve his goal. Heh. Shuren didn't say much about this. After a sneer, he said, Don't worry. Don't worry, there are plenty of ways to make you speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren didn't give Golder a chance to talk back. He raised his foot and kicked at Golder's neck. Bam, with a muffled sound, Golder's head tilted to one side, and he passed out. Chafine, who had witnessed all this, put down her hair that she had been playing with and looked at Shuren suspiciously. I say, are you really a hero? Chafine said doubtfully, looking at your style, I have to wonder if you are a demon. Why? Shuren said innocently, is my style very villainous? Yes. Chafine said seriously, you are more villainous than a villain. Compared to him, I think you are more like an old demon. That's good. Shuren patted his chest and pretended to rejoice and sigh. In this day and age, true heroes are no longer popular. In order not to be called a saint, I have to carry forward this style. Chafine couldn't help but laugh and said, okay, you can stick to this style. Anyway, with us supporting you, no one can beat you to death. Is she implying that I will be beaten to death? Shuren was speechless. After that, Shuren and Chafine stood there and chatted, killing time on their own. Although most of the time, it was Shuren who asked Chafine some questions and Chafine who kept answering, the atmosphere between the two of them was not bad at all. On the contrary, it was quite beautiful. It was unknown if the relationship between Shuren and Chafine had completely changed after all this time, or if no one could chat with Chafine so casually and calmly in the past. Putting Shuren aside, Chafine was full of enthusiasm and seemed to enjoy talking with Shuren. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be very surprised, right? It was rare for a succubus who had no interest in most people in this world to be able to chat so enthusiastically with a human male. No, it would not be surprising if no one had ever seen it before. What was certain was that Chafine had only interacted with Shuren without any sense of distance. Other men did not even need to think about it. Shuren did not realize this. He kept asking questions that interested him and let Chafine, the demons who had lived for tens of thousands of years, answer them for him. In the end, his understanding of this world was still too little. Therefore, once there was a suitable person who could answer all kinds of questions for him, Shuren would usually seize the opportunity and keep asking questions. This also proved that Sean no longer wanted to turn a blind eye to some mysteries, but wanted to solve them seriously. For this, Shuren wanted to understand this world and understand the history that led to its emergence. Chafine seemed to have noticed this, so she answered very patiently. Of course, Chafine did not tell him everything she knew. There were also some questions that Chafine deliberately avoided. For example, when Shuren asked Chafine what kind of person the Demon King was, Chafine fell silent for a long time. Then, she is a very pitiful person because no one has ever truly understood her. Chafine gave such an answer. Under such circumstances, Shuren could not continue asking. Although he really wanted to know why the Demon King Claudius had become enemies with the Supreme God and why she had started a war between the gods and demons, it was obvious from Chafine's expression that she did not want to talk about this. Helpless, Shuren could only change the topic and ask about other things. Chafine was just like that. Sometimes she would answer straightforwardly, and sometimes she would evade. Sometimes she would even mischievously keep Sean in suspense. Sean couldn't help but raise his hand to slap her bottom. Only then did she jump away with a smile and tease Sean. She seemed to be having a lot of fun doing it. She did not look so much like a succubus, but more like a playful big sister. But even so, Shuren gradually began to understand Chafine. This demoness, who had a fatal charm that made all men and women go crazy, was actually a person with 1,000 faces. She had a playful side, and would do unimaginable things because of some sudden interest. For example, when Shuren had first arrived at the succubus city, she had not hesitated to descend at the main gate, causing a huge commotion, but she did not care. She had a cold side. Because others could not arouse her interest, she would even think that looking at them was a waste of time. But while she was cold to others, she would not pretentiously use others' love for her as a bargaining chip. She would deliberately distance herself from others, but she would not deliberately ignore this distance to get close to them and make use of them because of some ulterior motive. Parion had said that Chafine did not want to be affected by the side effects of the rippling heart demon, which was why she was so indifferent to others. But even under such circumstances, she did not avoid those she was interested in and would actively get close to them. This was simply a contradiction. Shuren had also asked this question. In the end, Chafine had said this without a care in the world. If I really cut off all my relationships because of the rippling heart demon ability, and treat everyone coldly and mercilessly, then I will truly fall into the greatest side effect. Shuren understood this sentence. In other words, Chafine did not want to become a heartless person. In order to eliminate the side effects of the rippling heart demon, she would become indifferent to everyone. If she really did that, that would be the biggest side effect of the rippling heart demon. She also had a heart, and she also had feelings. If she were to completely become a heartless devil, that would be the greatest sacrifice for her. Because of this, Chafine had established such a personality. She did not care about most people she was not interested in, and would not even look at them. But when it came to people who attracted her interest, she would not hesitate to get close to them, and even play with them. This was what she truly wanted. The ranking in her heart was not only used to rank people in order of importance. It was also used to tell herself that only those who were on the ranking had the right to be remembered by her, and she would calmly get close to them. In summary, this succubus was an extremely principled and opinionated person. She had her own attitude, her own persistence, her own goals, and her own rules. Because of the existence of the rippling heart demon, Chafine was very careful when using it. Those who wantonly play with other people's hearts will eventually taint their own. Chafine had said this to Shuren. Thus, Chafni had a ruler in her heart. She had to be more aware of what she should and shouldn't do than anyone else. Otherwise, if she was not careful, she would definitely become a slave of the rippling heart demon, a succubus who played with other people's hearts and sold her own. After knowing this, Shuren looked at Chafine in a new light for a long time. He knew that, in front of everyone, this woman who seemed to have gathered all the love in the world, had always been fighting with her own heart, with the rippling heart demon. It's not easy for you. Shuren sighed for a long time. What? Are you really going to fall for her this time? Chafine covered her mouth and giggled, causing Shuren to roll his eyes. Of course, perhaps even Shuren himself did not notice that he was no longer like before, treating Chafine like a fierce tiger and avoiding her at all costs. Was it because he had eaten this succubus, so his heart had become a lot more abundant, or was it because of the temporary fall in the cave, or was it simply because of this conversation? No one knew. What was certain was that both Shuren and Chafine had a deep impression of each other, and this impression was becoming deeper and deeper. The proof was that the connection between the rippling heart demon was much deeper than before. If this continued, Chafine would probably be able to use Shuren's abilities through the rippling heart demon, right? Even if Chafine could not use unique skills, special skills, or the power of the holy sword, she might be able to obtain 6 of Shuren's chosen skills and 2 magic skills. When Shuren could be summoned by the rippling heart demon and fight for Chafine, that would be when Shuren would truly fall. At that time, what kind of deep impression would Shuren leave in Chafine's heart? That was still unknown. Just like that, an hour quickly passed. At some point, the harmonious and somewhat intimate atmosphere between Shuren and Chafine was finally broken. Shwa. 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 With a series of whooshing sounds, 3 figures flew over like the wind, landing in front of Shuren and Chafine. Lady Chafine. With a cry that sounded like she was crying tears of joy, Leal finally appeared. When she saw that Chafine was unscathed, she looked extremely relieved. Lady. Your Highness. Hart also let out a huge sigh of relief. Gray also lost his composure, looking at Chafine with a hint of excitement in his eyes. You're here? Chafine looked at the 3 people who had just arrived. For some reason, she did not sound happy at all. Instead, she sounded annoyed, as if she had been disturbed. Shuren looked up at the sky, speechless. Did these fellows not see that he was also here? I'm such a big person, yet I'm being ignored, a bunch of fellows who forget their friends in the face of beauty. While Shuren and Chafine were somewhat displeased, the 3 top-notch legendaries all knelt on one knee. Apologies for startling you, Lady Chafine. Leal's expression was full of guilt. It's our fault for not protecting you well enough that Her Highness was isolated by a bunch of damned thieves. Hart also lowered his head deeply, as if regretting his helplessness. I didn't think that those primal demons would make a fool out of us. Gray's voice even contained a hint of killing intent. Evidently, the 3 of them felt very guilty and angry for not being able to help Chafine and letting her face danger alone. Get up. Chafine looked indifferent. Those fellows came prepared. Even I fell into their trap. What can you do even if you're here? Xiaofin's words caused the expressions of the three to change. Fell into their trap? Hart couldn't help but straighten his back. Lady Xiaofine, you, Liu became even more anxious. All right, I'm fine. Don't make a fuss. Xiaofine waved her hand, interrupting her two subordinates' anxiety. She glanced at the helpless Shuren and laughed. With the hero by my side, what could possibly happen to me? Her words made the three seem to notice Shuren's presence, and they looked over. Right, you're here too. Liu mumbled. I almost forgot about you. Hart blurted out his inner thoughts without hesitation. No wonder you didn't come with us. Gray came to a sudden realization. It seemed that he had never considered why Sean did not come out with them. Shuren looked up at the sky. I really want to hack these fellows to death. No one present could understand Shuren's feelings. Not to mention Liu and Hart, the two demons, even Gray, the former prince who was kind to Shuren, couldn't help but ignore Shuren, his concerned gaze fixed on Xiaofine. Evidently, the three of them had their attention on Xiaofine, and their concern for her undoubtedly exceeded the limits of normal people. Unfortunately, the more concerned they were, the more indifferent Xiaofine became. Apart from occasionally exchanging a few words with Liu, she completely ignored Hart and Gray. However, Hart seemed to accept Xiaofine's attitude as if it was a matter of course, thinking that this was normal. Although Gray was a little sad at Xiaofine's neglect, he still silently watched her from the side, his gaze never leaving her. Shuren didn't want to complain anymore. Frankly speaking, Gray was undoubtedly a righteous man in private and in normal times. He was neither arrogant nor rash, and could be considered a perfect man in terms of appearance, character, strength, and upbringing. In the eyes of others, he was a prince on a white horse, a perfect idol, and even a marriage partner. The last time he met Shuren, Gray was also very calm and generous, befitting his title as a prince. However, it was only in front of Xiaofine that this prince who could be considered a perfect match behaved differently. To put it nicely, he was infatuated, but to put it bluntly, he was a bootlicker. Doesn't His Highness know that the so-called infatuated men who are willing to give silently behind the scenes are all pitiful losers who have their love snatched away in the end? Shuren didn't know if he should talk to him properly. After some thought, Shuren gave up. Because he was very clear that these fellows who were blinded by their one-sided love would never listen to the advice of others. If he tried to persuade him, he would most likely be angered by his stubbornness and leave, or he might even think that he was spouting nonsense. Looking at Gray, who was still kneeling on one knee and paying his respects to Xiaofine, one could see that he wasn't Xiaofine's subordinate, nor was he a demon's. He was a human friend who came uninvited, and a former prince of Mitra Kingdom. There was no need for him to kneel like this, but he did it without hesitation. To be honest, Shuren was a little dumbfounded. If the Mitra royal family saw this, they would probably be so angry that their eyebrows would jump. At that moment, Shuren couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Anyway, he's just Rosie's elder, and he's not related to me. If it wasn't for Rosie, Shuren probably wouldn't have the thought of persuading him. Now, let him kneel and lick his boots. Now, let him kneel and lick his boots. With that thought in mind, Sean simply ignored Gray and carried Gold, who had been knocked out by him, over, as if he was going to bring a takeaway. Is he one of the original Devil's Emissary followers? Seeing this, Liu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Hart and Gray were also looking at Golder strangely. There was a faint murderous aura in their eyes, as if they really wanted to kill Golder to vent their anger. Sean really wanted to curse. Shuren retorted, I still want to get information about the original demons from this guy. Sean said bluntly, I still want to get information about the primordial demon from this guy. But this guy tried to murder Lady Xiaofine, and he deserves to die. But this guy tried to kill Lady Xiaofine. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The words that came out of Liu's mouth made people wonder if she had lost her mind or not. Shuren didn't bother with her and said, I have a use for him. Whether or not he deserves to die in your eyes, what does it have to do with me? Sean couldn't be bothered with them. He said directly, he's useful to me. Whether he deserves to die or not in your eyes, what does it have to do with me? You. Liu glared at Sean. Sean met the gaze of the stone girl. There was no resentment in his eyes, only pity as if he was looking at a mentally retarded child. Shirin met her gaze. There was no hatred in his eyes, only pity as if he was looking at a retarded child. For some reason, the atmosphere at the scene became a little strange. Enough. Chafine frowned and said, keeping this traitor alive is useful. Leal, step down. Yes, Leal answered and stepped down without hesitation. Hart and Gray also relaxed their furrowed brows, as if they had no objections to any of Chafine's decisions. The stark contrast made Shirin open his mouth, but he chose to shut it in the end. Perhaps he now understood why Chafine had no interest in these obedient people. This was because they only had Chafine in their eyes. They couldn't let go of anyone else. As long as it was related to Chafine, they would lose their own judgment and subjectivity. Everything would be based on Chafine, and they wouldn't even consider for her. They would only allow the worship, longing, and infatuation in their hearts to run wild. They would single-handedly eliminate everything that could threaten Chafine. Others would say that it was because they cared too much, but Shirin felt that it was self-righteous. Others would see it as protection, but Shirin only felt that it was troublesome. Perhaps Chafine was annoyed by this attitude, which was why she ignored them. This included Leal. If she wasn't the #1 expert in the succubus territory and the #1 officer under Chafiner's command, Chafiner probably wouldn't care about her at all. It could only be said that she reaped what she sowed. Sigh, Shirin sighed. What's wrong? Chafine sensed it and turned to Shirin. Nothing, Shirin shook his head and shrugged. It's just that I've gotten to know you again. It's not easy. Hearing this, Leal and the others looked confused. Only Chafine raised her eyebrows and stared at Shirin for a while before smiling. You're the first man to say something like this to me. Chafine said. That's why I said it's not easy for you. Shirin replied calmly. Well, I'm used to it. Chafine smiled and said meaningfully, besides, I suddenly feel that it's all worth it. Why do you say that? Shirin was surprised. Guess. Chafine winked at Shirin. Sean almost said, I guess your sister. Hee hee. Chafine seemed to be very happy with Shirin's extremely unhappy expression. Alright, this matter is over. Let's continue to the city center. Saying this, Chafine stretched out her hand and grabbed Shirin. Shirin did not resist. With a displeased expression, he carried gold and was dragged away by Chafine. Neither of them noticed that Leal, Hart, and Gray's expressions had changed. Needless to say, all three of them had noticed. Did the distance between Lady Chafine and that hero shrink a lot? Hart's unbelievable words made Leal and Gray's hearts sink. Leal's face darkened. She followed them without saying a word, as if she wanted to separate the two but did not dare to. She could only follow behind Shirin, glaring at him with a murderous expression. Gray's expression changed. He stared at Shafine's hand that was holding Shirin's, one of his hands unconsciously clenched. Gray, did you say? Hart was still in disbelief. He turned to Gray and wanted to say something. But Gray interrupted him. Alright, don't think too much. Gray said coldly, that hero is Her Highness Dragon's fiancé. It's normal for Her Highness Succubus to treat him differently. Hearing this, Hart wanted to say something, but he held it in. As a good friend of many years, Hart could tell that Gray was just putting on a brave front. He just did not want to admit reality. He did not want to admit that a junior who had only been in Charm City for a week had done something that he could not do in more than 20 years. He was even more unwilling to admit that the succubus Chafine had taken a fancy to such a young man. In the past tens of thousands of years, how many emperors and emperors had fallen under the succubus indifference? How many heroes had not even been able to exchange a single sentence for her? Even the famous braves of the past generations received such treatment. One could imagine how inconceivable and difficult it was for others to believe that Chafine was close to a man. Hart also didn't want to believe it. However, seeing Chafine continuously chatting with Shirin and Shirin lazily responding, the conversation between the two of them was so natural and harmonious, Hart didn't think that this was a good sign. Even if Chafine was willing to put down her indifference and talk to others naturally, how many people would be able to ignore Shafine's charm and respond with a normal attitude? Not to mention Hart, even Leal, who had served Chafine for a long time, couldn't do it. From time to time, her face would turn red in front of Chafine, and her heart would beat nervously. All along, the only people who could face Chafine with a normal attitude were those women on the same level as her. For example, the 6 great demons. Another example was the 3 goddesses. As for a man, this was the first time in history. Thinking of this, Hart's eyes flickered as he looked at Shuren. Unknowingly, he felt a trace of killing intent. It was due to jealousy. Perhaps even Hart himself didn't realize that he was already jealous of Shuren. Of course, whether or not he was the only one, that was not certain. In any case, Gray was also staring at Shuren, thinking about something. The two of them didn't know that at this moment, Chafine, who was arguing with Shuren, suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" Shuren asked in confusion. "No, nothing." Shafine's expression returned to normal, and she didn't even look in the direction of Gray and Hart. However, she said something. "I hope those blind fellows don't do anything to make me unhappy." Shafine's words left Shuren at a loss. Chafine seemed to find this amusing, and she resisted the urge to pinch Shuren's face. She laughed coldly in her heart. It wasn't easy for her to meet such an interesting and likable hero. She couldn't be provoked by those blind fellows. Hopefully, they would be more tactful. Moon Demon Territory, Central City. In the sky above the most prosperous city in the demon realm, a beam of light flew at an astonishing speed and entered the eyes of many observant people. Is it finally here? The demons all seemed to sense this. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of the beam of light. Then, they all reacted in different ways. Fortunately, it's safe. Scylla was on the top floor of the Supreme Castle. She smiled as she looked at the beam of light coming from the horizon. Obviously, this Supreme Demons had received the news and knew that Shuren and the others were attacked. Boom! At the same time, a wave of evil energy surged behind Scylla, allowing a small figure to jump out like a ghost and dash in the direction of the beam of light. That little girl is really impatient. Scylla seemed to have expected this and did not stop it. She just felt helpless. Humph. Kamina, who was in a corner of Central City, also felt the familiar evil energy. She looked at the evil energy that was heading towards the horizon and snorted. Hee hee. On the other hand, Milu and Lide were smiling happily at the scene. Looks like it's going to be very lively. Lide laid on Milu's head and murmured helplessly, not knowing if he was sighing or sighing. Of course, AIE was also in Central City and saw the scene. What a bunch of troublemakers. AIE sighed. She never looked away from the horizon. It was as if she could see the figure that she had been thinking about day and night. Unknowingly, the corner of her mouth had already curled up. Beside AIE, there were 3 other figures. Among these 3 figures, 2 of them were the cadres of the demons who accompanied AIE to the Dragon's Cave before they set off for Central City. Is the hero that Master has been thinking about there? The longhorned dragon girl who was holding a wine barrel stared at the sky with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. I really don't understand why Master would enter into a marriage contract with a human. The haughty dragon lady, on the other hand, looked disgusted. Their attitudes towards the heroes who were about to arrive were clearly displayed. Of course, the person who had the most intense reaction was the figure that was closest to AIE. She looked at the beam of light in the sky and a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes. The magic power in her body surged as if she wanted to rush over. However, when she saw the figure shrouded in demonic aura fly towards the horizon, she stopped and stayed where she was. Not going over? AIE naturally noticed it. She turned around and looked at the dragon race girl beside her. She said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "Haven't you been talking about meeting him?" Hearing this, the young lady from the dragon tribe raised her head and spoke. "Since Lilith has already gone over, I'll let her take care of Master for now." The Dragon Clan young lady's tone was so arrogant, but it was difficult to conceal the joy and happiness in the depths of her words. What was worth mentioning was that such arrogant words sounded indescribably sweet when they came from the mouth of this Dragon Clan girl. The reason for that was because this Dragon Clan young lady's voice was that of a baby. This kind of voice, coupled with that pretentiously arrogant but exquisite little face, not only did it not give people a bad impression, it also made people feel that it was exceptionally cute. Such a voice, coupled with her delicate and beautiful face that pretended to be arrogant, not only did it not leave a bad impression, it was also abnormally cute. Instead, the two dragon cadres expressed their displeasure at the dragon girl's words. On the other hand, the two officers of the dragon clan expressed their displeasure at the girl's words. Do you still plan to treat that human as your master? The haughty dragon lady frowned and said, you've successfully transformed into a human and awakened a unique skill. You've become the strongest of the dragon clan, and you can even compete with the 3 limit-level officers under Lord Moon Demon's command. You've become the strongest after the demon dwellers, and yet you still regard a human as your master? I really want to know how strong that hero is, but no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than master. You rejected the Dragon King's invitation and didn't return to the dragon race. Instead, you chose to follow a human. To be honest, if he wasn't a hero, I would have killed him to let you see reality. I don't really understand. The dragon girl with a long horn who was hugging a wine barrel added, although I really want to know how strong that hero is, he can't be stronger than master. You rejected the invitation of our Dragon King and didn't return to the dragon race. Instead, you chose to follow a human. To be honest, if he wasn't a hero, I would have killed him to let you see reality. The two cadres of the dragon clan were obviously dissatisfied with the path chosen by the younger generation that they had high hopes for. They were even somewhat disappointed that the younger generation did not live up to their expectations. From their point of view, even if the other party was a hero, he was just a human. The dragon race was extremely prideful. They were the strongest race in the demon world and were proud of their bloodline. Why would they lower themselves to serve a human, not to mention a human hero? Even if the 3 goddesses of the Protoss or the other demons were strong, they couldn't force a dragon to submit. No matter what, the dragon clan was different from the other clans. The dragon clan had a transcendent level dragon king. The other demons might have many talents under them, and the 3 goddesses also had many subordinates. However, the dragon race wasn't just the subordinates of the dragon demons. They were also of the same race. The dragon demons among the 6 demons were the true dragon king, the master of the dragons, and even the mother of the dragons. They were the original form of the dragon race. This kind of relationship was destined to be a world of difference from an ordinary subordinate relationship. Everyone in the world knew that the demonic dragon viewed all dragons as its own heirs and descendants. Everyone in the dragon clan also viewed it as their master, and even viewed it as their mother. They should only be loyal and follow the demonic dragon, not a human brave. However, what do you know? The dragon clan girl looked at the 2 seniors of her clan with eyes filled with contempt. It couldn't be helped. You don't understand how strong he is. If it wasn't for him, I would have become a pile of filthy flesh and blood. Or I would have stayed in the Adro Canyon for the rest of my life and occupied a large mana source. I don't even know how many years it would take for me to reach level 95, let alone reaching the limit of the dragon race. As she said that, the dragon girl looked at the sky and spoke with a tone of respect and worship. She spoke with her sweet baby voice. He is the most incredible human I've ever seen. Even Sister AI likes him so much, yet you still look down on him. Do you think that Sister AI and I have bad taste? The girl's disdainful words made the 2 officers of the dragon race extremely angry. Do you want to fight? The girl became even more disdainful and said, forget it, you can't defeat me. This wasn't just disdain, it was disdain. However, the 2 dragon girls couldn't refute her. Because in the dragon's cave, the 2 of them had eagerly challenged this girl. In the end, the 2 of them were completely defeated and almost died on the spot. An ultimate dragon girl in human form, coupled with the unique skill, Dragonification, the explosive power was simply terrifying. Not to mention anything else, this dragon girl's Dragonification ability alone was already extremely terrifying. In the dragon race, all dragons that had taken human form would only awaken this unique skill. The Dragonification ability was also very simple and violent. It was to increase one's strength by several times. In other words, this was the dragon race's version of Samsara destiny. Moreover, there were no side effects or restrictions. He could use Reincarnation Mandate whenever he wanted. However, there was no such thing as an identical unique skill in this world. Even if the effects were similar, depending on the individual, the power of the unique skill would still be different. For example, once AIE's Dragonification was used, it would increase her strength by 10 times. It was a huge improvement that no one could hope to achieve. The rest of the dragon race could only increase their strength by 3 times, or at most 5 times. No one had ever exceeded this multiplier. For example, the 2 dragon girls present were officers under the dragon demon AIE. They were the top experts of the dragon race. One of them was ranked first, while the other was ranked second. However, they could only increase their strength by 5 times through Dragonification. But what about this dragon girl who had just come out of the dragon's cave and successfully transformed into human form? The multiplier of her Dragonification was not 3 times, nor 5 times, but 7 times, yes, 7 times. This was a multiplier that had never appeared before. Its appearance directly broke the highest multiplier of Dragonification that ordinary dragons could achieve, reaching a new realm. Not only had this multiplier never appeared before, but it was also not far from AI Yi's 10 times increase. Before the 2 dragon girls used Dragonification, if they worked together, they would still be able to fight evenly with this dragon girl who was at the limit level. However, after Dragonification appeared, there was a huge gap between their strength. In the end, the 2 of them were still beaten up by this dragon girl with a baby's voice. Such astonishing strength, on one hand, shocked the 2 dragon girls, but on the other hand, they were overjoyed. Because this meant that the dragon race was about to give birth to a peerless expert, and it was even possible that she would become the strongest person after the demons. The dragon race was known as the strongest race in the demon world, but they had never been able to give birth to an ultimate expert. This had always been a regret. Until today, this regret was finally made up for. Under such circumstances, the dragon clan's young lady poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's excitement while they were still rejoicing. "I will not stay here, I have my own master." One could imagine how big of an uproar this left behind in the dragon clan. Because of this, the 2 dragon girls more or less felt enmity towards this hero that they had never seen before. In addition, this so-called hero was about to enter into a marriage contract with their master, so how could the dragon race, who saw AIE as their mother, see him as an eyesore? Now that they were humiliated by the dragon girl, the 2 dragon girls were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, when AIE heard the dragon girl's words, she said faintly, "He is indeed different from the others." As she spoke, AIE couldn't help but tense up. "I reckon I will be very busy from now on." AIE's eyes flickered as she sensed the hostility of the people in every corner of the city towards the hero who was about to arrive. No matter who it was, they could not bully him. No matter who it was. Accompanied by a tremor in the atmosphere, the beam of light from the horizon landed heavily on a plaza in the city center, causing several figures to appear one after another. "We're here." Xianxia stood in the middle of everyone, as if she was being protected by a group of guards. Shuren was still holding gold in his hand, but his gaze was focused on the scene before him. What he saw was an extremely vast plaza, as well as a huge castle that seemed to be right in front of him. "That's the sovereign castle," Xianxia explained to Shuren. "The sovereign castle," Shuren muttered and nodded. The sovereign castle, as the name suggested, was the castle where the sovereign demons lived. It was located in the center of the city center, which was in turn located in the center of the Moonfiend territory. The Moonfiend territory was also the center of the realm of devils, so the sovereign castle was known as the most central castle in the world. It could be said to be the most famous and respected place in the entire realm of devils. Not only was there a demon race supremacy overseeing this place, but there were also the only 3 ultimate demon race powerhouses stationed here all year round. No matter what happened, at least one ultimate demon race powerhouse would be left behind to guard this place. Therefore, the city center was considered the safest and most prosperous place in the entire realm of devils. It attracted countless powerful demons, and even races from other territories would yearn to come here. This made it the city with the most races in the realm of devils. There was even a passage that led directly to the human world, as well as a gate that led to the realm of gods. After all, as the sovereign demons, Sayla the Moonfiend often needed to discuss certain matters with the Protoss or the higher-ups of the human race. She was also in charge of all diplomatic matters, so her sovereign castle had specially built passages that led to the other two realms. Of course, these two passages could only lead to certain places. Apart from being used to contact the higher-ups of the other two realms, they were usually not allowed to be used for diplomatic purposes. Thanks to this, Sayla could casually appear in the human world several times and meet with Shuren. The other demons would use other passages to enter and exit, and would not use it. Because of this, the sovereign castle had a very special status in the realm of devils. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the administrative center of the realm of devils and the well-deserved capital of the realm of devils. Before landing, Sean took a look at the central city in midair and found that it was basically no different from the big cities in the human world. Not only were there residential areas, commercial areas, and military areas, but there was also an administrative district headed by the Supreme Castle. The layout and planning were not much different from the capital or the imperial capital that Sean had seen. "Alright, it feels like I've entered a civilized society," Shuren said emotionally. "What do you mean?" Chaffin immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Could it be that my charm city is a place outside the laws of the wilderness?" "I didn't say that." Sean spread his hands and changed the topic. "Do you come here often?" "Eldest sister is usually in charge of foreign affairs in the realm of devils. The other 5 sisters are only in charge of the management and operations of our respective territories. If there's nothing important, we rarely gather together." Chaffin snorted and said, "Eldest sister is usually in charge of foreign affairs in the realm of devils. The other 5 sisters are only responsible for the management and operation of our respective territories. We rarely gather unless there's something important. Eldest sister is usually in charge of foreign affairs in the realm of devils. The other 5 sisters are only in charge of the management and operations of our territories. If there's nothing important, we rarely gather together." Sean turned to Chafine and asked in surprise, "So you 6 sisters are actually not that common?" Shuren said matter-of-factly. "Like Aie, she sometimes sleeps for hundreds of years. How can we see her often?" Shuren was very surprised. "I thought you 6 sisters had a good relationship." Sean was very surprised. "I thought the 6 of you sisters had a good relationship." Sayla looked at Shuren strangely. Then she seemed to understand what he meant. "What?" Chaffin looked at Sean strangely, and then seemed to understand what he meant. She said unhappily, "What's wrong? Don't use your human concept of time to look at us, okay?" Hearing Sayla's words, Shuren also understood. These demons had all existed for tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest, Aie, had been born for 10,000 years. These demon men had existed for tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest, Aie, had been born for 10,000 years. It could be said that they had lived for a very long time. It had only been 1,000 years since the appearance of the demonic realm. Before the emergence of the underworld, these devil dwellers had been leading the devil race to fight against the divine race and the human race for at least several thousand years. Under such circumstances, it was common for the demons to meet up once every few years. What was a few hundred years? Moreover, the 6 demon sisters already had their own territories. In modern terms, they had already split up and had their own things to do. Wasn't it normal for them to not meet as often as before? Moreover, the 6 demon sisters already had their own territories. In modern terms, they had already split up and had their own things to do. They would no longer meet as frequently as before. Wasn't that a very normal thing? However, just because they didn't meet frequently didn't mean that they had severed all ties. Generally speaking, the relationship between the 6 demon sisters was still very good. At the very least, they were sufficiently united. Even if there were some disputes from time to time, it was just harmless. Sometimes, the devil dwellers would even fight each other. The scene at that time could be said to be earth-shattering. To outsiders, it was undoubtedly terrifying, but to the demons, it was just a trivial game. They were not serious at all. In summary, it was not appropriate to use common sense to judge the relationship between the demons. Recently, the 6 of us have been gathering more frequently than before. Sayla patted Shuren's shoulder and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you, right?" Shuren pursed his lips. Of course, he knew what Sayla meant. She was hinting that because of Shuren, they had become so busy. The appearance of the hero, the turmoil in the realm of devils, and even the human and god realms were somewhat restless. In the end, it led to the meeting between the three races. With such a big matter, the 6 demon sisters naturally could not sit back and do nothing. It was normal for them to gather frequently to discuss it. Not to mention, the actions of the old demons have become more frequent. Sayla glanced at Gold, who was in Shuren's hand, and said carelessly, even the original demon, who usually doesn't dare to show his face, has become more and more daring. This time, he directly targeted me and even sent a large group of people. This has never happened in the past 1,000 years. That was why Ai had to return to the realm of devils with Lide and Milu to discuss this matter. Who would have thought that before they could discuss this matter, Shuren's matter came? You're in luck. Sayla said to Shuren in a mocking manner, it's extremely difficult for ordinary people to even meet one demon, but you have the opportunity to meet all 6 this time. Don't you feel honored? Honored? Shuren blurted out. Indeed, this matter seemed to be quite an honor. However, of the 6 demon sisters, Shuren had basically met all of them, right? Sayla, the moon demon, was the eldest daughter of the demons. Shuren had already interacted with her in the human world. Lide, the beast demon, and Milu, this pair of sisters, Shuren had also met them in the elven homeland. Needless to say, if Ai hadn't separated this time, the two might still be stuck together. Including Sayla, who was beside him, Shuren had already met 5 of the 6 demon sisters. The last one was Kamina, the poison demon. And this demon seemed to have a bit of a problem with him. In other words, not only would Shuren's arrival not be honored, but he might also cause a lot of trouble. How could he not chuckle? Don't worry. Sayla covered her mouth and chuckled. The sisters will protect you. Really? Shuren asked subconsciously. Of course. Sayla smiled like a flower. At least you won't be melted by the poison until only bones are left. Shuren didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. Oh, you're angry? Sayla reached out and patted Shuren's head, smiling. Good boy, I'm just scaring you. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched, and he slapped Sayla's hand away. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a public place, he would have wanted to do it himself. Hee hee. Chaffin seemed to like to see Sean like this. He wanted to hit someone but couldn't do anything about it. She laughed happily. Unbeknownst to them, the interaction between the two was seen by the 3 people accompanying them. Lil really wanted to rush up and stop them, but she didn't dare to disobey Sayla. She could only grit her teeth and practice her murderous gaze on Shuren. Hart had already stopped talking. He only stared at Sean, his eyes full of undulating waves. As for Gray, his fists were still clenched, but his expression didn't change. The 3 could only watch as Shuren and Sayla played around as if no one else was around. Only they knew what they were thinking. All of a sudden, a wave of evil energy rushed into everyone's senses, causing their expressions to change drastically. Even Sayla's expression changed, and she unconsciously released all the magic in her body. She could feel an aura that was not inferior to her own rapidly approaching her. This aura didn't belong to any of the 6 demon sisters. Could it be? Sayla seemed to have guessed something, and she retracted her magic. Who? On the other hand, Leal, Hart, and Gray were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. They scuttled in front of Sayla, protecting her behind them. Evidently, after the primordial demon's attack, the 3 of them were on high alert. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. It was fine if they failed to protect Sayla the first time, but if the enemy took advantage of the second time and Sayla had to deal with the enemy alone, it wouldn't be right. Only Shuren felt an unparalleled sense of familiarity and intimacy from that evil aura. At that moment, Shuren suddenly turned around, revealing an expression of pleasant surprise. In the next second, an astonishing evil aura surged in the sky like a storm. The momentum was extremely shocking. Stop right there. Leal and the others couldn't help but take action when they saw the terrifying evil aura rushing towards them. Leal, Hart, and Gray released their mana and flew into the air in an attempt to stop the evil aura. However, their actions fully demonstrated what it meant to overestimate one's capabilities. Boom, the demonic aura surged forth like black smoke without a care in the world, directly knocking away Leal, Hart, and Gray who were blocking its way, causing a strong gust of wind to ripple. What? Leal, Hart, and Gray's expressions changed drastically. The three top-notch legendary powerhouses who weren't far from the ultimate level couldn't even stop the evil aura, and were easily knocked away. Furthermore, the evil aura that came into contact with them was like a tarsal bone, instantly invading their bodies. The nerves in their brains seemed to have suffered a blow, and they became muddle-headed. Vaguely, a strong wave of negative emotions rose in the hearts of the three of them. The expressions of the three of them changed again and again. While they endured the rising negative emotions in their hearts, they were fully aware of what was going on. The one who came was much stronger than the three of them combined. It wasn't something that a mere ultimate level could possess. There was no doubt that it was a transcendent level. Lady Chaffn. Be careful, Lady Chaffn. Your Highness. Leal, Hart, and Gray cried out in alarm. However, not only did Chaffn ignore their warnings, but she also stared at the evil aura that was rushing towards her. The evil aura rushed over without turning back, but it wasn't going for Chaffn. Everyone saw the evil aura crash straight into Shuren's arms. Sean only felt a delicate body rushing into his arms, and he subconsciously reached out and held her in his arms. Then, the familiar body fragrance also entered the tip of his nose. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shuren hugged the evil aura. Shortly after, the ball of demonic energy slowly dissipated, revealing the figure within. Her figure was petite and her appearance was tender and adorable. She was like a delicate porcelain doll that made people want to love her. She had 12 black wings on her back, and she wore a pitch-black robe. She looked like a goddess born in the darkness. The evil aura was her servant. It fluctuated around her, but it didn't even harm a hair on Shuren's body. At this moment, the little evil god descended from the sky and officially returned. Lilith. Shuren's surprised voice sounded. Who else could the little goddess who had bumped into his arms be other than Lilith? Lilith was hugging Shuren tightly, and her little head was buried in Shuren's arms. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly, but her arms were hugging Shuren tightly, as if she was hugging something precious. It was a perfect demonstration of yearning and attention. From this hug, Shuren felt the purest emotions of the goddess in his arms, and he immediately became gentle. Sorry to have made you worry. Shuren patted the head of the little girl in his arms and said in a gentle voice that no one had ever heard before. Lilith didn't say anything. She just continued to hug Shuren tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. She couldn't be any tighter. Thus, Shuren didn't say anything. He kept patting Lilith's head, letting everything be understood in silence. This heartwarming scene naturally gave the crowd a different feeling. Who is that girl? Leal couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying evil aura. Hart's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. Since when did such a young transcendent level existence appear in this world? Gray's face was filled with shock and doubt. The three of them didn't recognize Lilith. This was also a matter of course. Originally, Lilith was sealed 10,000 years ago, which resulted in her existence being limited to legends. Only a few people knew of her existence, and the rest didn't know of her existence. Until this era, when Lilith returned because of Shuren, the seal was broken, and she officially came to this world. The only people who knew of this matter were those who knew of the incident in Cosmos. Although Anima explained the battle in Cosmos, letting many people know that the Protoss had an evil god that was as famous as the goddess of justice, there were only a few people who knew that the evil god was by Shuren's side. Leal, Hart, and Gray had always been in the demon realm. Although they already knew of the existence of the evil god due to their identity, they didn't have the time to know that the evil god was by Shuren's side. Because of this, the three of them didn't connect the dots for a while. The so-called evil god they heard of a while ago was actually the girl who hugged Shuren tightly in front of him. They could only look at Lilith and feel the terrifying evil aura rising from her body. They couldn't help but tremble. Chaff narrowed her eyes. Is she Lilith? Chaff looked at Lilith with curiosity in her eyes. Evidently, this succubus was a little interested in the most powerful evil god in the legends. No, it wasn't just interest. Seeing Lilith's cute silent look, Chaff even felt like she was looking at Milu. Her gaze gradually became closer, as if she was looking at her own sister. Of course, Shuren didn't know any of this. There was only Lilith left in his eyes, and only love for Lilith remained in his heart. "Alright, I'm fine." Shuren kept stroking Lilith's head and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I won't leave you so easily next time." In order to coax the little girl in his arms, Shuren also used some rare sweet words. Lilith seemed to be satisfied. She lifted her small head from Shuren's arms and stared at Shuren with her big eyes, as if he was the only one in her eyes, pure and bright. What a silly girl. Shuren couldn't help but kiss her forehead. The spectator's eyelids twitched. The transcendent level existence that made their hearts palpitate was actually kissed by Shuren. It was really a little scary. However, Lilith seemed to have finally relaxed at this moment. Her delicate body softened, and a smile finally appeared on her face. That smile was innocent, romantic, sweet, and cute. Only then did Lilith retract the undulating evil aura around her. The terrifying sense of danger brought by Lilith slowly receded. "Madam Chaffin." "Madam." "Your Highness." Leal, Hart, and Grey finally reacted. They hurriedly flashed and returned to Chaffin's side. However, their bodies softened at the same time, and they knelt on the ground. Some evil aura fluctuations appeared on their bodies, causing their eyes to be filled with madness. It was obvious that Lilith's evil aura had already invaded their bodies, intending to transform them into mindless evil creatures. What a terrifying evil aura. Chaffin frowned as she looked at the scene, and muttered, "Is this the authority of the strongest evil god that controls evil and chaos?" It was no wonder that even his ruthless fourth sister suffered such a huge loss, and it took her a few days to expel the evil aura from her body. Lilith. Shuren also noticed the situation of Leal and the others. He glanced at them, and immediately called out to Lilith, who was in his arms. Although these people were brainless in front of Chaffin, which made Shuren look down on them, they were still people brought here by Her Highness Succubus. Leal had taken good care of him back in the Succubus castle, so Shuren wouldn't just sit back and watch. Lilith could naturally sense Shuren's thoughts. Without hesitation, she extended her hand in the direction of Leal and the others. Amidst the tremors, evil aura started emitting from the bodies of Leal and the others. It turned into streaks of black aura and lingered there. Lilith merely waved her hand, and streaks of black aura swept over one after another. In the end, they disappeared into Lilith's palm. The rising madness in Leal, Hart, and Grey's hearts finally subsided. Just now. The three of them were stunned at first, but then they remembered everything and stood up abruptly. They looked at each other and at Lilith with bewilderment and fear. Chaffin was different. Not only was she not afraid, but she even clicked her tongue in wonder. "You must be the evil goddess Lilith, right?" Chaffin looked at Lilith. Her eyes rolled slightly, and then she smiled sweetly. "I've heard a lot about you." Hearing that, Lilith seemed to have only just noticed Chaffin's existence. She turned her head to look at Chaffin. With this look, even Lilith couldn't help but be amazed. Without a doubt, Chaffin's extraordinary beauty stunned even a pure and flawless little girl like Lilith. However, just as Lilith was feeling amazed, a hand suddenly covered her eyes. "Don't look." Shuren's solemn voice sounded in Lilith's ears. "This big sister is poisonous. Don't look too much, got it?" Shuren's earnest advice made Lilith tilt her head. The familiar question mark returned to Lilith's head, causing her to put on a puzzled expression. Chaffin, on the other hand, was dissatisfied. "Why are you like this?" Chaffin complained to Shuren. "What about me?" Shuren didn't mind. "I just wanted to say hello to this child. Is there a need to be like this?" Chaffin continued to complain. "Come on, woman. Don't trick my Lilith. I'll be thankful to the gods." Shuren looked at Chaffin as if he was looking at a black-bellied big sister with bad intentions. "You're discriminating against me." Chaffin started to slander him. "Don't accuse a good person." Shuren started to quibble. The two of them began to quarrel, one after the other, turning the previously depressing scene into a noisy one. Leal, Hart, and Grey were speechless. Just as Shuren and Chaffin were bickering and Leal and the other two were speechless, not knowing how to react, Shuren and Shafin's bickering stopped without any warning. This was because the temperature in the air suddenly dropped by several degrees, causing white fog to rise. As if sensing something, everyone turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. Over there, a figure slowly walked over with his back facing the supreme castle. It was a cold woman with long hair like willow leaves wrapped around her body, 2 flowers growing on her head, bare feet, and bare back. She only wore a thin dress that looked like a one-piece dress. Her Chadai. Leals, hearts, and even grays. Expressions changed the moment they saw the cold demonic woman. "It's you?" Shuren also raised an eyebrow and blurted out. The newcomer was one of the demons who had gone to the human world and surrounded the imperial capital with many demons, thus forcing Shuren to reveal his identity. Her Chadai, the ultimate powerhouse. The cold woman glanced at Shuren and then at Chafine. "I'm here to pick you up, Madame Chafine." Her Chadai bowed to Chafine. Naturally, Chafine knew who her Chadai was. After all, she was one of the 3 officers under the command of the Supreme of Demons, Selah, and also one of the 3 ultimate powerhouses in the demon world. Be it in strength or popularity, she was among the top 10 demons. If the demons were excluded, she was a famous and ruthless character who had the ability to fight for first place. Chafine turned her gaze to her Chadai. She didn't ignore her like she did the others, but she still showed a trace of concern. "So it's you who came to pick me up, her Chadai?" Chaff was a little surprised and said, "Don't you hate receiving and interacting with people?" Hearing this, her Chadai's expression remained cold. "This is indeed a job that I rarely do," her Chadai said calmly. "But that doesn't mean I don't know how to do it." "Is that so?" Although Chafine was still a little suspicious, she didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. On the other hand, Leal was glaring at Hedi Yadai with a hint of hostility. It wasn't the kind of hostility that she would show to anyone who approached Chafine for no reason. Instead, it was as if she had met an opponent, a lifelong enemy. "Her Chadai." Leal called out to Hedi Yadai. But her Chadai ignored her Chadai, and her Chadai. However, Sean vaguely felt that the other party's attention would be directed at him from time to time. His performance was no different from when he was in the imperial capital. This person, Sean silently frowned in his heart. On the other hand, after Lilith returned to Sean's side, she seemed to have returned to her previous carefree look. She only tilted her head with a blank look on her face. Only her hands were still holding Sean tightly, and she did not let go at all. Under such circumstances, Hedi Yadai shifted her gaze to the unconscious Golder. "Is this the remnant of the old demons that Lady Chafine mentioned when she contacted Lady Scylla with the Rippling Heart demon?" Her Chadai said coldly. "Leave him to me. I will send someone to take care of him." As she spoke, her Chadai waved her hand. Suddenly, cold air rose from the ground, rolling up snow and shrouding gold. "Wait," Shuren said immediately. He stared at her Chadai and said, "This is my captive." "I know." Her Chadai didn't refute. She replied as if it was a routine, "Lady Scylla has guessed that Lord Shuren is worried about handing this person over to others. So, she wants to detain him on behalf of Lord Scylla. If Lord Scylla wants to interrogate him, you can see him at any time." Hearing this, Shuren's furrowed brows didn't loosen up. He was indeed worried about handing gold over to the demons. There was no other reason than that Shuren didn't know if anything would happen to gold. It should be known that the members of the old demon clan were hidden in the dark, and it was very likely that they would not show their true faces. They would hide their identities and hide among the demon clan. Some of them would even become geniuses with special status. For example, Killian used to be a cadre under AIE and a subordinate of Jacinta. In the end, he betrayed Jacinta and became a member of the Slaughterer faction. He was recruited by Betho. There were also Sisay and Sean. One was a cadre under Chafine, and the other was a legendary expert of the otherworldly demon tribe. They had lived in Succubus City for many years. In the end, they helped the primordial demon to set up a trap that had lasted for centuries and almost caused Chafine to fail. It was very likely that there were many such old devils. Shuren couldn't guarantee that there weren't these fellows in the central city or the sovereign castle. If there were, handing gold over was no different from returning him to the primordial demon. Even if there weren't, who could guarantee that nothing would happen to gold, that demi-demon's unique skill allowed him to completely conceal himself and others. Even the goddess of nature, Nadura, who could transform into nature and monitor a world, couldn't detect his existence. What if he sneaked in and rescued gold? For this reason, Shuren didn't want to hand gold over to anyone. He had many questions that he wanted to ask this hard-earned source of intelligence. Before squeezing him dry of his value, Shuren naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Scylla had also considered this point and guessed Shuren's thoughts. I will use my unique skill, Ice Net Expulsion, to seal the remnants of the old demon's faction in ice and freeze them 10,000 meters underground. Hurchadai looked at Shuren. With such a measure, even if the leader of the primordial demon were to come personally, it would be impossible for him to rescue gold without causing a commotion. Of course, if the other party were to cause a commotion, it would instantly alarm the countless experts in the central city. It was the same for the others. It was almost impossible to rescue Golder in such a situation without alerting anyone. The prerequisite was that, Lord Shuren, you can trust me. Hurchadai's indifferent words caused the entire place to fall into silence. Shuren couldn't help but look at Hurchadai, and their eyes met. Only then did Shuren realize that there was an inexplicable fluctuation in the other party's eyes when she looked at him. Shuren was slightly startled, not understanding what was going on. But now wasn't the time to pursue this matter. After thinking about it, Shuren suddenly relaxed his attitude. All right. While agreeing, Shuren said, I will temporarily hand him over to you for safekeeping, but I also need to take some protective measures. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuren lowered his head and whispered a few words in Lilith's ear. Lilith immediately nodded obediently. She stretched out her little hand and released a stream of demonic energy in Gold's direction. The demonic energy drilled into Gold's body like a black gas and lurked inside like a venomous snake. In this way, once he escapes, the demonic energy in his body will instantly erupt and drive him into madness. Shuren expressed his satisfaction with this situation. You are really cautious. Chaffa couldn't help but laugh as she watched everything. Hart and Gray watched silently. Only Leal, for some reason, revealed a resentful expression as she gritted her teeth at Hurchadai. Hurchadai glanced at Lilith and then nodded silently. With a wave of her hand, she immediately turned Gold into an icicle. Immediately after, the icicle drilled into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Hurchadai turned to Chaffn again. Lady Scylla and the other demons have arrived at the Supreme Castle. Would you like to go and see the other demons now? In response to Hurchadai's question, Chaffn just smiled and nodded. Go. As if she had thought of something happy, Chaffn said playfully, if I don't send my little Ai's fiancée over, she will probably really burn my succubus city with a mouthful of dragon breath. Shuren looked at her rather speechlessly. Hurchadai still had an expressionless look on her face. Since that's the case, please follow me, everyone. After saying that, Hurchadai turned around and took the lead to lead the way for everyone. This girl, it's been thousands of years, but she's still so cold. Chaffn smiled non-committally, but her hand naturally held on to Shuren's and followed. Humph. Leal's mood seemed to have worsened. She picked up her pace and followed. Hart and Gray were the only two left. They couldn't help but take a glance at Chaffn holding Sean's hand before quietly following Hart and Gray. The group of people then headed in the direction of the Supreme Castle. Not long after, they arrived at the main gate of the castle. At the same time, in a luxurious room in the Supreme Castle, a purple-skinned female demon reported to her master respectfully. Hurchadai has brought Lady Chaffn and her party here, Lady Kamina. The female demon's report made Kamina raise her head. At this moment, this poisoned demon was standing by the window, looking outside. An ominous glint appeared in her purple eyes. They're finally here? The corner of Poison Demon's mouth also turned into a cold arc that made the female demons tremble with fear. Then let's say hello first. With that said, a terrifying aura emerged from Poison Demon's body. In an instant, it blew out like a storm. This is... When Shuren and his party arrived at the main gate of the Supreme Castle, everyone, including Shuren and Hurchadai, suddenly stopped in their tracks and raised their heads abruptly. It was also at this moment that a terrifying storm-like aura surged out from the Supreme Castle. It was like an invisible airwave. It was like a transparent swamp. The moment it swept out, not only Shuren and his party who had arrived at the main gate, but the entire central city was enveloped in it. What, similar wails and cries of alarm rang out in every corner of the entire central city, incessantly ringing out. All of the devilish beings who were oppressed by the astonishing aura either knelt onto the ground or fainted on the spot. Some of them even threw up mouthfuls of blood, and their faces paled as if they were on the brink of death. Leal, Hart, and Gray were also not spared. Their expressions changed dramatically as they knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. Lady Kamina, her Chadai, also knelt on one knee and called out the owner of this aura in a low voice. In the supreme castle, amidst the unavoidable chaos, the few devil cultivators also became helpless. That girl, Scylla smiled bitterly. Sure enough, she couldn't hold it in. Reed sighed as if he had expected it. Kamina? Milu was surprised, as if she didn't know what had happened. I knew it. Ai's expression darkened, and the mana on her body surged as she protected the 3 dragon girls beside her. The 3 of them patted their chests with lingering fear. This is Lady Kamina's aura? The longhorned dragon girl looked surprised. What is Lady Kamina doing? The proud dragon girl was also stunned. Master, the ultimate dragon girl seemed to be a little worried and wanted to move. However, Ai stopped her. Don't be in a hurry. Ai said calmly, this level can't do anything to him. It's good to let my sister see his strength first, so that there won't be any trouble later. The dragon girl still couldn't hide the worry on her face, but she had already stopped. At this moment, many gazes and eyes were cast on the Supreme Castle's gate, looking at the group of people. Aya, it's not that easy to ignore. Chafine stood in place, her expression calm as she basked in the terrifying pressure that could crush the entire central city. It was hard to tell whether she was gloating or watching the show with excitement. Phew, Shuren hugged Lilith and felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. This feeling told Shuren that most of the sudden terrifying momentum had probably fallen on him. No, not only did it fall on him, but it also fell on Lilith. Obviously, the other party was not only targeting Shuren, but also Lilith. Buzz, Lilith's body suddenly surged with evil energy. Seeing Shuren's overwhelmed look, the little goddess's face was full of anger. Lilith didn't care that the other party was targeting her. However, she couldn't bully Shuren. At this moment, evil energy surged behind Lilith, and she seemed to be ready to spread her 12 black wings. However, Shuren stopped Lilith. Let me do it. Shuren stared at the heavy pressure and smiled at Lilith. Yes. Lilith was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. She would never disobey Shuren. Even if she was really angry. Shuren smiled, touched Lilith's head, and put her down. In the next second, Shuren raised his eyes and looked in one direction. There was a window there. Inside the window, a figure stood there, his aura surging, and his eyes seemed to be looking at him mockingly and contemptuously. Interesting, Shuren muttered. Boom. An extremely amazing magic power suddenly erupted. They were light flames. They were incomparably dazzling like the flames of the stars and the light of the sky. When Shuren stood before the gate of the Supreme Castle and bore the heavy aura that pressed down like a heavy mountain, the dazzling light flames burned on his body. An astonishing amount of magic power was burning rapidly. The hero's aura rose rapidly. The terrifying devilish aura that enshrouded the entire central city and forced all of the demons in the central city to submit was withstood by the rising power of his body, and was even forced back bit by bit. In an instant, it was as if an invisible gale was blowing, and the entire central city was swept up by the 2 colliding auras. Whose aura is this? Countless people were horrified at this moment. Even the people around Chaffin widened their eyes in astonishment. It was especially so for Leal, Hart, and Gray. When they saw the dazzling flames burning on Sean's body and the suffocating aura, it was imaginable how shocked they were. After all, this was the first time they saw Shuren unleashing his full power. Even Leal, who had fought hundreds of battles with Shuren, had never seen such power from Shuren. Legendary realm, ultimate realm, no. This was clearly a power that had surpassed the limits of life and touched that realm. Is this his true strength? Leal couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. Hart was also horrified. Hero, even Gray was stunned by the scene before him. As though he could feel the blood in his body boiling, he murmured to himself. Shuren Borstut, even Hera Yadai murmured in a low voice. Her eyes flickered as she watched Shuren engulfed in light flames. As for Chaft and Lilith, one was smiling like a flower, while the other was full of pride. They watched Sean closely from the side, watching as Sean used his own power to push back the terrifying aura that came from the Supreme Castle. This performance caused the expression of the Devil Cultivator, who was standing by the window, to change slightly. Of course, the others were the same. He actually blocked Kamina? Leo stood up from Milu's head. Wow. Milu also cried out in surprise, as if she was very surprised. He has already reached this realm? Sala watched all this from the highest floor. Her gaze seemed to penetrate through space and fell on the figure engulfed in light flames standing in front of the gate of the Supreme Castle. Her eyes gradually narrowed. It seems like he has become stronger again. Ai sensed the familiar aura from Shuren's body. Then, she sensed the immense aura, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Behind her, the three dragon girls' reactions were even more intense. How is this possible? The proud dragon girl's face was full of shock. Mitra, the longhorned dragon girl, seemed to see the figure from 1,000 years ago that made the demons tremble in fear. Her hands that were holding the wine barrel were trembling. As expected of Master. The dragon girl who was at the limit level had a look of worship on her face. At this moment, Shuren undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. He had successfully left a very deep impression in everyone's heart. However, she only stared at the figure standing by the window. Then, unseal, Hirisu. Shuren pulled out the holy sword and instantly unsealed all its seals. Clang, a bright light shone. The sealed steel blades on the holy sword that Shuren raised high above his head slid off one by one, returning to the hilt. Sean raised the legendary sword, and as everyone's expression changed, he slashed it forward. Poochie, amidst the sound of silk tearing, the endless aura from the Supreme Castle was slashed apart by the holy sword. The monstrous demonic aura was severed. Ugh, in the room, Kamina groaned as if she had suffered an invisible attack. The aura that was continuously sweeping out from her body suddenly stopped, causing her to cover her chest with a bitter expression. Master Kamina. Seeing this scene, the female demon cadre who was originally trembling because of Kamina's unscrupulous aura exclaimed in surprise. Kamina ignored her subordinate. I see. Kamina muttered to herself with a gloomy expression, a hero who has been separated for 1,000 years. Is this what makes him different? With a greeting, Kamina finally paid attention to the other party. Although he hasn't truly arrived yet, he has already touched our realm and has the strength to fight against us for a short time. Kamina said in a low voice. Interesting, really interesting. A slightly sinister smile gradually appeared on the poison demon's face. He hasn't reached the limit level, but he can already display strength comparable to a transcendent rank. Even Mitra wasn't this terrifying back then, right? In other words, this hero's potential and uniqueness are above Mitra's? It was no wonder that even AI would look at him in a different light. Lied and Milu were also kind to him after seeing him. Even the big sister said that he was very special and had been paying attention to him, investigating some of the secrets behind him. Such a hero with such great potential. And such a special hero was actually summoned in this era after 1,000 years. The secret behind this was probably not simple, right? In addition, there was the demon god Lilith who was willing to accompany him. Things are getting more and more interesting. Kamina's expression brightened up. Silence descended in front of the gate. Accompanied by Shuren's sword that seemed to be slashing at an invisible great existence, the monstrous and terrifying aura instantly disappeared. All the demons in the entire central city felt their bodies suddenly lighten. The pressure was gone, and they no longer had to bear that terrifying aura. This caused everyone to look at each other and stand up with lingering fear in their hearts. A commotion gradually appeared. Central City became noisy, and the noises became clear and audible. The flames on Shuren's body also dimmed, and the seal on the holy sword in his hand was unfolded again, returning to its original state. However, be it Hedi Yadai, Leal, Hart, or Gray, none of them dared to look at Shuren with the same gaze as before. Especially Hart and Gray. I originally thought that he was just a junior. A bitter expression appeared on Gray's face. He really did not expect that this newcomer hero, whom he had only met not long ago and had only had a private conversation with and was engaged to someone from his family, would already possess such strength. Previously, Gray had already sensed that Shuren was not simple and was amazed that he could reach the legendary level at such a young age. He also thought that with his current strength, even if his level was not as high as his, together with the power of the Holy Sword, he should not be underestimated and could at least be a match for him. If not for that, Leal would not have mentioned at the beginning that she and Hart would not be a match for Shuren. But who would have thought that Shuren's strength was even more terrifying than she had imagined? She had still underestimated him in the end. Could this be the reason why Madame Chaffine values him so much? Is it because he's already faintly on the same level as me? Thinking of this, Gray's expression became even more bitter. If Gray's feelings were bitter and complicated, then Hart's would be horrified. Recalling that suffocating feeling from before, Hart almost lost all color on his face. I actually developed killing intent towards such an existence? Hart was thoroughly frightened by the scene before him. Along the way, seeing the distance between Shuren and Chaffine getting closer and closer, and their actions becoming more and more intimate, Hart's jealousy caused his killing intent to grow stronger. Just as they arrived at Central City, Hart could not help but wonder if he should find a chance to get rid of this hero. If not for the fact that he was about to become the fiancé of the dragon demons and that his strength was not ordinary, Hart might have already thought of a way to do so. It was only at this moment that the killing intent in Hart's heart was instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the flames. How was he supposed to kill him? How was he supposed to get rid of him? Just based on that aura that made him want to escape, if he really dared to touch him, he would probably be killed without any suspense, right? When that happened, not only would he die, even Chaffine would not be able to protect him. In the end, it might even bring disaster to the Tao race, causing them to be wiped out. Hart's body trembled when he thought of the ending so easily. Fortunately, I saw his true strength. While Hart rejoiced crazily, his back was already drenched in sweat. Unaware of the twists and turns in other people's hearts, Shuren put away the holy sword and the skill, Samsara destiny, turned around, and hugged Lilith, who was pouncing on him. "Can we go in now?" Shuren caressed Lilith's head, who was beaming with joy, and asked Hurt Yudai casually. She looked as if nothing had happened just now. Hurt Yudai looked deeply at Shuren. "Please follow me." Soon after, Hurt Yudai did not mention what had just happened and continued to lead the way. "Let's go." The corners of Shuren's mouth curled up, and after saying this to everyone, he followed Hurt Yudai. Hee. Chaffine covered her mouth and chuckled. She looked at Shuren's back and happily followed behind Shuren. Leal, Hart, and Gray fell into an extremely oppressive silence. One bit her lip. One had a pale face. One had a complicated gaze. Then, the three of them started walking and followed Shuren. Throughout the whole process, the three of them did not say a word. The brave. The legend that had been passed down in the Omnipotensen for tens of thousands of years was terrifying. Until this second, the three of them had a deep understanding of it. Sovereign Castle, top floor. Under Hurtle Yudai's lead, Shuren and the rest arrived. This place was like a palace, extremely grand and spacious. However, it was not as dazzling and luxurious as the palaces in the human world. Instead, it had a reserved and solemn feeling. The atmosphere was similar to that of a temple, but it lacked the sacred feeling unique to a temple. Coming here, people would unknowingly straighten their backs and become serious, paying attention to silence at all times. This was a place like that. It was not like the top floor of Succubus City, where only a few people were allowed to enter apart from Chaffney. Instead, it was filled with all sorts of talents. Some of them were demon warriors stationed at various positions, standing solemnly like statues. Some were holding documents, looking like civil officials dealing with various affairs. However, without exception, all of them were superior demons above level 70. This was a very shocking thing. There are actually superior demons above level 70 everywhere. Gray's expression became solemn. Obviously, he was somewhat shocked. One had to know that one of the requirements to join the Mitra Kingdom's proud Imperial Guard regiment was to be at least level 70. There were only 77 members in the Imperial Guard Regiment. In other words, even among the Imperial Knights, there were only 77 existences above level 70. Although this was only the number of knights joining the squad, it did not mean that Mitra Kingdom only had 77 demons above level 70. For example, the Adventurers Guild had 33 level 70 and above level 7 adventurers, and the knight commanders and deputy commanders of the various territories were above level 72. There were definitely many superior warriors or mages in Mitra, but it was not to the extent where they could be seen everywhere like ordinary staff. Gray was also a person who had settled in the Charm Demon City for more than 20 years. He had seen many superior demons in the Charm Demon City. However, he really hadn't seen such a situation where high-level devils were walking all over the place. On the contrary, Leal and Hart were not surprised at all. This is the most important administrative office in the entire Devil Realm. Those who can enter and exit here are all responsible for managing the various affairs of the Devil Realm, and even the Devil race who have dealings with the Divine Realm and the Human Realm. If their rank is too low, how can they do these jobs? Hart explained to Gray in a low voice. Demons respected strength. In that case, if they wanted to manage all kinds of matters, big and small, and manage all kinds of people, the first prerequisite was to have enough strength to make others respect and fear them. When representing demons to interact with other races, in order to show off the strength of demons and the power of the gods and humans, those who dealt with other races also had to have sufficient strength and not show weakness. With all these factors added up, it was destined that the people in charge of the affairs of the demon clan in the Supreme Castle must possess great strength. Therefore, demons who can work here are at least superior demons. Those who aren't superior demons can only work here as servants. Leal snorted coldly. She looked at her Chadai, who was walking at the front. Or rather, she was glaring at Leal. If that wasn't the case, why do you think the subordinates of the Supreme Demons, Sayla the Moon Demon, would gather the only 3 limit-level powerhouses of the demons? The reason was because Sayla the Moon Demon was the Supreme Demons. She was the demons responsible for dealing with other races. Whether it was out of consideration for status or business needs, the subordinates under her had to be the strongest and most powerful characters among the demons. For such characters, it was no longer enough to be in the legendary rank. After all, the demons were the strongest race that suppressed the Protoss and humans. They were also facing the joint forces of the Protoss and humans. If they wanted to suppress these two races, it would be impossible if they weren't limit-level powerhouses who had reached the limit of their lives. That was why the only 3 limit-level powerhouses of the demons were all under Sayla's command. Powerhouses who had reached the limit of their lives and were even fewer in number than the transcendent-level existences could be said to be the highest-level facade that each race could bring out. The transcendent-level existences would also show sufficient respect to the limit-level powerhouses. After all, the existences that could reach the transcendent level were those who were born with it. They didn't ascend step by step. Only a limited number of heroes in the past managed to ascend to the transcendent level. Under the rules of the World Principle, the other existences could only reach the limit level 100. They competed with their own race and fought against other races. In the end, after countless battles, they successfully reached the limit level, the limit of life that the world could tolerate. For those who were born with the ability to transcend, such existences were naturally worthy of some respect. This was also why Chafine, a succubus who habitually ignored others, would respond to Herdadai's greeting when she appeared. She wouldn't completely ignore her. The limit level was the highest level that could be reached under normal circumstances. It was the goal that ordinary people could pursue, and also the end of life. Those who could reach it were incomparably rare. As such, existences who reached this level could be proud of their great achievements and view it as the highest glory. Perhaps it was because of this that Herdadai could maintain her composure in front of Chafine. Under Herdadai's lead, along the way, every demon respectfully bowed their heads and saluted them. This also showed how high Herdadai's status here was. Of course, most of them were looking at Chafine in awe, infatuated expressions. Unfortunately, Chafine only followed beside Shuren and looked curiously at Lilith in Shuren's arms. She seemed to be interested in Lilith. Take a closer look. This child is quite cute. Although she's a goddess, I can still accept her as an evil god. Xiaofine said excitedly to Shirin. Can I hug her? Shirin only had one answer to this wicked witch's request. No. Shirin didn't even think about it and rejected her on the spot. Stingy. It's not like a hug is a big deal. Xiaofine was rather dissatisfied. At most, I'll let you hug Aie. We can exchange. Thank you. Shirin put on a fake smile and said, unfortunately, if I remember correctly, she's my fiancée. I can hug her whenever I want. Why would I need you to exchange? Naive. Xiaofine sneered and said, do you think that you can do whatever you want to my Aie if she becomes your fiancé? Let me tell you, that's impossible. My Aie's self-esteem is stronger than anyone else's. Not to mention you, even if we older sisters wanted to hug her, she would mercilessly refuse. While saying this, Xiaofine didn't notice that Shirin's expression was a little strange. Is that so? Shan was trying to make a subtle confirmation. Of course. Xiaofine affirmed without hesitation. Except for the Demon King who is like my mother, so far, no one has been able to hug Aie so easily. That girl is very rebellious. To some extent, she's even more ruthless than me. Even when facing fellow demon sisters, if they make her unhappy, she would dare to fight them. Even as her second sister, I don't know how many times I've been heartlessly rejected by her. Is that so? Shirin narrowed his eyes and said, then what if I tell you that when I'm with her, I usually hug her whenever I want and she never refuses? Xiaofine's footsteps suddenly stopped. Shirin also stopped with her. The two looked at each other in silence. After a while, really? Really? You're lying? Since you're asking this question, it means that your rippling heart demon has already sensed that I'm not lying, right? So. Aie really doesn't refuse you at all? Absolutely. Just hugging? We've even slept together. We're just short of bathing together. Okay. Draw your sword. Don't use your rippling heart demon to read the internet slang from my previous life. Unsurprisingly, Shirin and Xiaofine quarreled again. Their quarreling made the surrounding demons widen their eyes in astonishment. Who is that person? How can he be so close to Her Highness Succubus? This is impossible. How can Her Highness Succubus be so close to a person of the opposite sex? The demons were all confused. Lilith, who was in Shirin's arms, tilted her head, not knowing what was going on. As for Hedi Yudai, Leal, and the others who were walking in front, they were also speechless. Lady Xiaofine. It was obviously the first time that Hedi Yudai had seen Xiaofine quarrel with Shirin like this, and she was a little surprised. Tisk, Leal's unhappiness was almost written on her face. She felt that everything along the way was not going her way, and her mood was unprecedentedly bad. Gray and Hart, on the other hand, were no longer as surprised and doubtful as before. One of them had a very complicated expression, and the other didn't even dare to feel jealousy and hatred. In the end, they both fell into silence. It had to be said that these three were indeed very unlucky. Nothing had gone their way today, and it could be said that they were quite vexed. Until, stop fooling around. Hurry up and come here. When such an irritated voice came from the horizon and entered everyone's ears, only then did everyone raise their heads. Lady Scylla. Hedi Yudai immediately bowed to the air. Oh, it seems that big sister can't wait any longer. Xiaofine curled her lips and smiled. Shirin also recognized Scylla's voice. Scylla said in an extremely irritated tone. Bring Shirin, Xiaofine, and Lilith here. The rest stay outside, Hedi Yudai. Scylla ordered. Yes. Hedi Yudai answered. Supreme Castle, top floor conference room. When Shirin, Xiaofine, and Lilith were brought here, there were already many people there. You're finally willing to come? Scylla sat at the head of the conference table and looked at Shirin and the others who were brought in by Hurtjard. Her face was still full of annoyance. Lilith. Milu jumped down from her seat and ran toward her friend from the elf's homeland. Hee hee. Lilith also started to smile. She was put down by Shirin and went to greet her friend. The combination of the evil god and the ghost demon was both comforting and frightening in various ways. Welcome to the demon realm, Shuren. Lyde stood at the conference table and greeted Shuren. We meet again, Lyde. Shuren smiled at the little furry beast. Lyde, however, was not in a good mood like Shuren. It hasn't been that long since we last met in the elf's homeland. Lyde looked at Shuren and sighed. I didn't expect you to be a hero. Last time in the elf's homeland, Lyde did not know Shuren's identity. Therefore, when she saw Shuren again, and he came here as a hero, it was impossible for Lyde not to feel emotional. Chaffin went to her seat and sat down. Big sister, you already know who that guy is. Chaffin looked at Scylla with a smile that did not seem like a smile. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I still need to investigate some things. Scylla shook her head and did not care about Chaffin's teasing. She just looked at Shuren and said, of course, I also didn't expect you to reach our level in just a short time. Scylla's words made Shuren roll his eyes. Come on, Shuren said bluntly. Don't think you can brush me off by pretending to be sentimental. Shuren did not fall for Scylla's trick at all. Brush me off? Scylla pretended to be confused. What did I brush you off about? Still pretending? Shuren immediately went to the opposite side of Scylla and sat down in one of the 6 seats. Seeing this, Hurtjard frowned. Chaffn, Lyde, and even Milu were also startled. Then, one pondered, one felt helpless, and one laughed. Hediodat wanted to say something but was stopped by Scylla. Scylla didn't seem to care that Sean sat in that seat, or perhaps she thought that Sean was qualified to sit in that seat. She just smiled and didn't say anything. But she still understood the meaning behind Sean's words. Use marriage with AI, Scylla said. Scylla finally stopped pretending. It's good that you know, Shuren glanced at Scylla and said. I really want to know what you mean. What? Scylla asked. You don't want to marry AIE? This? Shuren choked a little, but he did not compromise. He continued. This is a separate matter. Even if I want to marry AIE, it's up to us to decide. Since when did the demons have the right to decide my marriage? That's right. This was the only thing that Shuren was dissatisfied with. It was also one of the reasons why he came to the demon realm. It was true that he liked AIE and felt that he could not leave that little girl, but he had just made some progress in his relationship with that little girl. He had just taken the first step, and before he could even write it down, he was unilaterally told by the demon race that he wanted to marry AIE. This seemed to be a big advantage for Shuren, but couldn't he just come to them openly and take this step with AIE? This marriage was decided by him. How could it be the same as having the marriage directly thrown to him by others? Not to mention, this marriage was a measure to quell the chaos of the devil race and the undercurrents of the 3 races. No matter how one looked at it, it was a political marriage. It was impossible for Sean not to have any opinions about such a drastic change in the nature of the engagement. It was obvious that Scylla and the others were aware of this. This was especially so for Chaffn, who could be considered to have a preliminary telepathic relationship with Sean. She spoke as if she was watching a good show. That's what they said. What are you going to do? Big sister? That tone, no matter how one listened to it, seemed to be gloating. Scylla didn't care about her sister's bad taste and just looked deeply at Sean. Shuren did not want to be outdone. He looked straight at her. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the scene gradually became heavy. But after a while, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. I knew it. Heroes like you are all stubborn. Even if you are a very special hero, there are some parts where you are so stubborn that it gives people a headache. Scylla sighed and said frankly, I can tell you very frankly. If it wasn't for AI not objecting, we would not have announced this to the world. Do you understand what I mean? Shuren naturally understood what Scylla meant. This matter must have been approved by AIE, or rather, she herself had tacitly agreed to it. Otherwise, even for the demons, for the world, AIE would definitely not allow herself to be sold by her sister and become a sacrifice for a political marriage. She was also a demon, one of the top demons. She would respect Scylla as her leader, but she was not Scylla's subordinate. It was impossible for Scylla to force her. Of course, Scylla also had her own considerations. If it weren't for the unclear relationship between you and AIE, I wouldn't have proposed to let you two enter into a marriage to calm the commotion. Scylla said straightforwardly, Scylla, don't value peace to that extent to marry my sister for the sake of so-called peace. Scylla certainly wanted to see the three worlds and three races live in harmony and continue to maintain peace. However, if the price was her sister's marriage, then not only would Scylla not maintain it, but she might even take the initiative to start a war. Demons were the most powerful race. They were born with great power. In terms of power alone, even the Protoss goddess couldn't reach them. Now that the supreme god had gone into seclusion, if a war really broke out, the demons would not be afraid of the Protoss and the humans. In the worst case, Scylla, as a famous advisor of the demons, could come up with several other plans in order to calm the chaos. The effects of those plans might not be as direct and effective as letting Shuren and Aie enter into a marriage contract, but it wasn't without room for maneuver. Because of this, Scylla could really see that Shuren and Aie had a close relationship, which was why she proposed to let the hero and one of the top demons enter into a marriage contract to calm the chaos, and then take the opportunity to propose a meeting between the three races to discuss important matters. You should also be very clear that without Aie's consent, or acquiescence, even if I wanted to carry out this kind of thing, it would not be without obstacles, right? Scylla said to Shuren quite seriously. Shuren was speechless. He could guess that Aie definitely knew about this matter, and she must have either agreed or acquiesced. But I really didn't know that such a thing would happen. You announced it unilaterally, did you ask me? Shuren only felt a little unhappy about this. It couldn't be helped. In that situation, the sooner the news was released, the sooner the chaos would be quelled. Otherwise, the chaos would become bigger and bigger, and it would be hard to end in the end, Scylla said. If that happened, you wouldn't have peace even in the human world. At that time, Shuren had already been troubled by the demons once and was surrounded by the army of demons in the imperial capital. If it weren't for the sudden announcement of his marriage contract with Aie, he might have faced endless difficulties. At the same time, the humans would definitely take some measures to deal with this. Some would want to protect him, some would want to investigate the secrets behind him, and some would have crooked thoughts and use Shuren, using his identity and status as a hero to achieve some goals. If that really happened, then Shuren would probably cause a lot of trouble in the human world. Aie's acquiescence to the marriage between you should have also considered this. Scylla shrugged and said. In short, the marriage between you two will definitely be set. The only difference is the occasion, time and situation. If you have any objections, then go to Aie. You two can solve this problem by yourself. If you can't solve it, canceling the marriage contract is not impossible. Scylla's words made Shuren shut his mouth resentfully. It was impossible to cancel the marriage contract, not in this life. If he dared to say that he wanted to cancel the marriage contract, a certain dragon girl would definitely dare to kill him with a dragon's breath. Shuren didn't have any objections to the marriage contract itself. He was just unhappy that the marriage contract was unilaterally decided by the demons. Now, since Scylla had already explained the matter, Shuren naturally wouldn't find fault with her. But, not everyone agrees to the engagement between you and Aie, Yizichan said. Sala suddenly smiled in a meaningful way. Shuren was startled at first, then he noticed something. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the door. There, a figure appeared out of nowhere and was imprinted in Shuren's eyes. She was a young demon girl in the prime of her youth. The girl had a delicate appearance and snow-white skin. Her expression was a little dull, but her eyes were exceptionally deep. The aura emitted from her body seemed to be sparse and ordinary, but people with keen senses would be able to detect that there was a hidden sense of danger in that aura. That sense of danger was palpitating and frightening. It was as if what appeared in front of him was not a beautiful girl, but a black hole that could devour everything and take away all life. Just like that, the young girl appeared here, and her gaze fell directly on Sean. Then, Shuren's expression suddenly changed slightly, and a trace of purple appeared between his eyebrows. He was poisoned. At this moment, Sean only felt a little dizzy in his head. His body also felt as if there was a fire burning, and he gradually began to feel pain. Moreover, the dizziness and pain seemed to be gradually intensifying as Shuren breathed. Realizing this, Shuren's expression couldn't help but change. The perception ability from external destiny was also activated to its fullest and expanded in all directions. With this perception, Shuren discovered that there was actually an additional harmful gas in the air. There was no doubt that it was poison. Moreover, it was extremely powerful and violent poison that could break through the defense of Rite Destiny. Realizing this, Shuren didn't hesitate to reach out and hold the holy sword at his waist. With a thought, he unlocked all the seals on the holy sword. Clang, holy waves were emitted from the scabbard of the holy sword that had yet to be unsheathed. Under the holy wave, Shuren's dizzy head immediately cleared up, and the burning pain in his body quickly subsided. Obviously, the power of the holy sword had removed the poison that Shuren had unknowingly been poisoned by. On the other hand, the devil dwellers couldn't help but look sideways. This wave, Light's expression was solemn. Powerful? Milu also looked at Shuren in surprise. Is this the holy sword of this generation's hero? Cyrus' eyes flickered. Only Xianxia looked at all this with a smile, as if she wasn't worried at all that something would happen to Shuren. As for the demons who suddenly appeared, her gaze also turned to Shuren's waist. Quite a powerful holy sword. The girl didn't know if she was praising or mocking. You can resist my poison even before transcending. No wonder you can cut through my aura. Hearing this, Shuren looked straight at her. Poison demon Kamina? Shuren tentatively asked. That's me. The girl nodded. This girl was the elder sister of Aie and Milu, and the younger sister of Syra, Xianxia, and Lide. She was also known as the poison demon, Kamina. She was known as the most brutal existence among the demons. At one time, she was as famous as Aie, who killed 2 heroes and suppressed the goddess of life and the goddess of nature. She was the most feared of the 6 demon sisters, because her abilities were just too terrifying, making it so that no one dared to approach her. Her entire body was filled with poison, and even breathing could release colorless and odorless toxic gas that could kill people on the spot. Just now, Shuren received such treatment. If it wasn't for the protection of the holy sword, even with the protection of the supreme god's blessing, Shuren would inevitably suffer. Hearing is not as good as meeting. No one knew if Shan was complimenting or sarcastic. Kamina immediately looked at him, and a soul-stirring, beautiful, but dangerous smile appeared on her sickly pale face. Kamina looked at him and narrowed her eyes. Although I've not only met the goddess beside you, but we've also fought. While saying that, Kamina's gaze landed on Lilith, who had returned to Shuren's side and was holding Shuren's hand, staring at her as if she would attack at any time. While saying that, Kamina's gaze landed on Lilith, who had returned to Shuren's side and was holding Shuren's hand, staring at her as if she would launch an attack at any time. The two's gazes met, and intense friction occurred, causing the evil energy and poisonous gas to tremble slightly on their bodies. The evil energy was so terrifying that it could corrode souls. The poisonous gas was so terrifying that it could corrode flesh. The two of them had once fought in the poison demon territory for an entire day and night, causing 1/3 of the poison demon territory's territory to be affected. All kinds of damage and effects of various sizes appeared. More than 10 mountain ranges were turned into ruins, and the land within a range of several million kilometers was turned into powder. However, they were unable to determine the winner and loser, and they just stared at each other. Even Hurt You Die felt a little uncomfortable from the pressure he exuded. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them was getting more and more dangerous, Xianxia poked Shuren's abdomen. Aren't you going to stop them? Although Xianxia said that, her tone made it seem like she wanted to see the world in chaos. However, Shuren was more direct. Why should I stop them? Shuren smiled cheerfully and said, since the two of them fought to a draw, I'm here this time. No matter what, they should be able to decide the winner and loser, right? The meaning behind his words couldn't be any clearer. Shuren wanted to say that if they fought again, he would definitely join forces with Lilith and defeat the poison demon. You really dare to say that? Kamina's aura paused, and she couldn't help but look at Shuren again. It was as if she didn't expect Shuren to say such words and do such a thing. Are you trying to say that 2 against 1 is despicable? Shuren blinked his eyes, looked at Kamina's gaze, and said with a fake smile, generally speaking, it's more despicable for a transcendent to attack a legend. I'm at least preparing to gang up on them. Everyone could understand what he was implying. Kamina looked at Shuren with a dangerous glint in her eyes. However, Sean did not take it to heart, and even looked eager to try. Obviously, if Kamina was going to do something to Shuren, Shuren wouldn't mind turning what he just said into reality. If he could teach the poison demon a lesson, Shuren definitely wouldn't mind doing so. After all, this person didn't come with good intentions, fought with Lilith, and opposed his engagement with AIE. In addition, Shuren was suppressed by his aura as soon as he arrived, and was quietly poisoned. Now that he was targeted to this extent, he wouldn't be himself if he didn't find a chance to make a comeback. Even though Sean knew that the demonic dwellers present would definitely not watch them fight without doing anything. Alright. Sure enough, Scylla spoke up. This is the Central City, the Supreme Castle, the most important place in the demon realm. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I won't allow existences of our level to fight here, okay? Scylla warned. She even regarded Shuren as an existence of the same level as herself and the others. One could imagine how much Scylla valued Shuren now. Although Shuren hadn't truly transcended, he had already touched this realm. In addition to his special identity, it was hard to explain his relationship with them. It was understandable to regard him as an existence of the same level as them. Yeah, Kamina, don't mess around again, said Lyde with a serious face. You and Lilith fought last time and brought unimaginable disaster to the poison demon territory. If you fight here, you know what the consequences will be. Lyde said with a serious expression. Yes, yes. Milu immediately nodded as if she was serious. She said seriously, fight, naughty. What a pity. I really want to see if Kamina can deal with this guy, said Chafine, who didn't know if she really felt regretful. I really want to see if Kamina can handle this guy. The demons each had their own attitudes, but none of them wanted to see Shuren and Kamina fight here. Kamina herself was very clear about this. Don't worry, I just want to say hello. Kamina said this calmly. Your greeting is really rough, Your Highness Poison Demon. Sean, on the other hand, was a little unforgiving. Of course, Kamina didn't think so. To me, that kind of thing is just a greeting. Kamina glanced at Shuren. If you can't even deal with that kind of thing, then you don't have the right to appear here, sit in that seat, and talk about the marriage between you and our sister. Is that so? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. Then do I pass now? Your Highness Poison Demon? Who knows? Kamina replied indifferently, then glanced at Shuren and said with a smile, however, I kind of understand why my sisters think you are very special. You are indeed different from the past heroes. After saying that, Kamina didn't give Shuren a chance to reply. She went to her seat and sat down. It was worth mentioning that the seat happened to be next to Shuren. The seats of the 6 demon sisters were fixed, and they were in the shape of a round table. The one sitting in the first seat was naturally the eldest daughter and the supreme of the demons, Sarah. Opposite Sarah was the youngest sister, Aie, which was where Shuren was sitting. Then, on the left and right of Sarah sat Chafine and Lyde respectively. As for Kamina and Milu, they were next to Aie on the left and right. In other words, the seats of the 6 demons, from left to right, were Sarah, Chafine, Kamina, Aie, Milu, and Lyde. Therefore, Kamina's seat was next to Shuren. Shuren frowned imperceptibly. It couldn't be helped. As soon as the poison demon sat next to him, a faint fragrance immediately entered his nose. It was the body fragrance of a young girl. It smelled very tempting and touching. Unfortunately, the fragrance was poisonous. It wasn't a metaphor, it was really poisonous. At least, Shuren still felt dizzy from the smell. If he hadn't been holding the holy sword, he would have been poisoned again. Is this the unique skill of the poison demon, cold poison body? His entire body was poisonous, and he could instantly create any poison, even poison that didn't exist in this world, with a wave of his hand. This kind of demon was so taboo and feared by the world. Shuren suspected that this woman did it on purpose. She deliberately sat down and quietly released the poison in the place closest to him, teasingly tasting his reaction. However, Sean wouldn't be the one who would feel terrified. So, Shuren simply moved his chair next to Kamina's and sat next to her. He even put his arm around her neck, looking like a rich man who had been invited to a party. Kamina and the others were dumbfounded. The rest of the demons also widened their eyes. Lilith tilted her head with a blank expression. Hera Yadai shuddered, and her heart skipped a beat. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. This hero is a ruthless person. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room seemed a little quiet. Everyone looked at Shuren as if they were looking at a warrior. Even Chafine was no exception. He's really bold. Chafine sighed, and then she felt a little displeased. This guy, when he first met me, he seemed to want to hide far away from me, didn't he? Now that he saw my bad-tempered and dangerous sister, not only did he not hide, but he even made a move. He hid as far away as he could from a beautiful woman like me, but he couldn't wait to get close to the poisonous danger. What's going on? Thinking of this, Shafine's mood instantly became ugly. On the other hand, Kamina looked at Shuren in a daze. Her purple eyes seemed to have 1,000 words to say, and there was actually a hint of complexity in them. However, this hint of complexity quickly disappeared. I have to say, you're really bold. Kamina flung away Shuren's hand on her shoulder and whispered, I've lived for 20,000 years, and this is the first time someone dared to touch me like this. She probably didn't mean to scare them. After all, after hearing Kamina's words, the demonic people present all lowered their eyes in silence. Obviously, even these demonic people didn't touch Kamina as unscrupulously as Shuren did. Chafine also said that Kamina's poison was a terrifying poison that even transcendent-level existences couldn't ignore. Even they usually didn't dare to get too close to Kamina. Therefore, Kamina's words were all true. In fact, even without her saying it, Shuren knew that it was true. There was no other reason other than that after he touched Kamina, not only did the air he breathed in contain more and more toxins, even his body felt like it was being corroded by something, and he felt waves of burning pain. If it weren't for the fact that the seal of the Holy Sword had been unlocked, and the holy power had been flowing into Shuren's body to purify the poison, Shuren might have already fallen. Even so, the burning pain was still unavoidable, making Shuren feel like his body was filled with molten lava. However, this was Shuren's temper. Thus, while enduring the pain, Shuren spoke calmly. Unfortunately, I don't have any special strengths, but I'm really bold. If someone really provokes me, I won't be able to think straight if I don't retaliate. Shuren's innuendo skill was already at the maximum level. But not only was Kamina not angry, she even chuckled. Hero, you're really interesting. You're much more interesting than those previous idiots. Kamina stopped looking at Shuren and calmly said, I hope you can keep going. With that said, Kamina ignored Sean's hand and didn't even try to avoid it. She just let Sean hug her. Sean did not speak anymore. He just silently felt the burning pain in his body and the poison that was constantly surging into his body. I hope Rito's mandate can be more effective. Although this skill couldn't defend against Kamina's poison, Shuren didn't forget that one of the effects of Rito's mandate was, when attacked, when the damage is outside the skill's bearable range, it can gradually increase its endurance as the number of attacks it takes. In other words, the more attacks it withstood, the greater the life of the heavenly mandate's ability to withstand such attacks. In this way, even if Kamina's poison was terrifying, as long as he had enough time to adapt, Rito's mandate would eventually be able to successfully defend against this poison demon's poison. Coupled with the effect provided by Supreme God's blessing, which included the blessing effect of all the Protoss's goddesses, there must be a part of the effect that could be used against the negative effects of poison. Together, Shuren would be able to completely ignore Kamina's poison sooner or later. This was also one of the reasons why Shuren deliberately approached Kamina like this. After all, according to the current situation, his relationship with this poison demon was definitely not good. If they really fell out in the future and had to fight, then being able to ignore Kamina's poison would definitely be a great advantage. Shuren had such a wishful thinking, and he really didn't want to show weakness, so he made such a bold move. Shuren didn't know what kind of emotions his unintentional behavior left in Kamina's heart. Kamina felt Shuren's hand on her shoulder and smelled the unfamiliar male scent. She was somewhat in a trance. How long has it been since I've been approached like this? She remembered that the last person who could get so close to her and hug her without batting an eyelid had already passed away, right? Kamina had lived for 20,000 years, and no one had ever gotten so close to her. Except, for that one, thinking of the one who had passed away, Kamina's heart was a little sad. At the same time, Kamina also lost a lot of hostility toward Shuren. The reason why she targeted Shuren was not because she had a grudge against Shuren. She just felt that the other party was a hero who was the natural enemy of the demons, and he was also protected by her sisters. She was really a little unhappy. Especially Aie. That youngest sister was clearly doted on and loved by her and other sisters, but not only was she rebellious, but she also quarreled with her for a hero. This really made Kamina's mood very bad at that time. Then, Lilith's rampage in the poison demon territory caused Kamina to fight with her, and their relationship further deteriorated. With these two reasons added together, Kamina was so overbearing and domineering toward Shuren, who asked her to have a bad temper. As long as there was a small reason, it was already very merciful to let the other party suffer a little and not completely dissolve the other party with poison. But it just so happened that Shuren was not a person who was willing to suffer losses, so the two of them naturally went against each other. But in other words, the grudge between the two was limited to this. There was no deep hatred at all. If there was really a deep hatred, then the poison released by Kamina would not be to this extent. Therefore, Kamina's impression of Shuren was not good, but it was only bad. Now, being hugged by Shuren so boldly, Kamina felt very uncomfortable, but at the same time, she missed the warmth of his body. In this way, Kamina's bad impression of Shuren had greatly decreased. Let's see how long he can last. Kamina couldn't help but have a trace of expectation for this. The entire conference room suddenly fell into a rather subtle silence. Until... "What are you guys doing?" A voice that was too familiar to Shuren, so familiar that he even missed it, sounded in the conference room. The group of devil dwellers immediately perked up and looked towards the door. Ah! Lilith also let out a cry of surprise and immediately pounced over joyfully. Shuren did not look back at first. However, the familiar aura, the familiar atmosphere, and the familiar faint dragon might all told Shuren who the visitor was. Shuren slowly turned his head and looked behind him. There, a dragon girl holding a pillow in her arms, like a delicate doll, quietly appeared. "It seems that you are fine, girl." Aie hugged Lilith, who was rushing over, and a rare smile appeared on her childish face. She clearly looked the same age as Lilith, but she was like an elder, like a little adult. She patted Lilith's little head in a somewhat funny manner. "Hee hee." Lilith smiled at Aie, as if she was very happy. Lilith was naturally happy. After all, when she was by Shuren's side, other than Shuren and Xianxia, Aie was the one who often took care of her. Although Aie loved to sleep, she took good care of Lilith. No, this dragon girl also took good care of Shuren and Yulin. She looked like a little girl, but in fact, she had a meticulous side that others did not know. Shuren looked at her fixedly. Aie also felt something in her heart. She raised her head and looked at Shuren. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other without saying a word. However, a warm atmosphere gradually appeared around the two of them. "You're here?" Aie said faintly. "Yes." Shuren nodded, and his words were also concise and to the point. There was no uplifting emotion, nor was there any grand reunion. The two of them naturally returned to their previous tone and atmosphere. Of course, only the two of them, who seemed calm and collected, knew what they were thinking. Aie held Lilith's hand and moved closer. As soon as she approached, the first thing Aie looked at was Shuren's hand, which was holding Kamina. Seeing this, the corner of Aie's eye twitched. "You're still the same. I really don't know if you're bold or if you're a talented person." There was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in Aie's calm tone. Ahaha, Shuren was a little embarrassed. He subconsciously withdrew his hand and moved away from Kamina. Humph, Kamina, on the other hand, frowned and snorted unhappily. "This guy, I thought he was quite bold, but I didn't expect him to be a bronchitis. Let's see how long he can last my ass, this man is a coward. He can only be tough in front of outsiders," Kamina kept criticizing in her heart. On the other hand, The attention of the other demon dwellers was instantly focused on AIE the moment she appeared. Finally willing to come out? Little AIE? Chafine looked like she was teasing. I thought you would come out before Kamina. Light also said. AIE. AIE. Like Lilith, Milu rushed in AIE's direction. I'm surprised you can endure until now. Even Scylla exclaimed. All the demons thought that after Shuren arrived, AIE should be the first to appear to protect him. Who would have thought that not only did AIE not appear first, but she also appeared last. In response, AIE pushed away Milu, who rushed over, and her expression was still calm. I just think that if you don't go all out, you won't be able to do anything to him. AIE was extremely calm. Really? Kamina turned her gaze. After a while, she said to AIE, what if I go all out? In response to this sentence, AIE only gave a short reply. You can try. That was it. You can try. This was not the first time that AIE had said this. Back then, when Shuren's identity had just been exposed, Chafn and Kamina had been preparing to cause trouble for Shuren. At that time, AIE had used this to warn the two of them. At that time, the atmosphere had been very dangerous. Shuren did not know, but the demons present could not be more clear. Now that AIE had said this again, the atmosphere no longer became dangerous. Instead, the demons' eyes flickered as they looked at Shuren. They really wanted to ask AIE, was it worth it for her to go to such lengths for a human like them, who were her elder sisters? Moreover, if it was not for the fact that Shuren's performance today had reached a point where he could barely stand on equal footing with them, they might have already asked this question. Including Chafn. Although Chafn already knew that AIE cared a lot about Shuren, and Shuren cared a lot about AIE, the two of them had only been together for about half a year. In just half a year's time, the relationship between these two had already reached this stage. The more Chafn thought about it, for some reason, the more she thought about it, the worse her mood became. But then, Chafn could not help but have another thought. At least, my progress with him is definitely faster than little AIE's progress with him. This was undeniable. Thinking back to the few nights from a few days ago when they had made love to each other, Chafine couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly stopped herself from letting her imagination run wild. But now that her wild thoughts were gone, Chafn felt a little excited again. My sisters definitely did not expect that I had already become this hero's woman, right? Chafn's expression was strange. She felt an indescribable excitement and a sense of immorality. At this moment, Chafn even wanted to say something in front of AIE. For example, the previous sentence, your husband is so useful. Cough cough. Chafn could not help but cough. However, Shafine's cough immediately broke the silence in the room. What's wrong? Scylla looked at Chafine and exclaimed in surprise when she saw her beautiful face that was still slightly flushed and inexplicably excited. The other demons also looked at Chafin strangely. Nothing. Chafin immediately adjusted her mood and pretended to be calm as she smiled. I just thought of a funny joke. Hearing this, the group of demon dwellers looked at each other. A funny joke? What kind of joke could make the number one beauty of the three realms laugh like this? The demons were at a loss. Even Sala, who was the smartest, was the same. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible for her to know what Chafine was thinking at this moment. Sean, on the other hand, looked at Chafner with a strange expression, as strange as it could be. Although Sean did not know what was wrong with this heinous succubus, his keen sixth sense told him that this woman was definitely thinking of something improper. Could it be that this woman is looking for excitement and is planning to expose our relationship here? Sean's heart was immediately in his throat. Sean became more and more nervous, especially when he noticed that Chafney was casting him ambiguous glances from time to time. AIE, who was at the side, noticed this. AIE asked with a frown. Nothing. Nothing. Shuren wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed dryly. I just feel a little hot. No. Nothing. Sean wiped the sweat on his forehead and laughed dryly. I just feel a little hot. Nothing. Nothing. Shuren wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed dryly. I just feel a little hot. What? AIE frowned deeper and deeper. She could not help but look at Kamina. Are you suspecting that I poisoned him? Kamina immediately saw through Ai's thoughts but did not refute it. She just smiled faintly. Ai did not say anything. She believed that with the power of Shuren's holy sword, no matter how bad it was, it would be able to save Shuren's life from Kamina's poison. Moreover, she knew very well that Kamina's poison was terrifying. If she really wanted to poison him, it would not be as simple as sweating. Kamina's poison was aimed at killing everything. If it was not fatal, it could only mean that she was not serious and just wanted to play around. Even if it was extremely troublesome for others, it was still the same. All right. At this moment, Scylla finally spoke. Since everyone is here, let's sit down. There were some things that needed to be discussed. Then, I'll take my leave. Hedi Yadai, who was at the side, immediately retreated. This was not an occasion that she could participate in the first place. It would be better to say that this conference room was originally prepared for the 6 demons, who were the pinnacle of the demon race, to gather and discuss important matters. Normally, no one would be allowed to enter, and it would only be used when the 6 great demons gathered. Because of this conference room would sometimes be sealed for hundreds of years and only open once in a very long time. Hedi Yadai was allowed to enter because she was leading the way. Moreover, her position was also quite high. As one of the 3 ultimate demons, she more or less had some special privileges. But that was as far as her special privileges went. She could lead the way and bring people in, but once the formal meeting and discussion started, this was not a place she could step foot in. Therefore, Hedi Yadai obediently retreated and closed the door of the conference room. However, before she closed the door, Hedi Yadai subtly glanced at Shuren. With a single glance, Hedi Yadai lowered her eyes and slammed the door shut. As soon as the door was closed, Shuren immediately noticed something unusual. Has the barrier been activated? Feeling the sudden influx of magic and the barrier that was activated along the wall, Shuren fell into deep thought. The demons, on the other hand, were calm. A conference room that could only be opened when all the demons gathered together, and a conversation in such a place was bound to be the most confidential topic in the entire demon world. Since it was confidential, protective measures had to be taken. The barrier that was activated here was the highest level barrier in the entire Omnipotensen. Even the barrier that was used to protect a country's capital, royal palaces paled in comparison. The only thing that could compare to this barrier was the strongest defensive magic that was passed down from generation to generation among the elves, capable of withstanding the attacks of an ultimate demon, cleansing flower curtain. Therefore, once this barrier was activated, even an ultimate demon would not be able to pry into the secrets within. Unless a transcendent demon came. However, there were already 6 transcendent demons gathered here, and the rest were all in the Protoss faction. If the few Protoss demons came, it was impossible for the demons to not notice. Therefore, the conversation that was happening here was definitely the safest and most secretive place. Ai came to Sean's side and looked at him, who was sitting in her seat, and spoke. Why are you sitting in my seat? Ai questioned. What else? Shuren said in an annoyed tone, I can't possibly sit in someone else's seat, right? Ai thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then, where should I sit? Ai had to ask this question. Shuren's way of solving the problem was even simpler. Here, sit here. Shuren picked up Ai and let her sit on his thigh. He even grabbed Lilith, who was pouncing on him, and let her sit on his other thigh. This scene caused the eyes of all the devil cultivators present to twitch. A demonic dragon and an evil god. These 2 transcendent level existences were actually placed on this dog man's thighs as if he was hugging them left and right. You've already reached the peak of your life. You can die now, right? Many demons cursed in their hearts. Especially when they saw Ai, who was sitting on Shuren's thigh, feeling like she couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to lose her temper, but she was hesitant. In the end, she could only sigh and give up struggling. They were even more jealous. I've never been hugged like this before, Sala was furious. Looking at how she doesn't even want to struggle, she must have been hugged a lot, right? Kamina was also very unhappy. Wow. Mi Lu, on the other hand, frankly expressed her surprise. Only Chaffney and Lyde had different thoughts from the rest of the demons. This is considered mild, right? Lyde couldn't help but recall that night in the elf's homeland. Ai was hugged, kissed, and even touched by a certain hero. She felt that it was nothing to be surprised about. Sitting on his thigh. I don't think I've tried it before. Chaffney, on the other hand, wasn't in a good mood. The group of devil dwellers each had their own thoughts, causing the air to fall silent for a long time. After a long time, Sala sighed. Looking at you guys, I don't think I need to ask you if you're willing to enter into a marriage contract. Sala said faintly. Shuren and Ai looked at each other. Then, Ai was the first to look away. Shuren, on the other hand, found it funny. Say, you have the guts to let your sister announce our engagement to the world, but you don't have the guts to look at me? Shuren said to Ai playfully. Ai evaded his gaze, feeling even more helpless in her heart. In fact, she hadn't thought about how she should face Shuren. Even before returning to the demon realm, her relationship with Shuren had a breakthrough, and she knew about her feelings for Shuren. But just as Shuren thought, they just had a glimpse of each other and didn't even have time to write it down. Now, they suddenly announced their engagement, and she had even tacitly agreed to it. How could she face others? In fact, after the incident, Ai regretted it. Why did she tacitly agree to it? Aside from the engagement, there must be other ways to solve the problem, right? She really didn't know what she was thinking at that time. With this in mind, Ai could only say, you can disagree. Ai could only be stubborn. But she had forgotten that aside from being the most playful, Shuren was also the most suicidal person. Really? Shuren subconsciously blurted out this sentence. Ai didn't say anything. She didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she stared straight at Shuren. That gaze seemed to be full of killing intent no matter how one looked at it. Shuren was sure that if he dared to say a word of disagreement, this embarrassed demon dragon would dare to beat him up. Thus, Shuren followed his heart. Okay, I agree. Okay, I agree. When Shuren said this from the bottom of his heart, the atmosphere didn't improve much. Although Ai showed a satisfied expression, as if saying at least you know what's good for you, the rest of the demons had all kinds of expressions. Scylla didn't feel surprised at all, but she showed a sour expression. She looked like she was lamenting that her cabbage was eventually eaten by a pig. Lyde was also lamenting. After all, the 6 demon sisters had been together for more than 10,000 years. They had always been single and had never considered marriage. The reason was simple. Firstly, as demons who were born transcendent and could even suppress 2 of the 3 goddesses of the Protoss, they didn't think that they needed a partner. Furthermore, the existences that could stand at the top of this world were basically all women. Only the brave ones would have men, and the brave ones just so happened to be their natural enemies. It was already good enough that they didn't kill the brave ones, so how could they possibly fall for the brave ones? In other words, the demon dwellers all believed that no man in this world was worthy of them. So, in the end, it was because they didn't like the man, and they didn't have any interest in the men of other races or even their own race. In the end, one of the 6 demon sisters finally had a man, and this man was the youngest among the 6. This feeling, how to describe it, it could only be said that it was very complicated. Of course, if Chaff knew what Lyde was thinking, she would definitely curse in her heart. We also have a man, and it's the same person as our soon-to-be-married sister. It was just that exciting. Mi Lu, on the other hand, probably didn't understand the seriousness of this matter. She was just whispering to Lilith, who was sitting on Sean's lap and was the closest to her, as if they were playing. Well, they were still children, and it was too early for them to participate in such a topic. As for Kamina, she just remained silent and very calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. In such a situation, Sayla's gaze swept across the group of younger sisters present. Since I have already agreed, then, sisters, do you still have the same opinion as last time? Last time, when Shuren wasn't present, when Scylla proposed to let Shuren and Ai marry, everyone present gave different opinions. Lyde was in favor of it. She felt that since Shuren and Ai had already developed this kind of relationship, they might as well let them be together. Kamina was against it. On the one hand, it was because she had never met Sean, and there was no way she would agree to marry her beloved sister off. On the other hand, it was because Xian was a hero, and she didn't know Xian's special abilities as well as Sila and the others, so she had always been hostile to Xian. On top of that, she was unhappy with Ai's resistance to her. Milu was passively abstained, so she wasn't included in the scope of the opinion of the brave. As for Cha Fine, she neither agreed nor opposed it. She said that she wanted to meet Shuren and see what he was capable of. Because of this, in the last meeting, the feedback on this matter was 2 votes in favor, 1 against, 1 abstained, and 1 to be decided. Ai maintained a tacit attitude, and in the end, she only announced the news to the public, and the matter was not completely decided yet. Today, Scylla was here to reorganize the opinions of the sisters. As the one who put forward the suggestion, I naturally can't oppose it, even if I feel a little regretful now, Sala said and added a soft bulsh *T at the end. I still agree. Light immediately nodded and said, since the 2 involved parties, Shuren and Aie, have already agreed, I think we, as the older sisters, should not oppose it. This was the idea that Light had always held. It was conceivable that this beast demon highness was still very optimistic about the future of Shuren and Aie. Or rather, she planned to use this to break the fixed image of the demons to the outside world. The world believed that the heroes were the natural enemies of the demons, the trump card of the Protoss, and the strongest of the human race. Based on the relationship between the heroes and the demons, the 2 sides should be incompatible, and the heroes should be on the side of the gods and the humans. But Light believed that now that the 3 races had declared peace, this inherent impression should not continue to exist. Who said that the heroes could not live in harmony with the demons? Who said that the heroes should be on the side of the Protoss and the human race? Could it be that the heroes could not be on the side of the demons? Couldn't they be on the side of the demons? If even the heroes could live in harmony with the demons, it would certainly have a certain impact on the world of the Omnipotensen, telling the world that everything decided by the past war was really over. This was a good thing. Light felt that Scylla must have the same idea, which was why she proposed to let Shuren and Aie marry each other, right? This was a signal to the outside world, telling the gods and the humans that not only would the demons not cause trouble for a hero, but they would also rope him in and make him one of their own. Thanks to this, the chaos of the demons would be quelled, because the threat that they thought had become one of their own. Not only was it not a bad thing for the heroes to be summoned, but it was also a good thing. And the Protoss and the humans should be nervous, right? Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy behind the summoning of the heroes, or whether the summoning of the heroes was a conspiracy between the 2 races, as long as the key to the heroes themselves were tied up, everything would be settled. If it was what the demons did, then they must be panicking now. If it was not what the demons did, then naturally, it would be the best. The best of both worlds was what Scylla was looking for. Light saw through some of Scylla's thoughts. Plus, he did not want to oppose the fact that his sister finally had someone in her heart, so he voted in favor from the beginning to the end. Milu. Fine, I'll give up. In summary, only Cha Fine and Kamina's opinions were left. Cha Fine, what do you think? Scylla looked at Cha Fine, who said that her vote was pending. Hearing this, Cha Fine glanced in Shuren's direction, and then she couldn't help but feel angry. She saw that Shuren was actually whispering to Aie, as if making up for the lack of communication during the time they were separated. He didn't seem to care about the opinions of the demons at all. No, it should be said that he really didn't care. Through the connection of rippling mind devil, Cha Fine could more or less read his thoughts. I don't care if you guys agree or not. I'm not marrying you guys. If you piss me off, I'll just take her away. Why are you still hesitating? This was probably what Aie was thinking, right? Seeing that Aie also didn't seem to care about the discussion here and only whispered to Shuren, Cha Fine knew that this girl didn't care whether her sisters agreed or not. All she wanted was Shuren's approval. As long as Shuren agreed, so what if her sisters objected? The name of the rebellious girl wasn't just for show. If you piss me off, I'll just elope with this guy back to the human world. Why are you still hesitating? Cha Fine seemed to be able to hear Aie's thoughts. Suddenly, Cha Fine didn't feel good. I can't believe there's a day when I'm being showered with affection. Cha Fine almost started to doubt her life. In the past, as soon as they saw her, any lovers who had made vows of undying love would immediately become infatuated with her, unable to extricate themselves. Now, she was being showered with affection by her own man and sister, and her opinion was even ignored. This made her doubt her life. If not for the fact that this wasn't the right place, Chafine would have stood up and slammed the table. Although you were the one who came first, I was the one who enjoyed it first. Fortunately, Chafine held back. She wasn't mentally prepared for others to find out about her relationship with Shuren. This was a terrifying truth that could make the heavens fall and the earth crack. Unlike Aie, who only knew how to sleep all day and was worshipped by the dragon race, Chafine had admirers all over the three realms. She was viewed by all the demons as an untouchable flower. If Shuren's affair with her was exposed, then the chaos that would ensue wouldn't be something that a simple marriage could resolve. Moreover, Chafine believed that her relationship with Shuren was still unclear. Not only was it not a good thing to lay all her cards on the table, it was also a bad thing. Thinking to this point, Chafine seemed to be bored to death. Whatever, this kind of thing. Chafine let out a resentful sigh. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion. Why did this succubus, who wished for the world to be in chaos, suddenly become like an abandoned, resentful wife? It wasn't like her husband was stolen. Was there a need to sigh like this? All the demons were a little puzzled. Okay. Scylla was also puzzled, but she ignored the lamenting Chafine. Instead, she turned to Kamina and said, "What about you? Do you still object?" At the end of the day, among the 6 demon sisters, Kamina was the only one who objected to it. For example, even if Chafine didn't agree, she didn't object either. She was also a bit of a prankster. Even if Aie was really going to marry Shuren, she shouldn't cause trouble. On the other hand, if Kamina really wanted to object, with her temper, she definitely wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Once everyone ignored her feelings and let Shuren and Aie get married, this poison demon would definitely cause trouble. Therefore, Scylla actually valued Kamina's opinion the most. She wanted to at least confirm Kamina's opinion and try to ensure that she wouldn't cause trouble. Unfortunately, do you want my approval? Kamina didn't object without hesitation like last time. Instead, she said such inexplicable words. She glanced at Shuren. Her purple eyes flickered slightly, and then she suddenly laughed. I can approve. Kamina said so. But, this hero must announce to the public that he has completely joined the demons. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. What did you say? Kamina's words finally attracted Shuren's attention. Join the demons for good? Scylla, Chafn, lied, and Aie also didn't expect Kamina to say such a thing. For a moment, they were all stunned. They had thought that Kamina would stubbornly continue to object, and they had also thought that Kamina would reluctantly agree for the sake of all her sisters. They had even thought that Kamina would quietly stir up trouble and directly prove her ideas with her actions, but they had never expected that Kamina would actually put forward conditions. Moreover, it was a condition. Is it strange? Kamina said matter-of-factly. Since you plan to marry our sister, one of the top demons, it's only normal for you to announce that you're joining the demons. This sounded reasonable, but in fact, Shuren only felt like he was being screwed. Normal your sister. No, normal your ass. Shuren directly cursed, but as soon as he said your sister, Aie immediately cast him a sharp look, causing him to quickly change his words. But in terms of mood, Shuren didn't change at all. It was simple. Marrying the top demons means I have to announce that I'm joining the demons? Shuren was so angry that he laughed. You mean I'm not worthy of Aie and have to marry into her family? Is that what you mean? To put it simply and crudely, this was what Kamina's condition was. Do you feel wronged by this? Kamina said to Shuren without changing her expression. Shuren was silent for a while, then prepared to stand up. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was about to flip the table and fall out with Kamina. However, as soon as Shuren moved, 2 people stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Chafn appeared behind Shuren like a ghost and pressed his shoulder. Don't worry, we're not done yet. Aie also grabbed Shuren's collar, not letting him stand up. She just shook her head at him. Both Scylla and Leader frowned. Kamina, your condition isn't very realistic. Lied spoke up. The Protoss and humans won't agree. Sela also shook her head. They all knew that Kamina wasn't deliberately making things difficult for Shuren. She was just being too straightforward. As longtime sisters, Sela and the others could tell that Kamina's attitude had changed. She had some recognition toward Shuren. Therefore, Kamina was no longer as opposed to the marriage between Shuren and Aie as before. However, it was precisely because she had changed her attitude toward Shuren that she wanted more. She wanted Shan to join the Devil Clan completely in order to turn this special brave into a member of the Devil Clan and be used by the Devil Clan. She also wanted to cut off one of the trump cards of the God race and the human race. She wanted to use this hero to deter the God race and the human race. She wanted the God race and the human race to be cautious. But what if the hero that the Protoss and the humans were so proud of was not only not used by them, but also turned to the demons? By then, the already powerful demons would become even stronger. Would the Protoss and the humans still dare to challenge the demons? By then, the already powerful demons would become even stronger. Would the Protoss and the humans still dare to challenge the demons? By then, the Protoss would probably have to ask the Supreme God to come out of seclusion again. This poison demon's thinking had always been so extreme, simple, and crude. She was straightforward and didn't have many tricks up her sleeves. She must have seen so much chaos after the birth of the hero. After thinking about it, she finally thought that instead of trying to calm the dispute, it would be better to increase the strength and deterrence of the demons, using power to make the other two races not dare to act rashly. This couldn't be said to be ineffective. If they lost the hero, or if the hero simply turned to the demons, then why would the Protoss and the humans, who were already afraid of the demons' power, still want to go to war? And if even the hero was subdued, why would the demons worry that he would threaten them? That's what Kamina was thinking. That's why she proposed this condition. Unfortunately, this was really unrealistic. Perhaps, based on the consideration of combat power, the Protoss and the humans might indeed endure and not shed all pretense of cordiality with the demons. But if the demons blatantly snatched the hero away, the Protoss and the humans would definitely. Remember this. If that happened, the chaos and disputes might be settled, but the relationship between the three races would instead have a bigger crack. By then, the so-called peace would only be temporary. Sooner or later, this crack would lead to a real war, completely tearing apart the balance between the three races that had been maintained for thousands of years. Therefore, making the hero surrender to the demons was tempting to think about, but it definitely couldn't be implemented. It's enough that we can become one of our own. We can't be too greedy, or else we'll hurt ourselves, understand? Scylla looked directly at Kamina with a deep look in her eyes. Kamina wanted to say something, but after seeing Scylla's deep look, she immediately shut her mouth. She didn't really understand those kinds of things, nor did she understand what Scylla was worried about. In a sense, Kamina's thinking was simple and direct, even comparable to Milu's naive and romantic thinking. She could be said to be the most typical representative of the demons. Although she wasn't all brawn and no brain, the first solution that came to her mind was to repel force. Kamina believed that power could conquer everything, devour everything, erode everything, and swallow everything. This property was like poison. Based on this way of thinking, Kamina first considered power, strength, and combat effectiveness. It was also because of this that Kamina attacked when she met Lilith, released her aura to suppress Shuren when she saw him, and poisoned him when they first met. Later, she also wanted to see how long Shuren could last when he touched her. This was the poison demon Kamina, a very simple demon. This was the reason why she was regarded as the most brutal existence. Of course, such people often had an advantage, which was that as long as they showed enough power, they could gain her approval. The main reason why Kamina changed her attitude toward Shuren was actually because of this. If it weren't for the fact that Shuren could confront her alone, cut off her aura, resist her poison, and stand here and talk to her, Kamina would have already thrown Shuren out. It wasn't impossible for Kamina to understand Scylla's thoughts, but it wasn't something that could be understood in a short period of time. But Kamina at least knew how smart and resourceful her big sister was. Since she stopped her, it meant that she must have thought of something that she didn't. If that was the case, I'll ask you a question. Kamina turned to Shuren and looked at him. The next question she asked was surprisingly familiar to Shuren. If the demons and the Protoss really start a war, what will you do? Kamina's face was full of seriousness. Sean was slightly startled and glanced at Chaffner's direction discreetly. That was because Chaffine had asked the same question before. Chaffine couldn't help but laugh, and then said to Kamina, "Okay, Kamina, I've already asked him this question." "Really?" Kamina was stunned, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she asked Chaffine, "Then how did he answer?" "It's very simple." Chaffine smiled like a flower, as if she was really happy. He said, "What does this have to do with him?" Kamina blinked. Scylla and Lyde were also speechless. Only Ai glanced at Shuren and said one sentence. "It really sounds like something you would say." Ai laughed as she said that. This was the Shuren she knew. His thoughts were always moving and unexpected. However, Shuren's attitude toward the demons and gods could also be seen from this sentence. Obviously, Shuren wasn't like the heroes in the past, who directly saw the demons as an evil that must be eradicated, nor was he like them, who would unquestionably stand on the side of the Protoss and the human race against the demons. His relationship with the Protoss wasn't that good, and his connection with the human race wasn't as strong and unbreakable as others thought. He didn't have any compassion for the state of the universe, nor did he have a deep sense of duty and responsibility. He believed that he had to maintain world peace. He was just an ordinary person. Whoever was good to him, he would be good to that person. Whoever was bad to him, he would be even worse to that person. He didn't have such a standpoint. He only cared about people and things, and only cared about the people around him. As for those strange people and strange forces, really, what did it have to do with him? In other words, if the demons and the Protoss really start a war, then you will. Kamina looked at Shuren in surprise. Shuren rolled his eyes. "I will immediately pick up my people and run as far as I can." These words came out of Shuren's mouth. Kamina was silent. But not long after, she laughed again. And this time, her laughter was getting louder and louder. "You said you're going to run?" Kamina was in disbelief and said to herself happily, "This is the first time I've seen such a hero." "Really?" Chaffine covered her mouth and chuckled. "This hero is quite interesting, isn't he?" "He is." Lyde couldn't help but laugh too. Hee. Milu didn't know what was going on, but seeing everyone so happy, she also laughed happily, ? Lilith tilted her head and looked confused. In the end, even Scylla covered her mouth and laughed. "This is enough," Scylla said to Shuren. "For now, this is enough." Only Sala herself knew the meaning behind these words. "Then, do you still object?" "Kamina?" Scylla asked Kamina again. Kamina glanced at Shuren, then at Aie, and finally shook her head with a smile. "No, I agree." The only demon who objected to this announced that she had become a supporter. Good. Scylla immediately made the decision. From now on, the hero Shuren and the dragon demon Aie are officially engaged. An engagement witnessed and acknowledged by all of us, the Devil Dwellers. May the Demon King bless us. As soon as this was said, all the demons present stood up and spoke. May the Demon King bless us. Just like that, the marriage between Shuren and Aie was officially established. After confirming the marriage between Shuren and Aie, Scylla claimed that she would arrange for someone to announce it to the public to finalize the matter. However, she didn't dismiss the matter on the spot. That was because there were still many issues that needed to be resolved. For example, why did the tunnel suddenly collapse when Shuren and the others arrived at the demon realm? They didn't discuss this matter for long. I basically confirmed who the culprits of this matter are. I can only say that all of this should be purely an accident. After this, I will personally take care of those girls. You don't have to worry about it. Scylla's words were rather inexplicable, which made Shuren a little uncomfortable. However, other than Shuren, the other demon dwellers had absolute trust in Scylla's ability. As such, after hearing Scylla's words, they let go of this matter and didn't mention it again. Then, Scylla obtained some information from Shuren regarding the matter that happened in the capital city. After all, when Mara used the lustrous branch to break through the limits of life and entered the transcendent realm, his magical power spread across the 3 realms, which directly alerted the existences of the same level. Although Scylla had already understood the whole story with the person in charge of the Protoss, and had even blocked the news out of consideration, there would naturally be some discrepancies between the testimony of others and the testimony of the person in question, Xian. In addition, Scylla also wanted to understand some of the details. Regarding this matter, she seriously asked Shuren about it. Shuren thought for a while and didn't choose to hide it. Firstly, this matter was huge. It involved the birth of an unfamiliar transcendent realm existence. If such an existence wanted to stir up trouble, it could definitely change the current situation of the world. As such, it was better to leave this matter to the higher-ups of this world to deal with. It was better than keeping this matter a meaningless secret by himself. Secondly, the aftermath of this matter had yet to be resolved. The mysterious existence that shared power with Mara through symbiosis might be hiding in the dark, plotting something. Furthermore, it was highly possible that the mysterious existence had its eyes on him. It might even be in cahoots with the primordial demon. If that was the case, the most mysterious and ancient old demon's faction would have two transcendent realm existences. This was a huge threat. Even if, according to Schaffn, the two of them were not completely at the transcendent realm, it didn't mean that they weren't a match for the transcendent realm existences. They just had some sort of side effect, or their powers wouldn't last long. Even if they could temporarily unleash the transcendent realm strength, it would still be a huge threat. Furthermore, these two were obviously enemies to Shuren. Why did Shuren have to keep this a secret? Hence, Xian revealed everything that he had experienced in the capital. He did not hide anything, including Mara's background and the possible identity of the mysterious manipulator behind him. After learning about Mara's background, Sarah frowned and went silent for a long time. The other demon's expressions were also a little uncertain. After learning about Amoluo's origins, Scylla frowned in silence for a long time. The rest of the demon dwellers' expressions were also a little uncertain. After learning about Mara's background, Sarah frowned and went silent for a long time. The other demon's expressions were also a little uncertain. What's wrong? Sarah shook her head and muttered, I just thought of a special person from this country. I hope I'm wrong. Scylla shook her head and muttered, I just thought of a special person from this country. I hope I guessed wrong. It was as if Sala knew the truth, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Following that, the demon sovereign continued to speak. According to what you said, that mysterious great spirit body might be related to the primordial demon, and they might even have joined forces. It seems that we have to raise the threat of the primordial demon by another level and publicize some of the known information so that when the people below meet them, they won't be ignorant. The leader, who was not completely at the transcendent realm, could unleash the power of a demon under limited conditions. It was the highest level of threat. The three apostles were estimated to be at the limit level. Currently, one of them had been eliminated, and the remaining two were only second to the leader. Of the three apostles, their levels were estimated to be at the ultimate level. One had already been eliminated, and the remaining two were only second to the leader. The 12 apostles could basically be determined to be at the legendary level, or even the top legendary level. Every 4 of them were the direct subordinates of an apostle. It had been confirmed that 6 of them were no longer a threat. They were the demon spirit Maggie, who was suppressed by Xian in the elven homeland, Sisay and Xian, who were killed by Xian at the border of the moon demon territory, and the former demon cultivator Cadre Gold, who was captured alive. The rest were just insignificant envoys. Although they had joined the original Devil's old demon faction, their status was not high, and they were not special either. They would only listen to orders and were no different from tools. Of course, one had to keep an eye out for the supreme, primordial demon's mysterious supreme spirit, who was also not completely at the transcendent realm. It seems like the threat of this primordial demon isn't small. Lyde was a little worried. Gold, is it? Kamina snorted coldly and said, if I knew this guy would become a traitor, I would have thrown him into my poisonous swamp. Half-demon. AI was displeased, it's that guy stirring up trouble again. Yeah. Chafine said indifferently, back then, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, and then the old demon's faction appeared. We should have guessed it by then. Apart from that guy, who else would dare to go against us? Yeah. Milu also said angrily, that guy is so bad. The group of demon dwellers were both disdainful and indignant. Let's interrogate Gold later. Hopefully, we can get more information about the primordial demon, Scylla concluded, then asked Shuren, you don't mind, right? Sure. Shuren frowned, but in the end, he didn't object. He just said, but I have to interrogate him myself. Obviously, at the end of the day, Shuren still didn't trust the demons, or rather, he was worried that there were other traitors among the demons. Scylla saw through Shuren's worries, so she naturally didn't object. In summary, everyone gathered together and talked about a lot of things. Finally, Scylla also announced one thing. The date of the meeting between the three races has been set. It will be in a month. The location will be in the human world. The human world's kingdom of the brave, the Mitra kingdom. This was the last topic that everyone talked about when Shuren was present. Then, Scylla asked Shuren to leave first with the excuse that the next topic was a confidential meeting among the demons. Xian did not want to get involved in the complicated internal affairs of the clan, so as not to get himself into trouble, so he quickly slipped away with Lilith. Aie had the urge to beat him up. We finally reunited, and even got engaged, but I'm still here, and you're running away faster than a rabbit. Even if the next topic isn't suitable for you, you should at least show some reluctance, right? F***ck. Not knowing Aie's current mood, the resentful Shuren ran away just like that. Only the group of demonic dwellers remained in the conference room. The barrier expanded again, sealing the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could seep through. The six pinnacle existences of the demon realm finally sat in their respective seats and began to discuss the real secret topic. He's gone. Can you tell me now? Scylla said as she turned to Chafn. The rest of the demons also turned to look at Chafin. Just now, Chafn had used the ability of the rippling heart demon to leave a message in the hearts of the demons. Speak. Aie said unhappily, what is so important that we need to discuss that you can't let Shuren know? If Aie's dissatisfaction was any other time, she would definitely be ridiculed by Chafn. But at this moment, not only did Chafn lose her usual cheeky smile, but she also took a deep breath and tightened her expression. Second sister? Lied, Kamina, and Milu were all surprised. There was no other reason than that they knew Chafn. Even the playful you usually are so serious. It seems like it's not a small matter. Scylla said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Aie asked. Shafin's gaze swept across the group of sisters one after another. Then, I saw the Demon King's jade, Chafin said. It's with Shuren. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What did you say? Scylla stood up abruptly. The Demon King's jade has appeared. Lyde and Kamina couldn't help but stand up as well, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy. Demon King's mother. Milu seemed to be a bit slow. After she reacted, waves of violent ghost energy appeared on her body. As for Aie, she almost lost her composure. You're saying that mother's jade is with Shuren? Aie was extremely shocked and shaken. How is that possible? As someone who had been with Xian day and night, Aie couldn't believe that the thing she had been thinking about day and night and wanted to look for countless times was actually with the person closest to her now. This was too shocking. I know you don't believe me. Shafn sighed, but said very seriously, but I can swear in the name of the Demon King that there is not a single lie in my words. I really saw the jade. Hearing this, the devil dwellers looked at each other. Kamina was so excited that she wanted to rush out, but she was stopped by Aie who had reacted. What do you want? Aie stared closely at Kamina. Do you even need to ask? Kamina glared back and said loudly, of course I want to get the jade back. In other words, she wanted to find Shuren. Aie knew this very well. But because of this, she had to stop Kamina. Do you think I'll let you hurt my people? The dragon wings on Aie's back spread out. Get out of my way. Kamina was so excited that she lost her mind, and the poisonous gas on her body surged. In an instant, the entire conference room began to shake. The dragon demon and the poison demon, the two most brutal beings recognized by the world, were about to fight here. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, in the conference room, the barrier was trembling crazily, as if it had received an extremely serious impact, and was constantly shaking. Aie and Kamina faced each other. One emitted a strong dragon aura, while the other emitted a poisonous aura. The impact shook the boundary and almost broke it. All of you, stop. Light had already stood up from the table. She floated in the air and shouted anxiously at Aie and Kamina. However, Aie and Kamina turned a deaf ear to her. Even Milu, who was mentally unstable, let the ghostly aura fluctuate and also attacked the boundary. Milu. Chav pressed down on Milu's shoulder and used her magic to suppress Milu's ghostly aura. Scylla even chanted a magic incantation to strengthen the boundary. If she didn't do this, the boundary would definitely collapse on the spot. The highest level boundary that could withstand the full attack of an ultimate expert was no different from a fragile piece of paper in the face of the demon's power. Now, the demon's power was leaking out because of their emotions. If Scylla didn't strengthen the boundary, once it broke, the Supreme Castle would definitely turn into ruins. In order to prevent such a serious situation from happening, Scylla could only strengthen the boundary again and again. In the end, she also shouted anxiously. All of you, calm down. Scylla's emotions were also a little unstable. There was no other way. That red jade was too important. Perhaps most people didn't know what it was, but as the daughters of the Demon King, the 6 sisters present all knew what it was. In fact, it was the same concept as the hero's holy sword. The holy sword was a power born from the concept of the hero. And as the Demon King, who was known as a miracle bestowed by the heavens, the concept of the Demon King also had such a power. No, not only the Demon King, but also the Supreme God. The hero, the Demon King, and the goddess, these 3 existences that reinforced and countered each other, were in themselves a power. Since that was the case, the hero could have a holy sword that was equivalent to half of his body, so did the Demon King and the goddess. However, from the concept of the hero came the holy sword that restrained all evil, while from the concepts of the Demon King and the goddess came 2 jade. The Demon King's jade. The goddess's jade. Of the 2 jade, one contained the power to destroy everything, while the other contained the power of omniscience and omnipotence. It could even be said that they were the source of power for the Demon King and the goddess. Moreover, unlike the holy sword, the Demon King and the goddess's jade were both unique and absolutely indestructible. There was more than one hero, and there were strong and weak holy swords. After the death of the exclusive hero, the holy sword would immediately shatter and disappear. Other than Mitra, who used a special method to pass down his own holy sword, the other holy swords had long since disappeared in the long river of history with the death of their masters. But the Demon King and the goddess were different. There was only one Demon King, and there was only one true and omnipotent goddess. Once they died, as long as the jade was still there, they could be revived sooner or later. These were existences beyond the norm, the 2 absolute powerhouses of this world. Unless their treasures were destroyed, they were truly immortal and would never disappear from this world. The jade also contained an indestructible nature. Even if the world was destroyed, these 2 jade would continue to exist until the Demon King and the goddess created or destroyed the world again. Therefore, the Demon King and the goddess were truly immortal and indestructible. Of course, there was nothing in this world that was absolutely unsolvable. Although the Demon King and the goddess were immortal and indestructible, it wasn't impossible to make them disappear. For example, after the Demon King was killed by the hero Mitra, her jade was taken away by the Supreme Goddess Omnis on the spot and sealed and suppressed by the power of the Supreme Goddess, making it impossible for the Demon King to resurrect. Therefore, there was a rumor that the Supreme Goddess used her own power to cut off the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection. If the Supreme Goddess was killed by the Demon King, then her jade would probably be immediately taken away by the Demon King and suppressed by her own power, making it impossible for her to resurrect. This was the truth of the Demon King's death and inability to resurrect. But now, the Demon King's jade had appeared, and it was right in front of Shuren's eyes. How could the Devil Dwellers not lose their composure? Even Scylla, who had always been calm and rational, couldn't help but feel agitated at this time. This showed how much impact this had on the demons. But Scylla wouldn't lose her mind. Immediately, Scylla released her magic power and suppressed Aie, Kamina, and Milu. Chav immediately released her magic power along with Scylla. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Reed couldn't care too much. His body directly expanded, turning from a small furry beast to a huge beast several meters tall, and he let out a deafening roar. The three older sisters suppressed the three younger sisters who had lost control of their emotions together, causing waves of aura and magic power to collide in the conference room, turning into a shocking invisible storm that swept out. If it weren't for Scylla's reinforcement of the barrier, this place would have definitely been turned into a wasteland. Chav even used the ability of the rippling heart demon to constantly calm the three younger sisters' hearts, trying to calm them down. "Can you guys not be so impulsive and let me finish?" Chav smiled bitterly. Hearing this, the three younger sisters who had been suppressed regained some of their calmness. However, Kamina still had no intention of turning back, and Aie directly blocked the door. Her attitude was very clear. She wouldn't let anyone go out and cause trouble for Shuren. As for Milu, Reed had already returned to his original size. He jumped on her head and kept comforting her in a low voice. Under such a situation, Scylla took a deep breath. "Tell me, Chafn." Scylla looked at Chafn and said, "How did you see the precious jade?" Everyone else turned to look at Chafine. Seeing this, Chafn hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she finally sighed and told everyone what happened. Simply put, Chafn said that because she was curious, she used the ability of the rippling heart demon to enter Shuren's dream and saw the precious jade in Shuren's dream. She even confirmed it a second time and then tried to take it away, but she didn't succeed. Of course, Chafn wouldn't go so far as to tell everyone about the ridiculous things that happened between her and Shuren. She only confessed about the precious jade and said that she saw it twice in Shuren's dream. She also said that she lured the precious jade out in the real world, but in the end, she didn't succeed in taking it away. After hearing what had happened, the demons finally calmed down completely and revealed complicated expressions. "You mean to say that not only did the precious jade not want to leave with you, but it also willingly stayed in Shuren's body to protect him?" Scylla's brows were tightly knitted together. Why? Reed didn't want to believe it. Why would Mother's precious jade do such a thing? Could it be that Mother really doesn't want to be resurrected? Kamina was very annoyed. What's going on? What Kamina said was exactly what everyone was thinking. No one knew why that person's nature was like this. Aie was silent for a long time, then asked the question that concerned everyone the most. "Speaking of which, why is the precious jade with that guy?" This was the question in everyone's mind. Everyone turned to look at Chafine, only to see a helpless expression on her face. "Don't look at me like that, I don't know either." While answering, Chafin pondered for a while and said, "But the blessing on that hero wasn't bestowed by the three goddesses but by the Supreme God." The Supreme God's blessing. The demons couldn't help but be shocked. Supreme God, Scylla's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Finally, as if thinking of something, she fell silent. The devil dwellers looked at each other, and finally thought of the same thing. Could it be that the hero has some kind of connection with the Supreme God? Reed's expression became even more incredulous. But this was the only answer. 1,000 years ago, after the Demon King was defeated, her precious jade was taken away by the Supreme God. Now, after 1,000 years, a hero who had been blessed by the High God had suddenly appeared, and he even had the Demon King's precious jade. The reason for this was simply terrifying. The demons couldn't help but start imagining. Could it be that this hero was summoned by the Supreme God? Then what was the Supreme God's goal? Why did the true goddess, who once saw the Demon King as the greatest threat, hand over the precious jade that could resurrect the Demon King to this hero? Also, was the Overgod planning to come out into the world? Was she no longer in seclusion? What was she trying to do? The demons thought about these questions one after another, but they couldn't get a definite answer to any of them. Their hearts were in a mess, and they didn't know what to do. Especially Aie, her heart was very heavy. She didn't know what was behind all this, but she knew that Shuren was definitely the key. It seems like the secret behind the hero's summoning is much bigger than we thought. Reed's heavy voice voiced the concern in everyone's heart. Chafine also sighed and looked at the silent Scylla. "Big sister, haven't you been investigating behind the hero's summoning?" Chafin asked, "How is the investigation going?" Chafin's question caused Scylla's face to show a rare hesitation and uncertainty. But in the end, Scylla still spoke. I have indeed investigated, and I noticed something. I was skeptical before, but now I have no choice but to believe it. His words caused the spirits of the devil dwellers to rise. What is it? Ai asked directly. Scylla's eyes flickered, and she looked down. Soon after, she said something that shocked everyone. Xian, maybe he's not a brave man. At this time, Shuren was carrying Lilith and walking out of the corridor where the conference room was located. He didn't know how important the conversation that took place inside was to him. As he walked, he finally had a chance to ask Lilith all kinds of questions. Did you fall into the poison demon territory when the channel collapsed? Then, you fought with the poison demon? I heard that you guys fought for a day and a night. Are you okay? If you've suffered any grievances, remember to tell me. Dad. I'll avenge you. Shuren threw out such questions one after another. However, Lilith didn't feel annoyed at all. She even smiled. Although she could only reply with yes, 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 Shuren still read her answer from the little goddess' eyes and expression. In other words, you were indeed poisoned during the battle with the poison demon, and it took you a few days to use your authority to erode the poison in your body? Yes, yes. Then, are you okay now? Yes. That's good. Hee. Seeing Lilith's increasingly happy expression, Shuren let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The poison demon's poison is indeed a bit dangerous. Even Lilith was inevitably poisoned, and it took her a few days to dissolve the poison. If she used this ability to poison me, I might not be safe even with the double protection of the holy sword and blessings, right? As expected of a true transcendent existence. As expected of a demon that could be suppressed by the life goddess and the nature goddess together. If I want to be on an equal footing with them, I still have a long way to go. Shuren sighed. After sighing, Shuren felt his collar being pulled. He was slightly taken aback, lowered his head, and looked into his arms. There, the little goddess stared at him with her big, watery eyes. She understood everything without saying a word. Shuren was startled for a moment, and then he understood. Good, good, good. With you here, I don't have to be afraid of them at all, right? Shuren pinched Lilith's little nose. Hee. Not only did Lilith not dislike him, but she also smiled happily again. She was so well behaved that she didn't put up any resistance or guard against Shuren. She was extremely obedient, and even sincerely felt close to Shuren's every move. Shuren was so touched that he almost cried. You're still the best. Shuren had the urge to give birth to a baby in the future. I hope that Lilith won't compete with my baby in the future. Xian, who was lost in his thoughts, walked down the long corridor and came to a wide hall. In the hall, there was a person guarding there. Lord Shuren. Hedi Yadai immediately bowed to Xian when she saw him. Shuren didn't show much resistance. Xian didn't show much resistance when he saw Hedi Yadai. Although this ultimate demon's cadre had surrounded him in the human world's capital, compared to the other arrogant cadre, she was undoubtedly more restrained. Not only did she not make a move, but she also obediently retreated in the end. At that time, Shuren was surprised for a long time. After all, as an existence of the ultimate demons, and the demons who were famous for their powerful strength, Hedi Yadai's strength could probably be ranked in the entire Omnipotensen. Excluding the existence of the transcendent demons, Hedi Yadai might be the most powerful person in the entire Omnipotensen. For such a powerful person, Shuren didn't think that she would obediently retreat because she was afraid of his title as the Brave Ones and the power of the Holy Sword. At that time, if she didn't retreat, even if it was Shuren, it wouldn't be easy to defeat her without using the Holy Sword and the Samsara Destiny to increase his strength. Therefore, not only did Shuren not feel any resistance towards this incomparably powerful yet adaptable ultimate demon, he more or less had a good impression of her. In addition, Hedi Yadai didn't seem to be hostile towards him, and even seemed to be a little humble. Naturally, Shuren had no reason to be hostile towards her. Therefore, Shuren gave Hedi Yadai a smile. You're waiting for your masters, right? Shuren said, they haven't dispersed yet. As he spoke, Xian stepped aside to let them pass. However, Hedi Yadai's gaze followed him. Then, is Lord Shuren alright today? Hedi Yudai asked such a question. Me? Shuren was a little surprised, but still replied, I wouldn't say that he's alright, but there's nothing urgent. Since the engagement with Aie had been confirmed, and he had also reunited with Lilith, what Shuren needed to do next was probably to wait for the demon people's meeting to end, then meet up with Aie and ask her about Yulin's situation. According to Chafn, Yulin's luck was the best among them. After the passage to the demon world collapsed, she just happened to land in the dragon demon territory and was picked up by Aie. Since that was the case, Yulin should be with Aie, and it was even possible that she had come with Aie. Shuren wanted to confirm the situation of that dragon girl and see if she had come with him. But there was no rush. Looking at Sala and the others, they should still need to talk for a long time. A month later, the meeting between the three races would begin, and the location of the meeting would be in the Mitra kingdom. As the leaders of the demons would definitely have many matters to discuss and deal with. Because of this, Shuren had already prepared to stay idle for a month. After a month, he would return to the human world with the demons and return to the Mitra kingdom. He just didn't know how Rosie was doing, and whether Ter had already recovered from the failure of the trip to the imperial capital. There was also Xianxia and Xia. When he was in the imperial capital, Shuren had only figured out the true origins of this pair of twins. He didn't know if this pair, who had a great relationship with the demon king, had obediently returned to the imperial capital and stayed in their own homes. In addition, Marika's situation was also a little concerning, and he didn't know how she was doing in the divine realm. Thinking about it, it seemed like he had quite a lot of things to worry about. Would he really be able to slack off for a month, or should he just return to the Mitra kingdom first? But when he returned, how should he explain the engagement with Aie to her royal highness? Thinking about it carefully, it hadn't been long since he separated from Rosie in the home of elves. At most, it was less than a month, or even only about half a month. In the end, his identity was exposed, he accepted a marriage contract, and he even ran to the demon realm. If her royal highness got this news, what would she think? She would definitely be yelling at him, right? Alright. I'd decided. I won't return to the Mitra kingdom for the time being. This wasn't because he was following his heart, but because he was giving face to his future wife. After all, such a beautiful person definitely wouldn't look too good when she went crazy, right? In order for his wife to always be a beautiful Her Royal Highness, he had to be reasonable and give her a little more time to calm down. That's it, that's right. With this thought in mind, Shuren revealed a very leisurely smile, as if he wasn't panicking or anxious at all. It would be best if he could stay in the demon realm until the end of time. Looking at Shuren like this, although her Chadai didn't know what kind of shocking brainstorm this unreliable hero had gone through, she could tell from his smile that he was indeed very free. At that moment, her Chadai looked directly at Shuren. Since you don't have anything urgent to do today, I wonder if you can spare some time to help me with something? Her Chadai suddenly made such a request. Help? The surprise on Shuren's face became more and more obvious. Yes. Her Chadai nodded heavily and said, in fact, the reason I went to the human realm the last time was to ask you, as a hero, for a favor. Hearing this, Shuren came to a sudden realization. No wonder an ultimate powerhouse, one of only 3 in the entire demons, would disregard her identity and stand to stop him in that kind of situation. So, she wasn't here to pick a fight with me, but to ask for my help. Shuren now understood why her Chadai immediately retreated the last time. She definitely didn't want to anger me and make me feel bad, right? During this meeting, her Chadai's every word and action revealed some respect for him. That was probably because she had a favor to ask of him. Otherwise, as an ultimate powerhouse that even transcendent-level existences would respect, her Chadai wouldn't have any reason to be so respectful to a hero from another race. However, are you sure that it's something that I can help you with? Shuren asked vaguely. Yes. Her Chadai nodded again and stared straight at Shuren. She said, perhaps, to others, this might be a very difficult task. Even Lord Scylla doesn't have the confidence to complete it. However, to you, who possesses the sacred sword, which can purify all evil and dispel all negative energy, it might be a piece of cake. Towards the end of her sentence, her Chadai's tone had a hint of eagerness, sincerity, and even pleading. One could imagine how important this matter was to an ultimate powerhouse. Sharon thought for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't find a reason to reject her. Although he was so respectful to Sean because he had something to ask of Sean, the other party's attitude was sincere, and Sean did not dislike such an approach. In addition to the good impression that he had accumulated, Sharon nodded under her Chadai's expectant gaze. Alright, if it's really a piece of cake, I don't mind helping you. Sharon's agreement made her Chadai's cold face reveal traces of joy. Then, are you free tonight? Her Chadai couldn't wait to ask. That eager look on her face. Alright, Sharon's thoughts almost went astray. I'm free tonight. Sharon answered this question seriously. That's good. Her Chadai was relieved. She handed a piece of parchment to Sharon and said, then, please come to the small forest mentioned on the parchment tonight. The later the better. It's best if you don't get discovered. After receiving the parchment, Sharon's mouth twitched. Really? I'm not thinking about it, really. A few minutes later, Sharon left the top floor of the Supreme Castle. With one hand holding Lilith, who had her head tilted in confusion, and the other hand holding the note, he fell into deep thought. Isn't this not very good? He had just gotten engaged to the dragon girl whom he had coveted for many years. Whom he had been in love with for a long time. As soon as he came out, he received a note from another woman and even planned to follow her into the woods in the middle of the night. Wasn't this behavior a scumbag? But there was definitely nothing going on between him and Hertha Yadai. I'm not that kind of person, am I? So, it's fine as long as you have a clear conscience. Sharon had a carefree and relieved expression on his face as he put away the note in his arms. At first glance, he really did look rather magnanimous. If one ignored the way his hands were trembling and he looked guilty when he put away the note, huh? Lilith was still puzzled, and her head was full of question marks. It's okay. You're still a child. You don't need to know so much. When Sharon saw this, he quickly put on a serious expression. Yes. Lilith was still the same Lilith. Although she didn't understand, she didn't care and just nodded first. Sean couldn't help but kiss the little girl's delicate cheek, making the little girl smile happily. At the same time, he lifted his feet and continued to walk down. As a newcomer, Sharon planned to take a good look around the Supreme Castle while waiting for the demon dwellers to finish their meeting. Although there was no demons leading the way, and the surrounding demons looked at him strangely, Sharon had nothing to do, so it was good to take a look for the time being. If Hertha Yadai was willing to leave with him, then he could let Hertha Yadai take him to Gold and interrogate that apostle to get information about the original demon. Unfortunately, Hertha Yadai said that she could only leave after the demon dwellers' meeting was over. Before the meeting ended, she had to stay there and respond to the demon dwellers' needs at any time. This was also the reason why she asked Sharon to go to the woods in the middle of the night. Helplessly, Sean could only leave with Lilith, ready to kill time. However, as Sharon walked down one floor after another, suddenly, a strong gaze was cast on him. Huh? Sharon's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at the source of the gaze. What he saw stunned Sharon. In the corner of a corridor, 3 figures appeared. They were 3 women from the demon race. Furthermore, she was a very unique woman who would leave a deep impression on anyone who laid eyes on her. They lined up in a row, and except for the leader who took a step forward, the other 2 seemed to be willing to be inferior to the others, and they were a step behind the leader. Standing on the left was a horned woman who was hugging a barrel of wine. She was clearly a beauty, but she gave off a forthright and generous feeling. Her eyes were a bit hazy as if she was drunk, but her gaze was very sharp, and one could tell that she was not simple at all. On the right was an arrogant woman who looked like an exquisite and unique willful young lady. However, her presence was very strong, and her eyes were glowing. She looked like she was not to be trifled with. When Sharon saw the 2 of them, he even felt like he was looking at a capable female general and an unruly female knight. From this, he could tell how strong their personalities were. On the other hand, the leader seemed to be the youngest among the 3. She looked like a young lady who had just left her boudoir. She still looked a little childish, and her personality was not as strong as the other 2. However, this young lady's appearance was the most outstanding among the 3. Not only did she have a pair of big, watery eyes, a small nose, long eyelashes, and a delicate and pretty face that seemed delicate and delicate. Her facial features combined gave her an exotic flavor. In addition, she had long black hair that reached her waist, and a pair of eyes that were as deep as obsidian. At first glance, Shuren almost thought that he was looking at a goddess who had walked out of a dream. Her beauty had already reached the point where many innocent young men would fall in love with her at first sight. If Rosie's appearance could be rated as 100 points, the immature Ter could be rated as 99 points, and Marika was also a great beauty with at least 99 points, then this young lady could definitely be rated as 99. 5 points. In other words, even if she wasn't on the level of Rosie, who was known as the most precious treasure of the kingdom, and Sophie, the elf queen, she was still slightly better than the immature Ter and Marika. She already had the capital to bring disaster to the country and the people. Thanks to this, even Shuren, a man who had even fallen in love with a succubus that was more than 100 points, there was nothing wrong with that, suddenly seeing this little beauty, his reaction was a little slow. Especially, she's looking at me. Shuren was somewhat surprised. Yes. She was looking at Shuren. Furthermore, it was a very blatant stare. It was the kind of stare that caused his eyes to shine brightly. Frankly speaking, this was the first time that Shuren had been stared at by a woman he met for the first time, and she was a rare beauty. This made Shuren feel somewhat uncomfortable. On the contrary, although the other two were also staring at him, they were different from this exquisite beauty. Not only were they not so blatant, but they also had some vague, complicated feelings. It didn't take long for the three of them to approach. Huh? Lilith, who was held in Shuren's arms, tilted her head in confusion. Looking at Lilith like this, the two women with distinct personalities on her left and right showed some awe in their eyes. Only the leading young lady didn't feel fear when she saw Lilith. Instead, she looked a little happy and intimate. Looking at the trio, Shuren finally spoke when they approached. You are. Shuren's face was full of suspicion. Seeing this, other than the young lady in the lead, the other two looked at each other. Then, I am Grady of the Dragon Clan, a direct cadre of the Dragon Demon, one of the 6 great demons, and the #1 expert of the Dragon Demon territory. The Dragon Lady, who was holding the wine barrel, said forcefully. I am Bugatti of the Dragon Clan, a direct cadre of the Dragon Demon, one of the 6 great demons, and the #2 expert of the Dragon Demon territory. The arrogant Dragon Lady spoke in an overbearing manner. Dragon Clan? Shuren raised his eyebrows and carefully sensed. With this? Shuren's external destiny did indeed feel a faint dragon aura and a powerful aura unique to the dragon race from these two people. Sean could even see the levels of these two people. Good heavens, these two people were actually level 99, only one step away from the limit level. Grady. Bugatti, Shuren thought for a moment and realized that he had seen these two names before. These two names had appeared in books before, and could be considered as household names. They were a pair of sisters, the original dragon race. When the dragon was created by the demons, they were the first 2 dragons to be born. They had lived for nearly 10,000 years, and were regarded as their own children by the dragon demon AIE. They were the first 2 cadre under the dragon demon's command, and had never left their posts. Because the dragon demon AIE loved to sleep, and often stayed in her castle, these two became the spokesperson of the dragon demon, and fought on the battlefield. They were loyal and never slacked off. It could be said that even the dragon clan was built by these two, and the dragon demon AIE was a completely hands-off shopkeeper. She only relied on her absolute power to stand above all the other dragons, and oversaw the entire dragon demon territory. In the final battle 1,000 years ago, the two of them killed no less than 20 legendary tier powerhouses. They even killed a few legendary tier goddesses. Even the sensitive goddess of nature, Naduna, could not help but come to stop them. It was precisely because these two sisters were almost killed by nature goddess Nadwa that the demonic dragon AIE was enraged and forcefully suppressed nature goddess Nadwa. If it wasn't for life goddess Anima's assistance, Nadwa might have become the first transcendent rank existence to be killed. Out of curiosity, Shuren had read about these two in books, and asked AIE about them. At that time AIE only gave Shuren one sentence. They're different from people like Jacinta, and can be considered as half of my family. Evidently, these two held a completely different position in Ai's heart compared to others. Because of this, Shuren mourned for Jacinta, who was also a cadre, for a few seconds. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He never expected these two to hold such a high position in Ai's heart. From this, it could be seen how famous these two were, and how strong they were. However, the Dragon Sisters, who had been famous for a long time, were now voluntarily one step behind the leader. That was what really surprised Sean. What surprised Sean even more was that the girl in the lead was actually at the max level of 100. Limit rank. This girl, who looked the youngest, was actually an ultimate master. Shuren even felt a faint threat from this girl. This threat told Shuren that this girl might be stronger than her to die, Parian, and even Mara, who had yet to step into the transcendent rank. Are you all AIE subordinates? Shuren's gaze swept across the three of them. Immediately, the leading girl shook her head. I'm not. The cute baby-like voice came from the girl's mouth, causing Shuren's heart to soften. Shuren hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the softness in his heart. No? Shuren pretended to be calm and asked, then you're one of the 3 cadre subordinates under Sela? This girl in front of him should be one of the 3 limit rank experts among the demons, right? Shuren showed a slightly relieved expression. But why was it that he could also sense traces of dragon might from this young girl? Sean furrowed his brows tightly. On the other hand, Gleitai and Brady showed extremely dissatisfied expressions when they heard the girl's words. The girl, however, did not seem to feel anything. She only stared at Shuren, causing Shuren to feel a bit scared. What's going on? Why is this girl looking at me like that? Is she going to ask me to go to the woods in the middle of the night again? Are all Sela's subordinates this thirsty? Shuren suddenly felt like he had returned to the succubus territory, or even to the Sand Scale tribe's territory. Seeing that Shuren did not see this, the girl also showed a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Hateful master, he actually didn't recognize me. His senses are usually very sharp. The girl could not help but feel a bit wronged. She did not know that after entering the dragon's cave and transforming into a human, not only did her body undergo a transformation, but even her magic power and aura had undergone great changes. So much so that Sean's external destiny could not identify her true identity. The girl could only speak. Although I'm not Sister Ai's subordinate, I'm still a dragon. The girl began to hint. I'm a dragon, and I have the power of an limit rank expert, but I'm not Sister Ai's subordinate. This way, the foolish master should be able to guess my identity, right? Dragon? Shuren suddenly understood. No wonder this girl had a faint dragon aura around her. But, when did the dragon race have an limit rank expert, and she's not Ai's subordinate? Shuren was very surprised. He remembered that when he first came to this world, Shajina had told him that although the dragon race was the strongest race in the demon realm, they did not have an limit rank expert. Why did an extreme level dragon girl appear right after he turned around? I've only recently transformed into a human. The girl hinted again. Only recently transformed into a human, and she was still at the limit rank. If the foolish master still could not recognize who she was, then his intelligence must be worrying. Was Shuren's intelligence worrisome? Of course not. In light of this, Shuren's heart shook, and he finally came to a realization. So you've only recently transformed into a human? Shuren said in amazement, Congratulations. The girl's expression was a little stiff. She stared at Shuren with a hint of anger in her eyes. What are you doing? Sean's hair stood on end under the stare. In fact, when Shuren first heard what the other party said, his heart also moved. An limit rank dragon that had only recently transformed into a human? It couldn't be that girl, could it? But on second thought, Shuren found it strange. Because the other party's aura was completely different from the dragon that he had been riding for nearly half a year. In addition to the other party's appearance, temperament, and tender baby voice, Shuren could not be equated with that violent and careless little black dragon. So, Shuren subconsciously rejected this answer. Who knew that he would be stared at by the other party like this? This strange behavior, coupled with the fact that she had been staring at him fiercely from the beginning, made Shuren pick up the answer that he had rejected. Could you really be? Shuren said carefully and tentatively. Humph. The girl snorted coldly, turned her head, and flicked her long black hair, leaving her back to Shuren. Then, the girl directly left. One had to admit that her angry look was really cute. Wait, Shuren subconsciously wanted to call out to her. But just as Shuren took a step forward, two figures blocked his way. My apologies, Lord Hero. Grady grinned like a big sister up to no good. There's something we want to talk to you about, Bridie said with her head held high and chest puffed out. The two obviously did not want Shuren to come into contact with the dragon girl. Shuren blinked his eyes. He had a feeling. He was afraid that these two people were here to poach him. Shuren's hunch was right. The two founders of the dragon race were here to poach him. We heard that you're Yulin's master, right? Bridie, who had a more haughty temperament, did not mince her words. Her words made Shuren completely understand. So, that girl just now is really... Shuren felt as if his worldview had been severely impacted. No way, my violent dragon has really turned into a sweet and salty cabbage. It must be a lie, right? The two dragon leaders, who did not know what Shuren was thinking, thought that he had not reacted in time and stared at him. Shuren finally calmed himself down. He looked at the two dragon ladies and nodded. That dragon girl did recognize me as her master. Shuren asked, why? Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Of course there is. We don't like to beat around the bush, so let's get straight to the point. Can't you set that kid free? Grady asked straightforwardly while holding the barrel of wine in his arms. Set her free? Shuren's expression was slightly strange. That's right. Bridie nodded and said, she's the most outstanding dragon we've ever seen. She reached the limit of life as a dragon even before she turned into a human. Now that she has completely transformed, she has become the strongest dragon. It's a pity that such an outstanding junior is not allowed to stay with the dragon race. That's right. Bridie also nodded and said, she deserves a better future. If she stays with the dragon race, that child has the ability to become the leader of the dragon race. She can lead us, follow the will of our master, and ascend to the top in the realm of devils. For thousands of years, the dragon race had not been able to produce an ultimate master. It was a great pity. They were the strongest race in the realm of devils, but none of the three ultimate masters of the demons belonged to the dragon race. Even if it was not a great humiliation, it was still somewhat unacceptable. Now, an ultimate powerhouse had finally appeared in the dragon clan. Moreover, he was a dragon species that had reached the limit of his life before transforming into a human. Now that he had transformed into a human, he definitely had the ability to compete for the title of the strongest being below the demons. Any normal person would be excited and happy for such a master to appear in the race. However, if this person did not want to stay in the race and lead the entire race, and instead recognized a human as her master and became his mount, it would be a waste of a heavenly gift. Even if the other party was a hero with transcendent combat power, it would still be a waste of talent. At least, as the true founders of the dragon race, that was what Grady and Bridie thought. That was why the two of them came to Sean, hoping that he could set Yulin free. Understanding the cause and effect, Sean came to a realization. However, from what you're saying, it seems that the girl doesn't intend to stay in the dragon race, right? Shuren's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Grady and Bridie speechless. Seeing this, Shuren smiled. No wonder you came to me. It turns out that you couldn't convince the girl, so you came to me with no other choice. Sean saw that the two of them spoke directly and without hiding anything, so he didn't stand on ceremony at all and spoke his mind. We really couldn't convince the child. Grady admitted helplessly. But we really did it for her own good. Bridie loudly agreed. Unfortunately, Shuren did not give the two dragon ladies too much face. How do you know that this is a good thing for the girl? Shuren's words were as direct as ever. Isn't it good? Bridie frowned and said with extreme dissatisfaction, becoming the leader of the dragon race or becoming someone else's mount, there's no need to consider which is better, right? Is that so? Shuren retorted, if that's the case, why doesn't the girl want to stay in the dragon race, and instead want to continue being a mount? This? Bridie was speechless. It was not that she did not understand the question, but she knew the answer very well. Not only Bridie, but even Grady understood it. Dragons were creatures with very strong pride. As the existence known as the king of monsters, be it a newborn dragon or an adult dragon, all of them had extremely strong pride. They would not allow themselves to be looked down upon. They would not allow themselves to be insulted. If someone wanted to force them to recognize a master and make them a mount, they would rather die with the other party, or even kill themselves on the spot than compromise. However, on the other hand, once a dragon voluntarily recognized a master, its pride would not allow it to betray or go against its master's will. As fellow dragons, Grady and Bugatti were well aware of this fact. Not only was the dragon race regarded as the strongest race in the underworld, but they were also regarded as the most united and loyal race. This was because every dragon recognized the dragon demon, who was the king, master, and mother of dragons, as their master. That was why they were loyal to the dragon demon, never betraying or disobeying it. Because of this, the dragon's tenacity and loyalty were recognized by the world. Grady and Brighty knew that as a dragon, and a powerful and outstanding one at that, Yulin would be loyal to the end once she recognized a master. Under such circumstances, it was not unexpected that Yulin would make such a choice. However, it wasn't like there was no way to salvage the situation. Among the dragon race, there were also a few who recognized others as their master and were loyal to them before they turned into humans. However, they all returned to the dragon race in the end. The reason was that their potential was recognized, and they entered the dragon race's sights. In the end, through Grady and Brighty's efforts, their original masters were persuaded to let go of their master. When the original masters voluntarily removed the relationship, whether it was out of their own pride, or out of their desire for the dragon race and to turn into humans, the dragon race would choose to silently recognize them. That was why Grady and Brighty came to Shuren. However, this was not the only reason that Shuren was referring to. Once a dragon recognizes a master, it will be very loyal unless the master voluntarily removes the relationship. However, I don't think that girl will stay with the dragon race obediently if I remove the relationship. That was what Shuren thought. The reason was simple. Is it because you saved her? Grady said so. Grady and Bugatti already knew what had happened in the Adrau Gorge. They knew that the reason why Yulin would recognize Sean as her master was that Sean had saved her and liberated her from the depraved hell when she had almost turned into a monster. Then, I also used my own ability to turn the magic of the alchemist demon that she devoured into her own power, allowing her to break through the limit. Her level and power skyrocketed, causing her to become a level 99 king of monsters. What's more, I kept feeding her with my own mana, causing her power to continuously increase. Finally, she successfully reached the limits of her life and stepped into the extreme grade. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's all because of me that she became what she is today. Shuren analyzed Yulin's mentality and said so. Do you really think that I can turn a blind eye to such a great favor just because I want to remove the master-servant relationship? Grady and Brighty were shocked by Shuren's words. You helped the child reach the limit level? Grady was shocked. No way? Brighty was also shocked. Both of them obviously did not know about this. No, it should be said that he didn't even think about it. After all, when they met and heard about Yulin, she was already at the limit level. Therefore, both of them thought that Yulin was only able to reach this level because of her own excellence. In fact, although Yulin was outstanding, she was not outstanding to the extent that the two founders of the Dragon Clan were surprised. At the end of the day, Yulin was just a legendary level black dragon. She had occupied a large source of magic power in the human world for hundreds of years, constantly absorbing the magic power from it to increase her strength. However, she had only reached level 90 and was still far from reaching the limit. Yulin's own potential was not shocking. At most, she was on par with Xianxia. If she were to fully develop and grow, it would only be a matter of time before she became a top legendary dragon. However, with Yulin's ability, it was even harder to reach the limit of life and become a limit-level demon before she transformed into a human. There was not a single limit-level dragon in the Dragon Clan for nearly 10,000 years. One could imagine how rare the limit level was. Its rarity was something even transcendent-level existences couldn't compare to. How could such an existence appear in an ordinary demon canyon in the human world? Even if there was, it would have been discovered long ago and led back to the Dragon Clan through various channels. How could it be encountered by Shuren, who had just arrived, To be able to encounter a wild legendary dragon, it was already the blessing of the world brought by the Supreme God's blessing to Shuren. No matter what, the Supreme God's blessing would not create a dragon with limit-level potential for Shuren to be his mount, right? It only gave Shuren luck, but it did not make his wishes come true. It could only guide Shuren to obtain opportunities, but it could not create opportunities. Therefore, it could be said that Yulin could be where she was today because of Shuren. Without Shuren, Yulin would definitely not be able to reach this point. Of course, Shuren did not say this to ask for repayment. He did not want others to know what he had done, nor did he want to tie Yulin to his side. He only wanted to say, I can give her more than the Dragon Clan. What makes you think that she would have a better future if she stayed with the Dragon Clan, and that it would be a waste for her to follow me? Shuren finally threw out his thoughts. The two dragon ladies' thoughts were even simpler. It's really hard to believe. That was what Grady said. Yeah, even if you're a hero, isn't it a bit too much to help a dragon reach the limit level? Bugatti said the same. The two were obviously unwilling to believe Shuren's words. Shuren wanted to do something simple. Stretch your heads over here. I'll give you a buff. Buff. Grady and Beauty froze in unison. What's that? Why did you add such a strange thing to us? Why do you have to stick your head out? The two dragon ladies were instantly filled with questions, and they were just short of asking, who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? Shuren was too lazy to explain. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on the heads of the two dragon ladies. What are you doing? Seeing this, Grady and Beauty were both shocked and angry. They were shocked because they were touched by Shuren before they could react. They were angry because of this person's rudeness. After living for nearly 10,000 years, the two dragon ladies had never been touched on the head by a man like this. Not to mention men, even women could not do it. As a noble member of the dragon race, how could he allow himself to be petted like a dog? They could not tolerate this. Thus, a terrifying aura rose from the two dragon ladies almost reflexively. However, at this moment, a warm magic poured down from above and poured into Grady and Beauty's bodies like a warm river. The two dragon ladies immediately shuddered, and they couldn't help but moan in extreme comfort. The moans went straight into one's heart, and it made one's imagination run wild. It was extremely ambiguous. Shuren almost could not hold it in, and the serious expression on his face crumbled. Lilith was also blinking her eyes in confusion. If this was any other time, the two dragon ladies would have died of shame and anger. Who were they? They were the original dragon race, the founders of the dragon race, and the first cadres under Demon Dragon AIE. They were the first and second super experts in the Demon Dragon territory. Both of them were level 99, and they were only one step away from the limit level. They had been looked up to and feared since ancient times, and could be said to be full of majesty. Moreover, they were dragon species with strong self-esteem. It was impossible for them not to die of shame and anger when they made such ambiguous sounds under such circumstances. However, the two dragon ladies were not in the mood to feel ashamed and angry. This is... The two only felt an extremely large amount of magic power flowing into their bodies, and it was extremely compatible with them. It directly merged into their bodies and turned into pure power. Under the gentle infusion of mana, the two of them, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, actually had a slow increase in their strength. This greatly shocked them. How is it? Do you believe me now? Shuren smiled proudly as he prepared to withdraw his hand. However, Grady and Beauty subconsciously cried out anxiously. No. The chorus caused Sean's hand, which was about to be retracted, to suddenly turn and slip, directly touching the two's faces. In a split second, the slippery feeling of a warm and pretty face was transmitted to Sean's hand. That was not the most important thing. Most importantly, Sean's transfer of magic power had not stopped. The most important thing was that Shuren did not stop transferring magic power into their cheeks. Two waves of warm magic power poured into the two dragon ladies' cheeks, causing their delicate bodies to tremble and moan incessantly. Even their breathing became rough. F***ck. Hearing the sound and seeing the situation, Shuren could not stay calm anymore. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and quickly took a few steps back. As the warm magic power left, the two dragon ladies could not help but let out a regretful sound. But immediately after, they looked at Shuren with unusual shock. That was... Grady and Bugatti were astonished. Ahem. Shuren coughed dryly to suppress the awkwardness in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said that was the ability of taming. Taming, using magic power in a specific way to achieve the effect and goal of taming a monster. Its essence is to adjust magic power into a form that is easier for the monster to absorb, allowing the monster to absorb it to increase its strength. This is a skill that obtains the monster's approval and makes it listen to the taming master. Because monsters could directly absorb magic power to increase their strength, this method could be used to tame them. Sean had used this ability to provide Yu Lin with magic power, allowing Yu Lin to grow and eventually become an existence at the limit level. Now, Shuren showed this skill to tell Grady and Beauty how he raised Yu Lin. However, impossible. Grady immediately denied. That can't be the ability of taming. That's right. Beauty also retorted. How can a mere taming cultivate an ultimate dragon? How can it have an effect on us who have already turned into humans? It was not that the two of them were twisting words and forcing logic. In fact, it was very difficult to cultivate an ultimate dragon with the ability of taming alone. Taming could only convert magic power into a form that was easier for the monster to absorb, but there was still a limit. In order to nurture an ultimate monster, even with the maxed out taming skill, it would theoretically require an astonishing amount of mana. That level of magic power was not something that an individual could possess. Even a large mana source could not provide such a huge amount of magic power. And that was only in theory. In fact, after reaching the legendary level, the closer one was to the limit of life, the less magic power the monster could absorb. In other words, even with the max level taming skill that could transform one's mana into a form that could be easily absorbed by magical beasts, the amount of mana that could be transformed into strength would be very little when one reached the limit of one's life. Moreover, the magic power that an individual could possess would not be enough to meet the needs of monsters of that level. To cultivate an ultimate monster with the skill of taming would only exist in one's imagination. Due to this reason, the number of monsters that could be tamed basically stopped below the legendary level, and the number of monsters that could be tamed after reaching the legendary level was pitifully small. If taming could cultivate an unlimited number of powerful dragons, the dragons would have used this method to cultivate their younger generations. Therefore, Gleitai and Bushti directly rejected Shuren's statement. Not to mention, if it was just the taming skill, it would not be effective on existences like Gleitai and Bushti. After all, the two of them had shed their monster bodies and turned into humans. In terms of race, they were no longer monsters, but true demons. They had long lost the characteristic of monsters absorbing magic power to increase their power. In summary, the two did not even think about it, and decisively rejected Shuren's statement. Of course, I'm not done yet. Shuren rolled his eyes and said, this is indeed the ability of taming, but due to special reasons, this ability has been fused and sublimated into another skill. Naturally, what Shuren was referring to was the hidden destiny skill. After using the unique skill of numerology to fuse taming into hidden destiny, Shuren had absolute control over magic power. This control allowed Shuren to be more decisive in adjusting and transforming his own magic power, and could also further enhance the absorption of magic power, allowing higher-level monsters and other existences to absorb it. Yu Lin was able to break through to the ultimate level after Shuren fused hidden destiny. Before fusing hidden destiny, Shuren only relied on his overwhelming magic power and used the max level taming to supply Yu Lin with mana, which allowed Yu Lin, who was only level 99 at that time, to absorb enough magic power. But even so, Yu Lin did not show any signs of advancing to the ultimate level at that time. According to the situation at that time, even if Shuren continued to supply mana with a huge amount of magic power, it would probably take more than 10 years for Yu Lin to have the opportunity to break through to the ultimate level. And that was only one possible opportunity. From this, it could be seen that it was difficult to create an ultimate level dragon with just the taming skill, even if it was max level. It was not until hidden destiny was created and raised to the maximum level by Sean. Sean's own magic power also skyrocketed through leveling up and other factors, and he could provide more and stronger magic power that Yu Lin truly had the future of being cultivated to the ultimate level. Although Grady and Bakiti had shed their monster bodies and become demons, if Shuren used his absolute control of magic power to transform enough to stimulate their past monster instincts and rejuvenate their lost monster characteristics, he could achieve the purpose of letting them absorb his own magic power and increase their strength. This method would undoubtedly consume a lot of magic power. Otherwise, it would not be able to achieve the effect of stimulating the monster characteristics. But who asked Shuren to be different from before, and to reach level 95? Before reaching the legendary level, when he was only at level 77, Shuren's magic power was enough to shock the entire royal capital. Now that he had reached the legendary level and was at level 95, one could imagine the strength of his magic power. In other words, in this world, I'm probably the only one who has this ability, Shuren said with a smile. Now you can believe me, right? Hearing this, Grady and Bakiti fell silent. But at the same time, the two cast burning gazes at Shuren. The look in his eyes was as if he was going to swallow Sean alive. You. Shuren's expression froze, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. It turned out that he was right. I can't believe it can actually cultivate an ultimate dragon, and it's effective even for us who have shed our monster bodies, Grady and Bakiti murmured as their gazes became more and more burning. If an expert in taming monsters were to see this scene, he would definitely find it very familiar. That was because it was a behavior that only a tamed monster would have. At this moment, how could Shuren not understand what situation he was in? It was obvious that he had been targeted. That's it. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Shuren carried Lilith and quickly turned around. Smack. At the same time, two jade-like hands pressed on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The burning gazes pierced Shuren's back and made him break out in cold sweat. Give us another buff. As they shouted in unison, Shuren seemed to see his future being squeezed dry. Moonfiend territory, in front of the Supreme Castle. Whoosh, Sean turned into a series of afterimages as if he was teleporting. He flickered and left in the blink of an eye. Not long after, two streaks of light flew out from the direction of the Supreme Castle. Don't run! Grady shouted angrily. He actually ran away. Bugatti was even more furious. At the same time that the two dragon ladies made the outrageous request of "give me another buff," Sean hugged Lilith and used the teleportation ability of Destiny Beyond, without hesitation to escape. That was why Grady and Bugatti were so angry. What a stingy hero. Grady even complained. That's right. What's wrong with helping us? Bugatti gritted her teeth. Thinking back to the feeling when Shuren injected mana into their bodies and the power that had not moved for tens of thousands of years finally fluctuated, both Grady and Bugatti wanted to capture Shuren immediately and let him continue to provide mana. This was a chance to break through to the ultimate level, therefore, the two founders of the Dragon Clan lost their composure. How many years has it been? Grady sighed. I don't even know how many years it has been since my power increased. That's right. Bugatti was also very excited. I thought I would stop here and never break through to the ultimate level. I didn't expect such a chance to appear now. Now I finally understand why that child is so obsessed with him and doesn't want to stay with the dragon race. Grady said. If I hadn't shed my dragon body and lived in the wild, and someone like that saved me and gave me a chance to break through to the ultimate level, I would probably follow him with all my heart. That's right. Bugatti nodded. Even though I've sworn to be loyal to Master AIE for the rest of my life, I had the urge to recognize him as my master the moment I absorbed his mana. That man, with such an ability, is the dream master of all monsters. As long as they had Shuren's help, there was a chance to break through to the ultimate level. No monster would be able to resist such a temptation. Although monsters with low potential would definitely not be able to break through to the ultimate level, Shuren's ability could also help them reach a level that they could never reach in their entire lives. In this way, even demons with great willpower would find it difficult to resist this temptation, let alone monsters with simple minds. Grady and Bugatti were the same. If they hadn't sworn loyalty to AIE, they would have sold themselves to let Shuren help them break through to the ultimate level. The two dragon ladies could not help but think so. If we bring him back to the demonic dragon territory, will we be able to cultivate more and stronger dragons? Will the rest of the cadres also be able to break through to the ultimate level with his ability? Thinking of this, Grady and Bugatti could not help but lose their composure and cast such a scorching gaze at Shuren. Unfortunately, this directly scared Shuren silly, and he hurriedly ran away in panic. This made the two dragon ladies anxious and secretly regretful. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so explicit. Yeah, it wouldn't have been too late to trick him into going to the demonic dragon territory first, then slowly deal with him later. Grady and Bugatti's faces were full of regret. If Shuren saw this, he might really be scared to the point of covering his head and scurrying away like a rat. In the end, the two dragon ladies ran around the supreme castle, but could not find any trace of Shuren. Only then did the two have to admit that Shuren had already run away. Alright, what should we do now? Grady became distressed. Let's just mobilize manpower to search. Bugatti planned to make a big fuss. No. Grady immediately shook her head and said, if we make too much of a fuss, His Highness will definitely stop us. If ordinary demons see this situation, once they mistakenly think that we are planning to attack the brave, it might cause a new seed of chaos. Then what should we do? Bugatti said anxiously, we finally have a chance to break through, and it might even bring the entire dragon race to a higher level. We can't miss such a good opportunity. I know. Grady scratched her head and said, actually, we don't have to worry, he will come back sooner or later. Come back? Bugatti was stunned at first, but immediately reacted and muttered, right, he is His Highness' guest, no, he is also Master's fiancé, the future brother-in-law of the demons. The two dragon ladies instantly fell silent. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion, the two had almost forgotten such an important matter. Shuren was about to become Ai's fiancé, the future son-in-law of the dragon race. This matter not only caused a stir among the demons, but also among the dragon race. There was no helping it. Their king, their master, who was equivalent to their mother, Aie, was actually going to marry someone. Furthermore, she was going to marry a human, an enemy of the demon race. This matter had once caused an incomparably huge storm within the dragon-demon territory. Many people were even unwilling to believe the news, and under the instigation of some people, it could be said to be an uproar. If not for the fact that Aie had personally said that if anyone in the dragon-demon territory dared to cause trouble because of this matter, she would fall out with them and not recognize them, then perhaps there would have already been a protest. At first, Grady and Bugatti also caused a wave of trouble because of this, but in the end, they were ruthlessly taught a lesson by Aie, and only then did they calm down a little. But in fact, both of them did not approve of Shuren. Regardless of whether he was someone that Aie fancied, a modern brave, or even Yulin's master, Grady and Bugatti were sincerely opposed to such a human becoming the partner of their master, and the future son-in-law of the dragon race. Even though Shuren had displayed an ability that was comparable to a transcendent-level existence in front of the supreme castle, Grady and Bugatti were surprised, but they still did not want this person to become their master. The dragon race had a strong sense of pride. From the very beginning, it was destined that these dragons would not easily acknowledge a human, even if this human was a brave and very strong. In addition, because of him, Yulin was unwilling to stay in the dragon race, so Grady and Bugatti's impression of Shuren became even worse. If they had not seen Shuren's strength, and witnessed Shuren cutting poison devil Kamina's aura in half with a single strike, the two dragon ladies might have directly come to Shuren's door to show off their strength, or simply duel to determine the winner. In short, the two of them did not like Shan at all. They would rather die than admit that this human hero was their master. Until this moment, master, marrying him seems to be a good thing, right? Grady muttered to himself in disbelief. A talent that can bring the dragon race to a higher level. It's not impossible for such a person to become our master, right? Bugatti also muttered to herself. Both of them looked at each other, and saw one word in each other's eyes, how sweet. This made both of them feel even more ashamed. Didn't you say that you wanted to teach that brave a lesson, and make him back off? Didn't you also say that you want to fight that brave to see if he's as strong as Mitra? But you're much more confident than I am. Now, you're actually willing to compromise just because of the benefits. Are you still an arrogant dragon? You have the nerve to say that? You've clearly compromised yourself. You. Grady and Bugatti suddenly and inexplicably started arguing. Looking at the two of them, a childlike voice full of disdain rang out. I told you, you don't understand how strong he is, and how unbelievable he is, do you? The familiar voice reached Grady and Bugatti's ears. The two dragon ladies paused, and turned to look at the sky. There, a beautiful girl with long black hair and a pair of dragon wings spread out behind her. She hovered in the air with her hands on her hips, looking down at the two with disdain in her eyes. Yulin, so you're here? Grady and Bugatti looked a little awkward. The dragon lady, Yulin, continued to look at them with disdain. Didn't you all look down on that stupid master of mine before? Why? Are you lusting after his body now? Yulin's aggressive words made the two dragon ladies unable to raise their heads. It could only be said that they were as embarrassed as they were with Shuren before. They even wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Humph. Yulin, on the other hand, looked very pleased. The two dragon elders were of high seniority, and had much more experience than Yulin. They had used the words of old people to persuade her to forsake darkness for light. This made Yulin very unhappy with these two seniors of the dragon clan. Although our master is indeed stupid and silly, he can only be looked down on by himself, no one else can, therefore, Yulin gave a warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I won't even need Sister Aie to do anything. Yulin threatened with her childlike voice. It was not scary at all, and even a little cute, but it showed Yulin's desire to protect him. She was really worried that once Shuren's ability was exposed, the dragon clan would have some evil intentions. For example, they could forcefully tie Shuren back and use him as a juicer to extract as much as they wanted until he was drained. Although, with Shan's current strength and the presence of Aie, the dragons could not do anything to him, that silly master of hers was lustful all day long. If he was not hiding in the room with Her Royal Highness to play loud and exhausting sex games, he would be soaking in the water with the masked woman who dared not show her face or the little elven girl to do intense and exhausting exercises. Yulin could not help but worry that her silly master would be tempted by these good-looking dragon girls. Hence, she had to warn him. After all, he was a dragon. A very, very fierce dragon, Ka. End of chapter 747. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.